After the passing of her master, the prodigious practitioner of metaphysics, Lin Shi descended from the mountain to set up a stall, offering fortune-telling services while simultaneously seeking her fiancé. "Master, when will my son's destined bride appear?" Lin Shi replied, "There is no destined bride, but a true prince is indeed present." "Master, I keep dreaming of a ghost. Please eliminate it." Lin Shi responded, "The ghost is your father. You have visited the wrong grave. He beckons you to acknowledge your ancestral mound." "Master, my mother has been missing for over 20 years. Lin Shi stated, "Your mother was slain by your father, and her remains lie buried in the backyard." The head of the Fu family, known for his indifference to women, unexpectedly entered into a hasty marriage with a mere fortune-teller. Everyone speculated daily about when Mr. Fu would seek a divorce. Chapter 1. Can I exchange a talisman for a bun to eat? In Qing City, by the roadside, the air was thick with an enticing aroma, causing Lin Shi to pause momentarily. "Gurgle." Her stomach protested audibly. After a brief hesitation, she approached the bun shop. "Boss, may I exchange a talisman for a bun?" Madame Li, who had run the bun shop for over 30 years, had never encountered such a request. "Exchange a talisman for a bun? What kind of talisman? The one seen in horror films, affixed to the foreheads of zombies?" Madame Li glanced at the visitor. She was just a young girl. The girl, not very old, donned a deep blue robe and had her hair styled in a bun, with smudges on her cheeks. Her complexion was unusually pale, her lips devoid of color, as if a gust of wind could render her unconscious. Alas, yet another unfortunate soul. Madame Li tore open a large bag, filling it with 5 meat buns, 3 vegetable buns, and a cup of soybean milk. "Here, take this. If it's not enough, just tell me." Lin Shi took a bite of the meat bun, feeling revitalized. She had not eaten for 3 days and nights. Abandoned at birth by her parents by a stream, Lin Shi was a child unwanted by the world. Born under a purely Yin configuration, she possessed the innate ability to see spirits and had followed her master to exorcise ghosts since the age of 1. Her master, the unreliable Xian Kong Daoist, once mistakenly fed her ashes, believing them to be powdered milk. Fortunately, Lin Shi had witnessed a hanging ghost, which screeched, "Damn it. That's my ashes. You little brat, put that down. It's not for eating." With quick wit, she overturned the powder and managed to grow up. But now, she found herself on the brink of death. As a girl born under the Yin sign, with a purely Yin birthday, month, hour, and day, her constitution was chillingly cold, and her fortune was dire. Her master had once foretold that she would not live past 20. With only 1 day remaining until her 20th birthday, she was, in other words, on the verge of demise. Lin Shi devoured 3 meat buns in one go, then produced a peace talisman, saying, "Madam, I am a Taoist. This talisman will bring you safety and fortune." Madame Li took a glance at it. Yellow paper with red characters, the symbols were beyond her comprehension. Lin Shi cautioned, "Madam, your brow is darkening. There may be bloodshed tonight. Ensure you carry this talisman close." Madame Li was taken aback. Such words sounded like those of a swindler. The young girl was naive in her beliefs. She believed in science and dismissed such notions. "Trust me, keep it safe." Lin Shi folded the talisman into a triangle and tucked it into Madame Li's pocket, then turned to leave. Madame Li paused. "Wait, where are you going?" To Dijing, Lin Shi waved her hand. 7 days prior, her master had tragically passed away. Before leaving this world, he had imparted a final message to her. "Disciple, I have arranged a marriage for you. This person possesses an extraordinary fate, and he is your only chance of survival. Quickly seek him out in Dijing." Lin Shi descended the mountain in search of this glimmer of hope. However, the journey was fraught with misfortunes. She encountered a mudslide upon stepping outside. While heading to the town, a thunderbolt struck, ruining her old phone. Finally reaching the train station, she spent all her money on a ticket. Exhausted, hungry, and weary, she fell asleep in Qing City. The closer she approached her 20th birthday, the more her luck dwindled. Desperate to live, she set her sights on Dijing. Time was of the essence. She needed a plan to hijack a ghostly vehicle. As night fell, the atmosphere remained eerily calm as she rode her electric scooter into familiar alleyways. Turning a corner, she was almost home. What bloodshed? What dark omen? The ramblings of that young girl were not to be trusted. Madame Li murmured, "Today's youth are even more superstitious than we old folks." Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind her. A flower pot plummeted from above, shattering on the ground, sending shards flying. Remarkably, not a single piece landed near her. Madame Li took a deep breath, her heart racing. Had she been riding slowly, that pot would have struck her head. In that moment, She recalled the girl's warning and hastily retrieved the talisman from her pocket. The inscriptions had faded somewhat. In the blink of an eye, the talisman ignited, turning to ash. She gasped, "I've encountered a master." Madame Li dismounted and respectfully bowed towards Di Jing. "Master, thank you for saving my life." Lin Shi crouched at a crossroads. The atmosphere here was thick with yin energy, indicating the presence of spirits. Upon death, souls transformed into ghosts, which came in various forms. Ordinary people faced white, gray, or yellow ghosts. Experiencing mere fright encountering a black ghost could lead to minor ailments, while a red-clad, vengeful spirit could result in severe illness or even death. Above them were ghost generals and ghost kings. Lin Shi had encountered 3 red-clad spirits, but had never met a ghost general or king. Ghost kings were merely legends. Without fear of spirits, the more formidable the ghost she captured, the greater her merits. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, waiting. At 3 in the morning, a thick fog rolled in, and the temperature dropped several degrees, sending shivers down her spine. As a cold wind swept by, a yellow taxi appeared at the intersection, its roof adorned with a spirit banner fluttering ominously. "Young lady, need a ride?" A haunting voice floated through the air, as if the ghost were whispering in her ear. Lin Shi glanced at the taxi, sensing an overwhelming presence of yin energy. This was a ghost vehicle, and the driver inside was a spirit. Perfect, she could hitch a ride to Di Jing. Lin Shi approached nonchalantly, only to notice the exterior was plastered with SpongeBob decorations. The ghost had quite the whimsical spirit. She opened the door and climbed in, saying, "Let's go to Di Jing." The ghost driver was taken aback. This girl wasn't afraid of ghosts. He turned his head, revealing a ghastly pale face, and before Lin Shi, he popped out both of his eyeballs. Drip, drip. Dark sockets bled profusely, staining the entire vehicle. A nauseating stench filled the air, making her want to retch. The ghost driver grinned sinisterly. "Little girl, I'm a ghost." Chapter 2: The Arrival of the Man Lin Shi. "Oh, drive quickly, I am in a hurry." The ghostly driver was a pale spirit, recently deceased, harboring little resentment and having never harmed anyone. Such an ordinary ghost did not pique her interest. The ghost driver was perplexed. Why was this young girl not afraid? Those who had previously encountered him, from octogenarians to toddlers, were all terrified, trembling in fright. The ghost driver elongated his neck and blew a ghostly breath towards Lin Shi, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "I truly am a ghost." 2 crimson holes for eyes were fixed upon her, while the eyeballs on the ground continued to bounce, producing a sharp sound that was grating to the ears. Lin Shi grew furious. She picked up 2 eyeballs and stuffed them into the ghost driver's mouth, her tone icy, stating that such an unsightly figure should refrain from scaring people, as it tarnished the city's image. A surge of formidable energy rushed forth, diminishing the ghostly aura surrounding the driver. He clutched his throat and coughed violently, exclaiming, "Ah, a ghost slayer." A sharp scream echoed again, and Lin Shi, expressionless, warned, "If you make another sound, I will obliterate you." The ghost driver, sensing the overwhelming aura of authority, dared not utter a word, hastily extracting the eyeballs from his throat and replacing them in their sockets. "No worries, just drive." Lin Shi closed her eyes to rest. The ghost driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror and pressed the accelerator. If he did not drive, he would meet his end. The ghostly vehicle glided smoothly along the path to the underworld. The ghost driver was exceedingly exhilarated. Finally, he was leaving that wretched place. Remembering the master behind him, he set aside his thoughts and focused on driving. The road to the underworld was nearly devoid of traffic, with clusters of blue ghostly flames drifting about. And not far away, a space filled with spirits. "Everyone, let us liven up. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky." Amidst the throng of ghosts, she spotted a familiar silhouette. The ghost vehicle sped away, and Lin Shi did not dwell on it. Half an hour later, the ghost driver parked the car in a graveyard, awkwardly chuckling twice. "Master, we have arrived." Lin Shi gazed at the distant skyscrapers and remarked nonchalantly, "The drive was commendable." The ghost driver scratched the back of his head, laughing, "I am a veteran driver with 20 years of experience." "Master, please disembark." He opened the car door and gestured for her to exit. After bidding farewell to the master, he hurried off to say goodbye to his family. Lin Shi stepped out of the car and cast a deep glance at him, recognizing that the realms of the living and the dead were distinct, separated by an unbridgeable divide. The ghostly aura he carried could harm ordinary people, just as the vitality of the living could be detrimental to him. "In light of his gesture of driving me, I shall escort you to the underworld as a fare." The ghost driver's heart skipped a beat. The master was indeed perceptive, immediately discerning his unspoken concerns. He knelt down, pleading, "Master, I am deeply worried about my wife and 5-year-old daughter." The ghost driver, named Zhao Long, lived with his family in a cramped, dilapidated rental. Having received little education, he drove a taxi to support his family. Zhao Long harbored but one aspiration in life: to earn more money so that his wife and daughter could enjoy a better life. He wore a foolish grin as he drove towards home. Once he crossed the bridge ahead, he would reach home, and his daughter would surely be delighted to see the yellow sea sponge. Yet halfway across, the bridge collapsed. Zhao Long and his vehicle plunged into the water. He perished, never to see his wife and daughter again. Transforming into a ghost, Zhao Long drove the same route day in and day out. He had decorated the exterior of his taxi with images of SpongeBob, hoping someone would recognize him. Wailing, Zhao Long cried bitterly, snot and tears streaming down his face. He clutched Lin Xi's pant leg, sobbing uncontrollably, "Master, my daughter is only 5 years old. She has lost her father so early." Lin Xi brushed away his filthy hand, exasperated. "Enough, cease your weeping. You are becoming increasingly unattractive." Zhao Long wiped his tears and produced a crumpled SpongeBob, pressing it into her hand. "Master, I do not wish to harm my wife and daughter. Could you convey a message for me? Tell my wife that I love her dearly and hope she does not grieve too much. It would be acceptable for her to remarry when she finds someone suitable." Lin Xi interrupted him. "Stop." Zhao Long assumed the master found him tedious and hastily finished, "Master, the last thing. There are 30,000 hidden under the sofa." Lin Xi, "This is the crux of the matter," she stated. "I will send you into a dream. You shall convey these words yourself." Zhao Long was overjoyed. "Master, truly? Master, you are remarkable. You are the most extraordinary person I have ever encountered." Zhao Long lavished her with praise, making Lin Xi blush with modesty. She lifted her chin, remarking that such a simple spell was one she had mastered since she was 3. Zhao Long gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the master's extraordinary brilliance. Lin Xi formed a hand gesture, stating, "Enough, we must hurry. There are only 3 hours until dawn." Zhao Long's figure gradually faded, and he called out, "Master, farewell. In the afterlife, I shall repay your kindness by working like an ox or horse." Lin Xi replied, "There is no need for that." She could no longer bear to hear the word death, as she felt her own demise approaching. Moreover, she had yet to glimpse the person her master had spoken of. Who wishes for death when one can still live? Lin Xi traversed the graveyard and entered the towering buildings, wandering throughout the day without encountering any man of exceptional fate. Unbeknownst to her, night fell, and a wave of sanguine scent enveloped her. She crouched by the roadside and spat out a mouthful of blood. With only 20 minutes remaining, the vitality within her dwindled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of death. It felt as though countless ants were crawling within her, inflicting unbearable pain. Lin Xi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Master, I am about to descend to meet you." She could not comprehend why she bore such a fate. With no friends, no family, and her life slipping away, it seemed she was never meant to exist in this world. Wandering aimlessly along the street, her head grew heavy. Eventually, she could no longer move, halting at a set of steps outside a hospital, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. The location of the hospital was convenient. Upon dying, she would directly enter the morgue, without concern for anyone to collect her remains. At the intersection, a discreetly luxurious Maybach gradually came to a stop. A bodyguard clad in black opened the car door, respectfully greeting Mr. Fu. Following this, a man in a black suit stepped out, offering a nonchalant acknowledgement. The man was strikingly handsome, with deep-set eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, exuding an innate air of nobility. Standing among a group of bodyguards dressed in black, he naturally drew the gaze of onlookers. The moment the man appeared, Lin Xi sensed it. She turned her gaze in that direction. A dense aura of purple energy approached, radiating a shimmering light, akin to a beacon in the dark. Lin Xi widened her eyes. "It is him. He has arrived. He comes bearing imperial purple energy." Chapter 3. Wow, thrilling. With only 10 minutes remaining, Lin Xi surged to her feet, invigorated as if electrified, and dashed towards the man. He bore the purple energy of royalty, an innate destiny of grandeur, priceless beyond measure. Only such a fate could suppress her extreme constitution. This man, she found highly satisfactory. "Master, you have finally accomplished something reliable. Rest easy and reincarnate. I shall not perish." Lin Shi halted a meter away from the man, her lips moving as she struggled to find words. Her master had passed too quickly. She did not even know the man's name. And rushing towards him might result in being perceived as deranged and sent to the nearby hospital. Lin Shi stared intently at the man, attempting to discern something from his features. However, the man's destiny was too formidable, and with the protective purple energy surrounding him, she could see nothing. Fu Jingyao sensed a powerful gaze upon him and casually glanced to his right front. It was a young girl, clad in a deep blue robe, her hair styled in a bun. She carried a tattered bundle on her back and wore a colorful bracelet on her wrist. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as pure as water and bright as stars. Fu Jingyao found himself gazing at her a moment longer. How peculiar! Why was he intrigued by an unfamiliar young girl? A few days prior, he had received a call from his aunt. His cousin, Ji Heng, lay in a coma, and despite consulting numerous experts, no one could ascertain the cause. That evening, he arrived at the hospital to visit Ji Heng, contemplating alternative solutions. What was he to expect? He was caught off guard by He Ting, who appeared at the hospital entrance. The bodyguards respectfully greeted him. "Young Master He." He Ting flashed a broad smile and replied, "Please call me President He." The bodyguards remained stoic, pretending not to hear. He Ting was a quintessential wealthy playboy, indulging solely in revelry, far inferior to their President Fu. His demeanor was carefree and capricious, often treading on the boundaries of others' patience. If it weren't for the friendship between the Fu and He families, President Fu would have long since dispatched him to Africa to mine for resources. Noticing the lack of attention directed at him, He Ting maintained his jovial demeanor. "Oh, I see there's a beautiful lady here, and yet I'm not acknowledged." Fu Jingyao cast a cold glance in his direction and retorted, "What brings you here, He Ting?" He Ting yawned and replied, "Ji Heng is your cousin, and I am your good friend. Your brother is my brother as well. Naturally, I came to check on Ji Heng, who lies in a coma."
"Ha!
You think I am unaware of your true intentions?"
Fu Jingyao coolly responded, "Ji Zeng."
He Ting reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, vehemently denying, "I broke up with Ji Zheng long ago. Don't slander me. I'm here to check on that unfortunate Ji Heng because of you. How could you wound my heart?" Fu Jingyao dismissed him and strode into the hospital. Upon seeing him leave, Lin Shi rushed forward.
"Wait."
"Just 5 more minutes," she exclaimed, gathering her breath. "I am Lin Shi, a disciple of Master Xian Kong. And your fiancé, Yi." He Ting's interest was piqued. "When did you become a fiancé, Yi?" "I wasn't aware." Fu Jingyao's voice turned icy. "Be silent." His gaze swept over Lin Shi's face. "I do not recognize you." Lin Shi felt a surge of anxiety. Her unreliable master had divulged nothing to her. She reiterated, "Master Xian Kong, the Xian of metaphysics, the Kong of sky. Think carefully. You must have encountered him." "I do not know him, nor have I seen him." Fu Jingyao replied, his brow furrowing. "Bodyguards, what are you waiting for?" "Apologies, President Fu." The bodyguards hurriedly advanced to seize Lin Shi. The term fiancé was too shocking, leaving them momentarily stunned. As the black-clad bodyguards approached, Lin Shi gasped for breath, her complexion paling. He Ting raised a hand to halt them. "Fu Jingyao, look at you. Why be so fierce? You frighten the young lady, truly lacking in charm." He stepped closer to Lin Shi. "Little sister, Fu Jingyao is cold-hearted and cunning. You would be better off with me." Lin Shi looked up. "You are not suitable. A man must never declare himself unworthy," He Ting asserted emphatically. Lin Shi coolly remarked, "You currently appear haggard, indulging in drink and late nights, resulting in a deficiency of kidney yang, which hampers the circulation of qi and blood, rendering you both weak in body and spirit. Your brows are thick at the front and thin at the back, with a dark spot at the end of your left eyebrow, indicating an abundance of romantic entanglements, yet they are all doomed. Your marriage palace appears desolate, marked by many flaws, suggesting a troubled marriage and tumultuous relationships." He Ting was left dumbfounded. Kidney deficiency, a frail constitution, a troubled marriage. How could his life be so cursed? No, how could he possibly believe this woman's nonsensical ramblings? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He protested loudly. "Who indeed doesn't he know of my prestige, my charm, my illustrious lineage? A troubled marriage? Tumultuous relationships?" He glared at Lin Shi. "You speak nonsense." Lin Shi continued her analysis. "You are deeply in love with a woman who does not return your affections. For the sake of pride, you feign indifference. Yet in the dead of night, you cannot help but reminisce about the moments shared with her. Thus, you drown your sorrows in alcohol, hoping to numb the pain. But, stop, stop, stop. He Ting interjected, growing anxious. This girl was too uncanny. Few knew the details of his relationship with Xie Shiyu, and tonight, his dignity was laid bare. If others found out, where would he Ting, place his pride?
You.
He Ting hastily redirected the topic. If you have the skill, reveal one of Fu Jingyao's secrets, and I will ensure he is bound to your bed. A dead companion is better than a living friend. Since we are friends, let us die together socially. Lin Shi shook her head. His fate is exceptionally noble, possessing the rare imperial aura of Ziwei. I cannot discern his face, but I know this. You are the fiancé chosen for me by my master. At these words, Fu Jingyao's brow twitched. Lin Shi gazed intently at him, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Fu Jingyao, I need you to save me. According to her master, she had found her destined partner, yet her vitality continued to wane. In the final minute, what should she do? She was still uncertain. Fu Jingyao distanced himself from the two, one speaking cryptically, the other seemingly unhinged. As Lin Shi observed his retreat, her head grew heavier. She was exhausted, starved, and drowsy, her stomach betraying her with a loud growl. The situation resembled being starved for 3 days and nights, only to suddenly behold a fragrant platter of succulent pig trotters, irresistibly alluring yet unattainable. The sadness, anguish, and despair. Who could fathom such feelings? Lin Shi's mind was consumed with thoughts of the pig trotters. She dashed to Fu Jingyao, gazing deeply into his eyes. That look sent a shiver down Fu Jingyao's spine, filling him with premonition, prompting him to instinctively step back. Lin Shi seized his wrist, encircled his neck with one arm, rose onto her toes, and leaned in to bite into his fair neck. Fu Jingyao. The black-clad bodyguards. He Ting. Wow, how thrilling. Chapter 4. A Fortunate Turn. The bodyguards were left agape. Oh my heavens! What have we just witnessed? They had seen it all. President Fu had been bitten by a woman. As He Ting, the best friend of Fu Jingyao, stood frozen for a moment, he quickly whipped out his phone, activated the camera, and snapped dozens of photos. Such a once-in-a-lifetime moment must be captured and shared to boast about later. He Ting thoughtfully changed angles to take photos, even adding an aesthetic filter. This one is splendid, he mused, capturing half of Fu Jingyao's face alongside Lin Shi's silhouette. From a side view, it appeared as though the woman was kissing the man's chin. The man's expression transformed from disbelief to sheer delight, his eyes betraying a mixture of affection, astonishment, and casual indifference. He Ting grinned, imagining the uproar this photo would cause in high society. Estimating his phone would soon be inundated with notifications. Seizing the moment while Fu Jingyao was still in shock, he snapped a few more shots. At that instant, Fu Jingyao's pupils widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the reality of the situation. He had never been bitten by anyone.
No.
He had never been bitten at all. Not even by a mosquito. Yet today, he had been bitten by a woman. Fu Jingyao was at a loss for words, preparing to shove the woman away. Lin Shi, sensing the change, released him and took a step back. The air fell silent, the sudden click of the camera echoing unnaturally. Fu Jingyao glanced over, his eyes chillingly fixated on He Ting, who was grinning while taking photos.
Give me that.
Fu Jingyao's face darkened. Delete it. He met He Ting's icy gaze without a hint of hesitation, snatching the phone and bolting away. Oh no! I was too excited and forgot to mute it. But it was too late. A bodyguard swiftly pinned him to the ground. He Ting, witnessing Fu Jingyao's fury, swallowed hard. Listen to my defense. It's not what you think. Fu Jingyao seized his phone, barking orders to the bodyguards, hold him down. Don't let him escape. Countless eyes bore into him, causing He Ting's heart to race. Oh no, this has gone awry. I'm in deep trouble. He resorted to his old trick, diverting the topic. Oh no, that woman has fled. Lin Shi had vanished without a trace, having slipped away at some point. Fu Jingyao pressed his hand against the bite mark on his neck, a surge of unnameable fury igniting within him. Find her. Even if I have to scour every corner of Dijing, I will track her down. He Ting cursed under his breath. Devious, truly devious. The femme fatale had bitten and run, leaving him alone to bear the wrath of Fu Jingyao. He Ting, in a fit of anger, struggled but could not break free from the grip of the bodyguards. He resolved to surrender to the situation. Fu Jingyao cast a glance at him, lifted He Ting's hand to unlock his phone, and opened the photo album. He Ting felt utterly desolate. calling out for his grandfather to come and rescue him from the Fu family. Before he could finish his plea, Fu Jingyao experienced a wave of dizziness, closed his eyes, and collapsed to the floor unconscious. The bodyguards quickly rushed to support him. President Fu. President Fu. This is bad. President Fu has fainted. Quickly, summon Dr. Shen. The bodyguards hurried Fu Jingyao to the hospital while they unceremoniously tossed He Ting, bound tightly, into a nearby dark room. Let me out, He Ting protested. Fu Jingyao lay on the hospital bed. In his dream, he found himself in a grand palace where a woman stood at the center. The figure in white radiated a soft glow, her face concealed behind a white veil. Fu Jingyao could not discern her features, yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity with her. Who are you? This dream was one he had encountered numerous times. Every time he posed the question, he would awaken. But this time was different. The woman in white raised her delicate hand, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Io, come quickly, the sacrificial ceremony is about to commence. Fu Jingyao, unable to resist, reached out to touch the woman, but she suddenly vanished, her form becoming transparent. Panic surged within him as he desperately tried to grasp her, but his hand passed through her ethereal body. As she gradually faded away, she whispered, Io, farewell.
No.
Fu Jingyao jolted awake, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. An emptiness enveloped his heart, as if he had lost something significant. Jingyao, you are finally awake. You frightened me just now. Fu Jingyao wiped the tears from her eyes and gently asked, Jingyao, how do you feel now? A crowd had gathered around him. Fu Jingyao rubbed his forehead and replied, Aunt, I am fine. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinyao's anxious heart finally settled. She turned to Dr. Shen beside her. Qingxi, please check on Jingyao again. Dr. Shen, holding a stethoscope, inquired, headache again? Fu Jingyao responded nonchalantly, just my old issue. Aunt, I assure you I am all right. How is Ji Heng? At the mention of her son, Fu Jingyao sighed. He is the same as always. He suddenly fainted 3 days ago and has yet to awaken. The doctor says there is nothing physically wrong, but no one sleeps for 3 days and nights. Fu Jingyao pressed his forehead and replied, Aunt, I have already sent for the most authoritative neurologist. He will arrive first thing in the morning. Fu Jingyao lowered her gaze. Jingyao, thank you. Please take care of yourself. I will manage Ji Heng with Xiaozheng. Overcome with emotion, Fu Jingyao began to wheeze. Ji Heng quickly supported her and said to Fu Jingyao, I will take Mom with me. I will look after Ji Heng. You should rest well. After they left, Fu Jingyao rose from the bed. What about He Ting? No need. Let him stay locked up. Fu Jingyao straightened his clothes, preparing to leave. Dr. Shen, don't mind me. Please attend to my aunt. Dr. Shen noticed the bite mark on his neck and felt compelled to inquire about what had transpired. Understood, she replied. Fu Jingyao departed the hospital, heading straight for his grandfather. So much had transpired that evening. The woman who claimed to be his fiancée Yi and the figure in white from his dream. Who were they truly? At 1 o'clock in the morning, on a certain street, Lin Shi covered her face and screamed, awe, coming to her senses. She finally realized the foolishness of her actions. She had bitten someone. The moment she had sunk her teeth into Fu Jingyao's neck, a tremendous change had occurred within her. Anger coalesced anew, dispelling the remnants of despair. She had successfully surmounted her death tribulation and survived. However, the thought of having bitten someone, coupled with Fu Jingyao's horrified expression, left her feeling extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, she had been clever enough to flee after the act. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened? Shaking her head, she muttered, I didn't bite a person. I bit a big pig trotter. It's all that pig trotter's fault for being so enticing, constantly tempting me. She fervently attempted to wash her mind clean of the earlier scene. Grumble. Mentioning the big pig trotter, Lin Shi's stomach betrayed her with a growl. She pulled out 3 old copper coins to assess her fortune. Having bitten Fu Jingyao, she had accumulated a fair amount of purple energy. Purple energy signified an influx of wealth. This week of living on the mountain had taught Lin Shi a valuable lesson. One cannot do without money. She cast the copper coins from her palm. Li, fire, and heaven represent great fortune. The upper hexagram, Li, signifies fire, while the lower hexagram, Jian, represents heaven, embodying brilliance. This was indeed an auspicious hexagram. Lin Shi was destined to strike it rich. Chapter 5. The Little Spirits. Following the hexagram's guidance, Lin Shi ventured southward, deeper into desolate territory. Passing through a familiar graveyard, she entered a sinister forest. Surveying her surroundings, she found no sign of life. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a shivering sound. The trees here grew more robust than elsewhere, their leaves layered thickly. Was her fortune truly hidden here? She tapped her left wrist. Little Jean, go take a look inside. Okay, master. A beam of white light shot from She's wrist to the ground, gradually transforming into a small paper figure. The paper figure donned white attire, with a bowl-cut hairstyle and rosy cheeks. Master, I'm off. All right. Little Jean floated into the depths of the woods. The remaining little paper figures clamored, Master.
Master.
I want to go too. Master. I want to go. She clapped her hands. Little Mu, Little Xue, Little Hua. Quiet down. The three little paper figures fell silent. She casually sought a spot to rest. In her childhood, when her master was frequently absent from the temple, she had grown unbearably bored and crafted several little paper figures to keep her company. Later, when she followed her master down the mountain to capture ghosts, she encountered these four little spirits. Little Jean was a spirit from a mining mountain. When the mine was exploited, he had nowhere to go and chose to follow Shi. Little Mu, Little Xue, and Little Hua had similar stories. They accompanied Shi in her cultivation journey. Shi softly reassured the three little paper figures. Once I earn a fortune, I will make you all beautiful clothes. Wow. Thank you, master. Little Xue exclaimed joyfully, spinning on her wrist. Thank you, master, echoed Little Mu. Thank you, master, added Little Hua. She gazed at the three little paper figures, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thankfully, she still had these little companions. Before long, Little Jean signaled her, indicating that there was indeed a hapless soul lurking in the dark forest. She rose to seek out Little Jean. At that moment, Little Jean crouched in the grass, fixated on something ahead. Nearby, a ball of earthy yellow mist bounced about. No, you can't leave. If you go, who'll play games with me? The male ghost chuckled. You, a pile of yellow muck. I could never catch you even if I tried. You insult me? You're actually insulting me. The yellow mist grew indignant, turning even yellower, its voice laced with tears. We are no longer friends. The male ghost scoffed. When were we ever friends?
Wah.
You're such a big liar. The yellow mist seized the male ghost and began to drift away, colliding with Little Jean hidden in the grass. Little Jean donned a polite smile and greeted them. Hello, I'm Little Jean. In an instant, both the mist and the male ghost were filled with fear.
Ah.
A monster, screamed the mist.
Ah.
A ghost, echoed the male ghost. Two shrill cries rang out, and Little Jean touched his face, wondering if he truly appeared so frightening. His master had once said that a smile could heal all wounds. Little Jean smiled even brighter. The male ghost, Ji Hung, was terrified. In the dead of night, a pale figure with golden eyes and a bowl haircut presented an eerie smile. Upon seeing him, the strange paper figure's excitement peaked, revealing 8 pristine, white teeth. Ji Heng's hair stood on end. Caught between an ambiguous paper figure ahead and the yellow mist behind, he, the weak and pitiful one, tightly hugged himself and let out a piercing scream. Mommy? The earthy yellow mist clung to itself, trembling as it queried, What are you? Little Jean blinked her big eyes and replied, I am Little Jean, the master's companion. The earthy yellow mist inquired further, What is a master? Little Jean answered, A master is simply a master. The mist, slightly irked, pressed on. Who are you really? I am Little Jean, the master's companion, she reiterated. And who is the master? The master is just the master. Ji Heng's lips twitched. These two beings combined could not be more than 3 years old. Seizing the opportunity while the paper figure and mist argued, he slowly stepped back, looking for a chance to escape. Almost there, success seemed imminent. Ji Heng pivoted and leaped, rushing in a single direction. Mother, your son is finally free. Little Jin's expression sharpened. That male ghost has fled. The earthy yellow mist fumed. This is all your fault, wretched paper figure. Little Jean swiftly pressed it to the ground and took off in pursuit. A bright light approached from a distance. He waved frantically, Help me. A similarly pale face appeared ahead, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. The face regarded him expressionlessly. Ji Heng gasped, Goodness. A female ghost. How unfortunate to encounter 3 strange entities in one night. Ji Heng's legs weakened as he began to cry, Mother, I am an unfilial son, unable to provide for you in your old age, forcing you to endure the pain of burying your child before you. Oh, I am so unfilial. Sister, please remember to bury my computer and my body together after my demise, along with the figurines in my room. She cast him a peculiar glance. This male ghost turned out to be a living soul. When a living person's soul leaves their body, it becomes a living soul. If the soul remains outside the body for more than 7 days, the person truly dies, and the living soul transforms into a wandering spirit. The male ghost's lifespan had not yet expired, but for some reason, his soul had been separated from his body for 3 days. Judging by his appearance, this male ghost came from a wealthy lineage. Lin Shi's luck seemed to point towards the male ghost. Returning the living soul to its body would undoubtedly yield a considerable profit. For the sake of fortune, Lin Shi offered some comforting words. Why is a grown man crying?
Get up and come with me.
Ji Heng's sobs abruptly ceased as he reassessed the individual before him, astonished to find that this person cast a shadow. Overjoyed, Ji Heng exclaimed, "You are human." Lin Shi, perplexed, replied, "Of course, I am human." After 3 long days, he had finally encountered humanity. However, recalling the 2 ghostly figures behind him, Ji Heng's expression turned anxious. "Run. There are ghosts behind us." He grasped Lin Shi's clothing, attempting to flee, but found he could not budge her. This little girl possessed remarkable strength. Ji Heng, not pondering further, urged her, "What are you waiting for?
Run."
There are indeed ghosts. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled. "I won't run. I love catching ghosts." "Catch what ghosts? This isn't a television drama." Ji Heng felt frantic, pulling her forward with all his might. Just then, little Jean floated out, with the earthy yellow mist closely following. Upon seeing the 2 entities, Ji Heng trembled uncontrollably. "They have come. We are done for." Little Jean excitedly waved her tiny hands. "Master, you have arrived." Ji Heng froze. "Master?" He hurriedly hid behind Lin Shi. Among all present, she seemed the most normal. The earthy yellow mist hovered before Lin Shi, speaking arrogantly. "You are the master of that little paper figure. Quickly return my friend to me, or else you shall face consequences." Chapter 6. Truly weak. Lin Shi looked down, observing a small spirit formed from the earth's energy in the mountains. Heaven represents the yang, while earth embodies the yin. Both possess spiritual essence. The mountains, continuously bathed in the essence of the sun and moon, gradually developed consciousness over time. This consciousness is known as an earth spirit, also referred to as a mountain god in ancient times. In this age of decline, this small hill surprisingly housed a mountain god. The earthy yellow mist, with an air of arrogance, declared, "This mountain is mine, and this path is mine. Without my permission, you humans cannot enter or exit." Ji Heng rolled his eyes. "Did we not just enter here? Are we not human?" Unsure of how to address the woman beside him, he figured calling her Big Shot would suffice. The earthy yellow mist fumed. "Ji Heng, you traitor! Liar!"
"And you?"
The mist conjured 2 lifeless fish eyes. Glaring at Lin Shi, "Woman, I am angry, and the consequences will be severe. Without my command, you shall not leave this mountain." It spun its eyes around. "If you play games with me, I might show mercy and let you go." Before it could finish speaking, little Jean leaped onto the earthy yellow mist, landing 3 punches. The mist yelped. "Ah, what are you doing?" Little Jean struck harder. "Master, I will teach this fellow how to behave." The earthy yellow mist flailed wildly, but could not escape little Jin's grasp. It shouted desperately, "I am a mountain god. You cannot hit me." Little Jean huffed. "You may be a mountain god, but I am a mine god. In the past, I owned 3 gold mines, 5 silver mines, 6 copper mines, and 10 iron mines. That entire mountain range was under my control. Unfortunately, after a nap, I awakened to find all those mines gone." With a powerful blow, little Jean exclaimed, "You little mountain god, dare you act arrogantly before me?" The earthy yellow mist, pressed down and losing its vibrancy, hastily pleaded, "Brother Jean, I was wrong. I truly apologize." Only then did little Jean cease her assault, dragging the mist to Lin Shi's side, flashing a broad smile. "Master, how should we deal with this one?" Lin Shi gazed thoughtfully at the little being on the ground. The transformation of earth energy into form is not easy, and the small hill beside a graveyard unexpectedly housed an earth spirit. This location was no longer suitable for an earth spirit. Without offerings and merits, the spirit would soon dissipate into the cosmos. Lin Shi, lacking a small paper figure, decided to take the opportunity. She patted the little mist. "Since you have gained awareness, would you like to follow me?" The earthy yellow mist immediately retorted, "I am a mountain god. I would never follow a mere human." With a glance from little Jean, the earthy yellow mist's voice turned sweet and high-pitched. "Master, I wish to follow you and Brother Jean. An ancient saying goes, those who know the times are wise." Brother Jin's master exuded a faint purple aura, Following her would surely be a wise choice. She took out some yellow paper from her bag, cut out a small paper figure and blew on it, making it stand upright. The earthy yellow mist looked on. The small paper figure donned a yellow dress. Its hair styled into 2 buns, appearing vividly lifelike, except for the absence of eyes. The mist, understanding the situation, entered the small paper figure, bounced in place twice, and sweetly called, "Thank you, master." Shi gently stroked its head. "From now on, you shall be called Little Tuesday, okay? Master." Little Two obediently settled beside her. Shedding its former arrogance, Ji Hung protested, "When did I agree to play games?" Little Two wore a face of grievance. "You promised in the dream. That day. You took my flower." Ji Hung recalled that peculiar dream, realizing it was her doing. She cast a few glances at them, clarify things. Ji Hung began to recount his tale. She pieced together the entire story through his account and Little Two's. In the dream, a little girl stood alone by the roadside, holding a flower, looking very pitiful. Ji Hung asked, "Little sister, where are your parents?" The little girl replied, "I have no parents." Ji Hung thought, "What a sad child." The little girl extended the flower, saying, "Brother, I am so lonely. Will you play games with me?" Unable to resist, Ji Hung accepted the flower, "Brother will." Then, upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at a mass of earthy yellow, scaring him greatly. Little Two pouted, "Master, I am a good person. He only acted after you agreed." Ji Hung retorted, "That was coercion, using an innocent little girl to elicit my sympathy." Little Two countered, "I did not."
You did.
She twirled her colorful bracelet, and Little Jean and Little Two transformed into 2 streaks of light, vanishing in an instant. Ji Hung stood in stunned silence, marveling at the magical nature of this world. However, he realized one crucial point. The woman beside him was a big shot, a super big shot, and he must hold on tightly to her. Xiao Tu desired Ji Hung to accompany him in gaming, for this individual possessed a remarkably pure spirit. In other words, Ji Hung was rather naive. Really? This immense surprise left Ji Hung bewildered, as he stammered, "Boss, did you come to this dreadful place specifically for me?" She nodded. One could say that. She was indeed there for Ji Hung's monetary resources. Her mentor advised her against being too direct about finances, so she subtly reminded him, "I saved you. You must repay me."
Ye Heng fervently nodded, "Absolutely."
Without a doubt. What could possibly compel a prominent figure to forsake sleep in the dead of night and venture into the mountains to rescue him? Money was too commonplace, and jewels too mundane. Was it possible that the boss was drawn to him as a person? Ji Hung discreetly glanced at Shi. Upon closer inspection, the boss possessed exquisite features, a well-proportioned physique, and fair, tender skin. If the circumstances permitted, it would not be unwelcome. Why the foolish grin? Hurry along. Shi gently nudged him, causing Ji Hung to tumble unceremoniously to the ground, rolling thrice in the grass and swallowing a mouthful of dirt. He silently wept, "Boss, please be gentler next time." So weak, he thought, "I must catch up." Ji Hung touched the injury on his face, quickly dismissing his earlier thoughts. Hoping that the boss was not interested in him personally. He, an ordinary mortal, was unworthy of the boss. The boss was to be admired from a distance, not sullied. Seeing she stride further away, Ji Hung summoned all his strength to pursue her. "Boss, wait for me." Chapter 7. You sold me. In a hospital in the imperial capital, a patient room, Shen Qingxi perused the medical records. Ji Hung had been in a coma for 3 days. With blood tests and liver and kidney functions all normal, ruling out intracranial hemorrhage, cardiopulmonary disease, and drug poisoning. Each word he uttered pricked Fu Xinya's heart like a needle. Shen Qingxi, the young master of the Shen family, exhibited remarkable talent in medicine from a young age and was hailed as a genius doctor under the tutelage of the most renowned neurosurgeon. If Shen Qingxi could not ascertain the cause, what was to be done for the son? Ji Zheng patted Fu Xinya's back. "Mom, do not worry too much. There will surely be a way, and my brother will definitely awaken." Fu Xinya forced a smile. "Xiao Zheng, you should rest. I will stay with Xiao Heng." Ji Mingshan sighed. "I will watch over this lad. Xiao Zheng, take your mother to rest in the next room." Fu Xinya refused to leave. At that moment, Shen Qingxi stated, "Ji Heng's condition resembles that of a deep slumber. Excluding other causes, only one possibility remains." Fu Xinya hurriedly inquired, "Qingxi, what possibility?" "Hysteria," Shen Qingxi explained. "The patient, after suffering a significant blow, experiences self-imposed isolation from external perception. In other words, Ji Hung is unwilling to confront reality, preferring to dwell in a dream.
What? Impossible. Fuxinha stammered.
Xiao Hung is an optimistic and cheerful child. We have never placed any pressure on him. Ji Hung was innocent and carefree. What kind of blow could he have suffered that even his parents were abandoned? Yet, currently, perhaps only hysteria could elucidate Ji Heng's condition. Ji Mingshan, frantic with worry, asked, Qingxi, how is hysteria treated? When will Xiao Heng awaken? Shen Qingxi furrowed his brow. Hysteria is a psychological disorder, and treatment outcomes vary. I cannot guarantee that Ji Heng will awaken. Fu Xinya clutched Ji Heng's hand, weeping. Xiao Heng, what blow have you suffered? Even your mother is gone. I miss you so much. I will never stop you from buying figurines again. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was particularly loud, prompting Ji Zheng to glance at her parents before rising to answer the door. A young girl in a Taoist robe stood outside.
Is Henk frowned?
Who are you looking for? Alas, Ji Zheng could neither see nor hear her voice. Stunned, Ji Zheng pondered. What does that mean? The literal meaning. In an instant, the three individuals in the patient room scrutinized the suddenly appeared girl. Ji Mingshan's expression soured. This is my son's ward. You must be mistaken. However, Fu Xinya did not think much of it. She rushed towards Lin Shi. Little girl, where's my son? Ji Mingshan grasped her arm. Xinya, do not believe the nonsense of strangers. Xiao Zheng, please escort her out. Lin Shi clarified. The body lying on the bed is merely Ji Heng's physical form. His soul is with me. Ji Mingshan frowned. What soul? Lin Shi disregarded him, swiftly spinning her wrist to produce a summoning talisman, inserting it into Ji Heng's soul. Suddenly, Ji Heng's soul appeared, leaving Ji Mingshan and the others astonished. Even the usually stoic Shen Qingxi widened his eyes. Ji Mingshan glanced at his son on the bed and then at the slightly translucent version of him, exclaiming, Xiao Heng. Fu Xinya reached out to embrace him, but her hand passed through his form. Mom, I'm fine. It was all thanks to the boss who saved my life. Ji Heng explained, emphasizing that the boss had rescued him. Stealing a glance at Lin Shi, he urged, Mom and Dad, you must express your gratitude to Master Lin. Ji Mingshan's demeanor shifted immediately. A capable metaphysical master was a rare find. Remembering his earlier remarks, he wished to chastise himself. With a humble tone, Ji Mingshan said, Master Lin, please forgive me. I was blind to your talent earlier and I hope you will not take offense. Lin Shi merely acknowledged with a faint hm. Having faced such skepticism numerous times, she had learned to maintain an air of aloofness, allowing them to concoct their own narratives.
Je minks van amused.
The master truly embodies the essence of mastery, internally strong and outwardly composed, an extraordinary presence beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The master must be a reclusive expert who has cultivated for a millennium, arriving to save the Ji family from this calamity. Ji Mingshan's attitude became even more deferential. My child has innocently encountered this incident. I am immensely grateful to Master Lin for your timely intervention. Master Lin, you are a benefactor to our entire family. Lin Shi nodded. All is well. She grasped Ji Heng's soul and approached the bedside, producing a talisman that she held between her fingers, reciting the incantation for soul return. 3 souls and 7 spirits, swiftly return to your rightful place, protectors of the 10 directions, safeguard and dispel malevolence. The talisman ignited spontaneously, and Ji Hung felt a wave of dizziness. Upon opening his eyes again, he found several figures surrounding him. Fu Xinya held him, weeping for a moment, fervently thanking Lin Shi. Master, thank you for saving my son. Ji Mingshan desperately racked his brain for precious items at home, but could not recall any. Such reclusive experts typically acted for treasures, so he cautiously proposed, Master, our home is humble, merely possessing a bit of wealth. If there is anything you desire,
please take it.
Lin Shi extended 5 fingers. Money. Ji Mingshan. The master was unexpectedly unpretentious. Ji Hung, noticing his father's stunned expression, quickly reminded, Dad, hurry and give the master 50 million. Lin Shi maintained a neutral expression, though internally she was astounded. 50 million. In her entire life, she had never seen 5,000. Knowing Ji Heng's family was wealthy, she was taken aback by their immense fortune. Yet, she could not accept such a large sum. It would not only be unmanageable, but could also invite significant trouble. Clearing her throat, Lin Shi said, That's too much. I only need 50,000 in cash. Ji Mingshan, filled with trepidation, asked, Master, is that insufficient? How about another 50 million? Lin Shi replied, Returning a soul to its body is quite simple. My sect has regulations against accepting excessive payment. She had taken a little from the 3 missing and 5 flawed. This time, she had caught no ghost but gained a little spirit. She could not accept such a large sum. Otherwise, she would invite divine retribution. With those words, she departed the hospital. Ji Mingshan and the others gazed towards the entrance. The master exuded compassion. Even her silhouette radiated a sanctified glow. In a different setting, Fu Jingyao stood aside, while 2 elders sat on the sofa. To his left was grandfather Fu Jianhua, and to his right was grandmother Zhang Wenxiu. Fu Jingyao briefly explained the events of the evening, omitting the part about being bitten. After hearing everything, Fu Jianhua wore a mysterious smile. Jingyao, your fiancée, Yi has finally made her appearance. Furrowing his brow, Fu Jingyao sensed that the situation was far from simple. His grandfather's demeanor was decidedly unusual. This matter. Fu Jianhua rolled his eyes. Jingyao, do you remember when your grandmother fell gravely ill and then recovered? Grandmother lies ill in the hospital, and grandfather, consumed by sorrow, keeps her company. Some individuals take advantage of this opportunity to undermine the Fu family. One day, miraculously, grandmother's health improves, and the Fu family grows increasingly prosperous, rising to the pinnacle among the prominent families. Fu Jianhua remarked with a knowing smile, Jingyao, we owe a great debt to that old Taoist and to you. Fu Jingyao, perplexed, replied, I was but a child then. How is this related to me? Connecting these 2 events, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. You sold me. Chapter 8. She is indeed my fiancée, Yi. How can you say sold? Fu Jianhua chuckled. The old Taoist saved your grandmother, and the Fu family must repay him. Fu Jingyao felt a pang in his heart. So, to save grandmother, you sold me to the old Taoist? Sold is such a harsh term. It was merely a reasonable transaction. Fu Jianhua smiled. The old Taoist claimed you and his disciple are destined to be together. I am merely facilitating this, otherwise, you would remain a bachelor for life. The old Taoist had only one condition. Fu Jingyao was to marry his disciple 15 years later in exchange for his assistance. Upon hearing this, Fu Jianhua eagerly agreed. What a fortunate arrangement. Fu Jingyao frowned. Such matters as marriage cannot be treated so frivolously. Fu Jianhua grasped Zhang Wenxiu's hand tightly. I cannot bear to see Wenxiu perish. Zhang Wenxiu wiped her tears. This is all grandmother's fault. Fu Jianhua shot her a glance. Blame me. Zhang Wenxiu retorted, no. It is my fault. Fu Jingyao interrupted their feudal exchange. What transpired years ago is in the past. Let us not cast blame. Grandfather and grandmother, having grown up together, shared a profound bond. Grandfather's sacrifice of his marriage to save grandmother seems entirely reasonable. This has already occurred. Further discussion holds no merit. Yet, the thought of marrying a stranger, especially one who had bitten him and fled, darkened Fu Jingyao's countenance. Fu Jianhua chuckled lightly. Jingyao, the Fu family is known for its integrity. We cannot go back on our word. Ultimately, we stand to gain. Zhang Wenxiu chimed in. Jingyao, the young lady is alone in the capital. You must send someone to find her. It is my fault toward the old Taoist.
No.
It is my fault. The elderly couple exchanged words, leaving Fu Jingyao no room to interject. As dawn broke, the esteemed Master Linshi, clutching a hefty sum of 50,000, silently rejoiced.
Ah.
I am rich. Finally, I have money. After living for so long, she felt wealthier than ever. Linshi gazed at the clear sky, devoid of clouds and thunder. Grateful to be spared from calamity, she secretly mused that biting Fu Jingyao again might yield even greater fortune. The first order of business with her newfound wealth was to enter a mobile phone store, placing 1,000 on the counter to purchase a phone. The salesman chimed, Miss, this model is excellent for gaming, while this one takes stunning photos. Would you like to consider? Linshi shook her head. I neither play games nor take photos. I merely need a device for calls. After acquiring her phone, she promptly donated half of her earnings, lest it explode from excess. Previously, she had bought at least 10 phones, with 9 exploding and only 1 remaining. This time, luck was on her side. She neither faced lightning nor explosions. Ecstatic, Linshi rented a modest abode, paying 1,000 in advance and 3 months' rent, totaling 10,000. Counting her remaining funds, she discovered she had 14,000 left. She sighed. In the mountains, 10,000 could last 3 years, but the capital's prices were exorbitant. Nevertheless, she finally had a home of her own. Linshi twirled her bracelet, and her little paper figures emerged to stretch their limbs. 5 colorful figures materialized, each easily distinguishable. Little Gold with a cap, Little Wood with wavy hair, Little Water with a ponytail, Little Fire with an explosive hairdo, and Little Earth with double buns. Little Gold directed the others to work, with Little Wood cooking, Little Water mopping, Little Fire polishing tables, and Little Earth assisting. The 5 little figures quickly sprang into action, allowing Lin-Shi to recline on the sofa and relax without a care in the world. Thanks to her enchantments, the little paper figures were impervious to water and fire. Little Wood prepared fried rice, and Lin-Shi picked up her chopsticks to eat. Little Gold, Little Wood, Little Water, and Little Fire expertly held their bowls, while the new Little Earth stood by, bewildered, unsure if it could eat. Almost forgot about you, Lin-Shi said, channeling spiritual energy to draw a food symbol on Little Earth's forehead. A flash of golden light enveloped Little Earth, which suddenly caught a delightful aroma and began to eat like the others. Human food isn't so bad. After enjoying the meal prepared by Little Wood, Lin-Shi decided to return to her old profession, fortune-telling, ghost-catching, and feng shui consulting. She set out with her 5 little paper figures. The antique street bustled with activity. Vendors calling out their wares. Coins from the Western Zhou dynasty, don't miss out. Qinghua porcelain from the Kangxi era, not 9,998. Not 998, just 98. All for 98. Surveying her surroundings, Lin-Shi noticed numerous fortune-telling booths at the end of the street. Setting up her own stall felt harmonious. She walked further in, stopping at an empty spot, extracting yellow paper and a brush from her bag, and writing boldly, 1,000 for a reading, satisfaction guaranteed. I will first reveal past events, no charge if incorrect. Squatting by the roadside, she awaited clients, confident in her abilities, adorned with auspicious energy that quelled any fear of a slow day. Local retirees, intrigued by the unusual sight, gathered around her. 1,000 for a reading? Quite a bold claim. Master Qian next door only charges 800. The young lady promises to reveal past events. Let us see if she can deliver. An elderly man stepped forward. Young lady, take a look at me. If you are accurate, I will pay. Lin-Shi glanced at him, noting his sunken eyes and the signs of a difficult childhood. Before you turned 18, you lived in poverty. However, you married well and began to prosper at 25, receiving recognition from benefactors. In retirement, you will enjoy leisurely days fishing and birdwatching. Mr. Li nodded. These are common knowledge among neighbors. It's not impressive. Lin-Shi replied. But there is a deep-seated regret within you. Mr. Li's interest peaked. I have a happy family, obedient children, and a monthly pension of 20,000. What regret could I possibly have? Lin-Shi responded, looking at your children's palace. Your left eye is full, yet your right bears a horizontal line. You have 3 sons and 1 daughter, but your daughter has been absent from your life. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's eyes filled with tears. You are right, young lady. This is a secret few know, a source of sorrow for my wife and me. Long ago, in the crowded train station, he and his daughter were separated by the throng. Mr. Li searched for 30 years, visiting countless places, yet his daughter remained elusive. Now convinced of Lin-Shi's abilities, he urgently asked, young lady, no. Master, what has become of my daughter? Lin-Shi reassured him, your daughter is alive. Tomorrow, you and your wife should go grocery shopping and engage in conversation. A surprise awaits. Overjoyed, Mr. Li, forgetting his modest means, pulled out all the cash he had, but it fell short of 1,000. Master, I don't have enough cash. Lin-Shi offered, a QR code will suffice. Thank you. Haha, how modern. Mr. Li quickly transferred 1,000 and hurried away, leaving a crowd of gossiping retirees, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tomorrow, they must see if Mr. Li's tale is true. Retirement had become dull, and they found a new source of entertainment. Before long, another woman squeezed into the crowd. Lin-Shi examined her features, preparing to speak. But the woman produced 1,000 yuan immediately, saying, Master, no need to reveal past events. I trust you. The onlookers murmured, Wang Li? Back again to inquire about her son's marriage? You've consulted every master on this street. Why are you so fixated? Your child is still young. He will naturally find a girlfriend and settle down when the time is right. Wang Li shot a glare at the crowd. What do you know? Mind your own business. She took out a photograph of her son to show Lin-Shi, feeling exceedingly anxious. Master, please tell me, when will my son marry? Where is his destined partner? Lin-Shi scrutinized the photo, her expression peculiar. She tactfully replied, there is no destined partner for him, but there is a destined prince. Chapter 9. The Master of Wealth. Wang Li gasped, Master, are you implying that my son is? Lin Shi nodded affirmatively, confirming her thoughts. Wang Li's son had fair skin, sparse facial hair, and delicate eyebrows, with eyes that revealed a disinterest in girls. Lin Shi remarked, you must have sensed this already. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking around. Indeed. I seek to validate my suspicions, and it seems I was correct, Wang Li said, pressing her temples in silence for a long while. Long ago, she had noticed her son's differences, prompting her desperate search for a master to divine his fate, only to find that the masters along the street were all charlatans. They either claimed her son's true love would come late or that he would marry 3 times, attempting to sell her various charms for love and prosperity. Only the young woman before her discerned the underlying issue. Wang Li took a deep breath. Master, should I prepare a bride price or dowry? Lin Shi, impressed by her composure, quickly made a judgment and whispered in Wang Li's ear, dowry. Wang Li, frustrated, lamented how her son had become such a disappointment, wondering who would inherit her estate. Her voice was loud enough for all the elderly folks around to hear. Lin Shi covered her face, but considering Wang Li's dignity, she spoke softly. To her surprise, Wang Li seemed unfazed. Indeed, urbanites are quite open-minded. The elderly chuckled. Wang Li, you're still young. Embrace the national call and hurry to have another child. Yes, yes. Children born this year will be dragon offspring. Wang Li, hands on her hips, retorted, go away. I'm 40 this year. I can't bear another. You go have one. However, she soon reconsidered, thinking it might be a good idea. Wang Li continued, Master, do you think I can still conceive? Lin Shi smiled mysteriously. You are already 2 months pregnant. What? Wang Li exclaimed, instinctively touching her belly. No wonder I've felt heavier lately. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Congratulations, Ban Li. Wishing you a smooth delivery and a healthy mother and child. Wang Li shivered at the thought of her son. This time, I want to have a daughter. She quickly asked Lin Shi, Master, can you tell me if I'm having a boy or a girl? I have no ulterior motives. I just wish to know the gender to prepare accordingly. Lin Shi shook her head. It is against the rules of the Master's sect to predict the gender of the fetus. Another older woman chimed in. It's also against the law to disclose the gender of a fetus. Wang Li, don't put the Master at risk. Wang Li waved her hands dismissively. I was just joking, Master. Thank you. I'll treat you to a feast when the baby is born. She happily walked away, patting her belly. The remaining elderly folks quickly surrounded Lin Shi. They all had pensions and for them, 1,000 yuan was hardly significant. They could simply forego purchasing some health supplements. Lin Shi continued to read fortunes, dealing with minor matters such as children's marriages and grandchildren's education. After completing 10 readings, night began to fall, and she hurriedly packed up to avoid any misfortunes. Lin Shi waved goodbye. Elders come back tomorrow, and it's first come, first served. Today, she had earned 10,000 yuan, donated 5,000, leaving her with 5,000. Earning 5,000 a day meant she could make 150,000 a month, and becoming wealthy was within reach. Indeed, big cities offer abundant opportunities for wealth. Lin Shi indulged herself by ordering 18 dishes from a restaurant. Xiao Hua exclaimed, Wow, this smells so good, much better than what Xiao Mu cooks. Xiao Mu playfully knocked on his head. It's not that good. Don't eat it next time. Xiao Hua covered his head. Xiao Mu, I was wrong. He and Xiao Shui adeptly picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Xiao Jin, hands on her hips, said, Wait, you two? The master hasn't eaten yet. Lin Shi smiled. It's fine. We can all eat together. Xiao Tu had just arrived and was still getting used to using chopsticks, struggling to compete for food against Xiao Hua and Xiao Shui. Xiao Jin noticed this and picked 3 pieces of braised pork from Xiao Hua's bowl for Xiao Tuesday. Xiao Tu was taken aback, then beamed, Thank you, Jin Ge. Xiao Jin replied coolly, Just eat. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. What a fickle fellow. Xiao Jin shot him a glare, and Xiao Hua obediently continued eating. The following afternoon, Lin Shi returned to her usual spot to set up her stall. As soon as she arrived, the elderly folks gathered around, some even bringing their own snacks and drinks. One older woman handed Lin Shi a handful of sunflower seeds. Master, here, don't be shy. Lin Shi thanked her. No need to thank me. It's not worth much. The older woman waved her hand. Master, your predictions are remarkably accurate. Wang Li went to the hospital last night and has already confirmed her pregnancy. Has Li Dage's daughter been found? I saw her this morning at the market. Li Dage was holding a woman and crying, so she must have been found. Is it really that miraculous? Just as she spoke, Li Dage and his wife arrived, leading a middle-aged woman. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Li Dage, with tears in his eyes, said, "Master, thanks to your reminder. I realized my daughter was so close to me." He had traveled to the ends of the earth, only to discover that his daughter was in the same city. The previous night, after heeding Lin Shi's advice, he had spent the entire night unable to sleep and brought his wife to the market at dawn. He moved slowly, and when his wife saw someone selling tofu pudding, she paused, saying Yaya loved tofu pudding when she was little. Li Dage sighed. "Let us get 3 servings." Zhang Yu didn't look up, sweet or savory. His wife, being from the north, preferred savory, while Li Dage, from the south, favored sweet. His daughter, Yaya, had followed him in this preference. Zhang Yu quickly packed the order. "Here are your 3 servings." Li Dage took the tofu pudding, noting that it was typically savory in this area, with sweet varieties being rare. Zhang Yu smiled. "I grew up in the south. The sweet tofu pudding there is delicious." "You'll see." Li Dage was startled as he closely examined her features, which bore some resemblance to his wife. He trembled, asking, "Child, how old are you this year?" Zhang Yu, feeling perplexed, replied, 35. "Why?" Li Dage pressed further. "And your parents?" Zhang Yu chuckled ruefully. "Those 2 aren't my parents. They always fought and hit me. I remember 2 large trees in front of my house. My name has a character for moon in it, and my parents treated me well, with 3 older brothers." As she spoke, Li Dage and his wife were already in tears. "My daughter." Li Dage hurriedly explained everything and took Zhang Yu for a paternity test. Although the results had not yet come back, he felt certain that Zhang Yu was indeed his biological daughter. Li Dage turned to Lin Shi. "Master, without your guidance, I wouldn't have known if I could ever see Yaya again." "Thank you so much." Lin Shi replied, "You are indeed a blessed man. I merely charge for my services." The crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement, and Lin Shi's area became a hub of activity. A young man with yellow hair remarked, "Master Qian, I heard a young girl has come over there, and all the elders have gone to seek her fortune. Stealing business." Qian Fuguei snorted. "Didn't they inquire about my reputation before coming here?" The young man suggested, "Master Qian, let us go test her skills." Qian Fuguei kicked him. "What nonsense. With that face of yours, which elder doesn't recognize you? You'd only embarrass our Daoist hall." Qian Fuguei's mind raced. "Let us find someone unfamiliar to test that girl's true abilities." The young man nodded eagerly. Master Qian is indeed wise. Chapter 10. Your child is in danger. Lin Shi raised her hand. "Please line up. Don't crowd. Today, I will read 5 fortunes." An older woman asked, "Master, why 5 today?" Lin Shi cleared her throat. "It's a rule of the sect." In truth, the purple aura surrounding her was growing increasingly faint, and her fortune dwindled as well, rendering her unable to earn as much in a single day. Lin Shi's dream of becoming wealthy had shattered before it even began. She contemplated waiting until the purple aura completely vanished and then sneaking out at midnight to bite Fu Jingyao. This time, meticulous planning was imperative. First, she would render Fu Jingyao unconscious, then take a bite. After that, she would apply some ointment to erase the evidence, ensuring he would remain oblivious. Regaining her composure, Lin Shi continued her fortune-telling. Ma Zuexiang had secured the first spot in line. She had heard that a new master had arrived at the antique street, who had helped Grandpa Li reunite with his long-lost daughter, prompting her to queue before dawn. She often consulted fortune-tellers, and it would soon be evident whether this master possessed genuine skills. Ma Zuexiang pulled her grandson closer and stepped forward. "Master, my grandson is taking the college entrance examination this year. Can you tell us if he will be admitted to university?" Beside them, Su Zhan wore an expression of impatience. "Grandma, you already know my grades. Don't believe in these superstitions. Dad says it's all a scam." Ma Zuexiang patted his head. "What do you know, child? This isn't called feudal superstition. It is the promotion of our splendid cultural traditions." Standing tall, she added, "Besides, I'm spending my own money. What right does that brat have to complain?" Su Zhan, unable to argue with his grandmother, stood with one hand in his pocket, gazing skyward. Ma Zuexiang smiled apologetically.
"Master."
"My grandson is young and doesn't understand. Please don't take offense." Lin Shi waved her hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. He's just a young man." Su Zhan was utterly baffled. Who was the real child here? This master appeared even younger than he was. His grandmother truly was losing her senses. Lin Shi spread out her paper and pen. "Write a character." The master had advised that varying the methods of fortune-telling would captivate the onlookers further. Writing characters was also a form of divination. The elderly gentlemen and ladies adjusted their reading glasses, peering intently. They had never seen fortune-telling conducted in such a manner. And it was indeed intriguing. Su Zhan seized the pen and scribbled the character, Jia, his tone dripping with impatience. And then, Lin Shi glanced at it. Your grades rank among the top in your school. Gaining admission to a university is no problem at all. Upon hearing this, Ma Cuexiang's anxious heart settled. Su Zhan proudly raised his chin. I've been first in my grade since childhood. If I can't get into university, who can? 1,000 yuan for that one sentence? Earning money was too easy. Ma Cuexiang pinched his ear.
Be quiet. Ouch.
Grandma, that hurts. Su Zhan covered his ears, silently standing by. Ma Cuexiang inquired, Master, what does the character signify? Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, it has two meanings. The character consists of fire on the left and earth on the right, forming the hexagram, advance, signifying a rising sun. This is an auspicious hexagram. Your grandson excels academically and will be admitted to a prestigious university with a bright future ahead. Upon hearing this, Ma Cuexiang beamed with joy. This child has no other talents. He has only ever known how to study. Su Zhan's chin lifted even higher. I admit, you are absolutely correct. The onlookers were envious. Ma Cuexiang, are you here to show off your grandson? Ma Cuexiang wore a proud expression. Don't cause any troubles. She continued, Master, what about the second meaning? Lin Shi smiled mysteriously. Also refers to a beautiful person, signifying joyous occasions in pairs. What? Ma Cuexiang grasped Su Zhan's ear and twisted it sharply. You little rascal. Are you in a relationship? Su Zhan was left speechless. His romantic affairs were a secret even from his classmates and teachers. How did this woman know? It was over.
His ears were in jeopardy.
Su Zhan hung his head, yelping in pain. Grandma, it hurts. Stop. Ma Cuexiang, hands on her hips, exclaimed, You learn nothing else but how to date early. Su Zhan retorted, Grandma, you just said I only know how to study. Now I only know how to date. He cast a pleading glance at Lin Shi. Master, we are truly in love. Ma Cuexiang picked up her cloth shoe. What does a child like you know about true love? Lin Shi interjected. Auntie, let the young ones handle their affairs themselves. Meddling will only disrupt his fortune. Also has a third meaning. The person Su Zhan likes has the character in their name. However, she refrained from voicing this, wanting to spare the boy some dignity.
Ma Cuexiang,
accustomed to fortune-telling, grasped the implication immediately. Master, this girl is Su Zhan's destined partner. Destined partner, the one fated to walk through life together, Lin Shi affirmed. This child has an exceptionally favorable destiny.
Su Zhan's face radiated gratitude.
Thank you, Master. You truly are remarkable. Amidst the crowd, a young man rolled his eyes, sensing an opportunity. He approached Lin Shi and wrote the character. Wu Da shouted, Can I also find out if I can get into university? He sneered. With the same character, let's see how you explain it. If she could not provide an answer, Wu Da could fulfill the task assigned to him by Qian Fugui. Lin Shi glanced at his features, her smile unwavering. Are you certain you wish to inquire about your studies? Are you sure you want to write this character? Impatient, Wu Da urged, Hurry up. Can't you see I'm waiting? Lin Shi replied, Then as you wish. First provide the payment. Wu Da tossed out 1,000 yuan, snorting disdainfully. Don't try to use your usual spiel. I'm not so easily fooled. Lin Shi shook her head, sighing. You possess not an ounce of talent in your studies, consistently ranking at the bottom since childhood. You dropped out after middle school. Wu Da stability. With the same character, you said the previous person excelled. But when it comes to me, my grades are poor. Are you looking down on me? Lin Shi remained unfazed. The stroke above yours is crooked. The previous customer wrote, and you wrote again. It's equivalent to adding another character to the left, forming difficulty. The onlookers eagerly chimed in with answers. Wu Da, however, remained utterly confused. Lin Shi nodded approvingly. Indeed. Wu Da was still perplexed. What of it? Lin Shi replied calmly. Not only implies your academic struggles, but also reflects your fate. Observing your features, you lost your father at 3, your mother at 6, and your grandfather at 16. Since then, you ceased your education and entered society. Your life has been fraught with hardships. You have engaged in menial labor, resorting to petty theft, engaging in fights, threatening schoolchildren, and stealing eggs from neighbors, among other misdeeds. You will live a life of wandering, ending up lonely in your old age, homeless and ultimately on the streets.
Wudu's facade crumbled.
Stop, I don't want to hear anymore. I'm done. Having been a petty thief since childhood, he dropped out at 16 to work. He had done everything from moving bricks to assembling screws and collecting scrap. He had experienced it all. It dawned on him how tragically unfortunate his life had been. Wude completely forgot the task that Qian Fu-gui had entrusted him with. Staring intently at Lin Shi, he pleaded, "Master, I don't want to live such a miserable life. What should I do?" Lin Shi responded, "Your fate is sealed, but your fortune can be altered. The wrongdoings you have committed will gradually erode your luck. Therefore, be diligent and upright in your actions. Refrain from further misdeeds. Master, I will heed your teachings." Wude wept as he ran away. How kind of the master, not to deceive him with talismans for fortune, but instead to guide him towards redemption. The superficial tasks assigned by Qian Fu-gui held no value. They could all perish. Wude had an epiphany. From this moment forth, he would strive to be a better person, renaming himself Wuchida. Lin Shi conducted 3 more divinations, concluding her day at the stall. The elderly patrons departed with lingering reluctance. At the master's place, sunflower seeds and peanuts tasted far superior, and they could indulge in extra bowls of rice in the evening. The elderly asked, "Master, will you return tomorrow?" Lin Shi waved her hand. "Same time tomorrow. Let us meet again. Master, see you tomorrow." As the crowd dispersed, Lin Shi tidied her stall and set off to purchase some treats. Following the enticing aroma, she stopped at a braised food stall. "Boss, give me a pound of pig ears, a pound of vegetables, a pound of chicken feet, and 3 pounds of pig trotters." "All right." Zhou Yun moved swiftly, soon packaging the 3 dishes. "Master, no need to pay. Thanks to your blessing, my business has improved significantly these past 2 days." Lin Shi cast her gaze at her. With a broad face, large nose, and thick lips, he is a diligent and honest man, though a faint shadow of misfortune looms over his children. Chapter 11. A Report. Zhou Yun was startled. "Master, what has happened to my daughter?" "There is a sign of drowning. Hurry to the pond near your home." Lin Shi added, "I will keep an eye on your stall."
"Thank you, master."
Lin Shi sat nearby, munching on pig ears, when Aunt Zhang approached and exclaimed, "Oh, master, you've begun selling marinated dishes now." Aunt Zhang expertly weighed and seasoned the food, saying, "Master, let me help you sell. I often buy marinated dishes from Zhou Yun and can adjust the flavors perfectly." Zhou Yun is truly a hard-pressed individual. She is capable and diligent, yet her husband and mother-in-law are quite the burden. After finishing her pig ears, Lin Shi took a pig trotter to gnaw on. She finally understood the joy of gossiping with the elderly. Aunt Zhang animatedly continued discussing Zhou Yun's family. "Master, you may not know, but Zhou Yun's husband is a gambling addict, spending every day at the card table, neglecting all responsibilities, leaving the household chores solely to Zhou Yun. As for that mother-in-law, one can tell she is not a good person. Just look at her face. I can't even be bothered to comment." Zhou Yun hurried towards the pond on the east side of her home. This pond, long neglected, seldom sees visitors. Upon mention by the master, she immediately recognized the place. Zhou Yun often warned her daughter to stay away from water. Her daughter had always been obedient. How could she venture to such a pond? On the way, Zhou Yun pulled out her phone and called Sun Li. "Hello, where is Ling Ling? Tell her to answer the phone." Sun Li impatiently shouted, "How should I know where that little girl has run off to? Don't interfere with my chance to make money." Zhou Yun, recalling her husband's character, grew increasingly anxious. "Sun Li, stop gambling and quickly go look for Ling Ling at the pond to the east." "Look for what? That girl is wild. I can't control her." Sun Li cursed. "Damn it. I've lost again. Zhou Yun, it's all your fault for ruining my luck. Just wait and see how I deal with you today." Zhou Yun hung up the phone. Sun Li, in a fit of rage, tossed his cards aside and stormed out. "Damn it. How dare she hang up on me?" On the other side, Zhou Yun ran into her mother-in-law, Jin Xiaolon. Jin Xiaolon scolded loudly. "Oh, that blind and ungrateful wretch." Upon seeing Zhou Yun, her expression changed, and she began to scold again. "Zhou Yun, do you see what time it is? Why aren't you working? What are you doing here?" Zhou Yun wished to ignore her, but Jin Xiaolon firmly grasped her hand. "Zhou Yun, you're getting too bold. How dare you disregard me? What are you in such a hurry for? Are you sneaking around? Let me see who your lover is." Jin Xiaolon became increasingly outrageous, prompting Zhou Yun to shout, "I'm here to find my daughter. Where is Ling Ling?" Jin Xiaolon rolled her eyes. "Of course, Ling Ling is at home. A little child wouldn't come to such a place." Zhou Yun sensed something was amiss. "Why are you here then? Anxiously, Zhou Yun pushed her away. Jin Xiaolon fell to the ground, wailing, "Unfilial. How dare you hit your mother-in-law? Unfilial. Everyone, look at Zhou Yun's true colors." Zhou Yun ignored her mother-in-law's antics and rushed toward the pond. Jin Xiaolon was startled. Today, Zhou Yun seemed possessed. She had never been so defiant before, never daring to challenge her. This is bad. Jin Xiaolon hastily got up and ran to the small pond. Her earlier shout had drawn the attention of the surrounding people, who quickly gathered. Jin Xiaolon was once again stirring trouble. I say Zhou Yun should rid herself of these two leeches. Zhou Yun, with her gentle nature, came from a family that valued sons over daughters, making her a pitiful figure. Let us go see what new scheme Jin Xiaolon has concocted this time. By the pond, Ling Ling struggled in the water, crying, "Mommy, mommy." Sobbing. "Don't be afraid, mommy is coming." Zhou Yun unhesitatingly jumped in. Jin Xiaolon cursed under her breath. Why didn't she come sooner or later? This is truly a nightmare. A sudden thought struck her. What if both Zhou Yun and Ling Ling drowned here? However, with a crowd of people arriving, Jin Xiaolon quickly dismissed the idea and stood by coldly. The neighbors noticed the dire situation and immediately shouted for help. Quickly help. Several people joined forces to pull Zhou Yun and Ling Ling from the water. The pond was filled with moss and mud. Zhou Yun, disregarding her own condition, anxiously checked on her daughter. Ling Ling coughed up water and clung to her, crying, "Mommy, mommy." Zhou Yun's heart ached. Ling Ling, mommy has told you to stay away from ponds and water. Ling Ling sobbed, "Mommy, it was Grandma who brought me here. Grandma pushed me in." Jin Xiaolon cursed under her breath. That little brat, here to collect debts. Of course, Jin Xiaolon would never admit it, immediately shouting, "This little girl has learned to slander at such a young age. Zhou Yun, look at the good daughter you've raised. Do you still have any shame?" Zhou Yun's eyes reddened as she grabbed Jin Xiaolon by the hair and slapped her. "Jin Xiaolon, you have always disliked Ling Ling. This time, you even tried to harm her." "I did not." Jin Xiaolon shouted. "What kind of shameless woman did our son family marry?" Everyone, see Zhou Yun's true face. Do not be deceived by her.
Slap.
Zhou Yun struck her 3 more times, determined to protect Ling Ling. A shameless woman is still a woman. Unable to fight back, Jin Xiaolon screamed, "Murder! Murder!" The crowd feigned ignorance, pretending not to see. Everyone knew Jin Xiaolon's reputation. She was known for being petty and spreading rumors, having caused trouble for many present. Seeing that no one would help her, Jin Xiaolon desperately clutched Zhou Yun's hair, cursing, "What use is a hen that doesn't lay eggs, giving birth to just a little girl? I will have Sun Li kick you out." At that moment, Sun Li rushed over. "Zhou Yun, what are you doing? Let go of my mother." Jin Xiaolon, seeing support, became emboldened. "Sun Li, look at what kind of wife you've married. She is shitting on her mother-in-law's head." Sun Li was furious, raising his hand to strike Zhou Yun. A crowd of people restrained him, leaving Sun Li powerless and furious. "Zhou Yun, this life is no longer bearable. I want a divorce." "Fine, let us divorce." Zhou Yun released Jin Xiaolon, walked up to Sun Li, and slapped him twice. "One slap for Ling Ling, and one for myself. You shameless woman." Sun Li was livid, yet he was firmly held down and could do nothing to Zhou Yun. He yelled, "I will settle this with you later." Zhou Yun felt relieved and finally calmed down, borrowing a phone from someone nearby to call the police. "I want to report that Jin Xiaolon attempted to harm my daughter, and Sun Li is gambling and visiting brothels." Chapter 12. A charm left by the master. Sun Li knelt on the ground. The only 2 words in his mind were, "It's over." Jin Xiaolon finally sensed fear, forcing a smile more grotesque than a cry. "Zhou Yun, we are family." Zhou Yun held Ling Ling tightly. "From now on, we are not family. We are enemies." Jin Xiaolon's eyes widened. It is truly over. The police arrived promptly and took both of them away. Zhou Yun needed to go to the police station to give a statement. She pleaded with the officers to stop at the antique street for a moment. Meanwhile, Lin Shi finished a bag of pig ears, 2 bags of vegetarian dishes, and 3 bags of pig trotters. She yawned and calculated that Zhou Yun's matter should be resolved by now. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yun approached. "Master, thank you for your reminder, otherwise Ling Ling." Lin Shi patted her shoulder and offered a few words of comfort. There, don't cry. It's all in the past." Zhou Yun wiped her eyes, intending to tell the master not to worry about watching her stall, but found that the marinated dishes had all sold out. Zhou Yun couldn't help but smile through her tears. "Thank you, master. I will buy all your marinated dishes from now on." "Excellent." Lin Shi rubbed her belly and pulled out a safety charm for her. Children who fall into water can be easily frightened. Place the charm under their pillow for a peaceful sleep without nightmares. Zhou Yun tightly grasped the charm, deeply bowing. Master, you are my benefactor. Today I earned 5,000. I will donate half and still have 2,005 left. After deducting her miscellaneous expenses, she still had 20,000 left. In the village, she would be considered a small fortune. Lin Shi encouraged herself. A beautiful day had come to an end, and tomorrow would surely be another good day. However, as she noticed a row of cars parked in front of her home, an unsettling feeling washed over her, prompting her to turn and leave. She was mistaken. Tomorrow would not be a beautiful day.
Fu Jingyao appeared unexpectedly.
His expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on her. Lin Shi, you have made it difficult for me to find you. Lin Shi forced a chuckle, asking, Mr. Fu, what brings you to this humble place? Fu Jingyao remained silent, his face stern as he advanced toward her step by step. The bodyguards nearby exchanged glances, fanning out in a radiating formation to encircle her tightly. Lin Shi's heart began to race at the sight of the layers of bodyguards surrounding her. It was apparent that Fu Jingyao was not here with good intentions. Was he here to settle a score? Comparing her slender arms and legs to the burly bodyguards, she abandoned any thoughts of fighting back. She could handle spirits, but not combat. Facing a 50-to-1 odds was simply futile. Her complexion fluctuated as Fu Jingyao inquired, What are you plotting? Lin Shi crossed her arms defiantly. I was wondering if you could go easy on me when you decide to throw a punch. Fu Jingyao took a deep breath. I do not resort to violence. Lin Shi's heart, which had been in turmoil, settled at his words. Yet, bringing so many bodyguards simply to intimidate her was perplexing. Oh, it's nothing. I think I'll take my leave now, she replied, attempting to slip away. Instinctively, Fu Jingyao grasped her wrist. He had never liked women getting too close, yet he had just reached out to hold Lin Shi's hand.
Now.
Releasing her was not an option, nor was holding on indefinitely. Maintaining this position, Fu Jingyao pulled Lin Shi toward the car, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lin Shi, come with me. My grandfather wishes to see you, he stated bluntly. Lin Shi contemplated resisting, but the moment Fu Jingyao touched her, a surge of energy flowed into her, revitalizing her spirit. There were indeed other methods to harness this energy beyond biting. Unfortunately, once inside the vehicle, Fu Jingyao let go of her hand and distanced himself, leaving enough space for another person between them. Lin Shi cast a glance at the vibrant aura surrounding Fu Jingyao, sighing inwardly. She truly longed to take a bite. Being in close proximity to Fu Jingyao was intoxicating, filled with the scent of wealth. No, it was not merely an aura, but the fragrant essence of money. Unable to indulge herself, Lin Shi focused her gaze intently on Fu Jingyao, feeling increasingly despondent. He was indeed favored by fate, radiating a resplendent aura that dazzled her eyes. Yet, curiously, he lacked any visible signs of virtue. Logically, one must accumulate good deeds to be reborn with such auspicious attributes. Individuals like him were typically laden with fortune, their merits countless. Given the intensity of Fu Jingyao's aura, he surely possessed some measure of virtue. Even unfortunate Lin Shi had accumulated a bit of virtuous light. This was indeed perplexing. Lin Shi continued to scrutinize Fu Jingyao. His face, his waist, those long legs, her master had excellent taste. Fu Jingyao sensed a piercing gaze upon him and instinctively shifted away, reminiscent of that day when he feared this woman might leap at him. As the Maybach smoothly entered the scenic estate, Butler Lu waved his hands vigorously, instructing everyone to take their positions and maintain order. As Lin Shi stepped out of the car, the two rows of servants bowed in unison. They called out thrice, and Lin Shi paused, bewildered. Was this what it meant to live a life of wealth? Fu Jingyao explained, It's my grandparents' intentions. You'll get used to it. Butler Lu stepped forward, displaying a cheerful smile. Miss Lin, if you find this unsatisfactory, I can arrange for a different form of welcome next time. The first rule of a butler's professionalism: rectify mistakes, even if there are none. Lin Shi waved her hand dismissively. No, this is fine. It's quite nice. She followed Fu Jingyao through the long red carpet and into a magnificent villa, suffused with the aroma of affluence. Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu rose to greet them. Zhang Wenxiu, brimming with warmth, pulled Lin Shi to sit down. Child, your name is Lin Shi, correct? You must have had a tough time these past few days. This rascal Fu Jingyao couldn't he even recognize his own wife. We owe you and your master an apology. Lin Shi forced a laugh. Haha, I've been quite well. Thank you for your concern, madam. Zhang Wenxiu patted her hand, Don't call me madam. You should call me grandma. Yes, yes, you should also call me grandpa. Fu Jianhua added with a smile. Lin Shi, we were unaware that you were coming to Dijing. Daoist Xian Kong didn't he inform us? Had we known, we would have sent Fu Jingyao to fetch you. Lin Shi was at a loss for words and could only manage an awkward smile. How ironic that her master revealed her engagement only at the last moment before his demise. She had no idea she would end up in Dijing. Zhang Wenxiu called for Wu Ma to bring an array of snacks. Lin Shi, have a little something to tide you over. Dinner will be ready shortly. Lin Shi accepted the tea from Wu Ma, thanking her. Fu Jingyao's grandparents were nothing like she had imagined. They were exceedingly warm. Zhang Wenxiu peeled an orange for Lin Shi. Here, eat this. Fu Jianhua opened a bag of potato chips. This is what young people enjoy. Lin Shi, she had heard the butler's classic line, feeling undeniably awkward. Butler, must you say that? Come, Lin Shi, eat this. Lin Shi, have some of this. Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu took turns urging her. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyao sat quietly to the side, utterly overlooked. He silently peeled an orange for himself. Sour. Zhang Wenxiu beamed. Lin Shi, your master left you a talisman. Lin Shi blurted out, my master would leave me something? As if he wouldn't just be a burden to her. Surely, this wasn't a prank talisman? Chapter 13. What am I missing in medical expenses?
Child.
Daoist Xian Kong cares deeply for you. He simply hasn't voiced it due to pride. Zhang Wenxiu instructed Butler Liu, fetch a black box from my vanity. Butler Liu hurried upstairs, presenting the box to Lin Shi before departing with Wu Ma and the other servants. The second rule of a butler's professionalism: be perceptive to the nuances of conversation. Lin Shi opened the box, revealing a familiar yellow talisman, unmistakably her master's hasty script. Fu Jianhua inquired curiously, what kind of talisman is this? It's a projection talisman. My master must have left me a message. Lin Shi concentrated her energy at her fingertips and lightly tapped the yellow talisman. The talisman fluttered without wind, rising into the air and gradually forming a human silhouette. It's Daoist Xian Kong.
Fu Jianhua gazed in astonishment.
He was well aware of Daoist Xian Kong's abilities and was taken aback to witness Lin Shi perform such a feat effortlessly. Previously, when Daoist Xian Kong had saved someone, he had to exhaust his own life force for an entire day and night before Zhang Wenxiu awoke. Daoist Xian Kong had informed Fu Jianhua that the malevolent entity afflicting Zhang Wenxiu was exceptionally powerful, and he had sacrificed half of his lifespan to eradicate it. Fu Jianhua was moved to tears, expressing his gratitude. Daoist, thank you so much. Whatever you require, as long as I, Fu Jianhua, can fulfill it, I will go through fire and water for you. Daoist Xian Kong smiled mysteriously. I wish for Fu Jingyao to be betrothed to my disciple. Such favorable news was met with Fu Jianhua's enthusiastic agreement. It seemed the Fu family had struck gold. Fu Jingyao, this lad, had effortlessly acquired a formidable wife. The more Fu Jianhua observed Lin Shi, the more he appreciated her. Both he and Zhang Wenxiu felt a pang of concern, quickly comforting Lin Shi. You have us and Jingyao. If anyone bullies you, do not hesitate to tell us. Fu Jianhua cast a pointed look at Fu Jingyao, urging him to speak. Stop standing there like a block of wood. Say something. Fu Jianhua, exasperated, slapped him lightly. If you can't speak, then at least don't remain silent. Fu Jingyao, didn't you just tell me to speak? Lin Shi cleared her throat. Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well. In the sky. Master Xiankong stroked his beard, saying, Lin Shi, in the future, when I am not by your side, take good care of yourself. Remember to eat and sleep on time. And do not stay up late. He uttered a torrent of sentimental words, but Lin Shi remained expressionless, while Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu wept inconsolably. Fu Jianhua waved his hand. Master Xiankong, you may go. We will look after Lin Shi. The figure of Master Xiankong grew fainter, and he exclaimed, Disciple, do not find your master tedious. There is one last thing. Lin Shi, make haste to engage in the union of yin and yang with Fu Jingyao. If once is not enough, try several times.
He.
You know what I mean, do not play coy. Your master loves you. He formed a heart shape with his hands before vanishing. Lin Shi, embarrassed, covered her face, her ears turning slightly red. Her master remained the same, always finding ways to tease her. Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu exchanged glances, amused by the master's lively spirit. Fu Jingyao stared intently out the window, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. At that moment, Butler Liu knocked on the door, announcing, Elder, Matriarch, Young Master, and Miss Lin, dinner is served. The butler, adhering to his professional ethics, knew when to appear and when to discreetly depart. With a polite smile, revealing 8 shining teeth, he beckoned, "Please, everyone. Mao has already set the table. Oh, it's time to eat." Zhang Wenxiu pulled Lin Shi to the table and personally served her a bowl of chicken soup, saying, "Come, Lin Shi, do not be polite. You are too thin." "Thank you, Grandma," Lin Shi replied, accepting the bowl and beginning her meal. At the dining table, Zhang Wenxiu and Fu Jianhua exchanged a knowing glance and nodded subtly. Fu Jianhua pinched Fu Jingyao, urging, "Stop eating and speak." Fu Jingyao set down his chopsticks and awkwardly initiated small talk. "Lin Shi, who else is in your family?" "After Master's passing, I live alone," she replied. "I'm sorry." Fu Jingyao felt the wave of guilt, realizing he was ill-equipped for conversations with girls. Lin Shi calmly reassured, "It's fine. I manage well on my own. When Master was often away from the temple, I would go down the mountain to exorcise spirits. The villagers below were very kind, always saving chicken legs for me." Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu began to tear up, envisioning a tragic narrative. Alas, this child is truly pitiful. Zhang Wenxiu fervently served Lin Shi more dishes, saying, "Come, eat."
Do not dwell on sad things.
With her cheeks full, Lin Shi insisted, "I'm not sad." In her childhood, when she saw other children with parents, she had asked her master why she lacked such figures. Her master had gently patted her head, saying, "If you wish to see, then go ahead. However, you have little connection to your kin. Some things cannot be forced." Lin Shi had secretly gone to see them. They were a harmonious family, living blissfully. On that day, her father had casually mentioned her, dismissing her as a calamity, forbidding any further mention of her. Lin Shi had been sorrowful for days and resolved never to think of it again. Her biological parents had abandoned her by the creek. Their fates were severed, and she saw no reason to cling to it. Now, mentioning her parents brought her a sense of tranquility. After finishing their meal, Zhang Wenxiu urged Fu Jingyao to take Lin Shi out for a stroll. "This child is slow to catch on. He excels in business, yet is utterly oblivious in matters of the heart. I must create opportunities for him and Lin Shi to be alone and nurture their feelings." Fu Jianhua silently gave her a thumbs up. Zhang Wenxiu playfully maneuvered to confine Lin Shi and Fu Jingyao outside, under the beautiful night sky of Shanshui Beach. "Jingyao, do make a proper introduction." Fu Jingyao and Lin Shi exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. Remembering his grandmother's instructions, Fu Jingyao took the lead, saying, "Lin Shi, let me show you around." Lin Shi had no objections, expressing, "I've never seen a mansion before." Fu Jingyao elaborated, "Shanshui Beach spans 60,000 square meters. Passed down from the Fu family for 5 centuries, renovated 10 times. This path is paved with imported tiles, and over there it's crafted from luxury stone." Lin Shi lagged behind, feeling particularly sleepy. "Your grandma asked you to introduce and you're detailing history and building materials," she yawned. "The villa indeed has excellent feng shui. It gathers energy and is very comfortable to live in." "Indeed," Fu Jingyao replied, casting a glance at her. "My grandparents like you very much. If you wish, you can live here in the future." Lin Shi quickly declined. "No, living here is inconvenient." Fu Jingyao seemed to think of something, his ears turning red. He called out to her, "Lin Shi, have you forgotten something?" Lin Shi countered, "What?" Fu Jingyao removed the scarf around his neck, revealing deep bite marks that had scabbed over. Lin Shi caught sight of the familiar marks and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. That day, in a moment of desperation, she had bitten down fiercely, causing him to bleed significantly. She had almost forgotten about it in the heat. Lin Shi laughed awkwardly. "That day was an accident. Perhaps I should compensate you for medical expenses?" Fu Jingyao casually turned his wrist, revealing his luxury watch. "Do I look like I need that little bit for medical expenses?" Chapter 14. Marriage Certificate.
Fu Jingyao esse de minor radiated wealth.
Lin Shi thought to herself, how annoying are those who flaunt their riches. However, as for compensation, she, being impoverished, could not afford it. After a moment of contemplation, she approached the man. Fu Jingyao instinctively stepped back, his expression slightly flustered. "Lin Shi, what are you doing?" Just being near Fu Jingyao seemed to bring her auspiciousness. The result of their bites was the same. She had gained from the encounter. She considered it a mere nibble from a big pig trotter.
Fu Jingyao stood frozen.
From his angle, he could see Lin Shi's fair neck and her charmingly curvaceous figure. He averted his gaze, his ears turning even redder. "Lin Shi, put on your clothes. We are at my grandparents' house." Lin Shi felt bewildered, inching closer. "Hurry, I want to sleep after this. I have to set up a stall tomorrow." Fu Jingyao dared not meet her gaze. "I do not bite." Lin Shi silently scoffed. This is not allowed, and that is not allowed. Men are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. She shrugged. Fu Jingyao, what is it that you truly want? Hearing her call his name for the first time stirred something unusual in Fu Jingyao's heart. He regained his composure and nonchalantly replied, I haven't figured it out yet. Let us leave it as is for now. Lin Shi readily accepted. All right, except for killing or arson, I will unconditionally do one thing for you. Later. She would deeply regret making that promise. At this moment, Lin Shi only wished to sleep. She waved her hand. Goodbye. Nearby, from behind a bush, came a rustling sound. Lin Shi glanced over, wondering what was happening. Was there a mouse? She rushed over to investigate, only to find Zhang Wenxiu and Fu Jianhua with their heads bowed, looking embarrassed. Lin Shi. Fu Jingyao. Grandpa and Grandma are still spry, learning to follow others. Butler Lu stepped in at the right moment. The roses in the garden are in full bloom. I invited the elder and matriarch to enjoy the moon and flowers. They were so captivated by the blossoms that they were about to pick a rose for Miss Lin to welcome her first visit to Shanxue Beach. Adhering to his fourth rule of professionalism, the butler deftly resolved the situation. Zhang Wenxiu quickly plucked a rose and handed it to Lin Shi. Absolutely, absolutely. What Butler Lu said is entirely correct. Tonight's moonlight is beautiful, the flowers are beautiful, and the people are even more so. Thank you, Grandma. Lin Shi chuckled lightly as she accepted the rose. Seeing the moment was ripe, Zhang Wenxiu smiled and said, Jingyao, tomorrow you must take Lin Shi to get the marriage certificate. Fu Jingyao appeared taken aback. Grandma, there are matters at the company tomorrow. Fu Jianhua interrupted. I have already arranged everything. Tomorrow is an auspicious day. It must be done. No excuses. I will handle the company matters. Fu Jingyao sighed. Grandpa, we're still young. This is too rushed. Young. Fu Jianhua counted on his fingers. You are already 27 this year, and in the blink of an eye, you will be 30. In a few more years, you will be nearing 40, having never even been in a relationship, with no girlfriend to speak of. Behold the great-grandson of your grandfather Li, already attending kindergarten. Ah, Lin, she could not help but laugh, feeling a bit embarrassed. Please continue. Fu Jianhua puffed up his cheeks and glared. If it weren't for my betrothal with Daoist Shen Kong, you would remain a lifelong bachelor. Fu Jingyao, with a stern expression, found himself unable to counter this. At just over 25, he was portrayed in his grandfather's eyes as a man nearing 40. Zhang Wenxiu clutched her chest, breathing heavily. Jingyao, you know that your grandmother's health is poor, and she may not have much time left. My greatest wish in this life is to see you married and have children. Fu Jianhua added, Lin, she has no objections. Why do you have so much to say? Zhang Wenxiu decisively declared, tomorrow morning, you both shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and obtain your marriage certificate. The next day, Lin Shi sat before the vanity. Zhang Wenxiu, armed with an array of cosmetics, applied layer upon layer to her face. She continuously praised her. My granddaughter-in-law has such beautiful skin and features. The child you and Jingyao bear will surely be lovely. This is my greatest wish in this life. Lin Shi, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, used her spiritual energy to block her ears. The Fu family's enthusiasm was admirable, yet the constant repetition was wearing her down. After applying lipstick, Zhang Wenxiu announced, all done. Lin Shi gazed at her reflection, her lips a vivid red, her teeth pearly white, her brows and eyes framed with a newfound elegance. Her grandmother had specially chosen a moonlight white qipao for her, simply styled with an elegant bun. Standing there, she exuded an air of ethereal beauty.
Fu Jingyao,
Upon witnessing her, felt a fleeting sense of astonishment. Zhang Wenxiu beamed. How do you find my handiwork? Does your wife look beautiful? All right, we should be on our way. Lin Shi grasped his wrist, rushing toward the car. We need to finish quickly. I promised the elders I would help them at the market today. And I cannot be late. She had worked hard to establish her image as a master, and she could not allow it to falter. Fu Jingyao took the driver's seat. Fine, I'll drive faster. Silence enveloped them as they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Following the staff's instructions to fill out forms and take photographs. Closer smile, say cheese. Excellent, here are your marriage certificates. Please keep them safe. Wishing you both a harmonious union and early blessings with children. Stepping outside, Fu Jingyao stared at the red booklet in his hand, feeling dazed.
he was married.
Fu Jingyao had never contemplated what marriage entailed or what a wife might be like. He did not shy away from Lin Shi's proximity. Perhaps this was what people referred to as a fateful connection, a lifelong commitment sealed in a moment. Rubbing his brow, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts. Now that they were wed, he must shoulder the responsibility. There was no emotional foundation between them. Henceforth, he would regard Lin Shi as a sister. He parted his lips. I'm heading to the company. Where are you going? Lin Shi tucked away her marriage certificate. I'm going to the antique street to set up a stall. Fu Jingyao frowned, pulling out a black card and handing it to her. If you need money, just tell me. As Lin Shi's fingers brushed the card, a deafening rumble echoed through the sky.
Boom.
Instinctively, she shielded her head. This wretched constitution of mine. Fu Jingyao looked up at the suddenly darkened sky. Why has it turned so ominous? Lin Shi chuckled lightly. Seems like the heavens are playing tricks.
Boom. Boom.
A fierce lightning bolt flashed, seemingly a warning. Lin Shi quickly rejected Fu Jingyao's offer. Put away your black card. I'm not setting up the stall for money, but to guide the masses. It's a rule from my school. She lamented inwardly. Oh, the mythical black card, the limitless black card. How I long for it. Seeing the longing in her eyes, Fu Jingyao inquired once more, are you truly not going to take it? Lin Shi's unique identity and her beliefs dictated her choices. Although he did not comprehend her reasoning, he respected her wishes. Fu Jingyao opened the car door. I'll drive you there. No need. Lin Shi waved him off. The antique street is very close. I can walk. Yet he insisted on accompanying her. You will be the center of attention at the gossip hub. How can the mystery of the master be preserved? Wait a moment, Lin Shi. She nodded. Shall I scan you, and you skin me? I'll scan you.
Fu Jingyao replied.
As Lin Shi accepted his friend request, she turned to leave. See you tonight. Fu Jingyao's profile picture was entirely black, with his name simply as Fu Jingyao, no need for alteration. Meanwhile, he glanced at Lin Shi's avatar, which displayed 5 oddly shaped little paper figures. Her nickname read, Master Lin for fortune-telling, ghost-catching, feng shui. Fu Jingyao chuckled softly, adding a note to his contacts. Master Lin. Chapter 15. Wrong Grave. At the antique street, the elders gathered, clutching sunflower seeds and peanuts, forming a circle. Where is the master? I can barely enjoy my seeds. How many fortunes do you think the master will tell today? 6 fortunes, I bet a pack of seeds. 7 fortunes, I wager 3 packs. Here she comes. The master is here. The elders promptly stood, parting to make way for Lin Shi. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, Master, you look stunning today, like a celestial beauty. The master is indeed a heavenly being. Ma Tsuexiang added with a knowing smile. Master, you must have gone on a date with your boyfriend just now. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of gossip ignited in their eyes. Master, why didn't your boyfriend come with you? Who is your boyfriend? Master? Are you foolish? The master's boyfriend must also be a master. Lin Shi looked down at her chi pao, face palming in dismay. Oh no! I forgot to change clothes. Thankfully, the aunts could not divine her secret and would not guess her marital status. Clearing her throat, she stated, I am without a boyfriend. Please refrain from wild speculation. Ma Tsuexiang blurted, if not a boyfriend, then it must be a husband. Master, you are dressed so elaborately. Did you go to get your marriage certificate? The crowd eagerly crunched on their seeds.
Wow.
Congratulations, Master. Wishing you happiness and a lifetime of harmony. May you soon have a little master. Lin Shi's smile froze. Truly, Aunt Zhang's keen eye could not miss her secret. Lin Shi longed to say, I'm leaving. Aunt, you should come for fortune. Ma Tsuexiang raised her hand. Everyone, quiet down. The master is shy. Please do not joke about this. The crowd obediently hushed, sensing Lin Shi's reluctance to discuss the matter, and returned to their seats. Lin Shi settled onto her small stool, following the usual routine. Today, I shall tell 7 fortunes. A middle-aged man rushed in, clutching a red envelope. Master, I need help. Lin Shi glanced at him. You carry an aura of Yin. Have you encountered a ghost? The man, Sun Tianlong, nodded vigorously. Master, you are truly insightful. I dreamed of a ghost. 3 days prior, he had a peculiar dream filled with swirling white mist, where he stood entranced before the fog. A frail voice called from the mist, Tianlong, Tianlong, come here. Just as he intended to approach, he jolted awake, heart racing and drenched in cold sweat. Thinking it merely a nightmare, he washed his face and headed to work. The next day, the same scenario recurred. Tianlong, Tianlong, come here. The urgency in the voice grew. Recalling his previous experience, Sun Tianlong resisted the pull towards the fog, yet his body moved against his will. He woke once more, startled to find a puddle at the foot of his bed. It had not rained yesterday, and the ceiling was intact. Where had the water come from? Terrified, he shared this with his wife, who dismissed it as mere coincidence and urged him not to overthink it. Yet, Sun Tianlong remained anxious throughout the day. And that night the voice returned. Tianlong. Tianlong. Come to me. This time, he beheld the source of the voice through the white mist graves. Rows of tombstones loomed before him. Eerie and unsettling. The voice continued to beckon him closer. Tianlong. Tianlong.
Come here.
No. I refuse to go. Sun Tianlong trembled, too frightened to open his eyes. The voice echoed once more. Tianlong. Open your eyes and take a good look.
No.
I won't look. I won't look.
Ah.
Sun Tianlong collided with a white tombstone and jolted awake. Gasping for breath, he noticed his wife beside him, equally terrified. Did you dream of it too? He asked. His wife nodded. Tianlong, what do we do? We can't die. Xiaobao is still so young. We cannot perish. The two embraced, trembling uncontrollably, until dawn finally broke. Early the next morning, Sun Tianlong rushed to the antique street to seek a master to exorcise the ghost. After recollecting the dream, a smile, more grotesque than tears, appeared on his face. Master, on my honor, I, Sun Tianlong, have never committed any heinous acts. I have always been diligent and honest, working hard to provide for my family, not even daring to harm a chicken. Why then is this ghost tormenting me? I cannot die. My beloved must not perish either. The towering figure of Sun Tianlong, over 6 feet tall, curled into a ball, weeping incessantly. Master, please help. Lin, she spoke soothingly, remain calm. You will not die. Feeling a bit more at ease, Sun Tianlong sniffled. Master, should we perform a ritual to exterminate that ghost? No need, Lin, she explained slowly. From your features, it seems there is an issue with your ancestral grave. What? Sun Tianlong exclaimed, pounding his thigh. Who is so malicious as to harm my family? Lin, she continued. The dark patterns on your cheeks and the white moisture suggest your ancestral grave has been flooded, hence the water at the foot of your bed is a warning. Last week, I went to clear the weeds from my father's grave. It's far from any water source. It cannot possibly have water. Lin, she glanced at him. Is it possible you visited the wrong grave? Sun Tianlong gasped. Surely not. My hometown is in South China, where the mountain paths are treacherous. Every Qingming festival, the weeds are overgrown and the fog thick. Visiting the grave feels like surviving in the wilderness. Therefore, I tied a red cloth to a tree to ensure I wouldn't mistake my father's grave. Lin, she remarked, looking at your features. You were quite young when your father passed. Did you perhaps take a wrong turn? Anxiety gripped Sun Tianlong. Could it be he had indeed visited the wrong grave? As he pondered, the voice from his dream resonated in his mind. He wiped away tears from his eyes. Master, I was only 8 when my father died. My mother raised us alone. After her passing, I took it upon myself to visit my father's grave annually. I never imagined. His face flushed with shame. I truly did not know I had wronged my father and mother. Lin, she reassured him. You can rectify the mistake. Let your father rest in a better place. Upon standing, Sun Tianlong suddenly realized he had no idea where his father was buried. Hesitating for a moment, he shyly asked, Master, could you inquire of my father where exactly his grave is? The onlookers were taken aback. Sun Tianlong chuckled awkwardly. The trees on the mountain all look alike. And it's been too long. I truly do not remember the way. Master, I can pay more. Perhaps you can help? Lin, she interrupted. Follow me. I will let you personally ask your father. Sun Tianlong was startled. Really, Master? Chapter 16. Have you seen a ghost? Of course, it's true. Sun Tianlong asked, how much? Lin, she held up 5 fingers. 500. Sun Tianlong nodded vigorously. All right, no problem. Lin, she waved his hand. Wait for me here for 10 minutes. They arrived at a rather dim location, and Sun Tianlong grew increasingly fearful, trembling uncontrollably. Though he was about to meet his father, now a ghost, the thought of encountering a spirit terrified him. Lin, she produced a white bowl, filled it with water, and placed it on the ground. He then handed Sun Tianlong 3 wooden chopsticks. Insert the chopsticks vertically into the water, while continuously calling your father's name. When the chopsticks stand upright, you will see your father. Sun Tianlong trembled even more, stuttering, Master, I will do it myself. Hurry, Lin, she urged, giving him a gentle push. This method allowed the living to meet the dead in the simplest way. Other methods existed, but required additional payment. Trembling, Sun Tianlong kept murmuring, Dad, Dad, it's me, Tianlong.
Dad, Dad.
He took a deep breath and plunged the chopsticks into the water. Miraculously, the chopsticks indeed stood upright. Suddenly, a pale face emerged in the water, two pitch-black eyes staring intently at him. Sun Tianlong's voice quivered with fear. Dad, is that you? Sun Rui glared at him. Tianlong, you may bow and burn paper for others, but I have called you several times to identify the grave, yet you refused to come. Dad, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. Sun Tianlong apologized profusely, feeling woefully inadequate. Who would have thought a father's dream would summon a son to identify the grave? Sun Rui stated, no need for such complications. Just clear the weeds from my grave and seal the water source. I do not wish to be moved after all these years. All right, Sun Tianlong replied, slightly puzzled. Dad, after all this time, why haven't you reincarnated? Yes, Dad, he affirmed. Just as the words left his mouth, the three chopsticks fell, and the face in the bowl vanished. Sun Tianlong collapsed onto the ground, nearly overturning the white bowl. He was greatly startled. Master, I'm sorry. I almost broke your precious item. No worries, Lin Shi said, collecting the bowl as he departed. In truth, it was just an ordinary plastic bowl he had grabbed that morning for porridge, unexpectedly proving useful. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Sun Tianlong gazed at Lin Shi's retreating figure, feeling overwhelmed. Master, your skills are indeed profound. Subsequently, they calculated 5 ordinary issues: education, marriage, family, and so on. Lin Shi raised his hand. This will be the last divination. I'm closing up. Master, I need urgent help. Lu Yang interjected, having provided the divination fee, swallowing hard. Master, I suspect something unclean resides in my home. Lin Shi scrutinized him. Did you see a ghost? Or dream of one?
Niet her, Liu Yang frouwnet.
I've been particularly unlucky lately, stepping in dog feces, bird droppings falling from the sky, even choking on water. Lowering his voice, he questioned, Master, has a malevolent spirit invaded my home, causing these misfortunes? Lin Shi shook his head. You carry no ghostly aura. It is not a ghost causing the trouble. The onlookers thought, here we go again. Another person insisting it's impossible. Soon enough, they will be proven wrong. Young man, you must trust the master. He cannot be mistaken. The elderly crowd had become fans of Lin Shi, showering her with praise. Lu Yang, oblivious to the chatter, continued, Master, it's not just me. My mother, father, even my in-laws have also been incredibly unlucky. My mother sprained her back, my father broke his arm. They are all in the hospital. My in-laws have no issues, but our chickens have died mysteriously. And then there's my wife, and our unborn child. Tears welled in Lu Yang's eyes as he recalled the situation. Xiaoman and I have been married for 5 years without a child. 2 months ago, Xiaoman became pregnant, and both families were overjoyed, preparing for the arrival of the baby. Xiaoman quit her job to focus on the pregnancy, but she suddenly miscarried at home and is now recovering in the hospital. Lu Yang resolutely declared, Master, if it's not a ghost, then someone must be deliberately harming our family. Lin Shi identified the core issue. You, your wife, your parents, your in-laws, all reside in the same house? Lin Shi frowned. The problem lies within your home. Lu Yang stammered, impossible. We bought our house 3 years ago without any issues. Lin Shi clarified, your in-laws stayed only 1 night. Their influence is minimal. The longer one resides in that house, the more severe the issues become, particularly for your wife. It is likely that there are problems with the feng shui of your home, possibly clashing with some unseen forces. The simplest solution would be to abandon that residence and relocate elsewhere. Lu Yang's heart sank. Master, you must save me. After years of hard work, he had finally established himself in the capital and purchased this apartment. 3 years ago, when he moved in, his family was overjoyed.
Now,
to abandon this home felt like a death sentence. Lu Yang inquired, Master, is there no other way? Of course, there is, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. I will visit your home, examine the layout, and ascertain the source of the problem, then rectify the feng shui. Thank you, Master, thank you. Lu Yang quickly affirmed, Master, I am willing to pay any price to resolve this issue. Very well. Lu Yang drove to pick up the master, hoping for a favorable outcome. At the antique street, in the Dadao Tang, Qian Fugui stared wide-eyed out the door. Where is everyone? Tell me, where have they all gone? The young man with yellow hair timidly replied, They're over there. This girl possesses some talent. Qian Fugui cursed. Where did the person you found last time go? The young man touched the wound on his head. Master Qian, Wuda said he has gained enlightenment, then beat me up. warning me not to disturb her. He also mentioned he has changed his name and should now be called Wu Qida.
Qian Fu Gui scolded, worthless.
A pack of useless fools. The young man suggested. Should we send someone else to disrupt the scene? Go to hell. Qian Fu Gui kicked him in the rear. Sun Tzu's Art of War states that in such situations, one should remain unchanging amidst the chaos, waiting for that girl to expose herself while we reap the benefits. The young man gave a thumbs up, grinning obsequiously. Master Qian is truly brilliant. Chapter 17. Offending the Tai Sui. At Liu Yang's home, on the 21st floor of a certain community, Liu Yang opened the door with great humility. Master Lin, please come in. Too much has happened lately, and the house is a bit disordered.
I hope you can bear with me.
As Lin Shi stepped inside, a powerful aura of malevolence assaulted him. There were significant feng shui issues in Liu Yang's home. Feng shui, in modern scientific terms, refers to the fluctuations of magnetic energy in nature. Everything in the world possesses its own energy field. Some are strong, while others are weak, and they influence and counteract one another. Feng shui practitioners primarily observe auspicious and inauspicious energies. Factors that adversely affect one's physical or psychological well-being are collectively termed malevolent forces. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of types of malevolent energies, such as through passage energy, sound energy, and shape energy. Prolonged exposure to malevolent energies can lead to misfortune or even death. Lin Shi scanned the living room, noting the ordinary items within. None seemed capable of producing such a thick malevolent energy. Liu Yang had lived there for 3 years, but only this year had problems arisen. Lin Shi approached the window to observe the buildings outside, searching for any new constructions from this year. Liu Yang shook his head. There is none. Only my home. I do not understand why we are so unfortunate. I feel guilty toward Xiaoman and our unborn child. Lin Shi stroked his chin. There is nothing wrong outside. Let me check the other rooms. Very well, Master, please. Liu Yang quickly introduced, Master Lin, this is my mother. Lin Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Liu Yang guided his mother aside. Mother, this is the master I specifically invited. Just observe and refrain from speaking out of turn and offending him. Wu Qiuxiang frowned. Liu Yang, are you not being deceived? How could a master be so young? I have invited a local shaman from the countryside. She will come to take a look tomorrow.
Sure.
Liu Yang interrupted. Mother, one cannot judge by appearances. I inquired with the elders on Antique Street for quite some time. Master Lin truly possesses genuine skills. If she were without talent, how could she thrive among so many elders? Mother, please, I implore you, do not speak out of turn. Leave everything to me. Wu Qiuxiang observed her son's white hair, sighing. Liu Yang, I understand. I hope this matter is resolved quickly. Look at your white hair. It pains me to see you like this. Liu Yang forced a smile. Mother, I am fine. I just need a few days of rest. At this moment, Lin Shi's voice called out, Liu Yang, come here. Master, I am coming. Liu Yang instructed Wu Qiuxiang, Mother, please sit in the living room. He entered. Master. What is it? Lin Shi pointed at the mirror outside the wardrobe, stating that mirrors should not face the bed. This is common knowledge.
Liu Yang chuklet ruefully.
Our home is too small with too many things. I had no choice but to hang the mirror on the wardrobe. He nodded vigorously. Master, I understand. I will move the mirror immediately. He hesitated to ask, with so many occurrences in our home, could it be the mirror's doing? Lin Shi replied calmly. The mirror is but a minor factor. It is insufficient to create such dense malevolent energy. Take me to your wife's bedroom. Very well. Liu Yang opened the adjoining door. Master, my wife and I have always occupied this room. The mirror is placed on the dressing table and does not face the bed. Lin Shi stepped inside, and the malevolent energy intensified. Her gaze fell upon the bathroom in the master bedroom. Has there been any work done on your bathroom? He asked anxiously. Master, is there a problem with the toilet? The toilet is fine, Lin Shi replied, her eyes locking onto his. The issue lies in your indiscriminate alterations to the bathroom. Liu Yang was perplexed. However, I had it renovated last year, and there were no issues. Lin Shi inquired, what year is it this year? Liu Yang mumbled. It is the year of the dragon. Precisely, Lin Shi elucidated. This year is the Jia Qin year of the dragon, with Qin located in the southeast. Thus, the Tai Sui's position this year is in the southeast. There is an old saying in Chinese culture, do not disturb the earth above the Tai Sui's head. The bathroom of your master bedroom is situated precisely in the southeast. Your home faces southeast towards the northwest, creating a layout that brings the Tai Sui to your doorstep. Furthermore, by disturbing the earth above the Tai Sui's head, it naturally results in an overwhelming malevolent energy. Your wife frequently resides here, allowing the malevolent energy to seep into her being, which is why she has tragically suffered a miscarriage. Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. So it is indeed this way. I have harmed Xiaoman and the child, but I have been living with Xiaoman day and night. Why does the malevolent energy target her instead of me? Lin Shi offered words of comfort. I suspect your wife is of the dragon sign. Liu Yang, tears streaming down his face, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Xiaoman is a dragon. Suddenly,
He realized something.
the dragon. It is the year of the dragon today. Lin Shi continued, the Jia Qin year has the earthly branch Qin. And when the dragon sign encounters the Qin year, it is termed Fu Yin Tai Sui. Fu Yin, tears streaming down. Your wife was already experiencing poor luck this year, beset by misfortune, and has now encountered the Tai Sui issue, leading to a calamity of blood. After hearing her explanation, Liu Yang descended into a spiral of self-blame. Master, it is all my fault. Why did I alter the bathroom? Woe is me. Master, is there any remedy? He wept inconsolably, gasping for breath. Lin Shi sighed, do not worry. I can resolve this. She retrieved 2 sheets of yellow paper from her bag and deftly moved her fingers. Liu Yang could barely follow her speed. Within a minute, 2 vividly crafted qilin appeared in the master's hands. Lin Shi dabbed a bit of cinnabar and gently touched the beaks of the qilin. Once the cinnabar was applied, the qilin seemed to come alive, their eyes appearing to move. Lin Shi blew gently, and the pair of qilin autonomously positioned themselves in a corner of the bathroom. Heads facing outward, tails inward. Liu Yang dared not breathe. Once the qilin were placed, the sensation of being choked vanished, and he felt considerably lighter. Lin Shi glanced around. The qilin dispelling malevolence, and green plants enhancing fortune. Bring a potted plant from the living room. Do not disturb the bathroom again this year. Liu Yang nodded vigorously, thanking the master repeatedly. Lin Shi yawned. The potted plant should be placed here. The southeast corresponds to wood, and placing green plants here will enhance prosperity. As she approached the door, Liu Yang presented the fee for the ritual and the consultation, cautiously inquiring, Master, when will my wife recover? Lin Shi understood his concern and retrieved a red string from her bag, advising him to have his wife wear it. She will recover within 3 days. And you shall have children in the future. Just then Lin Shi's phone chimed. She picked it up and saw that Fu Jingyao had sent her a message. Fu Jingyao, I have finished work. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. Lin Shi sent her location and waved goodbye to Liu Yang, saying she didn't need a ride, as someone was coming to get her. Chapter 18. Young Madam, welcome home. Fu Building. Fu Jingyao adjusted his cuff. You all did well. The meeting is concluded, you may leave.
Well,
Leave. The department managers exchanged glances. Today, President Fu was exceptionally gentle. In previous monthly reports, one would be lucky to escape unscathed. This particular day was notorious for mandatory overtime, redoing reports and plans. Yet today, President Fu surprisingly announced the end of the workday. Everyone was taken aback, quietly inquiring with Assistant Chen, what does President Fu mean? Is he testing us in a different way? Chen Zhao pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and replied, President Fu's intention is quite clear. Those who wish to leave may do so, while those who wish to stay are welcome to contribute to the company. Upon hearing Assistant Chen's words, everyone was even more perplexed. Leave or not leave? Chen Zhao smiled slyly. This was undoubtedly President Fu's way of testing them. He followed up with a stack of documents. President, there are a few more documents that require your signature. Fu Jingyao replied coolly, leave them. I'll review them tomorrow.
ah,
Chen Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Fu Jingyao reiterated clearly, Chen Zhao, it's time to leave.
ah,
Chen Zhao's mouth fell open. It turned out President Fu truly meant to end the workday. But wait, what would President Fu do after work? Something was definitely afoot. Chen Zhao's curiosity piqued as he looked up to see President Fu entering the exclusive elevator. He set down his documents, feeling a profound sense of confusion. Chen Zhao opened his computer to organize President Fu's itinerary for tomorrow and the documents needed for the upcoming business trip. A day without overtime was far from perfect. Lin Shi waited a short while before Fu Jingyao arrived. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Fu Jingyao glanced at her. Aren't you sitting in the back? Lin Shi joked. How could I let the president drive me? Fu Jingyao raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Master Lin seems in good spirits today. Business is thriving? Of course. Lin Shi lifted her chin slightly. There's a line of people waiting to have their fortunes told. If it weren't for the wretched weather, I'd have already become a wealthy woman. For some reason, Fu Jingyao felt his mood lift. He raised an eyebrow. Master Lin, do I need to queue to have my fortune told? Lin Shi nodded, of course. Our rules state that business is business, and personal matters are personal. During working hours, we only discuss money, not emotions. However, she fixed her gaze on the man beside her. If you let me take a bite, I'll allow you to skip the queue. He asked Lin Shi. Do you enjoy biting people? Lin Shi blurted out, not really, I only like biting you.
Fu Jingyao esse lips involuntari li curled upward.
Lin Shi smacked her forehead. That didn't seem quite right. She couldn't pinpoint what was amiss, so she decided to let it go. The two sat in silence as the black Maybach slowly rolled into the scenic villa. As Lin Shi stepped out, she heard a familiar voice. Butler Liu, accompanied by a group of servants, stood at the entrance, bowing deeply to the two as they walked the red carpet. Inside, the villa had been transformed, adorned with two large red lanterns at the entrance, a red carpet laid along the path, and colorful ribbons and balloons hanging on either side. Even the branches of trees were tied with red strings. Everything had been normal when she left that morning. In just a few short hours, the villa had undergone a remarkable transformation. Lin Shi couldn't help but admire Butler Liu's talent. Upon entering, Zhang Wenxiu took her hand and sat her down. Lin Shi, from now on we are family. Don't keep anything to yourself. Speak up, and Grandma will take care of it for you. You two are in a hurry to get your marriage certificate. When will the wedding be held? Zhang Wenxiu presented a photo album. Lin Shi, take a look and tell me which style you prefer. Lin Shi declined. Grandma, I'm not ready to plan a wedding yet. Given her unfortunate luck, the thought of a wedding being interrupted by a bolt of lightning was simply too much to bear. It was one thing for her to embarrass herself, but it would be another to drag the Fu family into it. Zhang Wenxiu expressed slight disappointment. All right, it's up to you. Just tell Grandma when you're ready. Lin Shi nodded in agreement. Fu Jianhua smiled and asked, Lin Shi, would you like to live here? Lin Shi shook her head internally. Living here was not an option. While her grandparents were kind, certain matters were inconvenient. The 5 little paper figurines required their essence to bathe, and they hadn't yet a chance to breathe in several days. Little Two had been incessantly murmuring about it. Fu Jingyao felt the same way. He firmly stated, we will leave tomorrow. Staying here is not convenient. Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu exchanged knowing glances, a meaningful smile shared between them. Haha, grandparents have been through it all. We understand. Fu Jingyao and Lin Shi fell into silence. The more they explained, the more tangled things became, so they chose to remain quiet. Fu Jianhua pinched the person next to him. Jingyao, you used to live alone in that small apartment, but now that Lin Shi is married to you, you can't stay in that shabby place anymore. You must buy a marital home. Lin Shi waved her hands. No need. I only need a place to sleep. If there's a piece of land to grow vegetables, that would be even better. That's not acceptable. Fu Jianhua glared at Fu Jingyao. Marriage is a significant matter. A marital home is essential. Fu Jingyao calmly pushed his hand away. Grandpa, I understand your concern. The house has already been prepared. Oh, finally getting it. Fu Jianhua shot him another glare. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us eat. After dinner, Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu, using a mix of coaxing and trickery, locked Lin Shi and Fu Jingyao in a room together. Zhang Wenxiu called from outside, Jingyao, Lin Shi, good night. Rest well. Inside, Lin Shi and Fu Jingyao exchanged a glance. The awkwardness palpable. Grandma claimed to be in poor health, yet she was the fastest in closing the door, her agility unmatched. Fu Jingyao spoke first. Grandpa and Grandma won't let us out easily. I'll sleep on the floor and you take the bed. If we endure tonight, we can leave first thing in the morning. He searched the room and discovered there was only 1 blanket and 1 pillow, no extra cloth in sight, astonishingly clean. He had never realized his grandparents were so astute. Outside, Butler Liu wore a mysterious smile, concealing his prowess. To ease the tension, Fu Jingyao took out his phone. Pretending to be busy. Lin Shi, you should sleep first. I still have some company matters to settle. Lin Shi sighed, covering her face. How can I sleep under these circumstances? Having spent years on the mountain, her time was split between cultivating and exorcising, with her master having left her to fend for herself, seldom teaching her anything. She had primarily self-studied the 5 arts of metaphysics. Her master had claimed she possessed remarkable talent, unlike a novice, but rather as if she hadn't forgotten from a past life. Lin Shi understood that by being close to Fu Jingyao, she could absorb the auspicious aura surrounding him. However, she was completely ignorant of matters concerning intimacy. She could only tolerate a light touch at most. Deeper connections were beyond her comprehension, and she couldn't dare to imagine or pursue them. After all, She and Fu Jingyao were merely strangers who had known each other for a few days. The thought of sharing a bed with a stranger was daunting. She might inadvertently kick him off the bed in her sleep, and then end up causing a scene. That would be even more awkward. With a sigh, Lin Shi said, Fu Jingyao, you should sleep. I'll go outside to practice. In the stillness of the night, the spiritual energy in the air was abundant. She was accustomed to practicing at night. She opened the window, preparing to leap down. Butler Lu stood below, his 8 pristine white teeth gleaming under the light. Young madam, where do you intend to go? Lin Shi. Chapter 19. You're going to get hurt. Butler Lu waved his little hand. Young madam. A moment together is worth 1,000 gold. You and the young master should seize the time to rest. He deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Lin Shi quickly shut the window with a clap. One couldn't help but acknowledge that Butler Lu was indeed a talent. Butler Lu straightened his tie, his smile unwavering. The 5th principle of a butler's professional conduct involves being observant and perceptive, anticipating others' thoughts. Lu, the butler, ran his fingers through the sparse remains of his hair and sighed deeply. Another sleepless night had come upon him. He motivated himself, thinking of the young master, the young mistress, and the soon-to-arrive little master and little mistress. He must persevere. Feeling awkward, Lin Shi yawned and suggested, I'll sleep for the first half of the night, and you take the second half. Wake me up when it's time. All right, Fu Jingyao replied, turning off the light, pretending to check his phone while his thoughts were elsewhere. Continually drawn to the figure on the bed, a thought crossed his mind. Spending the rest of his life with Lin Shi seemed rather delightful. Why did he think that? Fu Jingyao fell into a daze. Lin Shi pulled the quilt over her head and slept soundly until dawn. In her drowsy state, she instinctively asked, Xiao Jin, what time is it? 7:30. You can sleep for another 10 minutes.
Huh?
Lin Shi suddenly sensed something was amiss. Xiao Jin's voice sounded different. She turned to the man in the corner. Fu Jingyao, why didn't you wake me? Fu Jingyao replied in a calm tone. There were a few urgent matters at the company last night, and seeing you were in deep slumber, I did not disturb you. He stood straight, his gaze unwavering. Lin Shi was astonished. You stood there all night? Yes, Fu Jingyao confirmed. I'm heading out now. He moved to the door and gently pushed it open. Lin Shi sat up in bed, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening. Damn it. I shouldn't have let Fu Jingyao stay up all night. She typically had a light sleep. If someone or something were to assault her, her mind would awaken, and her body would instinctively defend itself. Oddly, she had slept unusually soundly last night and felt refreshed this morning, as if all her pores were opened wide. Lin Shi got up, washed up, and went downstairs. Lin Shi, come have breakfast. Zhang Wenxiu beckoned. Thank you, Grandma, Lin Shi replied, taking a bowl of porridge and diving into her meal. Zhang Wenxiu glanced at Fu Jingyao and then at Lin Shi, her expression turning peculiar. What was going on? After a night, Lin Shi was still lively, while Fu Jingyao appeared wilted, with dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Wenxiu was shocked. Her grandson was in poor condition. She forced a stiff smile, saying, You two go ahead and eat. She pulled Fu Jianhua out of the dining room. Old Fu, buy Jingyao some tonics to nourish him. Just look at what he has become. Fu Jianhua exchanged a complex glance with her. I'll instruct Lu the butler to get some medicine immediately. Not far away. Lu the butler signaled with a gesture. Everything is taken care of. Fu Jianhua and Zhang Wenxiu sighed in relief, hoping the medicine would be effective and that Lin Shi would not find their grandson lacking. After finishing her meal, Lin Shi noticed the increasingly affectionate gazes of the elderly couple upon her. What had transpired in such a short time? Fu Jingyao was waiting for her by the car. Shall we go? Oh, coming. Lin Shi fastened her seatbelt. Where are we headed? Fu Jingyao replied leisurely, to our home. The Maybach departed from the picturesque residence, heading toward his dwelling at Dijing Garden. Dijing Garden, a premier villa area, featured a Western architectural style designed by world-renowned architects. Upon arriving, Fu Jingyao recalled his grandmother's instructions. He opened the trunk, and a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted out. He wondered why his grandmother had packed so much medicine. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine. Let me take a look, Lin Shi said, examining the contents. Goji berries, ginseng, epimedium, and deer antler. These are all tonics for kidney vitality. And I'm not sick. Fu Jingyao's expression darkened instantly, and he shut the car door, striding away. Lin Shi touched her nose, entering the villa. Though not as spacious as the picturesque residence, it was closer to the city center, with open spaces suitable for gardening in front and back.
Fu Jingyao remarked.
I prefer tranquility. There's a maid who cleans regularly, and Aunt Wu comes daily to prepare meals. If you need, I can have Aunt Wu stay here to take care of you. Lin Shi waved her hand. No need. I enjoy peace as well. Very well. Fu Jingyao proceeded to introduce her to the various areas. Lin Shi, you will stay in this room. Lin Shi had no objections. All right. You don't need to show me around. Go rest. Fu Jingyao paused for a moment. Lin Shi, if you want. Never mind. He turned and entered the adjacent room. Having just married and sharing a bed with a somewhat unfamiliar stranger, both of them would feel awkward. It was better to live separately. Lin Shi surveyed her new room. The decor was a pale pink, reflecting a straightforward aesthetic. It had everything, with the bathroom twice the size of her previous shabby rental. As she opened the wardrobe to put away her belongings, she was startled to find it filled with various dresses, either white or pink. She continued exploring, discovering cosmetics, hats, shoes, bags, underwear, sanitary pads, talismans, 5 emperor's coins,
and peachwood swords.
Lin Shi felt a whirlwind of emotions. Fu Jingyao had prepared everything he could think of. She resolved to accumulate more merits, hoping that when Fu Jingyao passed away, she could send him some merit gold to ensure he would be reborn into a favorable situation in his next life. From now on, she would work harder to capture ghosts and divine fortunes, amassing merits. Having adjusted her mindset, Lin Shi prepared to set up her stall on Antique Street. As she opened the door, Fu Jingyao stood at the elevator entrance, slightly turning to look at her. Lin Shi, I'll be on a business trip abroad this afternoon for about a week. Lin Shi frowned. In 7 days, the purple aura surrounding her would mostly dissipate. She raised her gaze to the man. Could you let me take another bite? I promise to be gentler this time. It won't hurt. Fu Jingyao initially intended to refuse, but upon meeting her expectant gaze, he inexplicably agreed. Just this once. Upon hearing his words, Lin Shi wrapped an arm around his neck and slightly rose on her toes. The faint scent of sandalwood filled her nostrils as she opened her mouth. But the man grasped her chin, his voice low and serious. No biting on the neck. Okay. Lin Shi released her grip and stood still. Fu Jingyao rolled up his sleeve, exposing part of his forearm. Where you bite doesn't matter. Lin Shi held onto his arm and gently took a nibble. The familiar purple aura surged into her body, and she smiled contentedly. Thank you, Fu Jingyao. Fu Jingyao pulled down his sleeve and strode away, his ears already flushed. Fu Jingyao, wait. Lin Shi called out, I have ointment to remove the bite marks. Fu Jingyao, preoccupied, responded absent-mindedly, I'm leaving. He hurried away, and Lin Shi did not pursue him. She had her own matters to attend to. On Antique Street, Lin Shi confidently announced, 20 divinations today. The enthusiastic applause of the elderly patrons filled the air. Master, you're magnificent. Master, you're amazing. The elderly folk were quite fashionable. Lin Shi sat down, beginning her divination for the day. Aunt Zhang ushered in a young woman. Master, please help my niece. She has been having nightmares lately and feels lethargic during the day. I suspect she has been haunted. She nudged Zhang Wanwan beside her. Niece, quickly greet Master Lin. Zhang Wanwan, sporting heavy dark circles under her eyes, yawned repeatedly and weakly murmured, Hello, Master Lin. Lin Shi glanced at her, furrowing her brow. Your glabella is dark and your philtrum is pale. You are beset by death's aura. You're in grave danger. Chapter 20. Call the police. This hotel hides a corpse.
What?
Zhang Wanwan felt faint and did not quite grasp what Lin Shi had said. Aunt Zhang, flustered, pleaded, Master, please check on this child. Lin Shi scrutinized her closely. The girl bore the marks left by a ghost, and the ghost's aura was laced with a hint of blood, indicating she had encountered a malevolent spirit. What? Aunt Zhang's heart raced with anxiety. Zhang Wanwan had always been well-behaved, proceeding through her studies seamlessly. How could she have encountered such a situation before graduation? Wanwan, quickly tell Master what happened. Aunt, Zhang Wanwan, feeling utterly drained, leaned against Aunt Zhang's shoulder, gasping for breath, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lin Shi's gaze sharpened as she retrieved a cleansing talisman from her bag and gently pressed it against Zhang Wanwan's forehead. A warm current surged within her, gradually awakening her senses and dispelling the chilling aura that enveloped her. Zhang Wanwan, astonished, realized she had indeed encountered a ghost. Having studied clinical medicine for 8 years, she had witnessed numerous corpses and even performed dissections. Never had she imagined that the supernatural truly existed. A shiver ran down her spine as she sincerely thanked Lin Master. Thank you. There's no need for thanks, Lin Shi replied coolly. Now, please share your experiences. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhang Wanwan recounted the bizarre incidents she had faced. This year, while searching for a job after graduation, she had booked a hotel online in preparation for a hospital interview. Upon entering her room, she sensed an odd odor but dismissed it. After dinner, she stood before the mirror practicing her self-introduction in English. Halfway through, a ghastly pale face materialized in the reflection, its lips curling into a sinister smile as blood suddenly splattered across the mirror.
Ah!
Zhang Wanwan screamed in terror, instinctively hurling her book at the mirror before dashing downstairs to the front desk.
I
need to change rooms. The receptionist yawned. I'm sorry, but we have a full house due to exams. Why do you want to switch rooms? Zhang Wanwan stuttered, unable to articulate the mirror. There's something wrong with the mirror. The receptionist shot her a glance. Is the mirror broken? Come, I'll check it out with you. Everything seems fine. Perhaps you just imagined it? Zhang Wanwan hesitated, struggling to express her fear. She had always adhered to scientific reasoning, firmly believing in rational explanations rather than supernatural occurrences. The receptionist, growing impatient, remarked, as a university student, you should know better than to cause a scene. I have work to do. Alone in her room, Zhang Wanwan felt lost. It was graduation season, filled with interviews and thesis submissions, and perhaps she had simply misinterpreted her exhaustion. To bolster her courage, she loudly recited her lines, and for a time, nothing unusual transpired. Perhaps it had all been an illusion, and she felt reassured. At midnight, she decided to take a shower before bed. The bathroom, with its transparent design separating wet and dry areas, soon filled with steam. As she blinked, the lights suddenly went out. Panic surged through her as she rushed to open the bathroom door, only to find it stuck. In the next moment, crimson handprints began to emerge, covering the entire bathroom, exuding a nauseating stench. Zhang Wanwan screamed, "Ah!
ah! ah!
An eerie laughter echoed from nowhere, and she clamped her hands over her mouth. A cold breeze crept up her neck, sending tremors through her body. The bloodied handprints slowly converged, forming a woman's face, grotesquely scarred, with hollow eyes that glared like a serpent poised to strike. Zhang Wanwan felt chills run down her spine, unable to suppress her gag reflex.
Mom.
Help! Mom! Her thoughts spiraled chaotically as she called out for divine intervention, invoking the Buddha, Guanyin, and even the Monkey King, pleading for relief from the malevolent spirits. Heavenly spirits, come quickly! Time lost all meaning, and eventually, the room's lights flickered back to life. Wrapping herself in a bathrobe, she bolted downstairs. That night, she developed a high fever, rendering her hospital interview impossible. A day later, her fever subsided, yet she could not shake the feeling of an icy presence behind her. Now, at the end of April, she wore a thick sweater but still felt cold, with an unsettling hint of decay lingering about her. Aunt Zhang grasped her hand and exclaimed, "Oh dear, master. This child's hands are ice cold. She has encountered a ghost. Her aura is heavy with yin energy. She simply needs to bask in the sun," Lin Shi observed, turning to Zhang Wanwan. "A ghost in the hotel?" Zhang Wanwan nodded vigorously. "Master, I saw it. That face, those eyes, I will never forget." Aunt Zhang patted her back. "Master, if we don't eliminate the ghost, my niece will never find peace. Could you assist us? I will cover all expenses." Lin Shi pondered briefly. Of course. This was her first encounter with a malevolent spirit, and a spark of anticipation ignited within her. She raised her hand. "Everyone, this is urgent. We will continue the divination tomorrow." The elderly patrons understood. Nothing was more crucial than human life, and trivial matters could wait. Aunt Zhang hailed a cab, and the trio set off for the seaside hotel. At that moment, outside the hotel, a young couple was vehemently arguing. "Everyone, come look. This hotel is a scam. Their water is toxic." The hotel manager, Sun Li, quickly summoned security to escort them away. "Let us go." Deng Wei and Li Lin struggled against their captors, shouting, "Because of this, our interviews are ruined." The manager dismissed them. "I won't be dealing with this nonsense." The gathering crowd grew larger, and Sun Li slapped his forehead in exasperation. "This is a disaster. I just took over this hotel." He quickly devised a counter-strategy, loudly proclaiming, "The seaside hotel has no issues. Our ratings are above 48, and everyone who has stayed here has left positive reviews. These two are merely causing trouble." He demanded they produce hospital reports, which they could not. "This is a setup. Extortion. I will call the police." The tide turned. Li Lin asked Deng Wei, "What should we do?" They had visited the hospital, but nothing had been found. Sun Li noticed their panic and felt relieved. University students were naive and easier to manipulate. He hurriedly dispersed the crowd. "All right, everyone, don't block my business. The police are on their way." As most people left, he smiled at Li Lin and Deng Wei. "If you two don't leave, I really will call the police." With no evidence and feeling weak, they reluctantly exited the seaside hotel. Just then, Lin Shi, accompanied by Aunt Zhang and Zhang Wanwan, arrived. "Call the police. This hotel is hiding a corpse." Chapter 21. Mum. "Help!" Sun Li erupted in anger. "You slander my establishment. How could there possibly be a corpse in my hotel?" Lin Shi replied coolly, "Whether or not there is a body, we can simply have the police check." Sun Li was taken aback. Regardless of the truth, the mere presence of police would severely tarnish his business's reputation. Having just taken over, he could not allow such a scandal. He scrutinized the woman before him, softening his tone. "Let's discuss this amicably. Involving the police would be detrimental to both the hotel and you." Lin Shi cast him a level gaze. "If this issue remains unresolved, your hotel will face utter ruin. And you." She pointed at Sun Li. "You bear the mark of a ghost, and will soon become a scapegoat." "What do you mean?" Sun Li's composure faltered. "Ghosts don't exist." Before Lin Shi could respond, Zhang Wanwan, with red-rimmed eyes, shouted, "There's a ghost. I saw it in my room." Deng Wei and Li Lin halted, recognizing her voice. "Zhang Wanwan, is that you?" Li Lin chuckled awkwardly. "Junior, Deng Wei and I have an extra year. Finding a job has been tough." The three exchanged glances, each sighing heavily. The 8-year medical program was a peculiar predicament. Lacking research opportunities and residency training, they had finally found a hospital hiring, only to be ensnared in this debacle. Noticing the dark circles under their eyes, Zhang Wanwan tugged at Lin Shi's sleeve. "Master, could you help my seniors?" Lin Shi pulled out 2 cleansing talismans, placing one on each of their foreheads. "Your symptoms are mild, just get some sunlight." Deng Wei and Li Lin awakened with a newfound clarity. The chilling sensation that had lingered behind them dissipated. "My goodness!" Li Lin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Master, I am immensely grateful to you." "No need for thanks. 500 per reading," Lin Shi replied, opening the QR code for payment. Li Lin hastily transferred 1,000 yuan, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. I wish to have my fortune told." Once again, she was taken aback. Without uttering a word, it seemed as though the master could read her thoughts. After exchanging their thanks, Li Lin and Deng Wei reluctantly departed. Nearby, Sun Li was dumbfounded. What is going on? Have we encountered a charlatan? Are university students so easily swayed? What happened to believing in science? He scrutinized Lin Shi with suspicion. "Who exactly are you?" "The one who saved your life," Lin Shi replied, stepping into the Lin Hai Hotel. Sun Li shouted after her, "Wait. You cannot enter without clarifying the situation." Aunt Zhang seized his collar, her voice booming. "My niece nearly lost her life here. If you continue to speak nonsense, I will not let you off lightly."
Hey.
Sun Li found himself dragged into the hotel. Cursing the vile aunt under his breath, he realized that resorting to violence would only result in her collapsing on the floor, inevitably tarnishing the hotel's reputation. Rubbing his hair in frustration, he was at a loss for what to do. The security guard, witnessing the commotion, dared not intervene and directly called the police. Lin Shi and her companions successfully arrived at the room where Zhang Wanwan had stayed. Aunt Zhang pulled Sun Li forward, demanding, "Open the door. If there is nothing inside, I will kneel and apologize. If there is, you will regret it." Sun Li stood in front of the door, asserting, "You cannot enter without permission until the police arrive." This room, being the last on the 3rd floor, held a hint of mystery. Recently, those who had stayed here either fell ill with fever or were left in a state of mental disarray. The cleaning staff had found nothing amiss during their inspection. With an influx of guests, they had no choice but to allocate this room. It would be foolish to refuse money. Sun Li dismissed the trio as claims of a ghost, convinced they were merely troublemakers sent by someone's family. He scoffed, "You have no authority to command me." Lin Shi fixed him with a piercing gaze, commanding, "Open the door. The malevolent energy in this room is overwhelming. There is not only a corpse but also a ghost."
No.
Sun Li resolutely shook his head. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he felt the temperature behind him drop several degrees. Lin Shi, unwilling to squander time, shoved past Sun Li and forcefully kicked open the door. As it swung wide, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing Sun Li to shiver involuntarily. "Why is it so cold?" The wind intensified, rattling the windows, and the room was enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Sun Li finally sensed something was amiss. His voice trembling, "There are no open windows. Where is this wind coming from?" Lin Shi calmly replied, "It's the work of a ghost." Stepping inside, the wind grew fiercer, sending the bedding and pillows soaring into the air, creating an eerily surreal scene. Sun Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "There really is a ghost." He shouted to Lin Shi, "Classmate, you must come out. If there's a fatal incident, I'm finished." Lin Shi held a talisman between her fingers, instructing, "You all stay outside. I will confront this ghost." The threshold marked a boundary. Darkness within and bright sunlight outside. Trembling, Sun Li cautiously inched closer to Aunt Zhang. "I'm terrified," he whimpered. Aunt Zhang shot him a disdainful glance. "Don't cling to me, move aside." Sun Li hugged himself tightly, muttering prayers for protection. "May the Jade Emperor bless us. May Buddha protect us. We cannot afford any incidents." Suddenly, the lights flickered on. Sun Li craned his neck. "Classmate, no. Master. What is happening?" Lin Shi clicked her tongue. "I haven't even begun. The ghost is hiding." Just as she prepared to use her talisman, the female ghost quickly suppressed her malevolent energy, too frightened to reveal herself. Sun Li stammered, "It ran away?" "No worries. We must first locate the female ghost's corpse." Lin Shi stood before the bed, gesturing for him to approach. "Why do I need to do that?" Sun Li mumbled. Lin Shi pushed him gently, insisting, "Dig up the corpse."
What?
Sun Li trembled uncontrollably. "I'm to dig up the corpse?" He cursed himself for not recognizing the gravity of the situation and offending the master. "I'm doomed. The master has commanded me to dig up a corpse." Lin Shi urged, "Just move the bed. I'll supervise to ensure the ghost doesn't suddenly attack you." Sun Li's fear intensified, and he managed a smile that was more pitiable than a cry. "Master, I thank you." Under Lin Shi's watchful eye, Sun Li grasped the mattress and pulled. With little effort, the mattress lifted easily, releasing a powerful stench of decay that assaulted his senses. Sun Li gagged, "Master, I can't." Lin Shi had already moved to the doorway, urging him on. With a desperate push, Sun Li shouted, "Damn it," accompanied by his furious yell. Whatever lay beneath the bed was revealed, and the stench intensified. Stealing a glance, Sun Li exclaimed, "Master, there's no corpse. It's an illusion created by the ghost." Lin Shi retorted, tossing out a talisman. A decaying body materialized at Sun Li's feet, its face, infested with maggots, grinning grotesquely at him. Sun Li gasped in horror. The next moment, a scream echoed through the air.
Ah!
"Mother! Dear God!" Chapter 22. Do not kill me. Sun Li bolted from the room. "Master, help." The very thought of the corpse he had just seen churned his stomach, and he leaned against the wall, retching. Zhang Wanwan fared no better. Her face pale as she realized she had spent the night beside a corpse. This room concealed not just a ghost but also a decaying body. Remembering that she had lain on this bed, a wave of revulsion washed over her, sending chills down her spine. Aunt Zhang patted her hand gently. "Xiao Wan, it's over now." She turned to Sun Li, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You shameless merchant. How could this hotel harbor a corpse? You murderers will pay." Sun Li hurried to explain. "Auntie, I swear on my honor, I had no idea there was a corpse here, otherwise I wouldn't have. He had merely sought to earn a bit more money, believing the room had only minor issues, never anticipating the hidden dead body." The image of that grotesque face haunted him, making him nauseous. "Auntie, Master, I assure you, the hotel has no connection to any murderers." Lin Shi replied coolly. "While you did not kill anyone, a death occurred in your hotel, and you cannot escape responsibility." Sun Li forced a smile. "Whatever the law decides, I shall abide by it without objection. Master, the priority now is to find the murderer and capture that ghost." The hotel's reputation no longer mattered to him. Lin Shi produced a cleansing talisman and pressed it to his forehead, instructing, "Wait quietly outside for the police. I will handle the rest." Sun Li nodded vigorously. "Master, please forgive my previous ignorance. I hope you do not hold it against me." Clutching the talisman atop his head, he felt as if he had been granted a second chance at life. Lin Shi stepped into the room. The corpse was wrapped in layers of plastic wrap, rendering it impossible to discern the woman's features, though initial estimates placed her age around 21. With the ghost's corpse in hand, she was confident the apparition would soon reveal itself. Lin Shi chanted a summoning spell, and the room's lights extinguished. "Do not touch my body." The female ghost, shrouded in long hair, suddenly appeared, extending her long nails towards Lin Shi. You all shall perish. Lin Shi grasped her wrist and gently twisted. The ghost's arm snapped, and her malevolent energy began to dissipate. Terrified, she retreated, exclaiming, "You cannot touch me."
Ah!
In an instant, the ghost's energy surged, and she sprouted a second pair of arms. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. This ghost was unusual. Observing her corpse, it was clear she had died not long ago and was still a newly emerged spirit, yet the energy surrounding her was extraordinarily potent.
No!
This ghost carries two types of malevolent energy. Lin Shi scrutinized closely, noting a scar on the ghost's chest. She charged forward, pressing one hand against the ghost's head while the other delved into the ghost's chest. As her fingers brushed against a hardened object, Lin Shi swiftly withdrew. The ghostly woman let out a piercing scream, her form becoming slightly more translucent.
Ah!
At the entrance, Sun Li heard the anguished cry and clamped his hands tightly over his ears.
Goodness!
The master appeared to be a sweet maiden, yet she was so ruthless in action. He was grateful that the master spared his life. Stealthily, Sun Li glanced into the room. Lin Shi extracted a yellow talisman, enveloping the ominous object she held, which was dark and unidentifiable. The only certainty was its potent malevolence. Sorcerers were particularly fond of such artifacts. Not all practitioners of the mystical arts were virtuous. Some strayed into malevolent paths, harming others to achieve their own ends, wielding great destructive power. Capturing such individuals garnered immense merits. Lin Shi contained the malevolent energy emanating from the artifact and raised her gaze to assess the ghostly figure before her. The ghost, reverting to her former visage, cowered in a corner, too afraid to meet her eyes. Lin Shi approached her directly and inquired, "How did you die?" Not long ago, Wu Ting had lost her job. Duan Lianyun had messaged her, "Ting Ting, I'm in the capital. You can come find me, and I'll introduce you to a job." Wu Ting hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Duan Lianyun not only had a melodious voice, but was also exceptionally gentle. He comforted her during her sorrow and lent her money when she was in need. With his good looks and wealth, she felt completely destitute in comparison. Wu Ting packed her belongings and left her hometown for the capital. Duan Lianyun greeted her warmly and took her on tours around the city. The job he introduced turned out to be selling drinks in a nightclub. Wu Ting found this line of work unacceptable. She witnessed an older man reach into a young woman's clothing while the girl continued to smile and drink. Duan Lianyun stopped her, saying, "Ting Ting, to earn money, you have to be bold. Besides, it's just a job. It doesn't mean you have to sleep with anyone." His bluntness left Wu Ting stunned.
Wu Ting guessed.
500,000. Duan Lianyun chuckled. "I'm friends with the boss here. Your base salary will be 20,000 plus commissions. Many people would kill to get this job. Ting Ting, trust me, I will protect you."
Wu Ting hesitated.
Back in her hometown, she could earn at most 5,000 a month. If she could save enough to open a small shop by the school gate, her mother wouldn't have to toil in the fields anymore. She held conservative views and, unable to bear the thought, decided to leave that very night. Duan Lianyun did not press her, saying, "It's all right, Ting Ting, I can support you. It's too late now. You can leave tomorrow." Wu Ting, enveloped in his gentleness, acquiesced. The two went to the coastal hotel, renting a room. Wu Ting quickly pushed him away. "Don't do this." Duan Lianyun did not relent but instead tightened his embrace. "Ting Ting, don't reject me." Wu Ting struggled desperately. "Let me go."
Slap.
A harsh blow struck her face. Duan Lianyun grinned wickedly, resembling a demon in the dark, gripping her throat. "How dare you pretend to be a virtuous maiden at a time like this? After playing games with you for months, I can't even touch you? Such preciousness." Wu Ting suffocated to death, her spirit floating above. Unbeknownst to Duan Lianyun, through some means, the hotel staff remained oblivious to the situation. Wu Ting inadvertently swallowed a dark object, causing a surge of malevolent energy within her. Though she sensed something was amiss, Wu Ting could not control herself. Whenever a living person occupied the room, she took on her ghostly form to instill fear. The scent of terror was intoxicating. She craved to consume these souls. In her final moments, Wu Ting remembered her mother's face. She became fully aware, shrinking back in fear. "I didn't mean to, please don't kill me." In chapter 23, she descended the mountain. Lin Shi gazed at her. "You have not taken any lives. I will not harm you." Extracting the malevolent object from Wu Ting, the dark energy surrounding her diminished significantly, rendering her, at most, a benign spirit. Lin Shi had no reason to extinguish her life, as normally, the deceased became benign spirits. Hearing this, Wu Ting sighed in relief. The words she held back brought tears to her eyes. She and her mother had relied on each other for survival. Before coming to the capital, her mother had urged her not to venture into unknown territories. Yet, she had come nonetheless, lacking any skills. All she wanted was to earn enough money so her mother could escape the hardships of farming. Little did she know that this journey would separate them for eternity. Lin Shi gently patted her head. Influenced by the cursed artifact, Wu Ting was continuously consumed by the desire to kill.
Fortunately,
She had managed to restrain herself from taking innocent lives. Otherwise, she would have faced dire consequences in the afterlife. Had Lin Shi arrived a few days later, Zhang Wanwan, Sun Li, and even Deng Wei and Li Lin would have perished. If Wu Ting had killed, her malevolent energy would have intensified. The coastal hotel would have become a hell on earth, where those who visited would either be severely harmed or lose their lives. Thankfully, none of this had transpired, as Wu Ting had controlled her murderous impulses and avoided grave errors. Lin Shi softly reassured her, "It's all right, no more tears." Wu Ting wiped her eyes, asking, "Master, am I to go to hell?" "Not hell, but the underworld," Lin Shi corrected her. "When one dies, they become a spirit and must traverse the yellow springs to register in the underworld, awaiting reincarnation. Those who have killed, whether alive or dead, must face punishment." Lin Shi stated calmly, "The balance of yin and yang exists. The living are judged by earthly laws, while the dead are judged by the underworld." Wu Ting sobbed,
thank you, Master.
"If it weren't for you, my body would not have been discovered so soon. I can never repay your kindness in this life." "There is no need for repayment. Someone else will cover the costs," Lin Shi replied, beckoning. Sun Li hurriedly approached, his demeanor excessively sycophantic. "Master, how may I serve you?" Bowing his head in acknowledgement, he continued, "The hotel is at fault, and we will certainly compensate." Wu Ting dried her tears, sincerely thanking Lin Shi. "Thank you, Master. With this money, I hope my mother can live well and not grieve for me." She smiled, finding peace. "Master, please escort me to the underworld." Lin Shi casually opened the gate to the netherworld. On the path of the yellow springs, vibrant red spider lilies bloomed. A chilling aura beckoned Wu Ting to enter, and before stepping in, she bowed deeply. Wu Ting departed, and the ghostly gate vanished. Lin Shi cast a dispersing talisman, eradicating all the malevolent energy in the room, including that which had seeped into the corridor. As the dark energy dissipated, gentle sunlight poured in. Sun Li rubbed his arms, exclaiming, "Finally, it feels a bit more like the living world." He lavished praise, "Master, your skills are profound, and your morals are admirable. Thank you for saving my life." Lin Shi opened a QR code, stating, "No need for thanks, just payment, 10,000. Sun Li chuckled awkwardly, quickly transferring the sum. "Master, you have a modern touch." He thought the Master's demeanor suggested a demand for 1,000,000. This time, he had struck an unexpected fortune. After receiving the money, Lin Shi stepped out. "The police arrived. You know what to say." Sun Li nodded vigorously. "Master, I understand, I understand." He grasped that such a high being would not wish to reveal their identity. After Lin Shi departed, Sun Li exited the room, feeling a resurgence of fear. Aunt Zhang shot him a disdainful glance, useless. Surprised, Sun Li asked, "The master has left. Why are you still here?" Aunt Zhang, hands on her hips, replied, "Because of this incident, my niece missed her interview and lost her job. Your hotel must compensate." Sun Li found himself unable to counter this claim. Suddenly, the sharp wail of sirens pierced the air. Sun Li dabbed at his eyes. "Police officer, there has been a death." Wei Haiyang strode in, detecting a strong odor of decay. Sun Li trembled and wept. "Police officer, there's a body. There's a corpse hidden beneath the hotel bed." Wei Haiyang glanced over, revealing a scene of utter chaos. "Xiao Qin, go take a look." Forensic expert Qin quickly assessed the situation, confirming a female corpse, approximately 21 years old. Wei Haiyang fixed his gaze on Sun Li. "You discovered the body?" "Yes." Wei Haiyang scrutinized him skeptically. "How did you know?" Sun Li fiercely slapped his forehead, recalling Wu Ting's haunting dream in which she described her tragic demise. Aunt Zhang observed him with an impassive expression as he continued, "Officer, my niece is studying medicine. Upon detecting the stench of decay, we ventured into this room, only to discover a corpse hidden beneath the bed." Zhang Wanwan timidly affirmed, "Indeed." Following this incident, she resolved to abandon her aspirations of becoming a doctor and instead pursue a career as a forensic pathologist at the police station. Wei Haiyang sensed something amiss with the trio and instructed Xiao Qin, check the surveillance footage. 2 men and a woman clad in black uniforms approached. The leading man produced an identification badge embossed with a national emblem, his voice icy. Greetings, comrades. We are from the Special Administration Bureau. This case is particularly sensitive and falls under our jurisdiction. Wei Haiyang regarded him steadily and replied, understood. Xiao Qin, let us go. Forensic expert Qin followed closely, questioning boss. Are we really stepping aside? What is the Special Administration Bureau? Wei Haiyang explained, the Special Administration Bureau oversees complex cases and major homicide investigations that require their expertise. Qin was puzzled, but this is merely a standard murder case. Having interacted with the Bureau previously, he suspected it had connections to more serious matters. Meanwhile, beside Wu Ting's body, Bai Shu Yuan swiftly surveyed the room, noting an astonishing absence of any malevolent energy, an immaculate state that was quite extraordinary. Jiang Yuan examined the corpse, confirming it as an ordinary homicide. Bai Shu Yuan frowned. Captain, could the intel be flawed? Yesterday, the Bureau uncovered a body in a horrific state, disfigured beyond recognition. Upon viewing the Linhai Hotel from a distance, it exuded a sinister aura, prompting their immediate arrival, yet they found nothing. Yunyan gazed out the window. Sensing that the excessive cleanliness was unsettling, Wu Ting had perished less than a week ago, and it was implausible that no trace of malevolence remained. Unless someone had deliberately eradicated it. His gaze shifted to the 3 individuals at the entrance, suddenly noticing Sun Li clutching a yellow talisman. Yunyan pressed the talisman down, asking, who gave this to you? Sun Li's heart raced as he stammered, I sought it at the temple. May I see it? Yunyan's voice was gentle yet firm. Sun Li unfolded the talisman. Bai Shu Yuan and Jiang Yuan scrutinized its inscriptions. Jiang Yuan gasped, wow. The energy from this talisman is remarkable. Who is the master behind it? She shook Sun Li's shoulders urgently. Quickly tell me, where is the master? Sun Li remained tight-lipped. Oh. Jiang Yuan released her grip. Captain, are you not curious? Yunyan gently pinched the talisman, already suspecting its origin. She has descended. Chapter 24. The Art of War Revisited. The day was still young as Lin Xi finished lunch and continued to set up her stall on the antique street. Elderly patrons waved to her, inquiring, Master, how is Wan faring? Lin Xi, aware of their desire for gossip, succinctly recounted the entire incident. An elderly woman clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Online romances can lead to dire consequences. An older man countered, it's not the online romance that is to blame, but the scoundrel. Online connections aren't entirely negative. And he shot him a glance. Old Zheng, at your age, you wouldn't still be online dating, would you? Grandpa Zheng flushed. Don't speak nonsense. We are not online dating. We are simply in a relationship. Oh, and he sighed. Old Zheng, don't invest everything you have into this. When you pass, who will collect your remains? Grandpa Zheng retorted. My spouse has been gone for over 20 years. Which law forbids me from finding companionship? And he shook her head, lamenting, those who seek you do so for your age, your lack of hygiene, and your foul odor. They are merely after your meager wealth. She delivered a final blow. You can't even hold on to a relationship. How do you expect to find love in your twilight years? Grandpa Zheng's face turned a deep shade of anger. You.
What about me?
Aunt, he placed her hands on her hips. Am I wrong? Grandpa Zheng, feeling indignant, turned to Lin Xi. Master, please calculate my fortune. Lin Xi cleared her throat. Do you have any photographs? Grandpa Zheng shook his head. No. This is merely a spiritual connection. Looks are irrelevant. Young folks refer to this as platonic love. And he rolled her eyes. Old Zheng, you've undoubtedly been duped. Behind the scenes, there's probably a burly man. I've seen several news stories like this. Go away. Don't interrupt the master's fortune-telling. Grandpa Zheng, filled with anticipation, chimed in. Master, while I lack photos, I do have voice messages. Lin Xi replied, go ahead. Grandpa Zheng removed his reading glasses and opened the chat history, playing a voice message. Darling, remember to eat on time, or else I'll worry. A sweet, delicate voice echoed, causing Grandpa Zheng to blush deeply. Master, you see? Before Lin Xi could respond, and he could no longer contain herself. Oh my goodness. You believe that voice is genuine. Darling?
I am aghast.
Grandpa Zheng, dissatisfied, insisted, I've spoken with Yinin. This is her true voice. Master, what do you think? Lin Xi maintained a stoic expression. The voice is genuine. Now buoyed, Grandpa Zheng exclaimed, see, old lady. Lin Xi remarked coolly, but the person may not be real. Let me check your fortune. Grandpa Zheng provided a series of numbers. Lin, she calculated, your fortune indicates a proclivity for being deceived and encountering petty villains. And he straightened up. Old Zheng, I advise you to withdraw quickly. If you end up with no one to claim your remains, where will your pride be? Grandpa Zheng, in disbelief, asserted, Master, Inin cannot possibly be a fraud. I refuse to believe it. Lin, she replied, tomorrow morning at 6, you will receive a surprise. I understand, Master. After he departed, and he quietly asked, Master, will it be a surprise or a shock? Lin, she shook her head. Grandpa Zheng will come to understand. After their afternoon nap, the elderly patrons flocked to Lin Shi, crowding around her stall. Qian Fugui stood among them, craning his neck for a better view. He could no longer bear it. The principle of adapting to change was proving futile. Ever since this young girl arrived at the antique street, the business of de Daotang had dwindled daily. If this continued, de Daotang would inevitably face bankruptcy. Qian Fugui resolved to confront this young girl personally, teaching her a lesson about the hierarchy of skill. He stood there for the entire afternoon. Lin Shi had completed 18 divinations, with only one remaining before closing up. A young man with dyed hair nudged Qian Fugui. Master Qian, hurry. Qian Fugui, nearly dozing off, was suddenly pushed, rolling 3 times before landing at Lin Shi's feet. Lin Shi glanced down at him. It's merely a fortune-telling. There's no need for such grand gestures. Qian Fugui. The elderly patrons began to murmur. Isn't that the wealthy Qian from de Daotang? Has he changed careers, seeking Lin Master instead of fooling others? The young man with dyed hair shouted, Master Qian,
Rise.
It's time to showcase your skills, demonstrate your prowess against this young lady and restore the reputation of de Daotang. And he teased, oh, Qian is in a hurry. Does he want to challenge Lin Master? Do you really know your own capabilities? Qian Fugui felt utterly embarrassed. The one who achieves nothing often brings about their own downfall. With so many familiar faces around, what if he lost? He had observed Lin Shi's divinations all afternoon and was already wavering. Initially reluctant to step forward, he was now pushed by the young man and had no choice but to proceed. Qian Fugui stood up, straightened his clothing, and declared, You are that Lin Master, I wish to challenge you. Lin Shi replied coolly, Pay first for the divination, or be on your way. Qian Fugui obediently pulled out 1,000 yuan, his confidence visibly lacking. Is this sufficient? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. What are you challenging me on? Qian Fugui, seeing her calm demeanor, immediately hesitated. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. This was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Qian Fugui excitedly proclaimed, The lottery. If you can predict the next winning numbers, I shall kneel before you and call you master. Lin Shi smiled. Firstly, you lack any aptitude for metaphysics, rendering you unworthy of my tutelage. Secondly, you possess no luck for unexpected gains. To put it plainly, you will never win the lottery. Lastly, while I can provide you with the numbers, whether you live to collect the prize is another matter entirely. Feel free to test your luck. Qian Fugui broke into a cold sweat. What on earth? Her implication was that trying might lead to demise. Qian Fugui instantly cowered, defiantly stating, I haven't lost, nor have you won. We are at a stalemate. Lin Shi weighed the 1,000 yuan in her hand, proclaiming, You have paid. I shall offer you a fortune-telling. Fugui, your brow is dark. Beware of impending calamities, and mind your words. The smile vanished from Qian Fugui's face.
Damn.
Wasn't that his usual saying? Now, uttered by a peer, right before him. He felt an awkwardness wash over him and cast a glance at the onlookers before retreating in disgrace. The young man with yellow hair hurried after him. Master Qian, you are supposed to be Qian the Immortal. How can you back down? Qian Fugui wiped the sweat from his forehead. Shut up. You've made me lose face today. That little girl is insufferable. The young man rolled his eyes. Master Qian, why challenge her? Let us send someone to disrupt her. She is too frail to withstand intimidation. Before he could finish, he received a heavy punch that knocked Qian Fugui down beside him. Qian Fugui's head struck the ground, blood flowing freely. He sighed, truly, a calamity of blood. The young man gasped, ouch. Who hit me? Wu Da, no, now it's Wu Qida, emerged from the alley. I haven't settled the old scores with you. How dare you target Master Lin? The family, grateful to him, offered him a position as a security guard in the community. From now on, do your job well and avoid wasting 20 years. Wu Da was immensely grateful for Lin Shi's warning and raised his fist. The young man and Qian Fugui were soon met with a beating. Qian Fugui cursed inwardly. Useless. It's all this good for nothing's fault. I must thoroughly study Sun Tzu's art of war and revive the Taoist hall. Chapter 25. Online romance is risky.
Boss.
It's you. She turned towards the voice, spotting a young man with a handsome face excitedly waving. Ji Hung rushed over. Boss, do you remember me? I'm Ji Hung. We met that late night. Lin Shi pondered for a moment, recalling the unfortunate spirit. Indeed, that's me. Ji Hung was visibly elated. Boss. I've been searching for you. I didn't expect to find you at the antique street. My school is nearby. Let me treat you to a meal. No need. Lin Shi replied with a glance. Young man, your brow is dark. Beware of impending calamities. This unfortunate child seemed to be encountering misfortune again, his forehead shrouded in dark energy, though he was not in mortal danger. No way, not again. Ji Hung's heart raced at her words. Boss, don't scare me. Lin Shi produced a stack of safety talismans, 8,000 each. Want one? Yes, yes. Ji Hung, having witnessed her abilities, was eager to acquire all the yellow talismans. Boss, give me 100. Lin Shi calmly stated, limited to 10 per person. If 10 talismans cannot protect you, it means your fate is sealed. Resign yourself to rebirth and strive for a better life next time. Trembling, Ji Hung hastily transferred money for 10 talismans. Boss, am I going to die? Lin Shi shook her head. No, perhaps just a broken arm or leg. You'll recover in a month, so don't worry too much. Ji Hung was even more terrified. Boss, let us exchange contact information. You must come to save me, no matter the cost. Lin Shi replied, ordinary contact methods are ineffective. If anything happens, just call my name towards a talisman, and I will sense it and come. Not reassured, Ji Hung persistently added the boss on WeChat. Waving goodbye with reluctance. Goodbye, boss. Wu Ma prepared meals on the warming mat, asking, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll tell Wu Ma. It doesn't matter, just ask Wu Ma to make more. How many? 10 dishes, 2 pots of rice. Lin Shi waited a long time. She explained, Xiao Jin and the others will also need to eat. Fu Jingyao stared at his phone for a long time. Who is Xiao Jin? That morning, Lin Shi's first words had been directed at Xiao Jin. Who exactly was Xiao Jin? And what about them? Chen Zhao interjected. President Fu. Confused, Chen Zhao continued. They just arrived yesterday, planning to stay for 7 days. Why suddenly shorten their time? There's no pressing business domestically. President Fu was acting strangely. Something was definitely amiss. Meanwhile, at Di Jingyuan, Lin Shi checked her phone. Fu Jingyao had not sent any further messages. She released 5 little paper figures. You are free tonight. Xiao Tu inhaled deeply, finally free to emerge. Xiao Jin waved. Quick, let us eat first. Xiao Mu remarked, there aren't enough dishes. I'll check the kitchen and make a few more. Upon opening the fridge, Xiao Mu was astonished. Wow, master, we've struck it rich. So many things I've never seen before. Lin Shi reminded, just fry an egg, don't touch the other ingredients. Xiao Mu fetched a tray of eggs. All right, master. After the meal, the 5 little paper figures rushed outside, bathing in the moonlight. Xiao Mu gazed at the vast land, excitedly clapping. Master, can I plant vegetables? Lin Shi nodded. I'll ask Fu Jingyao tomorrow and then buy seeds. Xiao Mu, being a wood spirit, could cultivate fruits imbued with spiritual energy, far superior in taste to ordinary ones. Lin Shi intended to use a piece of land for cultivation. Xiao Mu twirled happily. Master, I adore you. The original forest had been ravaged by fire, leaving him severely injured. He had only survived by meeting the master. Xiao Mu had no other desires, only a love for farming. Xiao Tu raised his hand. Master, I want to plant too. Xiao Shui and Xiao Hua followed suit. Master, we want to as well. Xiao Shui glared at Xiao Hua. You'd better not set the seedlings on fire. Planting is out of the question. Xiao Hua retorted. As long as you don't drown the seedlings, planting is not an issue. Just as the two were about to argue, Xiao Jin interjected, no fighting. Wait for master to decide. Lin Shi instructed, Xiao Jin, you organize it. Each person gets a plot. The 5 little paper figures had no objections. Xiao Jin allocated the land, and they reveled in the moonlight on their respective plots. It was a night without dreams. Old man Zheng couldn't sleep, staying awake until 6 in the morning. He hurriedly put on his shoes and rushed out. As he reached the 3rd floor, he heard a familiar voice. Old man Zheng was startled. Wasn't he that Izinin? They lived in the same building, a fateful coincidence. He quickly dashed downstairs, about to call out to Yinin, only to see a disheveled man. Old man Zheng's heart sank. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The man was wearing slippers, had no shirt, and sported baggy shorts. His face covered in acne, a beard grown wild, and an oily face that could fry 2 dishes. At that moment, he was picking at his feet, sweetly calling, "Baby, if you ignore me any longer, I'll really get angry." Old man Zheng nearly choked. No, this isn't my Yinin. Ding dong.
His phone rang.
He pulled out his phone to find the chat screen displaying that very voice message. The anxiety in old man Zheng's heart finally shattered. He had sent Yinin 300,000. Furious, he shouted, "You scammer." Yinin turned around, instinctively lifting her fingers in a delicate manner. "Baby." Old man Zheng was greatly alarmed. A bearded man with dirty feet calling you baby was perhaps the most terrifying thing in the world. Old man Zheng grabbed a broom nearby and shouted, "Scammer." Yinin was taken aback. Old man Zheng was her first customer. This old man was single and wealthy, unable to resist loneliness, and easily fell for the trap. Yesterday, something had seemed off about him, and she had come to see what was going on. She had deceived many with her melodious voice, but today, it had backfired. Yinin hurriedly fled, but with old man Zheng's commotion, the neighbors awoke. Some opened their doors to see what the fuss was about. Old man Zheng shouted, "Catch the scammer." Yinin was ultimately taken away by the police for questioning, revealing over 30 cases of fraud involving more than 2 million in illicit gains. The police deliberately issued a statement, "Exercise caution in online relationships. Meeting in person carries risks. The sweet traps can wreak havoc on your wallet." Chapter 26. An extra face among the 4. Ji-hung lay in the dormitory, unable to sleep, his gaze fixed anxiously on the ceiling. He clenched a talisman, feeling a slight relaxation. 10 talismans, 2 tucked into his pockets, 2 stuffed into his underwear, 2 hung around his neck, 2 affixed to the bed curtains, 1 stuck to his forehead, and 1 held tightly in his hand. As the night deepened, fatigue overcame him, and he finally drifted off to sleep.
Ji-hung.
Wake up, it's 7:50. Ji-hung jolted awake, spotting his roommate beside him, finally coming to his senses. "Oh no, I'm going to be late." When Qingzhou, carrying 2 backpacks, urged, "Hurry up, Ji-hung. I've got the books you need for this morning ready."
Thanks.
Ji-hung quickly threw on a shirt, hastily washed his face, and dashed out of the dormitory building with Wen Qingzhou. "Run. We'll be marked tardy for morning attendance. If the teacher knows we're late, we'll lose at least 3 points from our usual grades." The 2 hurried towards the teaching building, arriving just in time to find only the front 3 rows unoccupied, while the remaining seats were packed with students. Ji-hung begrudgingly settled into the front row, always anxious about being called upon by the teacher. He wiped his face and said, "Wen Qingzhou, I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Wen Qingzhou shook his head. "I'm used to sitting in the front." Ji-hung patted his shoulder. "I almost forgot. You're a top student." Wen Qingzhou was not only the class monitor but also the president of the student council, consistently ranking first in the history department, standing in stark contrast to Ji-hung, who merely coasted through. Wen Qingzhou took out a bottle of milk and a bag of bread. "Here, have something to eat." Ji-hung's eyes lit up at the sight of food. "Wen Qingzhou, you're truly my savior. I'll treat you to lunch." Wen Qingzhou smiled. "All right." After finally completing a full day of classes, Ji-hung felt rejuvenated and liberated. "Shall we play doubles tonight?" Wen Qingzhou adjusted his glasses. "Don't forget we have a club activity for the Paranormal Society." "Oh right." Ji-hung slapped his forehead. At university, there were numerous clubs, and intrigued by the Paranormal Society, especially since Wen Qingzhou was the president, he decided to join. After dinner, the 2 headed to the Paranormal Society. A crowd had gathered, chanting incantations and holding a pen, seemingly engrossed in some activity. Ji-hung glanced over. "What are the 4 of you doing in a circle?" Zhang Jitao waved. "You 2 are here? We're going to play Pen Fairy today." Wen Qingzhou immediately responded, "Sounds fun." Ji-hung recalled the days of spirit detachment and shook his head vigorously. "I'm not playing. No strange games. Encountering ghosts is the last thing I need."
Ha.
"Little Ji-hung, you're so fragile. Why bother coming to school? Better to stay home with 100 bodyguards." Ji-hung rolled his eyes. "Zhou Junjie, you have no right to meddle in my affairs." Zhou Junjie, with his nose in the air, teased, "Oh dear, the little lord is angry. I'm just trying to spare you from falling and making your mother cry." Unable to endure further, Ji-hung grabbed his collar. "Zhou Junjie, are you out of your mind? Do you think I 1T hit you?" Zhou Junjie had always been antagonistic towards him, constantly mocking him whenever they crossed paths. Had it not been for Zhou Junjie's father donating several buildings to the school, he would not have been allowed to appear here. Ji-hung raised his fist. but Wen Qingzhou quickly intervened. We're classmates and roommates. Let us not quarrel or resort to violence. Both Jiheng and Zhou Junjie were equally obstinate, refusing to relent. When Qingzhou sighed in resignation, Jiheng, do me a favor. Reluctantly, Jiheng pushed Zhou Junjie aside. For your sake, I'll let this fool go today. Zhang Jitao quickly changed the subject. All right. The Paranormal Society has finally organized an activity, so let us play a game. Zhou Junjie was the first to raise his hand. I'll join. Unlike some cowards who just hide and cry. Jiheng's temper flared. I'll join too. Zhou Junjie shot him a provocative glance. Do you dare to play at midnight?
Crazy.
Jiheng thought of Lin Xi's words, pulling Wen Qingzhou away. Staying with certain neurotics makes the air toxic. But he halted, realizing that Wen Qingzhou was his best friend in college, and he couldn't let him be put in danger because of Zhou Junjie. Zhou Junjie sarcastically remarked, some people are going to wet their pants later. Don't start crying. Just as another argument was about to ensue, Zhang Jitao hastily intervened. Come on. Let us play the game. They turned off the lights, lit 4 candles, and laid a sheet of white paper on the table. On the paper were the words, yes and no. The 4 formed a circle, overlapping their left hands, gently holding a pen. When Qingzhou began, past lives with past lives. This life with this life. Pen fairy, if you wish to continue our fate, please draw a circle on the paper. The pen, perpendicular to the table, moved slowly, meticulously crafting a perfect circle on the paper. Zhou Junjie was ecstatic. The pen fairy has truly come. Jiheng sensed something was amiss. An odd force was pulling at his hand, as if something was lurking behind him, watching. He attempted to release the pen but found himself powerless. Cold sweat soaked his back. Oh no, I've truly summoned a ghost. Zhang Jitao urged, everyone, quickly ask the pen fairy a question. He was the first to speak. Pen fairy, will my confession succeed? The pen swiftly moved to the no and circled it.
Ha ha ha.
Zhou Junjie laughed derisively. Zhang Jitao, your confession will fail.
Give up on that dream.
Zhang Jitao lowered his head, silent. When Qingzhou added, Zhou Junjie, you should tone it down. Zhou Junjie scoffed. Now it's my turn. Pen fairy, will I become a billionaire? The pen hesitated not at all, drawing a circle on no. Zhou Junjie's face turned ashen. Had the circumstances been different, Jiheng would have relished mocking him. Next up was Wen Qingzhou. He stared at the 2 words on the paper. Pen fairy, will I always be first? The pen slowly moved, circling the yes. Wen Qingzhou's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing his lips. Jiheng, it's your turn. Jiheng, eager to conclude this ridiculous game, asked a random question. Will I pass my English class? The pen trembled, ultimately circling no. As all 4 had asked their questions, Jiheng hastily declared, Pen fairy, the questioning is over. Thank you for your presence. The pen remained motionless on the table, the temperature around them plummeting, a cold aura seeping into their pores, causing everyone to shiver. Zhang Jitao was drenched in sweat. Pen fairy, please take your leave. Today's game is over. Yet the pen remained still, appearing like a monstrous creature under the dim candlelight. Zhou Junjie grew anxious. Pen fairy, please go. A voice, neither male nor female, echoed. The game is not over.
Who?
Who is speaking? Zhou Junjie was on the verge of panic. He noticed an extra face among the 4. Chapter 27. A heroic rescue. Zhou Junjie trembled. A face. A ghostly face. Jiheng scanned the surroundings, seeing nothing amiss. There is. Zhou Junjie gulped, using all his strength to withdraw his hand from the pen. I'm not playing anymore, I'm done. Zhang Jitao's expression turned grim. No, we must send the pen fairy away. Otherwise suddenly, the lights flickered back on. The 4 collapsed onto the ground, laughter erupting from the surrounding members of the club. Zhou Junjie gasped for breath. What just happened?
Who dared to scare me?
When Qingzhou patted his shoulder, it was just a game. Don't take it seriously. I wasn't taking it seriously. Zhou Junjie stubbornly denied that he had nearly wet himself moments ago. He dusted himself off, looking down at Jiheng. Hey, coward, did you just wet your pants? Jiheng chose to ignore him. That chilling sensation was no mere illusion. Jiheng warned everyone not to play with a pen spirit again. Just because nothing went wrong this time does not guarantee the same for the next. When Qingzhou interrupted him, saying, Jiheng, it's just a game. There is no pen spirit in this world. What we experienced was merely a psychological effect. The 5 circles drawn on the white paper were particularly conspicuous.
Jiheng inquired.
How do you explain this? When Qingzhou smiled, all 4 of us had our hands on the pen. Someone must have mischievously pushed it to draw a circle. Ji Hung raked his fingers through his hair, but I clearly intended to let go. Alright, enough of this. Let's not dwell on it, Wen Qingzhou said, pulling him up. I promise, we won't play this game again. After washing up, Ji Hung sat on his bed and glanced at Zhang Zitong across from him. What's wrong? Still thinking about the pen spirit? Zhang Zitong appeared frantic. We haven't sent the pen spirit away. We haven't sent it away. Zhou Junjie shouted impatiently. What nonsense. Whether or not there's a pen spirit is still uncertain. It's probably some jerk trying to scare us. Zhang Zitong muttered. If we don't send the pen spirit away, disaster will befall us. Enough already. It's past midnight. Sleep. We have classes in the morning. When Qingzhou turned off the light, plunging the dormitory into darkness. An odd smell permeated the air, reminiscent of socks that hadn't been washed in 3 months, with a sour and slightly salty odor.
Ye Heng frowned, cursing silently.
Zhou Junjie. That fool. Never washes his feet. It's unbearable. Eventually, he grew accustomed to the scent, wrapped himself in his blanket, and fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, Ji Hung heard a knocking sound on the bed. He turned over. Shut up, you fool. But Zhou Junjie, wide-eyed, was screaming for help. Something was tightly gripping his neck, rendering him unable to make a sound. In a panic, Zhou Junjie kicked the bed with all his might. The knocking grew louder in Ji Heng's ears. And he irritably sat up. Zhou Junjie, what the hell are you doing? The cold hands relaxed slightly, and Zhou Junjie screamed, help. Ji Hung snapped awake, hurriedly climbing out of bed to turn on the light, but despite pressing the switch repeatedly, the light remained unresponsive. Clutching his protective talisman, he moved toward Zhou Junjie's bed.
Hey, fool.
Upon seeing the scene on the bed, Ji Heng's pupils dilated. Zhang Zitong was straddling Zhou Junjie, 10 fingers tightly wrapped around his neck. A malevolent grin on his face. Zhou Junjie was gasping for air, his eyes rolling back.
Shit.
Ji Hung instinctively threw the talisman.
Ah.
Zhang Zitong let out a blood-curdling scream as the talisman made contact, emitting dark smoke. Slowly, Zhang Zitong turned his head. You dare to harm me.
D.
Zhou Junjie seized the opportunity to break free, rolling off the bed and landing beside Ji Hung. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Junjie was in tears, not caring about anything else. Clinging to Ji Heng's leg, help. Zhang Zitong has gone mad. Zhang Zitong's grin widened ominously. You will die. He extended his fingers, striking with incredible speed. Ji Hung couldn't even see his shadow, internally screaming in panic, wanting to flee but unable to, as Zhou Junjie held his leg tightly.
Ye Heng cursed, fool.
Get up already. Zhou Junjie trembled. I can't move. Ji Hung watched helplessly as Zhang Zitong approached, reaching for his neck. In a critical moment, a faint golden light emanated from Ji Hung. Zhang Zitong abruptly withdrew his hand, his scream turning more desperate.
Ah. You. D.
Ji Hung patted his chest, relieved to have the talisman for protection. Just when he thought the danger had passed, Zhang Zitong turned and charged straight toward Wen Qingzhou. Ji Hung felt a wave of dread. Wen Qingzhou, wake up, run. Wen Qingzhou rubbed his eyes, bewildered. Ji Hung, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Zitong suddenly appeared behind him. In a moment of panic, Ji Hung grabbed his shoe and threw it. Wen Qingzhou, duck. The shoe hit Zhang Zitong squarely in the face, filling the air with a foul odor.
Ugh.
Zhou Junjie couldn't hold back and vomited. Ji Hung, your shoe is a biological weapon. Ji Hung looked disgusted, kicking Zhou Junjie away. Get off. My feet don't stink. That's clearly the smell of that ghost. He turned to the dazed Wen Qingzhou. Come here, I have a protective talisman. Wen Qingzhou's expression darkened. Ji Hung, thank goodness for you, otherwise, we would be doomed. Ji Hung waved, come quickly. As Wen Qingzhou took a couple steps, Zhang Zitong tackled him to the ground, shouting.
D.
Ji Hung was taken aback. Wen Qingzhou. Wen Qingzhou struggled to speak. Don't worry about me. You must escape. Ji Hung couldn't just leave him, pulling Zhou Junjie up. Fool. You're usually so arrogant. Don't back down now. Zhou Junjie, spurred on by Ji Heng's words, bravely stood up. They both attacked Zhang Zitong, with Ji Hung hitting him on the head with his other shoe, while Zhou Junjie grabbed Wen Qingzhou's leg, pulling him toward safety. Zhang Zitong's face morphed, at times contorted and at times smooth as jade. Suddenly, he laughed, a powerful force throwing Zhou Junjie off balance, causing him to spit blood. Zhang Zitong grasped Zhou Junjie by the neck with one hand while clutching Wen Qingzhou with the other, a sinister smile on his lips. You can only choose one to save. Who will it be? When Chengzhou and Zhou Junjia's faces turned pale. When Chengzhou closed his eyes, Ji Heng, don't worry about me. Zhou Junjia was terrified. Ji Heng, please, save me. I swear I won't insult you again. Zhang Jitang's smile widened. Hurry, choose. Choose your mother. Ji Heng gripped the talisman tightly and shouted 3 times toward the ceiling, Great One, help me. After the third call, nothing happened, leaving Ji Heng bewildered. Could it be that the Great One was still asleep and hadn't heard his plea? Zhang Zitang's grip tightened. You will all die. Zhou Junjia screamed in panic. Ah. Zhang Zitang licked his lips. In my domain, even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to save you. Haha, I relish this feeling. Betrayal, fear, hatred. Before he could finish, Zhang Zitang suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ji Heng turned to see who had arrived. Great One. Chapter 28. There is still a ghost hidden among you. Ji Heng waved excitedly. Great One. You finally came. Lin, she was yawning widely. What is going on? Ji Heng hurried over and whispered, Zhang Zitang has been possessed by a ghost. Who is Zhang Zitang? Lin Shi, still groggy, asked. Ji Heng glanced at the man beneath her feet, timidly saying, Great One, you're standing on Zhang Zitang. Could you kindly lift your foot? Only then did Lin Shi notice the man lying on the ground, his face bruised and foaming at the mouth. She had been sleeping soundly when she suddenly sensed a distress signal from the talisman, rushing straight to the school. Schools are often built on graveyards, as the land is cheaper and the vitality of students can suppress the ghostly energy. Conveniently, there was a large graveyard beneath the boys' dormitory, allowing her to reach this place in no time. Detecting the overwhelming ghostly energy, she climbed up to the 3rd floor and burst in. Seeing the man radiating dark energy, she acted without hesitation and threw a punch. Why disturb her sleep of all times? Ji Heng, go check on how Zhang is doing. Ji Heng quickly helped Zhang Jitang up, checking for his breath. Great One, he is still alive. Swallowing hard, he asked, Where's the ghost? Lin, she stretched. I was so filled with rage earlier that I accidentally punched the ghost attached to him, killing it.
Ye Henk exclaimed. Wow.
Great One, you're amazing. Lin, she replied nonchalantly. However, there is still a ghost here. That ghost was merely a doppelganger.
Ha.
Ji Heng shrank back in fear. Where is it? Lin, she surveyed the chaotic dormitory. Shoes, clothes, pants, and socks were carelessly strewn across the bed, while the trash can emanated a peculiar aroma reminiscent of spicy snacks and instant noodles. Toilet paper lay scattered across the floor. Lin, she couldn't help but comment. Ji Heng, your dormitory's hygiene is concerning. Ji Heng was mortified, exclaiming, Big shot, we promise to rectify this. We are truly sorry. The demeanor of the big shot was so formidable that one could almost forget she was a girl. Fortunately, there were no figurines in the dorm, otherwise, it would have been a social disaster. Lin, she rubbed her temples and glanced to the side. 2 boys lay sprawled on the floor. One with blood smeared across half his face, the other weakly coughing. Ji Heng hurried to introduce, These are my other 2 roommates. The handsome one is Wen Qingzhou, and the less attractive one is Zhou Junjia. Zhou Junjia protested, grumbling, I'm not ugly. Wen Qingzhou remained silent, staring at the ground. Lin, she approached them. But Ji Heng suddenly screamed, Big shot, watch out behind you. An eerie, raspy voice echoed, Who are you? I will kill you. A massive black mist swirled in the air, slowly forming a terrifying visage, eyes filled with deep-seated malice. In an instant, a cold wind rattled the windows, shaking the entire dormitory and sending items tumbling from the desk. Zhou Junjia, unfortunately, was struck on the foot by a heavy book, crying out in pain, Ji Heng.
Help me, fool.
Ji Heng yelled as she ran around in a panic, eventually stopping next to Wen Qingzhou, asking, Are you okay? He shook his head weakly, saying, Ji Heng, don't worry about me. Check on Zhou Junjia. Ji Heng cast a dubious glance at Zhou Junjia, who was shouting with fervor. What could possibly be wrong? She helped Wen Qingzhou sit up, remarking, You look terrible, are you hurt? Wen Qingzhou managed a silent smile, exhaustion etched across his face. Ji Heng gently patted his back, reassuring him, Don't be afraid. Wen Qingzhou, usually gentle and mild-mannered, was clearly taken aback by the absurdity of the situation. Ji Heng continued to comfort him, saying, Don't worry, with the big shot here, this ghost is doomed. Wen Qingzhou forced a stiff smile, replying, Suddenly, a loud bang startled Ji Heng, causing her to recoil. Oh my, the big shot is ferocious. My bed just flew. She turned to see Lin Shi throwing 10 yellow talismans, encircling the ominous black entity. Wherever the ghost attempted to flee, the talismans followed like they were equipped with a tracking device. The black mist gradually shrank, morphing into a humanoid form. Its cheeks lined with deep creases and hair trailing to the ground like tangled seaweed. With each step, a wet footprint appeared on the floor. Lin Shi squinted, identifying it as a water ghost. This ghost exuded a heavy aura of blood, burdened with numerous debts of life, at least 30 lives taken. Such a delight. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It had been a long time since she had engaged in a genuine battle. The water ghost, with a mocking sneer, taunted, "You're just a stinky Taoist." It licked its lips, adding, "I relish the flesh of stinky Taoists. You're doomed." Lin Shi retorted, "Let us see what you can do." With that, she unleashed the 10 yellow talismans toward the water ghost.
Ah!
The ghost bellowed, pounding its chest, its lower half transforming into a puddle, filling the air with a pungent fishy odor. Ji Hung and Zhou Junjie, horrified, clung to the desk, retching. "What on earth?" they exclaimed, realizing the pen spirit they had summoned was a water ghost. Recalling their prolonged game with the water ghost sent shivers down their spines. "Oh no! Our dormitory! How will we explain this to the dorm manager?" Ji Hung, disregarding her surroundings, dragged Wen Qingzhou away from the battlefield. This ghost was far more dangerous than the previous one. The water ghost continued to boast, "Don't waste your energy. The talismans are useless once they touch water." Lin Shi, unfazed, swiftly performed hand gestures. The 10 yellow talismans spun rapidly, absorbing the water from the ground. The water ghost was left bewildered. Its form reduced to a mere head, confusion flickering in its eyes. "It can be done this way? Not good. This girl is strong. I must flee." It yelled in frustration. "Who are you?" The ghost was incredulous, having never encountered someone so bold as to confront it without fear of the malevolent energy. Lin Shi replied coolly, "The one who annihilated your kind." The talismans clung tightly to the water ghost's body, erupting with a radiant light.
Ah!
The water ghost shrieked in agony, struggling, "I am the pen spirit. I can grant any wish. I am the pen spirit." Lin Shi, with an expressionless demeanor, regarded it disdainfully. A creature so steeped in malevolence dared to call itself a spirit. This entity had concealed itself among humans, incessantly feeding on blood to enhance its power. Lin Shi pinched her fingers, and the ghost's cries abruptly ceased, vanishing into the darkness. This night had not been in vain. Vanquishing such a creature would yield immense merit, equivalent to calculating 300 fortunes. Ji Hung stood in stunned silence, muttering, "Big shot, is it over?" Lin Shi smirked, "Not yet." She scanned the faces of the 4 individuals present. "One of you harbors a ghost, one with blood on its hands." Ji Hung gasped, "Who?" Chapter 29. All is ruined. Lin Shi advanced step by step toward him. Ji Hung shook his head vigorously. "Big shot, it's not me. I wouldn't even harm a chicken. I wasn't referring to you." Lin Shi's gaze fixed on the man behind Ji Hung, speaking deliberately, "Wen Qingzhou. You are an accomplice of the water ghost, burdened with the debts of 5 lives." Ji Hung's eyes widened in disbelief. "Big shot, it can't be Wen Qingzhou." In his eyes, Wen Qingzhou was an exemplary student, gentle and amiable, always welcoming to everyone. Now, the big shot claimed Wen Qingzhou had killed 5 people. How could this be possible? Ji Hung instinctively distanced himself from Wen Qingzhou, urging, "You must explain to the big shot. There must be a misunderstanding." Wen Qingzhou kept his head bowed, his tone unnervingly calm. "Ji Hung, do you believe me or her?" Ji Hung glanced between him and Lin Shi, unconsciously leaning toward Lin Shi. "Wen Qingzhou, the big shot doesn't he speak recklessly? Just clarify. Did the water ghost force you?" Wen Qingzhou suddenly raised his head, his face as pale as a sheet. The same person stood before them, yet his aura had drastically shifted, a surge of hostility emanating from him, the gentleness gone. He scoffed, "You're lucky to be alive. What a pity." Ji Hung was astounded, stammering, "Wen Qingzhou, why?"
Why?
Wen Qingzhou's laughter turned sinister, reminiscent of a villain from a drama. "I despise you all. I loathe everyone in this dormitory." Ji Hung could hardly believe his ears. "Wen Qingzhou, why? We are friends. Roommates. Not friends at all." A glimmer of coldness crossed Wen Qingzhou's eyes as deep green veins began to surface on his face, his hair rapidly growing. He mocked, "I've had enough of this dormitory. You're hypocritical, Zhou Junjie is arrogant, and Zhang Zitiao is a fence-sitter. I wish you all dead. Why don't you just die?" Wen Qingzhou's long hair lashed out like a sword, aimed directly at Ji Heng's neck, filled with murderous intent. Ji Heng's eyes widened in horror. When Chengzhou intended to kill him, a peace talisman emitted a faint golden light, intercepting the blow. The force of the impact sent Ji Heng flying backward. He accidentally stepped on a banana peel and fell onto the ground. With a loud crash, books tumbled from the desk, striking his legs. Lin Shi yanked him by his collar, tossing him aside. Are you daft? Can't you dodge? Ji Heng was heartbroken, staring at Wen Chengzhou in disbelief. You actually wanted to kill me. You said we were best friends. Throughout university, he had spent most of his time with Wen Chengzhou, attending classes, dining together, participating in club activities. He knew Wen Chengzhou came from a difficult background, always inviting him to share meals, purchasing everything in duplicate. Yet, Wen Chengzhou harbored intent to kill him. Ji Heng's heart was torn, silently wiping his eyes. The big shot was still present. He couldn't afford to lose face. When Chengzhou clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage. Ji Heng, why are you always so lucky? I truly despise you. Ji Heng's eyes reddened. Was this reason enough for you to kill me? Lin Shi replied calmly. When Chengzhou, you have 5 lives on your hands. You killed your parents, the top students from middle and high school, and the student council president. A chill ran down Ji Heng's spine. Behind Wen Chengzhou's gentle facade lay a monster. Zhou Junjie trembled, desperately trying to minimize his presence. After spending so long with Wen Chengzhou, it was terrifying. The secrets buried deep within him laid bare. Wen Chengzhou loathed the woman before him. Damn it! Damn them all! His father deserved to die. His mother deserved to die. They all deserved to perish. In his childhood, whenever he failed to achieve the top score, his father would beat him mercilessly, demanding to know why he only scored 98, berating him as worthless. His mother cowered in the corner, watching him suffer. His father, a drunkard and gambler, would vent his frustrations on him and his mother. After yet another beating, Wen Chengzhou ran to the river, wishing for it all to end. Just then, a voice echoed from beneath the water. Surrender your soul to me, and I shall grant your every wish. Without hesitation, Wen Chengzhou agreed. Kill my father. That very night, his father, inebriated, fell into the toilet and drowned in filth. For the first time, Wen Chengzhou felt a sense of relief. Good riddance. His mother, hearing his words, trembled. Chengzhou, what did you say? Mom, I said Dad's death is good. His mother stared at him in shock. Chengzhou, how can you say that? He is your father. Oh, if you care for him so much, go join him. Emotionless, Wen Chengzhou pushed his mother into the water. The river spirit witnessed the scene and laughed heartily. Excellent. You and I are of the same ilk. You shall follow me. Wen Chengzhou nodded. All right. The river spirit, satisfied with his actions, devoured the souls of his parents and fabricated the illusion of their accidental deaths. Wen Chengzhou became an orphan, earning the sympathy of teachers and villagers alike. When the final exam results arrived, he discovered he had once again placed second. First place. I must have first place. Wen Chengzhou seethed with anger, wishing he could eliminate the top student immediately. The river spirit warned that indiscriminate killing was not permitted. A transaction with the intended victim was necessary. When Chengzhou approached the top student, I heard your father is ill. I'll give you 10,000 yuan if you let me take first place in the next exam, all right? The top student hesitated but ultimately agreed, prioritizing his father's health over a mere exam. When Chengzhou smiled, farewell, top student. From now on, I shall be first. The top student leapt to his death. His body shattered, blood staining the ground. When Chengzhou achieved his dream of becoming the top student in the 3rd year of middle school, ascending to a prestigious high school amidst the praise of teachers and peers. During one exam, he scored 2 points lower than a girl. Those 2 points reminding him of his father's contemptible face. When Chengzhou resorted to the same method, utilizing the river spirit's power to kill her. As long as the top student was dead, he would forever hold the title. Upon entering university, he also eliminated the student council president for mocking his rural background. Let them all die. To death with them. In public, Wen Chengzhou was seen as a model student, helpful, academically gifted, and handsome. In private, he grew increasingly tormented, thirsting for blood. He formed a supernatural club, urging classmates to partake in ghostly games. Humanity sought answers, while the river spirit claimed their lives. When Chengzhou decided to test this on 4 roommates he had long despised, Ji Heng, the hypocritical rich boy who feigned modesty by living in the dorm, Zhou Junjie, the arrogant fool who never acknowledged him, and Zhang Zhitiao, the cowardly follower without an original thought. That night, he planned for these loathsome individuals to vanish. But everything was ruined by a woman. When Chengzhou tore the black orb from around his neck and swallowed it whole, transforming entirely. He glared menacingly at Lin Shi. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded. I will kill you. Chapter 30. Captain, do you know her? The chilling aura surged forth as when Chengzhou morphed into a figure akin to the river spirit, his body entwined with water plants. The water level in the room rose, soaking books and bedding as waves crashed toward Lin Shi. You shall die. Lin Shi rubbed her temples, exasperated. 10 yellow talismans spun rapidly, absorbing the water from the dormitory. When Chengzhou gritted his teeth and turned to attack Zhou Junjie, knowing he could not defeat this woman, he resolved to drag someone down with him. Zhou Junjie, paralyzed with fear, cried out, "Mommy, a monster." In that moment, when Chengzhou appeared wholly inhuman, like a malevolent spirit from the mountains, capable of inducing nightmares with a mere glance. Help! The air was thick with the stench of urine and fish. Utterly unbearable. Lin Shi, unable to endure it, placed her foot on Wen Chengzhou's chest and began to cast a spell. Wen Chengzhou, alarmed, protested, "I am human. You cannot kill me." Lin Shi grasped his head and forced it against the mirror. You have long since sold your soul to the river spirit. Look at yourself now. Do you resemble a human in any way? Wen Chengzhou struggled, exclaiming, "I am human. I am a top student. I am the student council president." Silence. Lin Shi pressed down with force, shattering the mirror into pieces. Wen Chengzhou's face was drenched in blood as he looked up and laughed maniacally. "If you kill me, you will not escape." Lin Shi ignored him, continuing to chant her spell. Thunder rumbled as she called upon divine retribution against evil spirits. 10 thick bolts of lightning struck Wen Chengzhou's crown, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. "Ah! I curse you!" Before he could finish, he collapsed, his eyes wide in shock. Nearby, Zhou Junjie rolled his eyes back and fainted. Ji Heng cautiously asked, "Boss, what do we do now that Wen Chengzhou is dead?" Lin Shi yawned. "Take another look at Wen Chengzhou." Ji Heng focused intently, gasping, "What happened to him?" Wen Chengzhou's corpse rapidly decayed, transforming into a skeleton within a minute. Lin Shi explained, "When I eradicated the river spirit's essence, it left a contingency plan to consume Wen Chengzhou's soul and resurrect him. Wen Chengzhou, clever yet foolish, believed the river spirit was merciful for sparing his life. That orb contained the river spirit's power. The river spirit killed Wen Chengzhou, while I acted as a force of justice to eliminate the river spirit." Ji Heng began to understand. Wen Chengzhou was killed by the river spirit, and it had nothing to do with them.
Goodbye, boss.
Ji Heng suddenly realized, shouting, "Wait. The police won't believe this. They'll think I'm insane." Though Wen Chengzhou had transformed into a monster, to others, he was still a living person. Now, having died mysteriously in the dormitory, how could they explain this to the police? If Ji Heng claimed Wen Chengzhou had turned into a river spirit and was struck down by lightning, the police would likely send him straight to a mental institution. You must trust the police's investigative skills. They will not wrong you. Lin Shi waved her hand and vanished into the night. Handling the police was a trivial matter for Ji Heng. The cold wind blew in through the window, and he hugged himself tightly. The scene was chaotic when Chengzhou lay as a skeleton, while Zhou Junjie and Zhang Jiqiao were unconscious. What do I do? There was a knock at the door. Ji Heng turned to the dormitory entrance. Who is it? The dorm supervisor pushed open the door. What on earth is happening in room 306? Upon seeing the scene inside, she fainted. Ji Heng sighed. Another one out cold. He pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, 110? I need to report that my roommate has turned into a monster. 110. Wei Haiyang received the call and rushed over with forensic investigator Qin. The operator reported that the informant suffered from severe mental illness and warned the responders to exercise caution due to the gruesome nature of the scene. Upon entering, Wei Haiyang was greeted by a foul stench reminiscent of a sewer, mingled with the acrid smell of urine. He frowned, pondering the identity of the caller. Ji Heng, roused from a slumber, sprang to attention at the sound, exclaiming, "Officer, it's me." Wei Haiyang cast a glance at the 3 individuals sprawled on the floor, recognizing the scene as undoubtedly a heinous murder case. "Where's the suspect?" he inquired. Ji Heng pointed to the skeletal remains, declaring, "My roommate has turned into a monster and intends to kill us." Wei Haiyang was taken aback, closely examining the bones. "Xiao Qin, take a look." Forensic expert Qin furrowed his brow, responding, "Boss, it takes at least 2 to 3 months after death for a body to decompose into bones. How could this be possible?" Wei Haiyang ran his fingers through his hair, seemingly grasping the situation. He sighed deeply. Xiao Qin, it appears we have encountered yet another incident akin to the last one. Just then, 3 familiar figures entered through the doorway. Yunyan produced his credentials, stating, "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. We will take over from here." Wei Haiyang's expression turned numb. "Oh, another special case. I understand. I've been having a streak of bad luck. I should visit the temple after work." He hurriedly departed with Qin. Yunyan surveyed the area with a meticulous eye. Bai Shiyuan twirled a compass and remarked, "Captain, it's remarkably clean, identical to the last one." He picked up a strand of green hair from the floor, questioning, "Wait, what is this?" Yunyan glanced over. "Waterweed. There's a water ghost here, but it has already been dealt with." Jiang Yuanyuan quipped, "The boss has handled the water ghost, leaving us to clean up the mess." This situation felt all too familiar. The 3 of them resembled police officers from a certain detective story, trailing behind the boss to reap the rewards. While inspecting the bones, Jiang Yuanyuan expressed her curiosity. "How about we try to corner the boss next time?" Bai Shiyuan nodded, acknowledging the individual's formidable abilities, yet noted that he had never registered with the Special Management Bureau. "We must uncover his background." Jiang Yuanyuan smirked mischievously. "Captain, something feels off about you. You're unusually unconcerned. Even if you're indifferent, this formidable figure in Dijing should worry you regarding ordinary people. This ISN tier typical style." "Captain. Are you?" Yunyan interrupted her. "Jiang Yuanyuan, you're talking too much today. Get back to work." Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Captain, you know this big shot?" Yunyan's brow twitched. "Wow, I guessed right." Jiang Yuanyuan was elated. "Is the boss male or female? Are they attractive? What's your relationship with them?" Bai Shiyuan quickly covered her mouth, warning, "Yuanyuan, the captain's expression isn't right. We might not get any sleep tonight." Jiang Yuanyuan recalled the previous incident when they had run 50 laps around the Special Management Bureau due to a mistake, and she restrained her curiosity for the moment. Next time, she was determined to meet the boss in person. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Ma prepared a meal and gently knocked on the door. "Young madam, it's time to eat." Lin Shi turned over, responding, "Got it, I'll sleep for 5 more minutes." After half an hour of waiting with no sign of her coming out, Wu Ma cautiously opened the door and peered inside. The young madam appeared unwell, as if she had spent the night crying.
Wu Ma murmured to herself.
It's no wonder the young madam cried all night with the young master away on his honeymoon. This situation was untenable, with Butler Liu absent. She felt it was her duty to safeguard the love between the young master and young madam. She took out her phone and sent a message. "Young master, the young madam is suffering from a serious illness and hasn't he eaten for a day and a night." "What illness does Lin Shi have?"
Wu Ma.
"Take her to the hospital." Wu Ma set down her phone, a smile of satisfaction spreading across her face. The young master, usually so aloof, seemed genuinely anxious when it came to the young madam. It was clear how much he cared for her, even if he struggled to express it. She needed to learn from Butler Liu and create opportunities for the 2 of them. Lost in her thoughts, Wu Ma wore a knowing smile.
Wu Ma.
"What are you doing standing at my door grinning like that?" Lin Shi asked, yawning as she emerged. Wu Ma quickly concealed her phone, feeling slightly guilty. "Oh, nothing, young madam. The food is ready." Lin Shi replied, "Thank you, Wu Ma. Shall we eat together?" She touched her face, wondering if she looked frightening. Wu Ma's speedy retreat made her question why. A rich aroma wafted through the air as Lin Shi descended the stairs to dine. Wu Ma's culinary skills were exceptional. Lin Shi found herself consuming an extra bowl of rice. After lunch, Lin Shi took 5 little paper dolls to buy seeds. She had asked Fu Jingyao the day before, and he had said she could use the land freely. Cucumbers, tomatoes, chili peppers, millet, eggplants, watermelons, pumpkins. Xiao Mu and Xiao Jin diligently dug holes to plant the seeds, while Xiao Shui and Xiao Hu scattered seeds haphazardly. Xiao Tu employed its powers to directly move the seeds into the soil. After planting the seeds, Xiao Shui took a deep breath and sprayed a mouthful of water onto the seeds. Xiao Mu clapped his hands excitedly. "Master, they're sprouting. They're sprouting." Lin Shi focused her gaze. The seeds she had just planted were now pushing up tiny green shoots, slowly unfurling 2 leaves. Thanks to Xiao Mu's wood spirit powers, these fruits would grow rapidly, ready for harvest in just 2 weeks. Lin Shi beckoned. "Come here, all of you." The 4 little paper dolls, lined up neatly.
Xiao Tu,
not understanding, tried to mimic them. Curiously, it asked, "Master, what are we doing?" "I'm going to share some merit with you." Lin Shi formed a hand gesture. her body radiating a faint golden light interspersed with a hint of purple. She gently touched each little paper doll's forehead. The 5 little paper dolls twirled joyfully. So comfortable, thank you, master. The merit light was exceedingly precious and could enhance their cultivation. Feeling tired again, she pulled up the blanket to cover her head and drifted into a delightful slumber. The little paper dolls found their own spots to cultivate. Xiao Tu decided to lie on the master's belly to practice. Lin Shi lay there quietly, her eyes tightly shut, her hands limply by her sides, covered by a thin layer of paper resembling the yellow paper used in funerals. Fu Jingyao was taken aback. He had arrived too late. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. A sharp pain struck his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. She was leaving him once more. Why was it once more? Who was disturbing his sleep? Lin Shi threw off the blanket and was shocked to see the man beside her, causing her to topple over with the chair. Their eyes met, both filled with astonishment. Fu Jingyao exclaimed, "You're not dead." Lin Shi blinked, questioning, "Who told you I was dead?" He felt immensely awkward in that instant. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Fu Jingyao explained, "I finished handling matters at the company ahead of schedule." "Oh," Lin Shi replied, pushing away the chair that had fallen on her. "You startled me, causing me to fall." "I apologize," Fu Jingyao said, extending a hand to help her up. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Lin Shi, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" He frowned, sensing something was amiss. "Wu Ma mentioned you were ill and hadn't eaten for a day." Lin Shi rubbed her stomach. "I'm not sick. I had 3 bowls of rice for lunch." Fu Jingyao pieced together the key elements of the situation. Wu Ma. Everyone in the old mansion is exceptionally talented. Noticing Lin Shi's expression shifting, he inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Fu Jingyao replied, uncertain of what to say, attempting to steer the conversation. "You should go change your clothes. I'll prepare dinner." Lin Shi nodded, "Okay." Once she left, Fu Jingyao exhaled, relieved to escape the awkwardness. Wu Ma wouldn't he be coming to cook tonight, so he opened the fridge to see what ingredients were available. Having studied abroad for a year, Fu Jingyao could whip up a few simple dishes. Lin Shi emerged after taking a shower, drawn by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, and rushed to the dining room. The table was set with 4 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried lettuce, spicy stir-fried meat, and shrimp and vegetable soup. Lin Shi was astonished. "Fu Jingyao, you can cook." He smiled slightly. "I can only make these few dishes. They're nowhere near Wu Ma's level. So just make do." Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. "Spicy stir-fried meat, my favorite. With this dish, I could easily finish 3 bowls of rice." Fu Jingyao's smile deepened. "During my last visit to my grandparents' home, I noticed your fondness for spicy food, so I followed a cooking tutorial to prepare it. I wonder how it turned out? The aroma alone is tantalizing." Lin Shi served him a bowl of rice and said, "Come, let's eat." The two of them dined in silence, focusing on their meal. Fu Jingyao preferred a milder taste, so the entire bowl of spicy stir-fried meat ended up in Lin Shi's stomach. After finishing, Lin Shi tidied up the dishes, stating, "You cook, I'll wash." Fu Jingyao replied, "No need. Wu Ma will come to clean up tomorrow."
"Oh, all right."
Lin Shi set down her chopsticks and settled onto the sofa. Fu Jingyao took a seat on the opposite side, and they each busied themselves with their own activities.
Suddenly,
Lin Shi remembered the matter of the vegetable garden and felt it necessary to inform him. "I planted all the seeds this afternoon." Fu Jingyao looked up. "You've worked hard." Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, "It wasn't arduous. I hardly did anything. It was all thanks to Xiao Jin and the others." "Xiao Jin? That one again?" Fu Jingyao's lips moved slightly as if he were casually bringing it up. "You have a close relationship with Xiao Jin." Lin Shi caressed her bracelet. "Xiao Jin grew up with me. We are like family." Fu Jingyao lowered his gaze. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "May I have the honor of meeting this Mr. Xiao Jin?" Lin Shi paused. "Mr.?" Fu Jingyao pondered. "Could it be Miss Xiao Jin?" Lin Shi stammered. "Xiao Jin is not a person. He is a spirit from the mines." "A spirit?" Now it was Fu Jingyao's turn to be taken aback, confusion flickering in his eyes. "What is a spirit?" Lin Shi tapped her bracelet. "Since we are married, I should introduce you to my family." 5 distinct little paper figures stood on the coffee table, all raising their hands in unison. They exclaimed, "Hello." Fu Jingyao was taken aback.
"What?"
Chapter 32. Can they get married? Fu Jingyao stared at the peculiar paper figures, frozen for a full 5 seconds. He cleared his throat. "So, Xiao Jin and the others are spirits?" Lin Shi smiled. "Indeed. When my master was away from the temple during my childhood, Xiao Jin and the others accompanied me, helping me descend the mountain to catch ghosts. These 5 little spirits are my family. Otherwise, what did you think they were? Fu Jingyao's expression stiffened, recalling his earlier remarks. He wished to find a hole to hide in. Today, he had experienced all the most embarrassing moments of his life. He forced himself to remain composed. I did not expect Xiao Jin to be a spirit. Lin Shi expressed understanding. It's fine once you get used to it. The 5 little spirits are quite easy to distinguish. She glanced at the little paper figures. Go greet Fu Jingyao. Yes, master. Xiao Jin led the 4 little paper figures over to Fu Jingyao, curiously examining him. Xiao Jin posed a question. Master, how shall we address him? This inquiry equally perplexed Lin Shi. She answered, you can call him whatever you like. Xiao Jin, utilizing his clever mind, deduced, since he has married the master, he shall be referred to as the master's husband. The 4 little paper figures chimed in with their suggestions. Little wood, the master's husband. Little water, the master's beloved. Little fire, the master's man. Little earth, the master's treasure. The 5 little paper figures quickly settled on the master's treasure, which sounded delightful to Lin Shi. She burst into laughter. Haha, this is amusing. You all continue. Don't mind me. Fu Jingyao chuckled helplessly, accepting this odd title. One by one, the little paper figures introduced themselves. Xiao Jin was the first, extending his tiny hand. Hello, the master's treasure. I am the mind spirit, Xiao Jin. Fu Jingyao, maintaining a facade of calmness, shook Xiao Jin's hand. Littlewood followed. Hello, the master's treasure. I am the wood spirit, Littlewood. Little water. Hello, the master's treasure. I am the water spirit, Little water. Little fire. Hello, the master's treasure. I am the fire god, Little fire. Little earth. Hello, the master's treasure. I am the mountain god, Little earth. Fu Jingyao observed each little paper figure closely, resolving never to confuse them again. He memorized their characteristics. Xiao Jin with a pot-lid hairstyle, Little wood with wavy curls, Little water with a single ponytail, Little fire with an explosive hairstyle, and Little earth with double buns. Fu Jingyao closed his eyes briefly. Lin Shi, Xiao Jin, Little wood, Little water, Little fire, and Little earth. From now on, we are family. The 5 little paper figures clapped their hands excitedly, welcoming the master's treasure into their family. A night of peaceful slumber ensued. The next day, Lin Shi set out as usual to the antique street to set up her stall. Having missed the previous day, she imagined the elderly folks might be discussing her absence. As she descended the stairs, Fu Jingyao waved to her. You're up. Come have breakfast. I'm coming. Lin Shi approached to find a spread of millet porridge, soup dumplings, pumpkin buns, ham and cheese sandwiches, fish maw and milk pudding, strawberry soda, a fruit platter, and a bowl of hot and sour noodles. Lin Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you make all this? She inquired. Where's Wu Ma? She has left. Fu Jingyao pushed the bowl of hot and sour noodles towards her. Eat up. Lin Shi picked up her chopsticks. Wu Ma runs around every day. She must be exhausted. Let us prepare a guest room for her to stay. Fu Jingyao paused for 2 seconds. Wu Ma has her own thoughts. Young master, allow me to analyze this for you. Wu Ma rambled on. In summary, she believed he should not leave Lin Shi alone after just getting married, and that separate sleeping arrangements could hinder their marital relationship. Wu Ma, exasperated, declared, I am a master connoisseur of online literature, experienced in these matters. Young master, I know you have never been in a relationship, so I stayed up all night researching and created a romance handbook that will surely satisfy you. Wu Ma handed him a thick booklet without a moment's hesitation before turning and leaving in a hurry. Flipping through the booklet, Fu Jingyao felt utterly unwell. What is this? Where did Wu Ma learn this from? This booklet must never be seen by Lin Shi. As he recalled the contents of the booklet, his ears turned red. It took him 3 glasses of ice water to regain his composure. Lin Shi glanced at him. Are you thirsty?
Fu Jingyao replied solemnly.
A doctor friend mentioned that drinking plenty of water in the morning is beneficial for health. Lin Shi reminded him, you should drink warm water. Fu Jingyao nodded. I will pay attention next time. Wu Ma was right about one thing. Since they were married, he must take responsibility. He had been too indifferent towards Lin Shi. Fu Jingyao looked up. Lin Shi was dressed simply, in white on top and casual pants below. He smiled. Don't you like the dresses in the wardrobe? I've never seen you wear one. Lin Shi puffed her cheeks. Wearing a dress is inconvenient for fighting. Fu Jingyao frowned slightly. Do you need to fight for fortune-telling? Is it dangerous? Catching ghosts was beyond Fu Jingyao as comprehension. He could not assist, so he merely cautioned Lin Shi to stay safe. Lin Shi nodded. After breakfast, she slung her small backpack over her shoulder and prepared to leave. Fu Jingyao walked alongside her. I'll see you there. Lin Shi waved her hand. No need. You go about your business. I'll take the subway. It's very convenient. Fu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. Do I appear unpresentable? No, that's not it. Lin Shi turned her head. It's almost 8. Will you make it to the company? Fu Jingyao chuckled lightly. I'm the boss. I don't need to clock in. Lin Shi had no reason to refuse. It was even better to have someone accompany her. After all, the elderly folks had probably already guessed that she was married. Fu Jingyao opened the car door, shielding her head with his hand as she got in. The journey was quiet. Lin Shi spoke. Stop at the intersection ahead. The road inside is too narrow. All right. Fu Jingyao parked the car. Lin Shi unbuckled her seatbelt. I'm off. Goodbye. Fu Jingyao was about to suggest escorting her inside when his phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and Chen Zhao's voice came through. President Fu. Everything is ready. Shall we begin now? Fu Jingyao's expression remained calm as he instructed, Manager Wang will speak first. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Chen Zhao paused for a moment, sensing that President Fu seemed upset, wondering if he had called at a bad time. Oh no, President Fu has been acting strangely lately. What secrets could he be hiding? As the antique street grew busier, many young people followed the elderly folks' lead, bringing their own snacks and drinks, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Shi sat on her designated small stool, ready for today's fortune-telling session. And he was overjoyed. I guessed correctly. All the sunflower seeds are mine. She pulled out several bags of sunflower seeds to share with Lin Shi. Come, master, please don't be shy. This is just a little something I earned recently. Lin Shi expressed his gratitude as the fortune-telling commenced. Yang Dingxiang retrieved a piece of red paper from her pocket. Master, my son is about to get married. Can you check if their birth dates are compatible? A person's birth date can reveal much, including the likelihood of having children, number of romantic relationships, and parental circumstances. The tradition of matching birth dates before marriage is an ancient custom that analyzes whether the couple's destinies align and if their union will be harmonious. The first consideration is whether their zodiac signs clash or complement each other. The second is the interaction of the 5 elements. The third involves the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and the fourth examines the auspicious and inauspicious deities within their birth dates. As Lin Shi took a look, he noted that the male was born in the year of the dragon, while the female was born in the year of the rabbit, which indicated a clash between the 2 signs that should be heeded. Yang Dingxiang's heart tightened. Master, what does that mean? Lin Shi explained. The male tends to have a strong personality and exhibits some patriarchal tendencies. The female, while appearing gentle, possesses inner strength and a stubborn temperament. When they argue, neither will yield, often sparking conflicts over trivial matters. Yang Dingxiang pounded her thigh in agreement. You are absolutely right, master. My son and his girlfriend often argue, and I dare not intervene. Yet somehow, they always reconcile. Master, is this clash serious? Will they be able to marry? Chapter 33. The True Young Father. Lin Shi replied. Of course they can marry. With so many people born in the year of the dragon and the year of the rabbit, how could they all be unable to marry? We must analyze specific issues specifically. The zodiac compatibility is just one aspect that influences marriage, accounting for only 1/8 of the total. Yang Dingxiang nodded, somewhat understanding. I see. Master, please continue. Lin Shi stated, the heavenly stems of their birth dates, Yi and Geng, are harmonious and the earthly branches, Si and Shen, also align. The female tends to invest more emotionally, while the male should be mindful of his words and actions, showing more understanding towards her. The male's birth chart favors water, and the female's metal and water elements are thriving, making them a perfect match. Their fortunes will flourish together, enhancing both their love and their family business. The male has a favorable disposition toward wealth, while the female's authority complements him well. They are well matched, and this marriage is promising. Let us choose a good date for the wedding. Thank you, master. Yang Dingxiang nodded enthusiastically. My son can be quite stubborn, but my daughter-in-law knows how to manage him. She is a wonderful person. When she broke her back last time, she took care of me in the hospital for 3 days. I must warn my son to avoid arguments. After expressing her gratitude, Yang Dingxiang asked, Master, could you please select a good date? Lin Shi calculated and suggested. The 8th day of next month is quite auspicious for a wedding. Yang Dingxiang pulled out a red envelope for him. Thank you, master. I will invite you to the wedding banquet next month. Absolutely, I appreciate your kindness. With a joyful heart, Yang Dingxiang left, eager to prepare for the wedding. After completing this reading, Lin Shi took a sip of water. From the crowd, Lu Sumei pulled her daughter forward. Master, I would like to inquire about my daughter's marriage. Lu Xiu appeared embarrassed. Mom, Yuyong has already given the betrothal gifts. We are definitely getting married, so please don't worry. Marriage is a significant matter. It must be examined by the master. If you marry the wrong person, your life could be ruined. Lu Xiu mumbled, this master looks so young. Don't be deceived. Lu Sumei tapped her daughter's head. What nonsense. Do you know how long I waited to see the master? Lu Xiu lowered her head. This was her mother's earnest concern. She might as well have the reading done. Lu Xiu stood silently beside her. Lu Sumei took out a piece of paper. Master, please forgive my daughter. She is a bit foolish. Please be understanding. Lin Shi took the paper and noted, are you both here for a premarital compatibility check? They had been waiting eagerly for Lin Shi's arrival. Lu Sumei had just overheard Yang Dingxiang and felt envious of her daughter's fortune. Hoping for the same smooth path for her own daughter, Lu Sumei asked, Master, can you see if this man will be a good match for my daughter? Lin Shi furrowed his brow. Whether he is a good match is one consideration, but this man possesses a strong appetite for pleasure, is prone to infidelity, and leads a chaotic romantic life. Lu Sumei tugged at her daughter. You need to clarify this with the master. A desirable man naturally attracts affection, and having had several relationships is quite normal. Lin Shi shot her a surprised glance. Is this what they call a love-struck brain? She found it hard to grasp. The man was 10 years her daughter's senior. What do you see in him? Lu Xiu blushed. I prefer mature men. Yu Yong is very considerate and gentle, always looking out for me. Even when I make mistakes, he never scolds me. She recounted moments with Yu Yong, who had been supportive when she lost her keys and had waited outside her home all night, fetching her hangover medicine and caring for her well-being. Once, during a rainstorm, she found herself without an umbrella and was at a loss by the roadside when she bumped into Yu Yong again. What a coincidence. We meet again. Get in the car. This rain will last a while. During the ride, he said little but reminded her to take a hot shower once she got home to avoid catching a cold. It was in that moment that she felt a spark. They exchanged contact information, frequently chatted, dined together, and watched movies, growing closer over time. Yu Yong was emotionally stable, abstained from smoking and drinking, enjoyed exercising, and willingly took on all household chores, picking her up and dropping her off at work daily. He would inform her of his whereabouts and prepare surprises for special occasions. This man, in both appearance and character, was exactly what she desired. Their relationship naturally progressed toward marriage. Her mother initially objected, exclaiming, This old man is 10 years older than you. Absolutely not. Lu Xiu cried, Mom, I will marry no one but him. Yu Yong, not wanting to put her in a difficult position, presented 50,000 in betrothal gifts. Xiu, I understand that your mother thinks I am too old, but I will prove my sincerity to her. Lu Xiu felt deeply moved. Reflecting on this, she wiped away her tears. Master, I know Yu Yong is older, but I truly love him. Lu Sumei rolled her eyes. What an embarrassment. Yu Yong's willingness to offer such a substantial betrothal gift made her suspicious. In her hometown, 50,000 was not a significant sum. However, since her daughter was resolute in her decision, she felt compelled to acquiesce momentarily. Lu Sumei was both angry and ashamed. Master, this child is so stubborn. I cannot change her mind. Mom, you already agreed. Lu Xiu interjected anxiously. Master, I do not like the type of younger brother. I prefer the youthful father figure, and Yu Yong fits that description. Yu Yong had shared his past with her, and she was unconcerned. All she cared about was the future. Lin Shi's brow furrowed further. A youthful father figure? Lu Xiu assumed she did not understand the term and quickly explained. It means this man is both mature and stable, yet gentle and caring, with a youthful spirit. Lin Shi's expression grew peculiar. From the perspective of your birth dates, Yu Yong's time pillar indicates he fathered a child at a young age. To put it plainly, he became a father at 18. This is indeed the true youthful father figure. Lu Xiu's eyes widened. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Yong has never been married. Chapter 34. His brother is actually his son. The onlookers, munching on sunflower seeds, became increasingly engrossed. What a juicy story. Here it comes, the inevitable twist. The elderly listeners perked up to hear more. Lu Xiu, in disbelief, insisted, Master, Yu Yong has never been married. He cannot have a child. Lin Shi maintained a stoic expression. He has never been married, but that does not preclude him from having a child. Once you marry him, you will become an instant stepmother. Lu Xiyu crouched down, clutching her head. I refuse to believe it. Lu Sume looked worried. Master, I had someone investigate Yu Yong and found no evidence of a child. Master, I am not questioning you. I simply wonder if the child is with the mother. Lin Shi shook his head. The child lives with Yu Yong. The child's mother passed away long ago. As Lu Sume contemplated, she felt a pang of anxiety. Was there a 16-year-old boy near Yu Yong? This year, Yu Yong's younger brother happened to be 16. Lin Shi articulated each word deliberately. This so-called brother was, in fact, Yu Yong's son. Yu Yong had deceived her entire family by placing his son under his parents' name. Her daughter, having graduated from university not long ago, was about to marry a man who had a son at such a tender age. Merely thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Yu Yong was truly cunning. Lu Sume gasped in exasperation, nearly losing breath. Lin Shi rose to support her, pinching her acupoint, urging her to calm down, relieved that she was not yet married. Lu Sume pounded her chest, declaring that Lin Shi was indeed correct. Yu Yong had plotted against her daughter, and she could not let this go unpunished. Grabbing Lu Xiyu, she exclaimed, "Let us confront Yu Yong." Lu Xiyu remained dazed, calling out, "Mom, Mom." Lu Sume shouted back, "If you don't break up with Yu Yong, do not call me Mom." Lu Xiyu wept like a flower caught in a storm. At that moment, a man hurriedly approached, his face etched with the right amount of urgency and concern. "Mom, please do not blame Xiyu. It was all my fault." Lu Sume turned, exclaiming, "Yu Yong." Just in time, the onlookers gasped. Wow, the main character has arrived. They widened their eyes, anticipating the unfolding drama. Lin Shi settled onto a small stool, tearing open a packet of sunflower seeds to snack on, her eyes equally wide. As the tension escalated, Yu Yong sensed the atmosphere was off. That morning, he had received a message from Lu Xiyu asking him to come over to discuss their marriage. Yang Dingxiang had informed him that Lu Xiyu was taking her mother to the antique street for fortune-telling. Yu Yong, fearing unforeseen complications, rushed over. Now, the scene felt peculiar, and he awkwardly embraced Lu Xiyu, saying, "Xiyu, I'm sorry for being late. Don't cry, no matter what happens, I am here." Before he could finish, Lu Sume slapped him hard. "Mom, why are you doing this?" Yu Yong exclaimed, covering his face. Lu Sume, hands on her hips, retorted, "Who is your mother?" "I only have one daughter." Yu Yong frowned, turning to Lu Xiyu. "What on earth happened?" Lu Xiyu screamed, "Yu Yong, you had a son at 18? Why did you deceive me?" Yu Yong was utterly shocked. This matter had remained a secret for many years, known to almost no one. He had raised his son under the guise of a brother, making it nearly impossible for anyone to suspect their true relationship. How had Lu Xiyu unearthed this truth? Yu Yong forced a smile. "Xiyu, I do not have a son." Lu Xiyu shouted, "That brother of yours is your son. Was our meeting orchestrated by you?" In that moment, her intelligence surged as she recalled the myriad of moments from their past, feeling an overwhelming sorrow. Nothing in this world is so coincidental. Yu Yong had approached her with ulterior motives from the very beginning. What explanation could you possibly give? Lu Sume wished to strike him, but lacked a suitable tool. And he quietly entered the fray, offering a broom and gesturing encouragement. Lu Sume seized the broom, swinging it directly at Yu Yong's head. "Dare to plot against my daughter? Today, I will teach you a lesson." Yu Yong, caught off guard, received a blow to the head, blood streaming down his forehead. Everything had been on the verge of resolution. Lu Xiyu, pure and innocent, the only daughter of a well-to-do family, was an ideal choice for a wife. Yu Yong had pretended to be a good man for so long, and just as the wedding approached, his secret was revealed. Who could have done this? After enduring a few more blows from the broom, Yu Yong's temper flared, and he discarded his facade. Shoving Lu Sume away, he snarled, "You shameless harpy. If I am not marrying your daughter, then so be it. Who else would even want you?" "I must have been blind." After catching her breath, Lu Sume retorted, "Who would want your family? You're just an old cucumber painted green, pretending to be young to deceive young girls."
Pa.
Yu Yong touched the blood on his head, swearing that this matter was far from over. Lu Sume shouted back, "I will not let this rest either. We'll see each other at the police station." Yu Yong's eyes darkened. "Lu Xiyu has been in my bed so many times. She is no longer a pristine flower. If she does not marry me, no man will want her." Lu Xiyu's gaze shot up. She looked incredulously at the man before her. Such a horrifying expression, such crude words. Coming from Yu Yong, his previous tenderness had all been an act. These words were even more contemptible than the deception he had perpetrated against her. Lu Xiyu felt a chill run through her body, utterly disgusted. She wanted to curse, but found herself at a loss for words. She had never been one to speak ill of anyone. In tears, she struck Yu Yong. "You are truly despicable." Yu Yong grasped her hand, ready to retaliate when Aunt He, along with a group of elderly men and women, held him down. Yu Yong struggled, glaring at Lu Xiyu. "You will regret this." As he spat his threats, the elderly pretended to stumble, each kicking him, with some even spitting in his face. They yelled, "You beast!" attacking the elderly. "Oh no! My back is broken! Oh no! My hand is fractured!" The scene erupted into chaos, and Yu Yong could not tally how many blows he had taken. At the Daidao Hall, Qian Fu Gui squinted, observing the commotion. "What a lively scene! I wish to see it up close." The young man with yellow hair chimed in, "Master Qian, this is a great opportunity. I'll take a few brothers to cause some trouble." Master Qian kicked him. "We live in a society governed by law. Let us keep it civilized and not behave like thugs, shouting and fighting every day." The young man rubbed his backside. "Master Qian, you cannot give up. What'll happen to the Daidao Hall?" Master Qian glanced at the tattered art of war in his hand, letting out a deep sigh. The disparity between the enemies was too great. Our side had lost twice. Such a situation was not covered in the texts. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I have a plan. The art of war states, one of the 36 stratagems is to kill with a borrowed knife. Master Qian leaned in closer to the young man, whispering, "Do you understand? Hurry and see it through." The young man gave a thumbs up. "Master Qian, you are brilliant." Chapter 35. Taken to the police station. Wei Haiyang received a dispatch order and rushed to the antique street with his team. The scene was chaotic, with many elderly people lying on the ground, continuously crying out in pain. A man squatted, cradling his head, covered in an unknown substance. Wei Haiyang hurried over. "Officer." "Who called the police?" Yu Yong shouted, "Help. I want to sue them for intentionally injuring innocent bystanders." Lu Sume, hands on her hips, replied, "What are you pretending to be a pure boy for? The police are here. Let us go to the station and settle this together." Before she could file a report, she wondered who had actually called the police. Yu Yong coldly glared at her. This matter was far from over. While beating Yu Yong had brought her some satisfaction, in a few months, everyone would forget it. Lu Sume planned to print hundreds of posters to stick around, hoping to prevent other innocent girls from falling into the wolf's den that was Yu Yong's family. Wei Haiyang surveyed the scene, quickly grasping the situation. "You, and you, all of you come with me." Yu Yong, Lu Xiyu, and Lu Sume had no objections. The elderly raised their hands. "Officer, do we need to go?" More than a dozen of them, trembling, raised their hands. Wei Haiyang rubbed his temples vigorously. What kind of absurd tasks had he been assigned lately? The elderly each added their own commentary, and the police station would be in an uproar. The last time he went to a temple for blessings was fruitless. He thought perhaps he should try a different one next time. Wei Haiyang stated, "The rest of you don't need to come. Remain here and cooperate with Officer Chen's investigation." Officer Chen led a line of elderly people to a shaded area to begin questioning. Just as he stood up, Wei Haiyang blocked his path, pulling out his police badge. "You also need to come with me." She was taken aback, having merely enjoyed some gossip. How had she ended up at the police station? Alas, indulging in gossip comes with risks. One must be cautious when spectating. She asked, "Why?" "I didn't hit Yu Yong." Wei Haiyang gazed at her expressionlessly, stating that someone had reported her for disseminating feudal superstitions and engaging in public gambling. She acknowledged the first accusation but was bewildered by the latter. Was betting a few bags of sunflower seeds really considered gambling? Wei Haiyang cast her a sidelong glance and said, "Let's go." She resolved to protest, pointing out that at least 5 fortune-telling establishments lined the street. Why not apprehend them? Wei Haiyang replied that those shops had complete licenses. The implication was clear. She was operating without a permit and had been reported. She was left speechless, experiencing her first ride in a police car. To the informer, she promised retribution. At the police station, Shi and Wei Haiyang sat face to face. Name?
Shi. Age? 20.
ID? I left it at home. Parents? None.
Occupation?
Freelance. Wei Haiyang tapped the table, instructing her to have her parents bring her ID. Shi sighed and sent a message to Fu Jingyao. "Help. I'm at the police station. Bring my ID to rescue me." After a brief nap, Fu Jingyao arrived, accompanied by a sharply dressed man. Relieved to find her unharmed, he asked what had happened. Shi chuckled awkwardly, admitting she had been reported. Fu Jingyao understood and introduced Huang Lawyer. Huang wiped the sweat from his brow and assured her, "Leave it to me." He sat in the office, and without hesitation, Fu Jingyao took him straight to the police station. Initially fearing a major issue with a billion-yuan contract, it appeared to be a minor matter. Huang lawyer cleared his throat and addressed the situation. Currently, there is no evidence to suggest that this young lady has engaged in activities causing social or personal harm through feudal superstitions. Her actions are entirely a matter of personal belief, and our country guarantees freedom of religious belief. After a lengthy recitation of legal statutes, Wei Haiyang concurred with Huang's assessment. Indeed, no victims had filed complaints, and a simple warning would suffice. Lin Shi nodded obediently, saying, "I understand." Wei Haiyang observed the two and noted, "I'll register this. You may take your sister home." Upon hearing the word sister, Fu Jingyao felt a twinge of discomfort. He articulated slowly, "Lin Shi is not my sister. She is my wife." Wei Haiyang was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was indeed the wife. Huang lawyer's eyes widened in astonishment. The revelation that Fu Jingyao was married was news to him, making him the first in the company to know. Wiping his brow in a frenzy, Huang surreptitiously regarded Lin Shi, realizing her appeal to Fu Jingyao as a young woman enamored with traditional culture. No, rather a charming girl fond of cultural heritage. "Let us go." "Huang lawyer," Fu Jingyao said with a slight nod. Huang replied, "Not at all," clutching his documents as he hurried away. A diligent worker, he could not linger with the couple. In the vehicle, Lin Shi tucked a science pamphlet into her bag and took out a coin to divine her fortune. "I wonder who reported me?" Fu Jingyao observed her silently, asking, "Do you need assistance?" "No, I can manage on my own." As the divination unfolded, Lin Shi chuckled. "Wealth and fortune. Just you wait." Fu Jingyao responded solemnly, "Do as you wish. I will be here if anything arises." Lin Shi pondered for a moment before grasping his meaning. In a civilized society, where no harm is inflicted, she preferred not to revisit the police station. Fu Jingyao chuckled softly, with Huang lawyer present. "That won't happen." Lin Shi met his gaze, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Fu Jingyao." He looked down at her, memories of a certain illustrated book surfacing in his mind as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Lin Shi, no need for pleasantries. We are family." The term family made Lin Shi's heart skip a beat. Her master had never mentioned such a bond, often reminding her of her distant familial ties and the importance of not forcing connections. Having adapted to a solitary life at the temple, she had grown accustomed to resolving her own issues. Fu Jingyao was the only person she could turn to in times of trouble. Though Xiao Jin and the others were kind, it was different. Being with Fu Jingyao felt unlike her time spent with Xiao Jin. However, she noted that his earlier gesture felt more like petting a dog. No, she was not a dog. Infuriated by the absurdity of her situation, Lin Shi twisted her bracelet. "Fu Gui, you are finished tonight." Chapter 36. Fu Gui, you are finished. At the Dao Hall, Qian Fugui hid behind a door, stretching his neck to peer outside. As a police car passed, he felt a pang of guilt. Reporting a competitor was legal but morally dubious. The young girl struggled to make a living, and he felt that sabotaging her was not right. Yet, he reasoned that obeying the law was a citizen's fundamental duty. His teachers had advised seeking help from the police in times of trouble, so he had done nothing wrong. He unlocked the door, stepping into darkness. An inexplicable chill washed over him, causing his plump body to shiver. Rubbing his arms, he wondered why the temperature had suddenly dropped. He decided to take a hot shower and go to bed. He flicked on the light, illuminating the room, but a cold draft seeped in, as if a beast lurked within. Shutting the door behind him, he rushed into the bathroom. The warm water was a relief against the cold. Suddenly, the lights went out. Qian Fugui paused, a gasp caught in his throat. In an instant, the lights flickered back on, only to go dark again. The overhead light blinked erratically, resembling a dance party. Had there been a short circuit? Qian Fugui shook himself, feeling the water grow increasingly cold. He grabbed the shower head to rinse off the suds. But as he turned, he faced a blurry visage. The figure's skin was pale as paper, with two vivid red patches on its cheeks, resembling bloodstains. Those eerie eyes fixated on him, and a chilling smile crept across its lips. What the hell? Qian Fugui instinctively dropped the shower head, clenching his legs tightly. When he opened his eyes again, the strange face had vanished. The lights were steady, and the shower head remained in his grasp. An icy dread crawled up his spine as he muttered, "Did I just drop the shower head? It must have been an illusion." "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. There are no ghosts in this world." He repeatedly reassured himself as he rinsed off the suds and dashed barefoot into the bedroom. After operating the Dao Hall for so long, he had never encountered a ghost. Those who claimed to see one were merely scaring themselves or misinterpreting shadows. Cocooned in his blankets, he felt significantly warmer. Gradually, sleep enveloped him. We're coming to catch you.
No.
Don't chase me. Qian Fugui ran desperately, pursued by a throng of paper figures. Each held an array of weapons, knives, guns, axes, grenades, and Gatling guns. Oh no, if they catch me, it's over. A gentle light glimmered at the intersection ahead, and Qian Fugui widened his eyes, recognizing it as an exit. He scrambled forward, but as he entered, everything spun, and he found himself surrounded by a sea of crimson blood. The walls, floor, and ceiling were plastered with countless handprints, each drenched in blood. A paper figure clad in a crimson wedding gown gazed at him with a mischievous smile. Fugui, I've waited for you for so long. Stay and become my groom, As he opened his eyes, he was met with an overwhelming tide of red paper figures rushing towards him. Qian Fugui found himself immobilized. This is a dream, merely a dream. He pinched himself with all his might, yet he lacked the strength to do so. Despair, suffocation, helplessness. This time, he was surely doomed. In the final moment he awoke. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qian Fugui felt relieved that it was just a dream. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him.
Wait.
I should be lying in bed. How am I sleeping in the corridor? The familiar voice erupted in his ears, sending shivers down his spine as he ran desperately forward. Was this a dream or reality? Qian Fugui spent the entire night engaged in a game of chase with the paper figures, unable to discern the boundary between the real and the surreal. At the mere sound of and the sight of paper, fear gripped him instinctively. Upon waking for the 49th time, he saw the sunlight streaming in through the window and cried tears of joy. Barefoot, he dashed straight to the antique street. Spotting Lin Shi, it felt as though he had encountered his long-lost mother. Master Lin, help me please, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Shi, sitting on a small stool, replied, Qian Master, why are you in such a fluster so early in the morning? I'm not the master, you are. Qian Fugui swallowed hard. Master Lin, I've encountered a ghost. I implore you to save me. I have an elderly mother to care for, and young children. Lin Shi interrupted his rambling. Your parents passed away long ago. You've never been married, let alone have children. Qian Fugui's toes dug into the ground. Oh no. Accustomed to deceiving others, he blurted out the first thing that came to mind. He chuckled awkwardly. Master Lin, I apologize for my past offenses. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Shi gazed at him. Which offenses? Qian Fugui hastily apologized. That incident with Wuda and the last time, it was all my doing. I truly am despicable and petty. I'm sorry, Master Lin. Lin Shi smiled at him. Is that all? As Qian Fugui met her indifferent gaze, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The onlookers murmured among themselves. Fugui, have you forgotten what happened yesterday? If it weren't for your report, how could Master Lin have visited the police station? Qian Fugui was taken aback. Oh no, she knew about that too. It was clearly Huang Mao who reported it. And she had guessed it. In that moment, Qian Fugui was filled with regret for involving the police. Countless eyes fixed upon him, and with his legs trembling, he fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Master Lin, I was wrong. A hefty figure, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, wept like a child, his nose twitching. Lin Shi was taken aback by his tears. Last night, Xiao Jin and Xiao Tu had volunteered to scare Qian Fugui, but she had no idea what the two little paper figures had done to frighten him so severely. Get up, stop crying, Lin Shi commanded. Qian Fugui covered his mouth and whispered to himself, no crying, Fugui won't cry. Lin Shi couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. You won't encounter ghosts again. In the future, don't engage in shady dealings. If you have any problems, come directly to me. Qian Fugui shook his head vigorously. No, Master Lin, from now on, you shall be my leader, the leader of the entire antique street. He refused to leave. Master Lin, would you grant me a talisman for peace? Lin Shi shot him a glance. I told you, you won't see ghosts again. You have a long life ahead. Then I won't leave. Qian Fugui tugged at his waistband and retreated to the side, gazing at the sun overhead with a silly grin. Staying with Master Lin made the sunlight seem much warmer. Lin Shi ignored him and continued with her fortune-telling. A man in a tailored suit barged in, his attitude exceedingly arrogant. Mr. Wang wishes to see you. Come with me. Lin Shi did not look up. If you want a fortune told, queue up behind. If not,
Leave.
the man frowned. Do you know who Mr. Wong is? Lin Shi replied coolly, I don't know, nor do I wish to. You. The man reached out to grab her, but Qian Fu Gui stepped forward. Have you gone deaf at such a young age? Master Lin said to Q.
Get back.
Go to the back. The man glared at the stout figure before him, his tone growing impatient.
Who are you?
Qian Fu Gui raised his chin, puffed out his chest, and disdainfully snorted. You come to the antique street without inquiring about the name of Qian Banxian? Ignoring the pajamas adorned with cartoon bears and his chubby feet. His presence still commanded attention. The man scoffed, Mr. Wong wants to see her. What are you? The consequences of offending Mr. Wong are beyond your capacity. What does Mr. Wong amount to? Offend me, Qian Banxian, and I'll ensure you can't leave this street. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never encountered someone so arrogant. What was Mr. Wong to him? This entire street was filled with his subordinates. With a single shout, a throng of henchmen would rush to his aid. In the antique street, one must either be a dragon coiled or a tiger lying low, except for Master Lin. Qian Fu Gui elevated his chin further. Humph.
Li San.
Step back. Do not be rude to the two masters. A newcomer in a finely tailored Zhongshan suit, with neatly combed hair and a benevolent smile, appeared amiably. Upon seeing him, the arrogant man immediately retracted his hubris, respectfully addressing him as Mr. Wong.
Qian Fu Gui exclaimed.
Your ability to change your demeanor is swifter than a chameleon, faster than flipping a page. Li San shot him a glare, warning him to remain silent. Wang Liangshan laughed heartily. Master Qian, you remain as humorous as ever. Qian Fu Gui looked at him quizzically. Do we know each other? Wang Liangshan rubbed the beads on his wrist. I am an old friend of your grandfather, Qian Jin. I even held you as a child. Stop right there. Qian Fu Gui narrowed his eyes. My grandfather does not know you. Do not fabricate relationships. Grandfather Qian Jin established the Didao Hall, and his legend is well known throughout the capital. In truth, Qian Banxian refers to his grandfather. Sadly, the Qian family has declined over generations. His father was a mediocre feng shui master, and he himself had learned nothing. Consequently, the reputation of the Didao Hall plummeted. Wang Liangshan maintained his smile. It matters not that you don't remember me. Today, we are acquainted. He stepped forward slightly, bowing. Master Qian, Master Lin, I humbly seek your assistance. The reward is negotiable. Qian Fu Gui moved his stout form aside, revealing Lin Shi behind him. Wang Liangshan discreetly glanced at her. Master Lin is truly young. I wonder if she can resolve that matter. If Qian Jin were still alive, he wouldn't need to be so anxious. Unfortunately, Qian Jin's grandson was dim-witted, and all the other masters in the capital had been consulted to no avail. Wang Liangshan had inquired everywhere for a master and finally heard that a living deity had arrived at the antique street. With a single phrase, one could determine fate. With a single word, one could decide life and death. He came here with great expectations, now praying that Master Lin possesses genuine skill. Wang Liangshan lowered his posture significantly. Master Lin, Master Qian, I beseech you to overlook Li San's earlier indiscretion. He exchanged glances with Li San, who then slapped himself twice. Masters, I apologize, I was wrong. Lin Shi remarked coolly, this is not a place for apologies. Having seen such tactics before, she was unimpressed. Understanding Master Lin's sentiments, Wang Liangshan replied warmly. I sincerely request your insights. Lin Shi cast him a glance. The areas concerning his spouse and children were shrouded in dark energy, yet he himself appeared unharmed. Upon closer examination, she discerned a trace of cursed energy clinging to him. Oddly, it was not he who was cursed, but rather his wife and children. Wang Liangshan, noticing her scrutiny, maintained his smile. Master Lin, what do you see? Lin Shi waved her hand. Next in line. Wang Liangshan quickly added, Master Lin, regardless of whether the issue can be resolved, I will offer 1 million. If it is resolved, I will add an additional 5 million. He specified. Master Qian will receive the same. Qian Fu Gui felt a tremor in his robust frame. It was evident that the affluent were not to be trifled with, as he effortlessly produced 5 million. No wonder his grandfather had acquired the entire antique street back in the day, making money seem a breeze for him. However, he was acutely aware that this matter was undoubtedly intricate. Otherwise, a competent master would have snatched it up already. Qian Fu Gui glanced at Lin Shi, knowing that such a sum would surely entice her, turning her into a wealthy woman overnight. Yet, Lin Shi remained unfazed. 5 million paled in comparison to the 50 million from Ji Heng, to say nothing of Fu Jingyao's black card. She had long since shed her former identity as a Na'vi, impoverished Taoist upon her arrival in Dijing. In addressing similar matters, a fortune of 1,000 or 1 million yielded nearly the same merit. Besides, she could not accept such a hefty amount. Capturing a malevolent spirit would be far more advantageous. With an impassive demeanor, Lin Shi stated, "Please queue behind. We shall discuss the price when your turn arrives." Wang Liangshan presumed her hesitance stemmed from the sum being insufficient. "Master Lin, I will add another 5 million. How does that sound?" Lin Shi firmly interrupted, "Queue behind. Do not make me repeat myself." A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Liangshan's face. It was truly remarkable for someone to forgo 10 million in favor of just 1,000. This was indeed a genuine master. Li Sen opened his mouth to speak. President Wang's silence. Wang Liangshan dragged him to the back of the line. Li San, perplexed, inquired, "President Wang, why are we insisting on her?" Wang Liangshan patted his forehead. "What do you understand? To not be swayed by monetary temptation, that is the mark of a true master." Li San surveyed the seemingly endless line and sighed. "President Wang, at this rate, when shall we reach the front?" Wang Liangshan narrowed his eyes. "If Master Lin cannot be lured by wealth, others certainly can." He whispered, "Li San, hurry and attend to it." "Understood, President Wang." As Li San departed, Wang Liangshan stepped out of the queue, observing Master Lin as she conducted her divinations. Growing increasingly convinced of her remarkable abilities, Lin Shi took a sip of water, preparing for her final fortune. "Madam," he approached, cradling a young boy in her arms. "Master, could you please check on my grandson? He was perfectly fine a few days ago, but suddenly came down with a fever."
Wang Wengswan whispered, "Grandma, iemme fine."
"Madam," he ruffled his hair. "Children should not interrupt." "Master, please take a look." Lin Shi gently placed her hand on the boy's forehead. "It's merely a common cold. The fever has subsided. A bit of medicine will suffice. There's nothing to worry about." Huang Wenxuan squirmed, "Grandma, that's not a ghost. Let me down." "All right, dear. I'll set you down." "Madam," he released the boy, who promptly dashed towards Lin Shi. "Pretty sister, Grandma always talks about you at home. She says you're incredibly powerful and can fulfill any wish." Lin Shi smiled. "What wish do you wish to make, Xian?" "Madam," he sighed. "Master, my late husband passed away from lung cancer a year ago." "Grandma, you're lying," Huang Wenxuan insisted. "Every night, Grandpa comes to play games with me."
"What?"
"Madam," he was visibly shaken. Her husband had died long ago. Who was it that played games with Xian every night? Chapter 38. Xian, Grandpa has passed on. "Madam," he trembled. Xian, are you sure the person you see is truly Grandpa?" Huang Wenxuan nodded, then shook his head. "I can't say. It's our secret." He turned to Lin Shi. "Master, can you see this?" "It's nothing to worry about," Lin Shi explained. "Before the age of 3, a child's spirit is not fully integrated with their body. Their yang energy is weak, making them susceptible to seeing things that adults cannot, such as spirits. This is a normal phenomenon. You need not be concerned." "Madam," he exhaled in relief. Lin Shi beckoned, "Come here." Huang Wenxuan was overjoyed. "Yay. I want to play hide and seek with Grandpa." "Madam," he stood by, her expression complex. Her late husband adored Xian. He had taken care of everything, changing diapers, feeding, preparing meals, and ensuring Xian laughed each day. Unfortunately, her husband had passed away when Xian was just over a year old. "Madam," his eyes glistened with tears. "Master, my husband is now a spirit. He caused Xian to have a fever for several days. I wish to ask him why he came to find Xian." Lin Shi rose. "Let us go to your home." "Madam," he was elated. "Master, I've long wished to invite you over." Lin Shi smiled. "No need for such formality. We are well acquainted." "Madam," he often shared snacks with her. Upon entering, Lin Shi surveyed the traditional courtyard adorned with flowers. Her gaze settled on Huang Wenxuan. "Xian, what time does Grandpa come to play games with you?" Huang Wenxuan blinked. "When it's bedtime." "Madam," he added, "Xian goes to bed promptly at 9. Lin Shi replied calmly, "It's still early. We shall wait until nightfall." "All right, Madam," he agreed. "Master, it's nearly dinner time. Let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Lin Shi patted her stomach. "Thank you." "Madam," he cooked a pot of Beijing-style fried sauce noodles. And Lin Shi took a bite. Unintentionally, she devoured 3 bowls. Lin Shi set down her chopsticks, smiling apologetically. "I may have eaten a bit too much." "Madam," he chuckled. "As the saying goes, to eat heartily is a blessing. You are indeed a fortunate person, Master." Would you care for another pot? No, no, Lin Shi stretched. Huang Wenxuan switched on the television, sister. What cartoons do you like to watch? Lin Shi replied, Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. Wow, I like Lazy Sheep too. Huang Wenxuan expertly operated the remote. They sat together on the sofa, watching television. Lin Shi casually asked, Did the Big Big Wolf catch any sheep? Huang Wenxuan pondered seriously. The Big Big Wolf and the sheep are good friends. Wouldn't he eat his friends? Lin Shi nodded, that makes sense. Madam, he beamed at the sight of the two, one big and one small. The master often displayed remarkable prowess, yet she was still quite young. In this moment, she appeared to be a spirited little girl full of innocence. As time passed, Huang Wenxuan yawned. Grandma, sister, it's time for bed. Madam, he picked him up and carried him to the bedroom. Lin Shi followed, switching off the lights. The room was enveloped in darkness. And, Madam, he felt a wave of anxiety. She understood that the spirit was her late husband, yet the thought of encountering a ghost filled her with trepidation. Suddenly, Huang Wenxuan exclaimed excitedly, Grandpa. Grandpa is here. Madam, he looked around. Where? Why can't I see him? At that moment, Lin Shi stood face to face with a shadow. Lin Shi yawned. You have finally arrived. Why not remain in the underworld? You can see me. Huang Dezhong regarded her warily. Who are you? What business do you have in my home? Before Lin Shi could respond, Huang Wenxuan leaped from the bed and ran to her side. Grandpa, this sister is a good person. Huang Dezhong's tone softened. Xian, adults are speaking. You should go to sleep. Huang Wenxuan shook his head. No, I want to play games with Grandpa. Madam, he approached, shouting at the air, Old man. She is the master I invited. You must not be rude to her. Lin Shi gently patted her shoulder. The direction is incorrect. He is over here. Madam, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Old man, did you hear that? Huang Dezhong turned away, grumbling. You actually invited a master to collect me? After 50 years of marriage? Madam, he could neither hear nor see him. Master, what did the old man say? Lin Shi, using her hand as a brush, inscribed a heavenly eye symbol on her forehead. Within 10 hours, you shall be able to see spirits. The scene before Madam, he transformed instantaneously. A dark figure stood before her. She gasped in shock. Old man. Huang Dezhong quickly replied, Yes, it's me. After a year apart, her late husband appeared before her, and Madam, he could not hold back her tears. Huang Dezhong also wept. Huang Wenxuan looked around in confusion. Why are Grandpa and Grandma crying? Lin Shi stroked his head. Grandpa and Grandma are simply overwhelmed with joy. Huang Wenxuan raised his hands. I'm happy too. Grandpa can play games with me again. Grandfather Huang widened his eyes, insisting, I have not harmed Xian. He is my grandson, and I could never do him any harm. Aunt, he retorted with irritation. Xuan's fever is entirely due to you. Lin Shi explained, children possess less yang energy, and your proximity allows yin energy to infiltrate his body, which is detrimental to his health over time. Realizing the truth, Grandfather Huang slapped his own face, murmuring, Xian, I am sorry. Aunt, he turned to Lin Shi, Master? My husband is truly bewildered. What should we do now? Both Aunt He and Grandfather Huang gazed at one another with lingering affection. And he spoke first, Old man. You should go now. In a few years I will join you. Don't speak such nonsense, Grandfather Huang cried. Huang Wenxuan tugged at his sleeve. Grandpa, don't cry. I will play games with you. Grandfather Huang gently reassured him. All right, Xian, go to sleep, and tomorrow Grandpa will play games with you. Tomorrow, he would never see Xian again. Lin Shi approached the door and pushed it open to leave. One more night doesn't matter. You two enjoy yourselves. Thank you, Master. Grandfather Huang turned around, a faint smile on his face as usual. Xian, Grandpa will play hide-and-seek with you. Okay. Huang Wenxuan covered his eyes. I will be the ghost. Hurry and hide, Grandpa. 30, 29, 28. Grandfather Huang was instantly in tears, memories flooding back. He fought to hold back his tears. Xian, Grandpa is hidden well. Huang Wenxuan lowered his hands, revealing his big eyes. Grandpa, I am coming to catch you. Huh. Grandpa, I caught you. Now it's your turn to be the ghost. All right. Grandpa will be the ghost. The two played games for 2 hours until Huang Wenxuan fell asleep in the wardrobe. Grandfather Huang gently rubbed his head, whispering, Goodbye, Xian. Lin Shi opened the ghost gate to send off Grandfather Huang. A few lights illuminated the courtyard as she was about to enter, when the door opened from within, revealing Fu Jingyao's stern face. Chapter 39. The Strange Fish Scale. Lin Shi paused momentarily and waved a greeting. Good morning. The man stared at her, It's 1 in the morning. Of course, it's early. Fu Jingyao hesitated for 2 seconds. I was waiting for you. Tonight, Fu Jingyao seemed different from before, his tone resembling that of a resentful little wife waiting in the boudoir. In his usual manner, he would have spoken about the overwhelming company matters. Lin Shi, accustomed to solitude, nearly forgot that she had a family. She replied, next time, you don't need to wait for me. Fu Jingyao grasped her wrist, come in first. The wind is strong outside. Oh, Lin Shi yawned, I'm going upstairs. You should sleep early. Fu Jingyao's lips moved. Aunt Wu left some food on the warming plate. It hasn't been touched. Lin Shi's eyes brightened. That's great. I will eat before sleeping. Noodles are not filling, and after a busy night, she was hungry again. She entered the dining room, where 3 dishes and a soup awaited her, alongside a jar of chili sauce. Lin Shi picked up the chili sauce. Was this specially prepared for me? Aunt Wu made it, using chili from Xiangnan. Fu Jingyao replied, checking the temperature of the bowl. Does it need to be heated? No need. Lin Shi inverted the dishes onto her rice, took a bite, and exclaimed, yes, this is the flavor. Fu Jingyao stood quietly beside her. Lin Shi raised her bowl. Are you eating? Fu Jingyao shook his head. He never ate late-night snacks. He sat down, watching her eat. Lin Shi was particularly joyful while dining, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster guarding its food. As she ate, Fu Jingyao suddenly felt the urge to taste it. He picked up chopsticks and grabbed a piece of green vegetable. Lin Shi hurriedly called out, wait, that's the remainder in my bowl, it's no problem.
Fu Jingyao replied.
After trying a bite, the spicy flavor surged from his tongue to the top of his head, causing his face to flush instantly. So spicy. Lin Shi quickly poured him a glass of water. I meant it's super incredibly spicy. I just added 5 spoonfuls of chili sauce. Didn't you see? Fu Jingyao drank 3 glasses of water before the spiciness dulled a little. Earlier, his focus had been completely on Lin Shi, oblivious to the 5 spoonfuls of chili. The man feigned calm. Well, it is indeed a little spicy. Lin Shi poured another glass of water. How about I get you some medicine? No, it's unnecessary. Fu Jingyao took the glass of water and drank it in one go. A few beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Shi handed him a tissue to wipe it off. Don't be stubborn. If there's a problem, call me. Trust in my medical skills. All right. The faint fragrance lingered at his nose, and Fu Jingyao's face reddened further. What nonsense is written in Aunt Wu's dating manual? The situation is developing completely differently from what I had anticipated. He was dumbfounded, realizing he could believe what Aunt Wu had written. In the antique street, Wang Liangshan sat in a tea house, eyes closed as he counted his prayer beads. Li San, have you completed the tasks? Li San nodded. President Wang. We have moved to second place. Wang Liangshan opened his eyes. Who is in first? Increase the offer. Li San broke into a cold sweat. That person said, he is not short of money. Keep increasing. Wang Liangshan snorted. I don't believe there is anyone in this world who can resist the temptation of money. Li San lowered his head, remaining silent. President Wang, have you forgotten? Master Lin is not swayed by money. However, he did not dare to say this aloud. Li San approached the boy in front. President Wang said we can increase the offer. I don't lack money. Ji Hung replied impatiently. Stop bothering me. Wang Liangshan stood up. Take me to see who dares to disregard me.
Yes.
Li San hurried downstairs. Wang Liangshan arrived at the stall location, squinting to scrutinize the boy before him. This person seems familiar. Kid, why won't you swap positions with me? Upon seeing the boy's face, Wang Liangshan suddenly widened his eyes. Ji, young Master Ji? The Ji family is one of the top aristocratic families in the imperial capital. He had seen this pampered young master once at the birthday banquet of old Master Ji. Ji Hung held a very special status. His mother was the daughter of Fu Jianhua. Now, the Fu family was becoming increasingly powerful under Fu Jingyao's leadership. If he could establish a connection with the Fu family, he would never have to worry for 10 lifetimes. Compared to the Wang family, the Ji family was akin to the moon and stars, let alone the Fu family. No wonder he refused money. It turned out to be young Master Ji. Wang Liangshan's expression changed instantly, a benevolent smile appearing on his face. Young Master Ji, it's been a while. Ji Hung looked perplexed. You know me?
Ha!
I am the old Wang from next door. Wang Liangshan grinned widely. When you were little, I even held you. Oh, President Wang, you say this to everyone. Wang Liangshan's smile froze for a moment. Haha, Master Qian, good morning. You look even more handsome today. Qian Fugue slightly raised his chin. You have good taste. Wang Liangshan secretly rolled his eyes. Silly fat man. Yet, as he needed something from others, He quickly adjusted his expression. Where is Master Lin? Hasn't she arrived yet? Qian Fugui was also unsure. Master Lin will be here shortly. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Shi arrived with a small backpack. Wang Liangshan immediately approached her. Master Lin, how did you sleep last night? Lin Shi glanced at him, but said nothing. Ji Heng pushed past Wang Liangshan, pointing at his own face. Big shot. Do you still remember me? This time, Lin Shi did not need to think. That unfortunate wandering soul. What trouble have you encountered again? Ji Heng shook his head. None. After the arrival of the three strange individuals, when Chengzhou's death was suppressed, and it was publicly declared as a suicide. Following this incident, Ji Heng was terrified while walking on the road. Big shot, I wanted to see you and buy some safety talismans. Lin Shi took out 10 safety talismans and completed the transaction. Thank you, big shot. Ji Heng clutched the safety talismans tightly, finally relieved. Wang Liangshan silently observed all of this. Young Master Ji shows such respect towards Master Lin. It seems she truly possesses remarkable skills. Wang Liangshan tentatively spoke. Master Lin, may I purchase a few talismans? Lin Shi gave him a meaningful look. Safety talismans are for warding off demons and monsters, but they cannot guard against human hearts. Wang Liangshan's heart tightened. Master Lin, I do not understand. Please enlighten me. Ji Heng raised his hand. I am first. Wang Liangshan hesitated for a moment before raising his hand as well. I am second. Lin Shi's gaze lingered upon his face, the matter concerning Ji Heng having been resolved. It was now his turn. Wang Liangshan, filled with joy, hurriedly produced a photograph. Master Lin, please take a look. This is my daughter's hand. Lin Shi focused intently. The arm depicted in the photograph was covered with a dense array of fish scales, layer upon layer, eliciting a shiver down one's spine. Qian Fugui, curious, leaned in closer. With a mere glance, he felt an unbearable itch, his hair standing on end. Goodness! My trypophobia has flared up. Chapter 40, The Curse. Ji Heng, also intrigued, exclaimed, Goodness! I have goosebumps all over. He rubbed his arms vigorously. Lin Shi spoke slowly. This is a curse. A curse, invoking malevolent spirits to bring misfortune upon those one despises. Much like the act of stabbing a voodoo doll. One's birth date and hair are inserted into a doll, with the target's name inscribed upon it, while one simultaneously stabs it with a needle and curses. However, curses cast by ordinary individuals typically lack potency. The one who cursed Wang Liangshan's daughter is proficient in the dark arts. The metaphysical community forbids the use of such practices to harm others. Lin Shi inquired. Who have you offended?
What?
Wang Liangshan gasped in shock. Our family has always conducted business amicably, especially showing great respect to all masters. We have never wronged anyone. Who would curse my family? Lin Shi corrected him. From this photograph, it is not your family that is cursed, but your daughter. She added, you are safe. Wang Liangshan, meeting her piercing gaze, felt a tremor in his skin. Master, not just my daughter, my wife and son are afflicted as well. Lin Shi asked, where are the photographs? No, I didn't take any. Wang Liangshan's gaze drifted. Master, please visit my home. The cost is not an issue. Lin Shi fixed him with a stare. I can go to your home, but you must not conceal anything. Looking at the scales on your daughter's arm, she may not survive beyond 7 days. Wang Liangshan repeatedly assured her, Master, I understand the rules of this realm. Since I am inviting you, I shall hide nothing. He spoke truthfully. With the lives of his wife, daughter, and son hanging in the balance, there was no room for deceit. Lin Shi stepped forward, articulating the entire situation clearly with each word. Very well. Wang Liangshan exhaled, temporarily relieved. This Master Lin had discerned the problem immediately. The previous master he consulted had examined the photograph and performed rituals at home for 3 days, yet it not only proved futile, but worsened the situation. Master Lin was his last hope. Wang Liangshan's demeanor became increasingly respectful. Master Lin, please. As Lin Shi walked a couple of steps, she noticed Ji Heng and Qian Fugui trailing behind. The two exchanged glances and grinned foolishly. Ji Heng remarked, Big shot, I am curious. Having heard the beginning of the story, not knowing the outcome is truly torturous. Qian Fugui added, Master Lin, I will just watch from the sidelines and will not disturb you. I will handle all the dirty and laborious tasks. Lin Shi smiled playfully. This is a curse. No one truly knows the conditions that trigger it. Should you enter the Wang household, you might find yourselves covered in fish scales. Ji Heng and Qian Fugui shuddered at the thought of the repulsive scales, feeling a slight inclination to retreat. Lin Shi continued, if you choose to go, That is your decision, but I cannot be responsible for your transformation into scale-covered creatures. Ji Heng and Qian Fugue shook their heads vigorously, laughing. Ha, that sounds exceedingly dangerous. We shall refrain from joining the fray. Lin Shi waved her hand, signaling them to get into the car. She had never encountered a witch doctor before, having only seen references in the writings left by her master. Preventing these two novices from accompanying her was for their own good. Wang Liangshan, seated beside her, wiped the sweat from his brow multiple times. Master, is the curse difficult to lift? It depends on the circumstances, Lin Shi replied blandly. Now, tell me, when did they start developing fish scales? About a month ago, my son developed a hard bump on the back of his hand, causing both itchiness and pain. After a doctor's examination, he was prescribed some medication for eczema, which he applied regularly. However, despite the medication, the bumps multiplied, causing unbearable itching and pain, akin to being bitten by 100 mosquitoes. Wang Liangshan's anxiety grew as he took his son to various hospitals for treatment. The condition did not improve. Those red bumps gradually spread across his body, even appearing on his face. His son, driven to despair by the incessant itching, rolled on the ground, scratching the raised red bumps until deep crimson lines appeared. The more he scratched, the itchier it became, ensnaring him in a vicious cycle. Wang Liangshan realized something was amiss and sought a master to exorcise the malevolence. His wife and daughter soon exhibited identical red bumps, crying out incessantly, "It itches, it itches." Wang Liangshan, frantic with worry and fear, commanded Li San to find a renowned master. He dreaded the possibility of facing a similar fate. One master, upon inspection, bluntly stated that a ritual must be performed urgently, for evil energy had invaded their bodies. Wang Liangshan spent 5 million to hire a master for 3 days. Yet it yielded no results. The situation worsened. The red bumps slowly hardened, cracking and oozing blood, forming overlapping scales, densely packed and alarming. His wife, son, and daughter scratched madly, as if 1,000 ants crawled upon their skin. It itches, it itches. The skin continued to crack, amplifying both itchiness and pain. They needed to soak in water daily to feel any relief. Wang Liangshan could not comprehend why he alone remained unscathed. He consulted numerous masters, yet none could resolve the matter. Wang Liangshan recounted the entire ordeal, stooping with a deep sigh. Master, that is the gist of it. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. You have mentioned the outcome, but have not addressed the cause. The witch doctor who cast the curse targeted only your wife and children, sparing you, indicating personal animosity. What wrongs have your wife and children committed? Master, to be honest, I truly do not know. Wang Liangshan rubbed his temples. I cannot fathom why. Living together and sharing meals, I remain unharmed. Lin Shi, finding no further inquiries fruitful, decided to first examine the 3 afflicted individuals. The car halted before a quaint villa. Wang Liangshan opened the car door. Master, please come in. My humble abode may be small, I hope you do not mind. Lin Shi followed him inside. From the 2nd floor came a chorus of anguished cries. Ah, it itches. It itches so badly. Wang Liangshan scratched his head. Master, their condition is quite dire. Lin Shi cast a glance upstairs. I shall go take a look. Wang Liangshan paused before a door. This is where my daughter is. Her symptoms are the mildest. Inside. His daughter was scratching furiously, scales falling away like dandruff, blood oozing from her face. Lin Shi closed her eyes momentarily, the sight proving too distressing. Those afflicted with trypophobia would surely lose their sanity at such a scene. The girl stared at her, her voice sharp. Dad, who is she? Who is she? Wang Liangshan soothed. Qian, this is the master I have invited. Let her take a look. Wang Qian interrupted loudly. No, I don't want her. All these so-called masters are useless. Get out. All of you get out. Chapter 41. No worship of deities, only reverence for the koi. Wang Liangshan's expression turned anxious. Qian is ill and speaking nonsense. Master, please do not take offense. It took great effort to invite you here. If you were to leave in anger, it would be disastrous. Lin Shi scanned Wang Qian with a discerning eye before turning to leave to check on the other 2. Wang Liangshan sighed in relief and opened the adjacent door. My wife, Hu Tao, resides here. Hu Tao, much like Wang Qian, was submerged in the bathtub. Upon noticing the 2, she frantically splashed water. Wang Liangshan, who is she? I demand to know, who is she? I am not dead yet. And you dare bring your mistress here? How could you do this to me? Wang Liangshan, you heartless wretch. He shouted back. Silence. Hu Tao became even more agitated. her scarlet eyes fixed upon him. You dare to yell at me, Wang Liangshan? Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you, and your mistress and illegitimate child. You all will pay. Wang Liangshan's heart raced. Both were utterly unreasonable. He cautiously glanced at Lin Shi, fearful she might leave in anger. Wang Liangshan weakly said, Master, my wife is not in her right mind. Please bear with her. It is evident, Lin Shi remarked, her imagination is more vivid than that of a madman. She crossed her arms, her expression remaining indifferent. Wang Liangshan awkwardly forced a smile and asked, Master, do you need to see my son? Lin Shi turned and led the three individuals into a room, stating, I need to ask some questions. Wang Liangshan exchanged a glance with Li San, urging him to go forward. Li San hesitated at the sight of the person covered in fish scales, taking a step back. Boss, it's not appropriate for me to approach the lady. You should persuade her yourself. Damn it, that old man. He is merely a worker. Sending him to confront a monster is akin to sending him to his death. What if he gets infected? Li San retreated to the staircase, ready to flee at any moment. Boss, you go. I truly cannot do this. Wang Liangshan took a deep breath. He was frightened too. Though the person inside was his wife, her current appearance was 100 times more terrifying than a devil. Remembering Master Lin not far away, he gritted his teeth and rushed to Hu Tao's side. Get up, we're going to our son's room.
Hu Tao screamed, No.
I won't go. Wang Liangshan had completely lost his patience. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Upon hearing the word die, Hu Tao exploded. Wang Liangshan, if I die, it's better. I can make room for your mistress and illegitimate child. Wang Liangshan was furious, raising his hand to slap her hard. How could I have married such a mindless creature? Hu Tao, though beautiful, lacked both intelligence and emotional understanding, being incredibly foolish, fit only to be a docile ornament. This was precisely why he had chosen her. Wang Liangshan believed in the traditional notion of a man working outside and a woman managing the household. A young and beautiful woman could enhance the next generation's genes and need not be overly intelligent. Her role was to take care of the home. However, after marriage, Hu Tao was constantly suspicious, obsessively monitoring his whereabouts, and sometimes even barging into his company to angrily scold people indiscriminately. Wang Liangshan was exasperated, but out of consideration for their children, he endured it all. In such moments, Hu Tao remained oblivious to her predicament, speaking recklessly. At that moment, he wholeheartedly agreed with the ancient saying, a wise wife is a treasure. Wang Liangshan was incredibly angry, firmly grasping Hu Tao's hand and lifting her up. I warn you one last time, if you want to live, shut your mouth or I won't bother with you. His eyes were cold and menacing, and Hu Tao immediately shrank back, covering her mouth and weeping. The warmth of her tears softened Wang Liangshan's heart. He spoke gently, Hu Tao. We have been married for so many years. You must trust me. I have painstakingly invited this master. If you drive her away, our family will perish. Hu Tao lowered her head, silent. Wang Liangshan took her into the adjacent room and personally dragged Wang Qian inside. Li San stood by, witnessing the entire scene. Boss is ruthless. He even touched the bizarre fish scales with his bare hands. Why didn't he wear gloves? At that moment, he felt a twinge of admiration for Wang Liangshan.
All right.
Li San went downstairs to find Lin Shi. Master Lin, the boss requests your presence upstairs. Lin Shi ascended, glancing inside, only to quickly avert his gaze. The sight was too jarring. 3 scaled creatures were each in a bathtub, continually pouring water over themselves. Wang Liangshan introduced. In the middle is my son, Wang Hu. Lin Shi took a closer look at Wang Hu. The fish scales, the size of fingernails, were writhing as if alive. He was clearly in a more severe condition than the others and would not survive 3 days. Upon further inspection, the colors of the scales appeared to differ, a deep brown and a light yellow. Lin Shi squinted, observing closely. Wang Hu's back, Hu Tao's chest, and Wang Qian's head were all adorned with 2 different colors of scales. Wang Hu had the most, followed by Hu Tao, and Wang Qian had the least. Lin Shi remarked, each of you bears 2 types of scales. Now, can you tell me how you offended the fish? The 3 remained with their heads bowed, scratching themselves and pouring water. Wang Liangshan was in a state of panic. Master, please ask them quickly. Wang Hu opened his mouth. Dad, I'm so itchy. It's unbearable. Wang Qian shouted. Dad, I can't remember anything. I'm so itchy all over. Wang Liangshan was deeply worried. Master, is there any way to alleviate their itching? Lin Shi threw out a talisman. The talisman emitted a faint golden light, and Hu Tao, Wang Hu. And Wang Qian instantly felt a reduction in their discomfort. Wang Hu exclaimed in surprise, "Dad, it works. It really works." Wang Qian, clinging to this lifeline, desperately tried to remember anything related to the scales. She was still young and did not want to die. Lin Shi spoke, "This method is only temporarily effective. To completely resolve the curse, we must find the one who cast it."
Now you may speak.
Wang Hu replied arrogantly, "What is there to say? Just cure me quickly. I command you to hurry." Lin Shi was speechless. Not a single person in this family was sane. They could not understand a simple request. Wang Liangshan inhaled deeply. "The master is asking you to speak." Wang Hu retorted defiantly, "Who are you to tell me what to say? She must cure me." Suddenly, Wang Qian shouted, "I remember. By Luo village, it must be that fish causing the trouble." By Luo village. Wang Liangshan repeated the village's name. He suddenly slapped his forehead. "Last month, our family of 4 traveled south and spent 3 days in Bai Luo village. The scenery there was beautiful, and the villagers were warm. But there was something very strange, a temple worshipping a fish. They do not pray to gods or Buddhas, only to the koi." Wang Qian, in a frenzy, stammered, "The koi. That fish. I saw it enter our house, floating in the air, glaring at me fiercely. It must be it. The koi is harming us." Hu Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. You could not have seen that fish. Have you forgotten? That fish is already dead. We ate it." Chapter 42. Why did you make me eat that fish? Wang Qian's face turned pale as paper, her high-pitched voice nearly tearing her throat. "We ate that fish. It transformed into a vengeful spirit to retaliate against us. It must be so." Wang Hu stood up and slapped her. "Wang Qian, what nonsense are you spouting? It's just a fish. It's dead." Scales fell, stained with blood, and Wang Qian trembled violently, her fear reaching its peak. "I saw the fish's soul. I truly saw it." She suddenly turned and sat up, gripping Wang Hu's collar tightly, her expression frantic. "You killed that fish. Which is why you will be the first to die, then it will be us." A flicker of terror flashed in Wang Hu's eyes. "You're crazy. You're talking nonsense." Wang Qian shoved him away and turned to strangle Hu Tao. "It's all your fault. Why did you let Wang Hu kill that fish? Why did you make us eat its flesh? We're going to die. We are about to die. Ha ha ha." Her eyes turned bloodshot, and her scales erupted. Hu Tao, witnessing Wang Qian in such a state, felt her mind go blank. She could not comprehend what Wang Qian was saying, gasping for breath. "Help! Help!" Wang Liangshan hurriedly pulled Wang Qian away. Qian, calm down. She is your mother." Wang Qian's eyes brimmed with resentment. "She is not my mother. I am like this because of her and Wang Hu." She began recounting the events that transpired in Bai Luo village. A month prior, Wang Liangshan took the family of 4 on a trip south. Wang Qian had seen the reviews of Bai Luo village online and expressed her desire to visit.
"Dad.
The internet says there's a very spiritual temple in Bai Luo village, and if you make a wish there, it will come true." Wang Hu scoffed dismissively. "How childish. Who believes in that nonsense?" Wang Qian chose to ignore her twin brother. She was born 5 minutes earlier, making her the sister while Wang Hu was the brother. Their mother often told her, "You are the older sister. You should be considerate of your brother." Wang Qian thought little of it. Wang Hu would lie and fight, never calling her sister. Their relationship was strained, with neither being able to tolerate the other. Eventually, they decided to go to Bai Luo village. The air there was fresh, and they felt much more comfortable upon entering. The village chief told them, "You have come at the right time. On the 15th of every month, if you kneel in the main hall, the adults will grant us good fortune." Wang Liangshan took the family to the temple to pay their respects. Wang Qian looked up and wondered, "Why is it a fish?" Wang Hu scoffed again. "This young master does not worship fish." Wang Liangshan bellowed, demanding obedience. Anyone who refused to bow was to leave, and no disturbances were permitted within the temple. He was a devout Buddhist and possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding Buddhist statues, which he regarded as embodiments of the divine. Speaking ill within the temple was unwise, for the gods could hear such words. However, he found it exceedingly peculiar that the villagers revered a fish. The fish was intricately carved from stone, adorned with a layer of golden powder, its eyes strikingly lifelike. Under the sun's radiance, the statue shimmered brilliantly, resembling a deity descended to earth. Wang Liangshan felt a surge of reverence and instinctively knelt in homage. Seeing his father in such a state, Wang Hu rolled his eyes, thinking that the old man's incessant spiritual musings would eventually drive him mad. Wang Qian shared a similar disdain for her father's behavior. All right, let us explore. Father will kneel and pray all day. The trio wandered aimlessly, and Wang Hu halted at a fork in the path, insisting they go this way. Wang Qian pointed to a warning sign nearby, indicating that outsiders were not permitted. I shall go. Who dares to stop me? Wang Hu declared, knocking over the sign and striding forward. Hu Tao, concerned for him, followed. With no one else around, Wang Qian felt uneasy being left alone, so she trailed behind the two. The air grew increasingly fresh, prompting Wang Qian to take a deep breath. This was indeed a lovely place. Wang Hu grumbled about the villagers' ill intentions, lamenting that such a splendid area was closed off to outsiders. After a while, feeling fatigued, he cupped his hands to drink from the creek, refreshing his face. This water is sweet, he remarked. Really? Wang Qian's interest peaked as she prepared to scoop water with her hands, but suddenly spotted a golden fish. Ah! Look, what is that? It seems to be glowing. Wang Hu rolled up his sleeves and waded into the water, exclaiming, I'll take a look. The golden fish lay, with its eyes closed, the water gently lapping against its scales. As someone approached, the fish opened its eyes, flicked its tail, and swam toward him. Wang Hu was ecstatic, remarking on the fish's beauty. Wang Qian shared his excitement, recognizing it as a koi. They say encountering a koi brings good fortune. Wang Hu, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, thought about tasting the golden koi. As the koi swam closer, he hefted a large stone and brought it crashing down toward the fish's head. Wang Qian furrowed her brows, thinking, this isn't our home. Wild koi are far tastier. Wang Hu licked his lips and raised the stone again to strike the fish. The fish appeared stunned, floating motionless in the water. Wang Hu discarded the stone and seized the fish by its tail. The koi suddenly thrashed about. Hold it down. Quick, help me. Hu Tao urged Wang Qian to assist her brother. Wang Qian pressed the fish down while Hu Tao grabbed a small stone and struck the koi's head repeatedly. Vivid red blood gushed forth, splattering the three of them. Wang Hu dragged the fish ashore and, from his bag, retrieved a lighter, grinning ominously. Barbecue in the wild. Hu Tao cautioned, son, wild creatures are unclean. Wang Hu skillfully ignited a fire, dismissing her concerns. What do you know? Wild fare is far more delectable. He was weary of mundane chicken and duck, having sampled many wild delicacies, rabbits, pheasants, civets, hedgehogs, and more. A fish as large as this golden koi would surely be exquisite. Hu Tao assisted him, and without the need for any seasoning, the aroma wafted enticingly. The three of them were drawn in by the mouth-watering scent. Wang Hu stuffed fish meat into his mouth, exclaiming, delicious, absolutely divine. Wang Qian tore off a piece, asserting, I helped earlier, so I deserve a share. It was the most delectable thing she had ever tasted, swallowing even the bones. Wang Qian yearned for more. But Hu Tao swatted her hand away, saying, that's enough. This fish was killed by Xiao Hu. Wang Hu devoured ravenously while Wang Qian salivated uncontrollably. She swallowed hard. Leave some for father. Wang Hu shook his head. Today is the 15th. He won't eat meat. Wang Liangshan adhered strictly to a vegetarian diet on the 1st and 15th of each month, abstaining from any meat. Unable to find justification to eat more fish meat, Wang Qian stood silently. She felt a twinge of unfairness, believing her mother favored Wang Hu, reserving all the good things for him. In the end, Wang Hu consumed the lion's share of the fish, while Hu Tao and Wang Qian barely had a morsel. Reflecting on the incident, Wang Qian found herself both crying and laughing. Hu Tao, I am so grateful to you for your favoritism. Most of that fish went to Wang Hu, so he will perish the quickest. Haha, Wang Hu will die right away. Hu Tao lowered her head, remaining silent. In that moment, even she, despite her foolishness, realized the connection between the fish scales on her body and the amount of fish meat consumed. Wang Hu's eyes widened, realizing something was amiss with the fish meat. He leaped from the bathtub, one hand gripping Hu Tao's neck while the other struck her face. It's your fault. You made me eat that fish. Chapter 43. Who cast the curse? Hu Tao's face instantly swelled. Scales mixed with blood fell from her, her entire body racked with pain and itchiness. The discomfort was unbearable, compounded by the sorrow of being struck by Wang Hu. This is my son. Hu Tao screamed, desperately clutching at Wang Hu's hair, tearing a large scale from his face. Wang Hu, I am your mother. How can you hit me? Ah! Wang Hu was immediately drenched in blood, losing all rationality. You hit me, I'll kill you. The two engaged in a frenzied brawl, causing Wang Liangshan great distress as he forcefully separated them, chaos reigning. Wang Qian cackled. That's it. Fight to the death. Hu Tao was undoubtedly heartbroken. Her dearest son aimed to kill her. She had always thought of her son first, just as she had with the fish. Little did she know that all who consumed that fish were cursed, with Wang Hu suffering the most and dying the quickest. Hu Tao had unwittingly propelled her son toward damnation. This was indeed poetic justice. Wang Qian was laughing so hard she was in tears, continuously fanning the flames of the conflict. Pull his hair, Wang Hu. Tear off his scales, Hu Tao. Wang Liangshan felt a throbbing in his temple, bewildered by how his family had descended into such chaos, wishing for each other's demise. In his eyes, his wife was somewhat suspicious, his son rebellious, and his daughter a bit headstrong, but they were all good people. When had this loving family become so fractured? She tossed out a talisman. Hu Tao and Wang Hu froze in place, as if time had stopped, remaining motionless in their peculiar stances, still cursing.
Go die.
Wang Hu, you die first. She approached, affixing a silencing talisman to each of them. Finally, silence enveloped the scene. Though their mouths moved, no sound emerged. Wang Qian, witnessing this, covered her mouth tightly, fearful of sharing the same fate. She inquired, you know everything, yet wish to resolve this curse? Wang Liangshan scanned the faces of Hu Tao, Wang Hu, and Wang Qian, remaining silent for a minute. He slowly spoke. Master Lin, I beg of you. He could not neglect his own wife, son, and daughter. With deliberate clarity, he declared, Master Lin, I am willing to sacrifice everything to atone for that koi, hoping it spares Hu Tao and the others. She cast a knowing glance at him, saying meaningfully, they possess two types of fish scales. Wang Liangshan furrowed his brow, puzzled. Did they kill two fish? Wang Qian shouted, shaking her head, Father, aside from that golden koi, I absolutely did not kill any other fish. Wang Liangshan was left with a multitude of questions. Why are there two types of fish scales? Ask that koi and you'll know. She stroked his chin thoughtfully. The deep brown scales on Hu Tao and the others were sufficient to cast them into endless torment, ultimately leading to their demise. The one who cast the curse harbored profound hatred for them, employing the most vicious curse imaginable. She turned to the only one among them who was lucid. Wang Qian, you mentioned you saw a koi turn into a ghost. Wang Qian nodded, not daring to conceal the truth. Last night, I was so itchy I couldn't sleep. When I opened my eyes, I saw a shadowy figure that resembled a fish hovering above me. It circled my head once, and then left. She began to comprehend the koi's intent. What a foolish fish, turning into a ghost, and coming to the Wang family. We shall wait for the koi to arrive. Wang Liangshan cautiously spoke. Master, should we prepare anything? No need, Shi replied calmly. The koi will certainly come. Bring me a chair. Wang Liangshan called out Li San. Li San obediently complied. As dusk fell, Hu Tao and Wang Hu remained in their fixed positions, their bodies aching and itching unbearably, yet unable to move. Wang Qian sat silently in the bathtub, shrouded in darkness, as the room remained unlit. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the wall. The dark figure emerged through the wall and paused, seemingly taken aback by the sight in the room. It flicked its tail and flew towards Wang Qian. She stepped forward, koi, greetings. Upon hearing her voice, the koi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, this human can see me. It circled around Shi for a full 5 seconds, mesmerized by the sparkling light enveloping her. Delighted, it approached her, its lips forming a pout as it gently kissed her fingertips, sending a wave of excitement coursing through it. The koi flicked its tail, bubbling with joy. Oh, dear. I still have important matters to attend to. I mustn't be too joyful. The koi ceased its bubbling and darted towards Wang Hu. She inquired, Koi, why have you come to the Wang family? The koi opened its mouth, producing peculiar sounds, gurgle, gurgle. Shi, unable to comprehend its fish language, asked, Can you speak human language? The koi shook its head, continuing to gurgle. Within an animal's throat lies a bone. If refined, it could produce human speech. Shi gently patted the koi's head. This might hurt a bit. Bear with me. The koi nuzzled her palm, thrilled by the contact. Her hand felt so comfortable. It was ecstatic. With a cool sensation on her skin, Shi chuckled softly, surprised that this fish truly enjoyed affection. Gathering spiritual energy at her fingertips, she located the bone and pressed gently. The koi blinked, sensing a change within. Little human. It could speak now. Ecstatic. The koi's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a playful tone. Thank you, little human. No need for thanks, Lin Shi replied.
My name is Lin Shi.
The koi opened its mouth. I am called Koi, esteemed one. It pondered for 7 seconds, then added, looking for someone. Wang Liangshan immediately knelt. Esteemed Koi. I know my family has wronged you. I hope you will show mercy and spare their lives. My Wang family vows to honor you as a deity for generations to come. The koi tilted its head, surveying him, confused by his words. Why is this human kneeling? Is he making a wish? He seems somewhat familiar. I'll observe a bit longer. The koi flew closer, while Wang Liangshan's back broke out in cold sweat. His head bowed, even lower. Esteemed koi, please show leniency and spare the lives of the 3. The koi remained perplexed, finding human speech overly complex. It released a bubble in irritation.
Do not fear, rise.
Wang Liangshan did not understand the meaning, instinctively glancing at Lin Shi. Master, what does the esteemed koi mean? Lin Shi sighed in exasperation. Wang Liangshan's speech was overly ornate, filled with idioms that the koi could not comprehend. You are asking the wrong entity. The koi wants you to rise. No, I will not rise, Wang Liangshan insisted, bowing further. If the esteemed koi does not forgive me, I will never rise. The koi pouted, flying to Lin Shi's side. This adult human is truly bothersome. I do not like him. I prefer the little sparkling human. Lin Shi explained. The koi has not cast a curse. It has come to save these 3 individuals. She articulated clearly. Without the koi's intervention, Hu Tao, Wang Hu, and Wang Qian would have perished long ago. Wang Liangshan was stunned. Who cast the curse? Chapter 44. The Witch Doctor. Dark brown fish scales symbolize a curse, while light yellow scales represent the koi's own merits. The koi visited nightly to check on the 3, sensing their impending demise, and would place a light yellow scale to halt the curse's progression. What a foolish fish, Lin Shi mused, beckoning the koi. The koi gently touched her palm, grinning foolishly. Lin Shi, I like you. Lin Shi affectionately ruffled its head and pointed to Wang Hu. Why did you not flee upon seeing him? Water, swimming, death. From the koi's fragmented speech, Lin Shi pieced together the truth. The koi believed Wang Hu would drown while swimming, so it attempted to save him. Unfortunately, it was struck and killed by Wang Hu's actions. This fish was indeed quite naive, treating humans with utmost kindness, only to meet its demise at their hands. Yet, even in death, it remained innocent, not shying away from humans, but rather drawing closer. Lin Shi relayed this to everyone. The esteemed koi possesses a pure heart and noble morals. It harbors no grudges and came to the Wang family to save lives. This is a true deity. Wang Liangshan wept with emotion. Bowing thrice, he solemnly declared, Esteemed koi, my family cannot repay your immense kindness. In this life, and the next, I shall toil endlessly to repay you. The koi stared blankly, a look of confusion in its eyes.
What is this human saying?
I do not comprehend a single word. As Shao Qi had stated, humans were indeed complex beings. Ah, so complicated. The koi gazed eagerly at Lin Shi. He said what? Lin Shi clarified. He believes you are the finest fish in the world and wishes to repay you. What do you desire? Joyfully, the koi bubbled, I want sparkling, sparkling. Wang Liangshan was utterly bewildered. Master Lin, what does the esteemed koi mean? Lin Shi sighed deeply. The koi likes shiny objects. Understand? Wang Liangshan nodded. I understand. Esteemed koi. I will craft a magnificent statue of you in gold, ensuring it sparkles brilliantly, and I will offer incense daily. The koi still struggled to grasp his words but recognized sparkling. It nodded earnestly, good. Wang Liangshan sighed in relief. Thank you, esteemed koi, and thank you, Master Lin. After a moment of silence, he asked, Master Lin, if the curse was not cast by the esteemed koi, what should we do? Find the one who cast the curse. Lin Shi glanced at the koi. You know who it is, don't you? The koi ceased bubbling, its tone tinged with sadness. Shao Qi, it was her. I cannot. All right, I understand, Lin Shi comforted, patting its head. Shao Qi will understand your intentions. Really? The koi visibly brightened.
Ling Xi, Quiche.
Lin Shi remained still, aware of the koi's fondness for affection. The koi pouted, leaning close to her cheek, planting a kiss. I like you the most. A gentle, iridescent light enveloped Lin Shi, illuminating her like a vibrant bulb. It was her first kiss given to a fish, an auspicious blessing from the koi. Those who receive the koi's blessing shall be graced with good fortune. Lin Shi smiled softly. Thank you, koi. The koi grew fonder of her, finding her beautiful. Lin Shi tapped its forehead gently. Now let us seek Xiao Qi, okay? The koi flicked its tail and circled around her joyfully. It gradually enlarged, settling beside Lin Shi. I will carry you. Lin Shi accepted, experiencing her first ride on a koi. As Wang Liangshan noticed their departure, he hurriedly called out, Master Lin. Wang Hu and Hu Tao cannot move. Lin Shi waved her hand, releasing the binding and silencing charms. Both Hu Tao and Wang Hu tumbled into the water, creating a splash. Upon seeing the fish-shaped shadow, fear filled their eyes, and they cowered in the bathtub, trembling. The itching and pain returned, leaving them wondering when this ordeal would end. The koi, intent on finding Xiao Qi, soared into the sky, carrying Lin Shi with it. Wang Liangshan bowed thrice, invoking the name of the revered koi master, Master Lin, and wishing for a safe journey. Wang Qian gazed at the slowly vanishing koi, mimicking her father's gesture, and knelt, murmuring her apologies to the koi master. In an abandoned factory in the capital, Yun Yan, Bai Shu Yuan, and Jiang Yuanyu and crouched in the grass, feeding mosquitoes. Bai Shu Yuan, holding a compass, wore a grave expression, indicating something within. Yun Yan fixed his gaze on a door, urging caution. As the opponent was a shaman from the Li tribe, Jiang Yuanyu interjected, stating that while no one could rival the Miao in the art of sorcery, the Li were proficient in curses and seldom engaged with outsiders, leaving them with scant knowledge of the Li tribe. Both tribes possess sorcerers, however. The Miao utilized insect manipulation for physical assaults, whereas the Li employed curses for psychological warfare. Yun Yan explained that the Li tribe had resided in Billionaire village for generations, venerating the koi deity, having previously signed a treaty with a chief that forbade their shamans from stepping beyond the village. He frowned, finding it peculiar that a Li shaman had appeared in the capital. Bai Xiuyuan nodded affirmatively. With the compass in hand, its needle spun rapidly before finally halting in a southern direction. He took the lead, directing them forward. Jiang Yuan released 5 caterpillars, stating she would send the insects ahead to scout the path. As the former Miao priestess, she had naturally inherited the art of sorcery, becoming the new Miao saintess. The trio arrived at a clearing where a figure sat in a chair, facing away from them. Yun Yan raised a hand, signaling them to halt. He approached, wielding a golden sword forged from 108 ancient coins, radiating a righteous aura capable of subduing all manner of malevolent entities. Suddenly, the figure turned. Upon closer inspection, it was a wooden puppet. Jiang Yuan exhaled in relief, exclaiming she had thought it was yet another corpse. Had she known, she would not have learned the art of corpse driving from her father, who was a descendant of the corpse drivers of Xiangxi.
Now,
she managed all the corpses within the bureau, overseeing their collection, examination, transport, burial, and all-encompassing service. The wooden puppet opened its mouth and spat out a piece of paper. Yun Yan donned gloves to pick it up and read aloud. To the esteemed members of the Special Management Bureau, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses. It was my fault to leave Billionaire village. I shall rectify all matters before surrendering to the Bureau. Please forgive me. Signed, Li Qi, the shaman. Jiang Yuanyu inquired about its meaning, asking if they should continue searching for her. Yes, Yun Yan analyzed. We cannot take her words at face value. She is deliberately luring us here. Something significant is bound to occur tonight. Bai Xiuyuan, refocusing, confirmed, understood, Captain. He recited a mantra, utilizing the Celestial Star secret technique to locate individuals. Hailing from one of the top feng shui sects, the Celestial Star School, he possessed an innate sensitivity to various energies and excelled in tracking sense. The Celestial Star technique, unique to his sect, could range from locating dragon veins to tracing a mere wisp of energy. Bai Xiuyuan quickly pinpointed a direction, declaring, this way. Suddenly, a golden flash streaked across the sky, prompting Yun Yan to look up, his expression growing increasingly grave. Indeed, this direction harbors something. We must hasten. Chapter 45. Struck by lightning in the depths of the mountains. A peculiar formation was drawn upon the grass. Li Qi sat at the center, tightly clutching a koi statue, vowing, I shall avenge you. 4 generations. Billionaire village had worshipped the koi, with villagers bowing at the temple on the 1st and 15th of each month, praying for good fortune from the koi. In her youth, Li Qi had doubted the existence of deities, finding the adults' rituals amusing as she wandered to the temple's back mountain. The scenery there was enchanting, with lush greenery and crisp air. While meandering, she stumbled upon a clear stream, shimmering with a golden hue under the sunlight. Brimming with courage, she waded into the water. which appeared shallow but was deceptively deep. The current grew swift, and losing her balance, Li Qi fell into the stream. Unable to swim, she struggled desperately, crying for help. Suddenly, a golden fish swam towards her, grasping her clothing in its mouth and dragging her to the shore. Li Qi coughed up a mouthful of water. Gazing fearfully at the fish, which was entirely golden and thrice the size of an ordinary fish. The village's legends flooded her mind, and she gasped, "You, are you the koi?" The koi emitted a bubble. Li Qi seemed to comprehend its message. "You are the guardian of Billionaire village." Her father had recounted how the ancestors of Billionaire village fled from war and, gravely injured, were saved by a koi. In gratitude, the ancestors established a clan rule to venerate the koi until their lineage ceased to exist. Little did Li Qi know, she had been rescued by the koi. Imitating her father's gesture, she knelt and bowed, thanking the koi master. The koi blew 3 bubbles, joyfully swishing its tail. Li Qi was elated. Understanding the koi's message, "No need for thanks, little human, do not play in the water." Li Qi solemnly declared, "Koi master, henceforth, my descendants and I shall faithfully honor you." The koi blinked, leaping from the water to gently kiss her forehead. This was the koi's blessing. Receiving the personal blessing of the koi master was the greatest honor for the villagers of Billionaire. Upon growing up, Li Qi succeeded as the chief priestess of Billionaire village, leading the villagers in reverence of the koi master each month. One day, while preparing offerings for the ceremony, she suddenly sensed the absence of the master's power. Rushing to the back mountain, she only found some bones. Though the koi master was divine, it was exceedingly pure and trusting of humanity. Li Qi voluntarily exiled herself from her home, employing the secret arts of sorcery to find the 3 who had slain the koi. She invoked the most venomous curse in existence, condemning them to eternal suffering. Everything proceeded smoothly, yet for reasons unknown, the 3 remained alive, as if an inexplicable force was obstructing her curse. Li Qi bit her finger, vowing, "Tonight, you shall meet your end." Blood dripped from her hand, causing the formation to emanate an eerie red glow. Wrinkles emerged on Li Qi's face, her vitality slowly dissipating. Just then, the formation was abruptly disrupted. Li Qi clutched her chest, warily scanning her surroundings. Who is it?" Lin Shi descended from the heavens, arriving just in time. Li Qi glared at her, accusing, "You are also from the mystical sect. You aided those 3 in thwarting my curse. Why would you do such a thing?" Lin Shi glanced at her, responding, "Not I but the koi." The koi, nearby, emitted 2 bubbles, calling out, "Little Qi." Upon seeing the familiar bubbles, Li Qi's eyes widened in shock. "Koi master, what has happened to you?" The once resplendent deity now exuded a dark aura, rendering her unrecognizable at first glance. Li Qi rushed toward the koi, tears streaming down her face. "Master, you're alive. You're not dead, are you?" The koi extended its fin, gently patting her back, saying, "Little Qi, do not cry." After a moment of weeping, Li Qi exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, you can speak now." The koi turned to Lin Shi, articulating, "She is a truly good person." Li Qi apologized, "I'm sorry for my earlier misunderstanding." "It's all right," Lin Shi succinctly explained the matters concerning the Wong family. Upon hearing this, Li Qi's expression turned fervent. "Koi master, why did you save those 3? They killed you. They deserve to die. Even if it costs my life, I will ensure they perish." The koi frantically emitted bubbles, calling Little Qi. Little Qi, it was exceedingly anxious, unable to articulate its thoughts. Instead, it looked pleadingly at Lin Shi, as if to say, "You tell her, Little Qi." Lin Shi understood, helping the koi translate. "Little Qi, I do not wish for you to bear the burden of 3 lives in your quest for vengeance, even at the expense of your own life and soul. I did not come to save Hu Tao and the others, but rather to rescue you. Save me, save me." Li Qi knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. The koi gently kissed her forehead as before. "Shao Qi, do not cry. Everything will be well." The wrinkles on Li Qi's face vanished, and her entire being radiated a spectrum of colors. Once again, the adult bestowed upon her the blessings of the koi. She recalled her father's words, "Those who receive the koi's blessings will enjoy a life of ease and longevity." Li Qi tightly embraced the koi, exclaiming, thank you, dear adult." The koi flicked its tail, replying, "No need for thanks." Shao Qi, the 2 engaged in a long conversation, while Lin Shi stood nearby, acting as a skilled translator, occasionally assisting the koi in understanding. The koi, unaware of what it was doing, instinctively turned to Lin Shi, asking, "Is this all right?" Lin Shi sighed in resignation, "Come here." You previously granted me the Koi's blessing, so I shall give you something good in return. The Koi granted her fortune, and she offered her remaining purple aura to it. Closing her eyes, Lin Shi concentrated all her purple energy at her fingertips. The Koi gazed at her in awe. Lin Shi, it smells wonderful. Lin Shi gently tapped its forehead. The Koi's inherent colors, combined with the golden light of merit and the imperial purple aura, enveloped it in a dazzling 7-colored radiance, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The shimmering golden Koi reappeared, now adorned with a vibrant halo of colors. The Koi joyfully spun in circles, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" "Thank you, Lin Shi." Lin Shi smiled, replying, "No need for thanks." The purple aura from Fu Jingyao had the power to restore the Koi's soul. Next time, perhaps she should gather more. Do not concern yourself with those 3. The heavens will enforce their own justice. Li Qi nodded, saying, "Dear friend, I thank you on behalf of all the people of Billionaire village." Lin Shi waved her hand. "Until we meet again, may fate guide us." Without the protection of the purple aura, the Koi's fortunes would not last long. As Lin Shi took a step forward, the sky erupted with a rumbling thunder. She looked up to see dark clouds swirling, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning struck down.
What? So fast?
Lin Shi skillfully covered her head, crouching down and rolling 3 times on the spot. Li Qi was perplexed, and the Koi was equally confused. Chapter 46, Little Master Ancestor, Long Time No See. The Koi did not understand what Lin Shi was doing, but it seemed entertaining. Imitating her actions, it used its fins to shield its head and rolled around on the grass. "Lin Shi, does it look like I'm doing it right?" The 2 exchanged looks, and Lin Shi was at a loss for words, thinking, "Why are you mimicking me? Are you preparing to be struck by lightning as well?" Just as she finished speaking, the bolt of lightning descended with an unstoppable force, striking the Koi's head. Lin Shi was stunned. Why wasn't it me? The Koi was equally bewildered, crying out, "Ouch! Why is it hitting me?" It soared uncontrollably into the air, ascending higher and higher. The Koi felt a bit frightened, calling out, "Shao Qi, Lin Shi." Li Qi desperately tried to grasp the Koi's tail, but her fingers merely passed through its body. "Koi, dear." Lin Shi looked up at the sky, thinking, wait, this might not be a bad thing. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a magnificent rainbow arching across the sky. Li Qi was astonished. There's a rainbow at night. Lin Shi instantly understood the heaven's intent and shouted to the sky, "Koi, leap over that rainbow." "All right." The Koi vigorously flicked its tail, flying towards the rainbow. In that moment, Li Qi also comprehended the significance. When the fish leaps over the dragon's gate, it becomes a dragon. If the Koi could cross this rainbow, it would transform into a dragon. Li Qi shouted, "Koi, you can do it." The Koi closed its eyes and charged forward, feeling increasing resistance as it ascended. It encouraged itself, "I cannot give up. I am the all-powerful Koi. Koi, go for it." With a mighty leap, the Koi soared over the rainbow bridge. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, and a radiant 7-colored glow burst through the heavy clouds, showering the earth. A dragon of red and gold spiraled through the air, its scales shimmering like precious pearls. The golden dragon and the Koi were completely different in form. One exuded majesty and power, while the other radiated cuteness. Yet, its eyes remained adorably innocent.
Li Qi silently screamed, "A dragon."
It's a golden dragon. The Koi has successfully leaped over the dragon's gate and transformed. Wonderful. Lin Shi gazed at the golden dragon above, her heart filled with joy. The purple aura had summoned the heavenly thunder, granting the Koi the chance to transform into a dragon. Lin Shi waved her hands excitedly. "Koi, congratulations." "No, it should be Koi Long now." The Koi blinked, seemingly perplexed by the events that had just unfolded. It joyfully descended, circling around the 2, saying, "Lin Shi, Li Qi, I look beautiful now. How delightful. Hey, my Mandarin has improved so much." Lin Shi gently touched the dragon's head, saying, "In this age of decline, it is exceedingly rare for a fish to transform into a dragon. Since the heavens have granted you this opportunity, cherish it and continue your cultivation." The Koi nodded earnestly, replying, "Lin Shi, I will listen to you." It did not know who the heavens were but understood that it was Lin Shi who had provided the purple aura, allowing it to gather the 7-colored light and obtain the chance to leap over the dragon's gate. The Koi blew bubbles, saying, "Lin Shi, thank you. I will always remember you. Farewell, Lin Shi." Li Qi tearfully bid farewell. "Dear friend, until we meet again, come visit Billionaire village." Lin Shi waved, watching them depart. That night, Someone in the imperial capital witnessed a golden light flashing across the sky, and some even noticed a dragon within the clouds. At that moment, in the Wong residence, Wang Qian, Wang Hu, and Hu Tao felt their scales slowly fading, and the itch and pain subsided.
Wang Kar-wai rejoiced. I am cured. Ha!
I'm better. Wang Qian sat in silence, lost in thought.
Ah!
Hu Tao suddenly screamed. What happened to my face? Why does it look like this? In the water. Her hair had turned gray, her face was covered in countless wrinkles, and her skin appeared dull and lifeless, resembling that of an 80-year-old. Hu Tao touched her face, feeling the spots on her skin. She was incredulous. How could this happen? Wang Hu leaned over the edge of the bathtub, discovering that his face was also riddled with wrinkles. Every movement required significant effort, and his bones creaked. He exclaimed in shock, I've turned into this too. As he shouted, his teeth fell out, splashing into the water with a plop. Terrified, he cried out, Dad, help me. Wang Liangshan surveyed the two. Wang Hu and Hu Tao appeared as if they had aged decades, making him feel as though they were from another generation. It felt jarring to hear Wang Hu refer to him as Dad. Among the three, only Wang Qian seemed slightly better. She had more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and her features had matured. Wang Liangshan sighed, Hu Tao, Wang Hu, Wang Qian, from now on, you will worship the koi with me every day.
No.
Wang Hu clung to his hand desperately. Dad, save me. That fish has turned me into this. Help me. Wang Liangshan coldly shook off his hand, stating, If you refuse to worship the koi, you shall remain in this room forever, until death. He turned to Wang Qian and Hu Tao. What about you two? Hu Tao was lost in her anguish over aging and ignored him. Her beautiful face and perfect figure were ruined, utterly destroyed. Wang Qian coldly glanced at her so-called mother and brother, and without hesitation, stood up, saying, Dad, I will do whatever you ask from now on, and I shall regard the koi as a deity. Wang Liangshan nodded in silence. Of the entire family, only this daughter had a chance for redemption. He left the room, hastily arranging for a golden statue of the koi to be crafted. Wang Qian locked the door behind her. Dad, let me out. Wang Liangshan, I command you to let me out. After a while of shouting, they grew tired, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath. The elderly bodies could not withstand such turmoil. Although the three had broken the curse, they had all lost a significant portion of their lifespan. Wang Qian lost 20 years, Hu Tao lost 30 years, and Wang Hu lost 50 years. Life is fleeting, and Hu Tao and Wang Hu would soon face death. The ominous clouds overhead had yet to disperse, with lightning flashing intermittently, signifying her perpetual peril of being struck. Lin Shi took a few steps forward when three individuals clad in black uniforms suddenly appeared before her. One wielded a golden sword, another held a compass, and the last grasped a collection of cursed insects. The four exchanged glances, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Lin Shi instinctively took a step back. She truly wished to avoid another visit to the police station. Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled as she rushed forward, clutching the cursed insects. Mysterious big shot. It's you. My intuition tells me it must be you. Lin Shi chuckled nervously. Hello, do we know each other? Jiang Yuanyuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, though we have not met. We've collaborated twice, once during A.S. Ants, and once regarding a concealed corpse in a hotel. Wait, big shot. Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes glistened. Big shot, Li Qi. Jiang Yuanyuan, you talk too much, Yun Yan interjected, cutting through her incessant chatter. Jiang Yuanyuan pouted. Captain, you repeat that to me 10 times a day. My ears have calluses.
Oh.
Right, she grinned mischievously. Captain, don't you know the big shot? Aren't you going to greet them? Lin Shi glanced at the man beside her. He stood tall, approximately 6'3", with sharp features. His head was bowed, rendering his countenance indistinguishable in the twilight. Lin Shi had no recollection of this individual. Do we know each other? She inquired. Yun Yan tightened his grip on the golden sword, inhaling deeply before resolutely stepping before her. Lin Shi, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? He dropped the sword, clasped his fists together, and performed a deep bow. Little Master Ancestor, it has been a long time. Chapter 47. I finally found you. Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Little Master Ancestor. She gasped, the captain and the big shot share such a connection. Her mind spun with a myriad of melodramatic narratives. In truth, these two were ancestor and descendant. The captain was indeed that descendant. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Jiang Yuanyuan, ever straightforward, exclaimed, Captain, you are her grandson. Yun Yan fixed her with a cold, expressionless stare, his gaze icy. One more word from her, and he would be compelled to draw his sword. Just as Jiang Yuan opened her mouth, Bai Shu Yuan hastily covered it. Stop talking. Yun Yan meticulously explained. This pertains to the hierarchy of our sect. Lin Shi stood there, bewildered. When had she come to possess such a significant grandson? No, such a prominent disciple. Seeing her silence, Yun Yan bowed once more. Little master ancestor, do you still remember me? Oh, you are that one, right? Lin Shi racked her brain. Did she truly know this man? Why did he elude her memory? Little master ancestor, she recalled as a child just beginning her studies in metaphysics. She had been quite the troublemaker, inadvertently blowing up the Taoist temple while drawing talismans. Her master, exasperated, had taken her to another temple for a temporary stay. They had gone to the Yuanqing temple in the neighboring city. The elderly priests there treated her master with utmost respect, only for him to abandon her, leaving her surrounded by the old men who chased her while calling her little master ancestor, insisting she drink milk. Little master ancestor, be good, drink your milk. The more you drink, the taller you will grow. Little master ancestor, don't run. Lin Shi resolutely refused. I am 4 years old, not a 3-year-old child. I will not drink milk. She found the old men bothersome, still calling her little master ancestor at their age. One day, a white-bearded elder brought a child roughly her height. Lin Shi recalled, you are Yun Yun. Upon hearing this name, Yun Yan's brow twitched. He took a deep breath, yes. Jiang Yuan could no longer contain herself, laughing heartily while clutching her stomach. Yun Yun, tetap dain snitname is Yun Yun. Bai Shu Yuan, too weary to intervene, stifled his laughter, his face flushed. Yun Yan regarded his two teammates, inhaling deeply once more. Lin Shi looked around. Pardon me, did I misname you? Yun Yan gently shook his head. I have always been called Yun Yan. I did not pronounce it clearly as a child. It is not your fault, little master ancestor. Lin Shi's memories flooded back. Little Yun Yan, soft and fair, with large eyes and long eyelashes, had 2 little pigtails adorning his head, looking exceedingly adorable. During their first encounter, he timidly introduced himself. A little master ancestor, my name is Wu Wu. Before he could finish, he began to cry in fear. Lin Shi had patted his back. Yun Yun, please don't cry. I am not fierce. Little Yun Yan sniffled, but lacked the courage to correct her. Throughout her months at Yuanqing Temple, she had continued to call him Yun Yun, believing him to be a charming girl, only to discover he was a boy. After more than a decade apart, Yun Yun had grown so tall. Lin Shi smiled awkwardly. Yun Yun, no, Yun Yan, it has been a long time. Yun Yan nodded, picking up the golden sword and standing silently to the side. The events of that time were mortifying. He hoped little master ancestor would not recall them. Lin Shi, seeking to ease the tension, asked, Yun Yan, how is your master now? A flicker of astonishment crossed Yun Yan's eyes. Little master ancestor, I apologize. It's nothing. Lin Shi inquired further, are you here to find someone? Yun Yan explained the situation regarding Li Qi. Lin Shi succinctly recounted the events. Yun Yan inclined his head slightly. Thank you for the information, little master ancestor. This matter concludes here. The Special Administration Bureau will not pursue further investigation. He added, the Bureau specializes in metaphysical incidents. These are my 2 teammates. Jiang Yuan and Bai Shu Yuan immediately stood at attention. Greetings, big shot. I am Jiang Yuan, the saintess of Miaojiang. Hello, I am Bai Shu Yuan, a disciple of the Tianqing sect. Lin Shi glanced at them. Miaojiang's curse technique and Tianqing's secret methods. Yun Yan's companions were formidable, both hailing from significant metaphysical sections. Naturally, Yun Yan was no less. He was from the Shenxiao sect and had inherited the 5 thunder techniques from the white-bearded elder. Once timid and prone to tears, Yun Yan had matured into a commanding presence, now serving as a captain in an official agency. Lin Shi smiled in satisfaction. Yun Yan, you are doing quite well now. Do take care of things in the future. Yun Yan smiled shyly. Little master ancestor, I am unworthy of such acknowledgement. Please do not hesitate to call upon me should you need assistance. His brow furrowed slightly. Little master ancestor, Taoist Xian Kong has passed away. If you have no place to stay in the capital, you may. I have a place to stay. Lin Shi waved her hand dismissively. Jiang Yuan's eyes sparkled with mischief. Wait, big shot. Let's exchange contact information. It'll be helpful for us to support each other in the future. Lin Shi did not decline. After all, if she found herself in police custody again, a familiar face might come to her aid. Jiang Yuan grinned widely. Hee hee. I now have the big shot's contact information. She raised her phone triumphantly. Captain, do you want me to introduce you to the big shot? Yunyan snatched her phone and turned to stride away. Jiang Yuanyuan gasped. What the? Captain, you're being unreasonable. Give me back my phone. She sprinted after him, unable to catch up. Bai Shiyuan followed behind, shaking his head and sighing at the spectacle of the two chasing each other. As Lin Shi emerged from the forest, the clouds above thickened ominously, lightning clawing at the sky, the thunder booming deafeningly. A bolt struck near her feet, and torrential raindrops began to pour down. Oh no! Not again! Lin Shi cradled her head and took off running. The clouds pursued her relentlessly, the rain falling only where she had tread, leaving the surrounding areas untouched. She fled, the clouds in hot pursuit. There was no escaping the storm's grasp. With a sigh, she noticed headlights illuminating the road ahead. A tall figure rushed towards her, urgency evident in his tone. Lin Shi. Lin Shi's eyes widened slightly. Fu Jingyao, what are you doing? The man pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Lin Shi, I have finally found you. Chapter 48. Fu Jingyao, are you angry? As Fu Jingyao approached, the cloud, timid and fearful, scurried away. She would surely deal with that little cloud later. The man rested his chin on her shoulder, softly calling her name.
Lin Shi.
I'm here. Lin Shi patted his back. Fu Jingyao, you arrived just in time, saving my life. Seeing her safe and sound, Fu Jingyao let out a sigh of relief. He released her and asked, what brings you to the deep mountains at this late hour? Dark clouds had been chasing her, and she was drenched from head to toe. Fu Jingyao took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders, his voice low. The car has heating. Lin Shi wanted to say that she wasn't cold, but the man had already started walking. She sniffled and hurried to catch up. Was Fu Jingyao angry? The two remained silent during the drive. All right, Mr. Fu. Qi Wenyi nodded, stealing glances at the woman beside him, his eyes widening in surprise. Mr. Fu's coat was actually on her. What was their relationship? Lin Shi was also observing him. The man wore a black tank top, had a crew cut, bronze skin, and well-defined muscles, with tattoos covering half of one arm, exuding a tough vibe. After waiting a while in the car, Fu Jingyao noticed that the man outside still hadn't moved. He called out, Qi Wenyi, Chun Zhao and Qi Wenyi, his two assistants, one astute, the other capable. Qi Wenyi couldn't help but ask Mr. Fu, who is she? My wife. Fu Jingyao replied expressionlessly, glancing at him before driving off. Qi Wenyi's eyes widened in disbelief. He just went to Africa, and Mr. Fu is married. That wretched Chen Zhao hadn't he informed him, leading him to stare at Mr. Fu's wife earlier. Qi Wenyi took the driver's seat, forcing a stiff smile. Hello, madam. I am Mr. Fu's assistant and bodyguard. I apologize for my earlier intrusion. He looked like a mafia boss, and his smile only amplified that impression. Hello, Lin Shi responded. Qi Wenyi wanted to say more but suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. He shut his mouth and focused on driving, casting furtive glances back. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward between the two in the back. Fu Jingyao remained silent and placed a small box between them. Lin Shi opened it to find an assortment of her favorite snacks, chocolates, small breads, and cakes. She tore open a bag of creamy bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Fu Jingyao unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her, still saying nothing. After taking a sip, Lin Shi raised the bag of bread and asked the man beside her, Do you want some? No need, he replied, sitting upright, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his thin lips pressed into a line. The distance between them was wide enough to accommodate Qi Wenyi. Lin Shi subtly shifted closer, studying his face for a moment. Fu Jingyao, are you angry? With a stern expression, he replied, no. Lin Shi was convinced that he truly was upset. She poked his cheek, causing a frown to form on his face, yet he insisted he wasn't angry. Fu Jingyao, unable to contain himself, grasped her finger. Lin Shi, stop moving. I was wrong, please don't be angry. Lin Shi offered him a small bread. Eating something sweet will make you happy, don't be mad. Fu Jingyao's anger dissipated entirely as he opened his mouth to eat the bread from her palm. That night, he had waited at home for a long time, unable to reach Lin Shi by phone. He had used all his connections to find her and was still left empty-handed. At that moment, he felt a pang of anxiety. Lin Shi had ventured into the mountains alone at such a late hour, and he had indeed been a bit angry.
Fu Jingyao spoke softly. L'11.
I'm not angry with you. Just let me know where you're going at night in advance. I worry about you. Lin Shi patted his shoulder like a good brother. I'm a practitioner of mysticism. I usually work at night. I'm incredibly capable, so you needn't worry about me. Her tone was lighthearted, but the concern in Fu Jingyao's eyes remained. Lin Shi was strong and free, and he could not, nor would he ever, confine her. He respected her wishes and her career, yet he feared for her safety and dreaded losing her. Fu Jingyao gazed at her, emotions swirling in his deep eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had long stopped viewing Lin Shi as a sister. He continued to watch her, and Lin Shi turned her head, acknowledging that this situation was exceptional and wouldn't occur again. Fu Jingyao closed his eyes briefly. I couldn't reach you on the phone. Lin Shi explained, I encountered a necromancer. Her enchantments disrupted the magnetic field, which is why there was no signal. It was indeed concerning that he couldn't reach her at 3 or 4 in the morning. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shi pulled out a red string from her bag. She bit her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Fu Jingyao was taken aback. What are you doing? It will be fine shortly. Lin Shi murmured an incantation, her blood absorbed by the string, making it glow even more vibrantly. Give me your hand. Fu Jingyao extended his left hand, and Lin Shi tied the red string around his wrist. This is a communication string. If my phone is unreachable, you can tap the knot 3 times to contact me. As long as I draw breath, the string will remain intact. If I perish, all my talismans and 5 paper figurines will be yours to inherit. Fu Jingyao's expression darkened. Don't speak like that. There is no if. I was just joking. Lin Shi yawned, exhausted after a long night. Fu Jingyao subtly leaned closer. Sleep. I'll wake you when we get home. Lin Shi's head grew heavier as she leaned on his shoulder and fell asleep. Fu Jingyao adjusted the coat around her, a smile playing on his lips. Qi Wenyi's eyes nearly popped out in excitement. Ah! How thrilling! I've never seen such a gentle side of Mr. Fu. Throughout the journey, he kept glancing back, as if he were committing a crime, but fortunately, Mr. Fu was too preoccupied to notice. The car finally arrived at Dijingyuan. Qi Wenyi reminded, Mr. Fu, we've arrived. Lower your voice, Fu Jingyao responded, opening the door. Qi Wenyi held his breath and cautiously opened the door. Never before having been this careful in his life. Fu Jingyao carried Lin Shi inside, striding into the villa. Aunt Wu, who had been waiting at the door, rushed over upon seeing them. Young master, what is wrong with the young madam? Fu Jingyao whispered, she is sleeping. He carried Lin Shi upstairs, while Aunt Wu followed closely behind, wearing a knowing smile. She had finally witnessed the young master's affection, a reward for the late-night effort she had put into her love manual. Fu Jingyao placed Lin Shi on the bed and noticed her soaked clothes. He stepped outside to find Aunt Wu. She beamed. What is it, young master? Please find some clothes for Lin Shi, Fu Jingyao instructed. Aunt Wu rolled her eyes and replied, of course. As she took a step, she suddenly clutched her waist and cried out, oh, young master, my back. Ah. The woes of age, she lamented. I fear I won't be able to serve the young madam. You'll have to handle it yourself. Fu Jingyao sighed helplessly. Aunt Wu was an excellent cook and a kind person, yet she had a penchant for various novels, particularly those about domineering CEOs, often leading her to harbor peculiar thoughts. From the love manual, it was evident that Aunt Wu had a vivid imagination and a broad range of reading. They were married, so changing clothes was entirely normal. Fu Jingyao found a set of loose pajamas, carefully changed Lin Shi's clothes without a sideways glance, and gently closed the door as he exited. The next day, Lin Shi rubbed her eyes. She felt wonderfully refreshed, as if every pore in her body had opened up. Being next to Fu Jingyao always allowed her to sleep deeply. She hadn't even heard the thunder outside. After waking up, she felt entirely revitalized. As Lin Shi got out of bed to wash up, she was astonished to find that the purple aura around her was exceptionally dense, equivalent to having bitten Fu Jingyao 3 times. This signifies that she and Fu Jingyao had engaged in intimate contact for an extended duration. What on earth transpired last night? Why has she changed her attire? Lin Shi, still a bit dazed after her shower, stepped out in search of companionship and sustenance. The man sat on the sofa, sipping tea. She waved her hand in greeting, wishing him a good morning. Fu Jingyao raised his gaze, noting it was already 4 in the afternoon. What? Lin Shi chuckled awkwardly. Who assisted me in changing my clothes last night? Fu Jingyao stared intently at the teacup in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. It was Wu Ma who did it. Lin Shi looked around. Where is Wu Ma? Wu Ma, much like Butler Liu, had a knack for appearing out of nowhere at crucial moments, yet was seldom seen otherwise. Fu Jingyao spoke in a calm tone. Wu Ma has strained her back and is recuperating at the old residence. She will not be coming over to cook for the next few days. Lin Shi was taken aback. How did Wu Ma hurt her back? Is it serious? Lin Shi inquired. Do you not have to work today? After handling company matters. I finished early. Fu Jingyao glanced at his watch. Shall we eat? Yes, Lin Shi exclaimed excitedly. Let us dine out. I shall treat you. Very well. What would you like to eat? I am open to anything. Lin Shi insisted. I am treating, you choose. Fu Jingyao's lips curled slightly. There is a restaurant with delightful flavors. Let us proceed. The two of them got into the car, arriving swiftly. The Maybach halted at the entrance of the restaurant, and immediately, a waiter approached. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Fu Jingyao produced a card with a black background and golden lettering, prompting the waiter to exhibit even greater respect, leading them directly to a private room. Lin Shi surveyed her surroundings from this vantage point. She could overlook a sea of towering buildings. Fu Jingyao pushed the menu towards her. Please order. Lin Shi picked it up and gasped, hot pot. She had craved hot pot for quite some time, and to her surprise, Fu Jingyao had brought her here. Given the decor, she had expected a high-end Western restaurant, the kind that serves minuscule portions on elegant plates. However, this hot pot was not inexpensive. Lin Shi glanced over the prices, astonished. The soup base costs $58.88. 5 slices of beef $18.88, 10 shrimp $28.88, a serving of fried rice $399, a plate of beef tripe $19.88, and a regular bottle of cola $68. As for the king crab and black gold abalone, she did not even bother to look. The prices were followed by a string of 8s. Lin Shi felt numb. This was not a meal, it was an indulgence of opulence. Noticing her change in expression, Fu Jingyao remarked, Order as you wish. I shall cover the bill.
No.
Lin Shi firmly declined. Having run her stall for quite some time, she had a modest savings. Could she not afford a meal? Lin Shi set down the menu. Inhaling deeply, it is customary among brothers to settle accounts clearly. Since I insisted on treating you, let me pay. Fu Jingyao gazed steadily at her, articulating each word. We are not brothers, but husband and wife. There is no need for such meticulous accounting. Lin Shi pouted. I have already spoken my mind. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Fu Jingyao summoned the waiter to place the order. Dishes began to arrive at the table, and Lin Shi endeavored to refrain from contemplating the costs, focusing on her meal. She had to admit, the $58.88 soup base was indeed exceptional, almost tantalizing her taste buds. After finishing the last shrimp, Lin Shi slumped in her chair, rubbing her stomach. Fu Jingyao chuckled softly. Are you full? Quite. Let us depart. Lin Shi picked up her phone to check. Yunyan had sent a friend request, which she accepted before heading out to settle the bill. A slightly plump man hurried over. Fu Zong, you came to dine without prior notice. I apologize for any lack of hospitality. He curiously inquired, Fu Zong, may I ask who this is? Fu Jingyao replied leisurely, this is my wife. Oh, Manager Ma's eyes widened as he struggled to contain his excitement. Madam Fu, I did not recognize you. Please forgive my oversight. Hello, Lin Shi grasped her phone. It is my first time here. Where do I settle the bill? Manager Ma's eyes widened again. He stared blankly for several seconds, secretly gauging Fu Zong's expression. Clearing his throat, he announced, Fu Zong is a friend of our boss, who instructed that whenever Fu Zong dines here, there is no need to pay. Madam Fu, this is our boss's directive. Lin Shi paused, but she was pulled forward by him. Your friend is quite generous, offering a lifetime of complimentary dining at such an expensive restaurant. Fu Jingyao glanced down at her. The owner of this establishment is male.
Oh.
Lin Shi felt a bit bewildered. She had not inquired about the owner's gender. Why did Fu Jingyao suddenly mention this? As they stood at the elevator entrance, a voice suddenly echoed behind them, sounding rather aggrieved. Fu Jingyao, you abandoned me in Africa while you frolicked here. Do you have no heart? Fu Jingyao slightly turned. He Ting. Oh. You still remember my name? He Ting lamented. Was it not just a few photos I took? How could you be so heartless as to leave me in Africa? That day in the hospital, he had captured a photo of Fu Jingyao being bitten by a woman. That evening, he was confined in a dark room for an entire night. The next day, he awoke to find himself in Africa. The more He Ting thought about it, the angrier he became. Fu Jingyao, the girl who bit you claims to be your fiancée. Should you not go find her? As he drew closer, he realized Fu Jingyao was actually holding a woman's hand. A woman.
Fu Jingyao.
Goodness. Was it possible that he had woken up improperly today? How could there be a woman beside Fu Jingyao? He Ting was instantly exhilarated. Fu Jingyao, you are finished. I shall inform Grandfather Fu about today as events. Grandfather Fu is already aware. Fu Jingyao replied with a knowing smile, allowing me to introduce Lin Shi, my wife. He Ting recognized Lin Shi's face, and his mouth fell agape. You are that little diviner. You are together. I must have been half asleep today. He Ting surveyed the pair in astonishment. During their first meeting, the little diviner had claimed he was weak and his marriage troubled. Lin Shi recalled who this person was. He Ting, prone to attracting undesirable romantic entanglements. At that moment, he appeared to be glowing, standing next to a rather large undesirable romantic entanglement that was impacting his marriage. Chapter 50, He does not like me at all. He Ting met her gaze, unease creeping into his heart. That look was strikingly similar to when she had previously pointed out his weaknesses. A familiar sense of social embarrassment washed over him. He Ting took a step back. Little diviner, do not look at me like that. Fu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. Have you not returned from Africa yet? No, not at all. He Ting swallowed hard. That gaze was even more terrifying, and he wished to avoid a return to the African savannah. TSK. Even someone like Fu Jingyao would prioritize romantic interests over friendships. He Ting muttered under his breath, just finished dining in my restaurant, and immediately turns a blind eye. How heartless. Lin Shi glanced at him. You are the owner of the restaurant? Indeed, that would be me. He Ting proudly lifted his chin. This establishment was built under my guidance. And everyone who has visited has praised it. Little diviner, he hastily redirected. Young lady, how is the food? Not bad, Lin Shi replied, considering the meal. I must caution you. There is an undesirable romantic entanglement nearby. Be wary of excessive contact, as it may adversely affect your true fate. He Ting smirked. I am the charming He Xiao, prone to attracting many romantic interests. Besides, I have no intentions of marrying in this lifetime. Who is this true fate you speak of? Lin Shi regarded him intently. You are well aware of it in your heart. I have spoken my piece. Whether you heed it is your affair. The elevator doors opened, and Shi and Fu Jingyao stepped out. He Ting made a face, forgetting his friends for the sake of desire. He turned and bumped into a familiar figure. His pupils dilated. Jizheng. He Ting adjusted his hairstyle, unbuttoning the third button of his floral shirt to reveal a hint of his chest. He struck what he believed to be a suave pose, his tone languid. Jizheng, long time no see. That oily voice was instantly recognizable to Jizheng, and she ignored him. He Ting casually placed one hand in his pocket, squinting at the man beside her with a look of disdain. This is your new boyfriend? He bears some resemblance to me, but is not as handsome. Your taste seems to be declining. Jizheng shot him a cold glance. He Ting. Are you out of your mind? He Ting beamed. You know best whether I am or not. He lowered his head and leaned close to Jizheng's ear, remarking, however, whether the man beside you is unwell remains uncertain. Insane. Jizheng pushed him away, her face ashen. It was utterly inconceivable that she had once harbored feelings for such a person. He Ting attempted to advance, but the man beside her obstructed their path.
Yizhenk.
Suppressing her rage, grasped the man's sleeve and declared, Chu Ling, we are leaving. He Ting stood in front of them, insisting, Jizheng, since you've come this far. We were once a couple. I invite you, and this gentleman to dine with me. After the meal, perhaps you can test if he is better than I. Unable to endure further, Jizheng slapped him. He Ting, if you're unwell, seek treatment. Do not go mad before me. We have already broken up, so cease your harassment. He Ting touched the imprint of her slap on his face, clenching then relaxing his fists. It was remarkable that she would strike him for another man. What was strange about it? She had done the same in the past. He Ting chuckled self-deprecatingly. Jizheng parted her lips, intending to speak. When a girl in a white dress rushed over and shielded He Ting, her large eyes glaring at Jizheng. Pure and adorable, she was captivating, and He Ting had always preferred this type. Jizheng should have realized that He Ting was not fond of her as a person but rather of the innocent, soft, and endearing girl type. As the elevator doors opened, she pulled Chu Ling away hastily.
The doors closed.
Jizheng released Chu Ling's sleeve and covered her face, weeping. Chu Ling hesitated for a moment and said, Miss, why not clarify? We do not share that kind of relationship. He was a bodyguard nurtured by the Ji family, 6 years her junior. After reaching adulthood, he was assigned to protect her safety. The young lady had once been innocent and carefree, but after a certain incident, she matured abruptly. She studied diligently, obtaining dual degrees in finance and law, and after joining the company, the Ji family flourished even more. Chu Ling had an inkling of the enmity between Jizheng and He Ting. However, as a bodyguard, he had no standing to comment. He produced a tissue and offered it to Jizheng, silently standing by her side to protect her. Thank you. Chu Ling nodded obediently. Of course, Mississippi. Meanwhile, outside the elevator doors, He Ting stared intently at the entrance. This woman had slapped him and left without uttering a word, fleeing with a wild man. Jizheng, you truly are remarkable. He Ting took several deep breaths to suppress the fury boiling within him. Bai Rou gently touched his face, tears welling in her eyes. He Ting shook his head. I'm fine. Bai Rou appeared quite anxious, her hands gesturing frantically as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Oh, please don't cry. He Ting softened his tone. I assure you, I'm truly fine. Bai Rou furrowed her brow, her tears cascading like pearls strung on a broken thread. He Ting turned to comfort her. Please stop crying. I understand your concern. I shall attend to my injury immediately, ensuring no scars remain. Bai Rou nodded vigorously, her lips curving into a sweet smile. In that fleeting moment, He Ting felt a wave of nostalgia, as if he were seeing the Jizheng of old.
No.
This was not Jizheng, it was Bai Rou. A fine girl, yet tragically mute. Bai Rou was surrounded by a throng, being scolded and beaten. With no clear idea of where to place Bai Rou, her gentle nature made her susceptible to bullying wherever she went. Bai Rou followed in his footsteps, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes.
Hee success.
In the antique street, Lin-Shi returned after a 3-day respite, arriving once more at the familiar locale. Qian Fugui sat before a small stool, grinning like a fool. Master, it has been a while. Lin-Shi scrutinized him suspiciously. Qian Fugui, why aren't you at doubting? What are you doing here? Qian Fugui scratched his head. My fortune-telling skills still uphold my grandfather Qian Banshan's reputation, master. Please, have a seat. Lin-Shi sat down. I've said it before, I do not take disciples. I know my talent is lacking, so I have no such aspirations, Qian Fugui replied with a goofy smile.
Master.
Just pretend I'm not here. Go about your business, and I'll watch from the side. Lin-Shi consented. Qian Fugui's imposing stature was quite intimidating when he stepped forward. She took a sip of water and began today's divination. The first few divinations concerned studies, marriage, and other minor matters, swiftly resolved. Lin-Shi remarked, next divination. A man in a suit produced a photograph from behind his phone case. Looking somewhat embarrassed, he said, Master, my mother left home 20 years ago, and this is the only photo I have. I wish to know where she is now. Lin-Shi took the photograph and examined it. The image bore a distinct sense of age, the features of the person barely discernible. She inquired, Do you have your mother's birth date? Li Tsong shook his head. My mother has been gone for a long time. I do not know her birth date. Lin-Shi spoke deliberately. From the features of you and your mother, it appears she passed away 20 years ago. Chapter 51, Homicide. Li Tsong's voice trembled. My mother died 20 years ago. Master, can you discern how she passed? Lin-Shi's expression grew somber. Homicide. What? Li Tsong could hardly believe it. Who killed my mother? After 20 years, memories of his mother had faded, yet he always recalled the days she was with him. Mom, I want to eat meat. All right. Today I'll make you chicken soup. Mom, I can't solve this problem. Tsong, this is how you approach it. Mom, we must never be apart.
Gong.
When you grow up, you'll have your own family, but I will always be by your side. Yet his mother had left him alone. For years, Li Tsong harbored a knot in his heart. He longed to find his mother and ask why she had abandoned him. So it was, his mother had been murdered. She had not left him. In that moment, Li Tsong felt both anger and sorrow. I must find the murderer and avenge my mother. He clenched his fists. Master? Who is that person? Lin-Shi regarded him intently. Do you have a photograph of your father? I do. A sudden feeling of foreboding washed over Li Tsong. Master, what is wrong with my dad? Lin-Shi began to analyze slowly. The man in the photograph has downturned eyes, prominent brow bones, and a broken nose, indicative of a violent and sinister temperament, prone to aggression. The marital palace shows a cross pattern, tinged with a hint of blood. Lin-Shi stated, Your father is the one who killed your mother. How is that possible? Li Tsong's eyes widened in disbelief. His father killed his mother. Lin-Shi urged, Think carefully. 20 years ago, when your mother suddenly disappeared, did your father exhibit any odd behavior? He recalled asking his father, Where did mom go? His father's expression had been strange, gripping his shoulders tightly. Tsong, your mother ran away with another man, taking the family's money. Never mention her again. Do you understand? Li Tsong had difficulty believing his words. His mother was a gentle person, always teaching him after finishing her chores. She had promised to stay with him as he grew. His mother hardly knew any other man. It was impossible for her to abandon him. Li Tsong opened his mouth to question, but his father's frightening gaze silenced him. In time, Neighbors began to believe that his mother had left them for a wild man. Whenever they spoke of her, they would scornfully declare, "Harlot. She seems gentle, yet secretly betrays." It was a struggle for Li Prung, raising a half-grown boy. As the insults became more frequent, Li Tsong began to accept his father's claims. His mother had indeed left him for another man. Now, Li Tsong led a fulfilling life, with a stable family and a successful career. However, in the stillness of the night, he couldn't help but remember his mother and that painful incident. Hearing that a master had come to the antique street, Li Tsong approached with a sense of curiosity, hoping to find his mother. The truth turned out to be this. His father had killed his mother and spread rumors that she had run away with another man. Li Tsong covered his face and wept. "Mom, how I miss you." As he cried, the onlookers joined him in tears. The unfortunate child has been deceived by his own father for 20 years. His mother, however, bears an even greater tragedy, having died and still being the subject of slander. In our village, there have long been whispers about wives abandoning their children, but upon reflection, it is truly terrifying. Who knows if they ran away or were buried beneath the earth? I have heard such tales, and they are indeed chilling. Li Tsong wept for a while, wiping the tears from his face and clenching his fists tightly. For years, his father had been whispering slanders about his mother in his ear. A year after his mother's departure, his father remarried, and he felt as though he had become invisible within his own home. No one remembered his birthday, nor did anyone care whether he had eaten. Li Tsong worked tirelessly to gain admission to a university, seeking to escape this household. Every late night, he yearned for his mother, longing for her warm embrace and the meals she used to prepare. Yet, his mother lay forever beneath the cold earth. Tears welled up in Li Tsong's eyes. "Master, where is my mother buried?" Lin Shi calculated with his fingers, "Beneath the jujube tree in your backyard." Thank you, master." Li Tsong unsteadily rose to his feet, promising to return and express his gratitude after he buried his mother. Lin Shi produced a talisman, saying, "Wait, give me a strand of your hair." Li Tsong obediently complied. Pulling out a lock of hair, Lin Shi took the hair and placed it on the talisman, murmuring incantations. The hair melded into the yellow talisman, disappearing from sight. Li Tsong vaguely saw a flash of golden light and, puzzled, asked, "Master, what is this?" "A tracking talisman," Lin Shi explained. "If you cannot find the remains, apply a drop of blood to it, and the talisman will seek out your mother." She added, "You remember her, and of course your mother remembers you." "Thank you, master." Li Tsong turned the money over, not pondering her words too deeply. Fortunately, his hometown was not far from the capital, just a 2-hour drive away. Li Jun was napping soundly when he was abruptly awakened by a commotion, his anger rising swiftly. He cursed Li Tsong, "Have you grown wings and dare to confront me?" Li Tsong glared at him darkly. "You are not my father." Li Jun exploded at this. "Li Tsong, what do you mean? You don't recognize me? If it weren't for me raising you, you would have starved to death. Not my blood?
Whose blood is it then?
Is it the spawn left by your mother with some wild man?" Li Tsong's eyes turned red, gripping his collar tightly. "You have no right to speak of my mother, you murderer."
Li Yunes had raised.
That incident had occurred 20 years ago. This foolish son could not possibly have uncovered the truth. Li Jun's eyes darted, his confidence waning. "What do you mean?" Li Tsong, refusing to engage further, forced him into the car. As they left the capital, Li Jun recognized the familiar roads, growing increasingly uneasy. The car stopped at the entrance, and Li Tsong tugged him out. "Let us go to the jujube tree to see my mother." Li Jun felt a twinge of fear. "I want to go." "Let me go." Li Tsong, strong as he was, would not release him, dragging him forcefully to the jujube tree. The jujube tree in the backyard towered high, standing out among the surrounding trees. At that moment, it was lush with foliage and adorned with blossoms. Li Jun felt a chill in the air, an unsettling coolness rising within him. He struggled. "Li Tsong, let me go. I don't want to be here." Li Tsong clenched his fingers and shouted, "You may not want to be here, but my mother has lain here for 20 years. A full 20 years. A flicker of panic crossed Li Jun's eyes. "Li Tsong, you're mad. Everyone knows your mother ran off with a wild man. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Tsong's eyes blazed red as he grasped his throat. "My mother did not abandon me. You killed her. It was you who killed her." Chapter 52. The most powerful Mixue sect. Li Jun's fear grew. "How do you know?" Li Tsong's tone was icy. "I know everything. You killed my mother." Li Jun's head buzzed with disbelief.
"No."
"I cannot admit it." He glared at Li Tsong. "You've lost your mind. I did not kill anyone. If you have the guts, call the police. Li Tsong expressionlessly pinned him to the ground. I will naturally report you and seek evidence. Now kneel and apologize to my mother. Li Jun glared back. I am your father. You're not. Li Tsong unleashed the grievances he had endured over the years. When I was sick, you were playing cards. When I had no food, you were asleep. When the auntie beat and scolded me, you pretended not to see. When I earned money at work, you came to seek support. Do you deserve to be called a father? Each word struck true, and Li Jun opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He had never cared for his son, fearing that he would discover the truth of that past. He had never imagined that Li Tsong would excel academically in such a hostile environment and secure a good job. Li Jun, desperate, moved in with him, continually disparaging his mother. Today, Li Tsong had uncovered the truth. Who had told him? Li Jun felt both anger and fear. Li Tsong, I was wrong in the past. I will make amends from now on. Li Tsong remained silent, pulling out the talisman given by the master and retrieving a knife from his pocket. A knife? What do you intend to do? Li Jun trembled. You cannot do this. I am your father. Your blood runs through my veins. Li Tsong disregarded him, slicing his finger and letting his blood drip onto the talisman. The bloodstain vanished, and the tracking talisman soared into the air, spinning before diving down to a specific spot.
Bang!
A tremendous sound erupted, and dirt flew everywhere. What is this? Li Jun watched in disbelief as the yellow talisman emitted a soft golden glow, enveloping a skeleton that ascended. The skeleton was remarkably intact, not a speck of dirt upon it. Upon closer inspection, a part of the thumb was missing.
Li Yun recognized her.
Years ago, in a drunken stupor, he had accidentally severed Fong Li's thumb. The empty eye sockets of the skeleton were fixed upon him. And Li Jun screamed. Ah, a ghost! He could not comprehend the events that had just transpired. Who but a ghost possessed such power? Trembling uncontrollably, Li Jun crawled backward. Li Tsong, there's a ghost. That is not a ghost. It is my mother. Li Tsong, tears streaming down his face, dragged him forward.
Li Yun,
filled with terror, cried out, Let me go! Let me go! Li Tsong stepped toward the skeleton, forcefully pressing Li Jun's head down, making him bow 3 times. Li Jun's head split open, blood gushing forth. At that moment, fear consumed him entirely. He lost control and wet himself. The air was filled with the stench of urine. And Li Tsong cast a disdainful glance at the man. Cowardly, selfish, weak. Such a man does not deserve to be called his father. Li Tsong released his grip, speaking each word with deliberation. Li Jun, you owe my mother a debt that must be repaid. Li Jun muttered desperately, No, don't kill me. Clearly, he had lost his sanity. Li Tsong exhaled deeply, kneeling and bowing 3 times. Mother, I have come late.
Tsong, my child.
A familiar voice echoed. And Li Tsong looked up in shock. Mother? A figure emerged from beneath the yellow talisman, her features harmonizing with the visage etched in his memory. Fong Li wore a gentle smile. Tsong, it's been so long. You've grown so much. Li Tsong rushed to her, his voice choked with tears. Woo, mother. Don't cry. Tsong has grown up now, and must not weep like a child. Fong Li gently patted his shoulder, her voice as tender as he remembered. Tsong, seeing you thrive brings me peace. After my death, my spirit was tethered to the jujube tree. Though I could not move or speak, watching you grow day by day filled me with joy. Later, when you moved away, I struggled to control the jujube tree, allowing its roots to stretch higher, hoping to see where you lived. Hearing these words, Li Tsong broke down in tears. His mother had not abandoned him. She had never forgotten him. All those years, she had lain alone in the cold earth, longing for him. Li Tsong sniffled, Mother. I am so sorry. All right. No more tears. Fong Li gently patted his head. What is past. Do not dwell on guilt. Mother must leave now. Live well. Treat your wife and children with kindness, and do not forget the words I have spoken. Fong Li's figure gradually faded away. Li Tsong reluctantly bid farewell. Mother, goodbye. After crying for a while, he composed himself and looked down at the person on the ground. Li Jun had already fainted. He took out his phone to call the police. When Li Jun awoke, he shrank back in fear. Soon, a team of uniformed officers arrived. Li Jun cried out in desperation, I'm guilty. I killed someone. You must arrest me. The police, bewildered, took both individuals away. A cold glint filled Li Tsong's eyes. He not only intended to report the incident, but also to inform everyone that Fong Li was the best mother in the world. She had never abandoned her family. In the antique street, Qian Fugue cheerfully remarked, "Master Lin, this small place is too constricting for your talents. Why not find a better location to set up your stall?" Lin Shi instantly grasped his implication. "You wish for me to work for you?" No, I absolutely do not mean that," Qian Fugue stammered, terrified, as he recalled the last time he had been scared half to death by a paper figure. Now, even the sight of paper made him tremble. Cautiously, he continued, "Master Lin, I merely meant that you are free to choose any spot on this street for your stall." Lin Shi cast him a discerning glance. "This entire street belongs to you?" Qian Fugue chuckled awkwardly. "I lack such ability. All of this is my grandfather's legacy." Curiosity piqued, Lin Shi asked, "Your grandfather? Which sect did he belong to?" Qian Fugue's grandfather had a vision for the future, recognizing the limitations of his descendants. He had acquired an entire street in the heart of the capital, leaving his descendants to collect rent comfortably. Lin Shi felt a pang of envy. Qian Fugue scratched his head. "I don't even know. I can't understand a word of the books my grandfather left behind." Lin Shi clicked her tongue in disbelief. "You are truly fortunate to have been born into such a lineage." Qian Fugue grinned foolishly. "I am no match for a master like you." He pointed to the entrance of Didao Hall. "Master Lin, why not take a look inside? My grandfather's books are within." Lin Shi accepted, without hesitation, eager to discover which remarkable school this grandfather hailed from. The decor of Didao Hall was exquisitely refined, with each object meticulously placed. Clearly not in line with Qian Fugue's taste. His grandfather must have been a highly skilled feng shui master. Qian Fugue unearthed a box, dusting off its surface to reveal a chaotic assortment of items. After rummaging for a while, he produced a book. "Master Lin, this is the one. My grandfather passed it to my father, and my father left it to me." Lin Shi took the yellowed book, its characters resembling clerical script. No wonder Qian Fugue found it incomprehensible. The cover bore the 4 characters: Golden Lock, Jade Pass. To her astonishment, it was Golden Lock, Jade Pass, the most powerful feng shui sect. What a waste, Lin Shi mused, to see Golden Lock, Jade Pass mingled with a pile of worthless junk. If your grandfather knew, he would surely rise from the underworld to give you a good thrashing. Lin Shi's expression grew complex. "Have you ever heard of Golden Lock, Jade Pass?" Qian Fugue shook his head, resembling a foolish son of a landlord, or perhaps a foolish grandson. This only further underscored the strength of Golden Lock, Jade Pass. Qian Fugue's grandfather had predicted the moral standing of his descendants and bequeathed them this street for rental income. Lin Shi explained, "Golden Lock, Jade Pass, also known as passing through yin and yang, reveals the rise and fall of kin and can see through the undulations of mountain ranges at a glance. Other feng shui sects require a compass to analyze the yin and yang of residences, but Golden Lock, Jade Pass can discern fortune and misfortune with a single glance." Qian Fugue nodded, somewhat understanding. "That sounds impressive." Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, while others analyze with compasses, practitioners of Golden Lock, Jade Pass can simply stand there and directly state the issues at hand." She added with a smirk, "Especially suitable for showing off." Qian Fugue chuckled foolishly. "My grandfather is truly remarkable." Lin Shi sighed, lamenting, "What a pity that such a powerful sect lacks a proper successor." Qian Fugue's eyes lit up. "Master Lin, since I cannot comprehend this book, how about I give it to you?" "I do not want it." "Keep it for yourself," Lin Shi insisted, returning the book. "I too do not require a compass for feng shui." Qian Fugue could not help but ask, "Master Lin, you mentioned that only Golden Lock, Jade Pass, does not require a compass. Have you already learned it?" Lin Shi smiled mysteriously. "I possess the innate ability to perceive various energy fields. It is a gift." Subtly boasting once again, Qian Fugue's mouth fell open in astonishment. A master truly lives up to the title. Qian Fugue exclaimed, "Master Lin, there is one more thing. Too many people come to seek fortune-telling, and this place is too small, affecting traffic." Lin Shi paused. This was indeed a problem. As the weather grew warmer, it would not do to remain outside, lest the police come looking for her again. Qian Fugue dashed over, waving his hand. "Choose any spot on the street. I will give you the keys. Even Didao Hall is fine." He produced a large set of keys from his belt. "I'm not short on money. I just want to follow you around, helping out and experiencing the wonders of the world. Otherwise, collecting rent every day is too dull." Lin Shi thought to herself how different the pleasures of the wealthy were. She agreed. Just as Lin Shi stepped outside, she received a call from Fu Jingyao. "Lin Shi, I'm here to pick you up." All right, I'll wait for you at the corner. I'll be there shortly. Lin Shi faintly heard shouting and cries for help in the background. She asked, what is happening? Why are there cries for help? Fu Jingyao replied nonchalantly, it's nothing. He Ting was shouting desperately from behind, help. Little diviner, come save me. Fu Jingyao put away his phone. You caused a scene at the company today and disrespected my wife. I will be sure to report everything to old Master He. He Ting took a deep breath. How have I disrespected the little diviner? Aren't we friends? If I am in trouble and you do not assist, you only add fuel to the fire. You are simply inhumane. Fu Jingyao lifted an eyebrow. He Ting, Africa would suit you well. He coldly commanded, Qi Wenye, throw him out.
Understood, President Fu.
Qi Wenye grabbed the man beside him and strode out. He Ting struggled in vain, using all his strength to shout, Fu Jingyao, no, President Fu, I was wrong. This time it's really a matter of life and death. Let me see the little diviner. No, let me see the little sister. Fu Jingyao's voice remained cold. Get him far away. Understood. Qi Wenye dragged the man away, saying, Young Master He, my apologies. He Ting felt like crying. What kind of monster was this? So muscular and full of strength? He was being choked painfully. Fu Jingyao bypassed the two and took the exclusive elevator down. He Ting's temperament clearly required a bit more hardship. Lin Shi had kindly warned him, but he did not heed it. Who could he blame? He watched helplessly as the elevator doors closed, continuously shouting down, Fu Jingyao, President Fu, wait for me. Now, pursuing after him was futile. He resorted to his old trick, seeking help from his grandfather. However, with Qi Wenye restraining him, he could not even use his phone. He attempted to resist, shouting, Qi Wenye, let go of me. Qi Wenye stuffed a towel in his mouth. President Fu instructed me to keep you far away. His resistance proved futile, and he ultimately found himself discarded in a cemetery. Back at the Fu Corporation, night had fully descended. The image of that enchanting figure and her fluffy tail lingered in He Ting's mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Bai Rou was not human. She was a monster. He felt heat radiating through his body, his consciousness gradually fading. At midnight, Bai Rou would surely come for him. No, I must find Lin Shi quickly. Otherwise, tonight, I will lose my innocence and my life. He Ting implored his grandfather to inform him of Fu Jingyao's residence and hailed a cab straight to Dijing Garden. Upon arriving, he knocked furiously on the door. President Fu, help. Little sister, no, Lin Master, save me. The screams from outside were exceptionally loud. After finishing his meal, Lin Shi glanced out and saw He Ting. Why was he here? Should I open the door? Fu Jingyao lifted his eyelids and suggested that he should knock. Lin Shi expressed his confusion, noting the strange nature of their relationship. Fu Jingyao replied in a flat tone that he had no relationship with He Ting, but that the Fu and He families were old friends. He Ting was carefree, doing as he pleased and often stepping on others' toes, which had earned him many enemies. His family was constantly exasperated with him, and his father showed little concern. Only the elder He occasionally kept him in check. Suddenly, Lin Shi interjected, stating that He Ting didn't need to pay when visiting his restaurant. Fu Jingyao chuckled lightly, revealing that he was the largest shareholder. Lin Shi was taken aback, realizing that it was not merely friendship, but rather a matter of financial influence. Outside, He Ting knocked for a while, feeling dizzy and his face flushed. Help! Help! If you don't come out soon, I'm really going to die. His voice grew softer. Lin Shi opened the door, immediately covering his nose and stepping back, repulsed by the strong smell of fox. He Ting looked bewildered, insisting that he did not own a fox. Lin Shi shot him a glance, teasing that he had fallen under the spell of a fox spirit. Fox spirit. He Ting was momentarily stunned before realizing, oh no. Bai Rou is a fox spirit. Chapter 54, The Fluffy Tail. Master, save me. He Ting exclaimed upon seeing Lin Shi, clinging tightly to his leg. Master, I. Before he could finish, Fu Jingyao picked him up and threw him out. What the hell? Fu Jingyao, what are you doing? This is murder. Fu Jingyao's expression remained impassive, suggesting that if He Ting spoke another word, he would be sent to Africa immediately. He Ting swallowed hard, raising his hands in surrender. Fu Jingyao continued to maintain his stoic demeanor, asking whether they should save He Ting. Lin Shi stepped forward, stating that if a fox spirit was indeed causing harm, he would naturally have to capture her. In this era of declining magic, it was rare for spirits to manifest, and this particular fox spirit had left her secluded woods to wreak havoc among humans. Capturing malevolent spirits was akin to gaining great merit, and as a practitioner of the arcane arts, She could not allow a fox spirit to act unscrupulously. She scrutinized the man on the ground, noting the potent aura of the fox spirit surrounding him. What is your connection with her? He Ting replied that they had only known each other for a week and that he had even saved her. His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he insisted that he bore no ill will towards Bai Rou, questioning why she would harm him. She responded coolly, explaining that fox spirits were particularly fond of siphoning the essence of young men. I warned you before, and yet you still kept a fox spirit by your side, implying that he had brought this upon himself. He Ting hung his head, lamenting that Bai Rou was all alone and pitiable, unaware of her true nature. He wore a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown, asking if he might die from this ordeal. She reassured him that he would not perish. After surveying him, he noted that He Ting bore the charm of the fox spirit without any physical harm. This fox spirit has spared you some grace, but it cannot be ruled out that she is keeping you alive for her own amusement. He Ting recounted the events of that day, explaining that he had been slapped by Xie and was in a foul mood when Bai Rou insisted on accompanying him. He had paid her little mind and allowed her to follow him into the private room. Inside, others continually teased him, asking where he had found such a sister. What sister? She's clearly a woman. Oh, has He Xiao changed his taste? You don't understand. He Xiao's taste has always been like this. Frustrated, He Ting had shouted for them to be quiet, which silenced them momentarily. Zhou Feng seized the opportunity to mock him further, suggesting that with a beauty by his side, merely drinking was pointless and proposing they indulge in something else. He Ting dismissed him with a wave, telling him to leave. Zhou Feng, grinning, scrutinized the pair, asking if someone had angered He Ting. He deliberately prolonged his words, which prompted He Ting to grab his head and slam it against the sofa, exclaiming that it was his grandfather who had angered him. Zhou Feng quickly backpedaled, apologizing profusely. As a crowd gathered, Bai Rou tugged at He Ting's sleeve, her face betraying her fear. He Ting slumped onto the sofa, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, while Bai Rou quietly observed him, occasionally glancing up with evident concern. Zhou Feng watched them with malice. Having always been overshadowed by He Ting, he had developed a rivalry with him, particularly after discovering that the girl he liked favored He Ting instead. Zhou Feng's eyes narrowed with disdain as he mused that Bai Rou seemed important to He Ting, and if something were to happen to her, it would be quite the spectacle. He signaled to the others, who raised their glasses in a toast to He Ting, with one after another proclaiming their cheers. He Ting drank heavily, ignoring the revelers around him, while Bai Rou was filled with excitement, oblivious to the drunken antics. She found the atmosphere exhilarating, contrary to her aunt's claims that the mortal realm was dull. As He Ting continued to drink, the crowd gradually dissipated, and Zhou Feng vanished as well. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. He Ting, slightly sobered by the noise, realized Bai Rou was missing and grabbed someone nearby, demanding to know her whereabouts. Zhou Xiao took her outside. Zhou Feng's voice rang out. He Ting burst through the door, calling for Bai Rou. She stood innocently at the entrance, her expression one of pure innocence, extending her hands, which were damp. He Ting understood immediately. Did you go to the restroom? Bai Rou nodded, pulling him outside. Just then, Zhou Feng rushed out, eyes wide with terror, shouting, "Monster! She's a monster!" Zhou Feng trembled, repeating the word monster incessantly. Bai Rou bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks as she shook her head vigorously, gesturing that she was not a monster. "I'm not a monster." He Ting patted her head soothingly, saying, "All right, I understand." He turned his fury on Zhou Feng, declaring, "You want a beating, don't you?" He proceeded to give Zhou Feng a sound thrashing. After the scuffle, the alcohol hit He Ting, and his head spun. He collapsed to the ground, and just before losing consciousness, he thought he heard Bai Rou cursing. That was impossible. Bai Rou was mute and could not speak. He had truly drunk too much. When He Ting awoke, he found himself lying in bed, the sky still dark outside. Feeling parched, he descended the stairs for water, only to catch a glimpse of a white shadow darting past. He hesitated, questioning if he was hallucinating from the alcohol. Shaking his head, he took a step forward, only to find a familiar figure standing on the staircase, gazing intently at him. He Ting's pupils dilated in shock. It was Xie. With a gentle smile, Xie approached him, her hands draping over his neck. They were uncomfortably close, the warmth of her breath brushing against his ear, causing his face to flush deeply. "Xie, what are you doing here?" he stammered, feeling a mix of anxiety and joy. This you." Xie leaned in closer, wrapping her arms around him, her fingers teasing the collar of his shirt. He Ting suddenly pushed her away, exclaiming, Jizheng?
No.
You're not Jizheng. Blinking rapidly, he realized the person before him had transformed into Bai Rou. He Ting clutched his chest, anger boiling within him. Bai Rou, what are you doing? Bai Rou, with tears in her eyes, looked as though she had been violated. He Ting was bewildered, realizing that he had mistakenly embraced Bai Rou, mistaking her for Jizheng due to his drunken state. Bai Rou was mute, frail, and lacked the strength to approach him on her own. If he had not initiated the contact, she would never have been close enough to embrace him. He Ting quickly apologized. Bai Rou, I'm sorry, I was drunk. Bai Rou rolled her eyes in exasperation, finding the situation dull and unamusing, lamenting that she had been seen through so quickly. If my aunt finds out, she will surely mock me mercilessly. Bai Rou's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming from a delicate flower into a cunning poppy, her eyes glinting with mischief. He Ting sensed something was amiss. What's wrong with you? Bai Rou suddenly smiled, her face sprouting purple fur, and her eyes glimmered with a golden light. Behind her, a long, bushy tail emerged. No, not just one, but many fluffy tails. Oh my! He Ting's eyes widened, and he was instantly sobered up. Chapter 55. Oh dear. I can't breathe. Bai Rou remained silent as one of her long tails rushed toward him. He Ting was thoroughly awakened. You are not Bai Rou. The furry tail wrapped around his leg, dragging him away. Terrified, He Ting shut his eyes and shouted, You are not Bai Rou. Where has she gone? Return her to me. The pulling force suddenly vanished, and upon opening his eyes, he found no one in front of him. Jizheng, Bai Rou, the fluffy tail, all had vanished. He slapped himself a few times, convincing himself, I must be dreaming. At that moment, the door beside him opened, and Bai Rou timidly poked her head out, worry etched on her face. He Ting was astonished. Bai Rou. She nodded and signed to him. Are you okay? He Ting's expression stiffened.
I'm fine.
Suddenly feeling dizzy, he rolled his eyes and fainted. He distinctly remembered conversing with Bai Rou. Why did he suddenly lose consciousness?
Bai Rou.
Yes, something must be wrong with Bai Rou. As dawn broke, He Ting leaped out of bed and rushed outside. Bai Rou was sitting on the sofa, watching Peppa Pig, and when she saw him, she smiled sweetly. Her laughter made her eyelashes curl, and her dimples deepened, appearing both obedient and charming. He Ting, in a state of confusion, asked, Bai Rou, did we meet last night? Bai Rou shook her head, blinking her innocent eyes. This is bad. He Ting slapped his head, realizing he must be delusional. He went to the hospital for a checkup, and the doctor told him he was fine. Just a bit weak, and advised him to sleep less and drink less alcohol. At midnight, in a daze, he saw the purple-furred Bai Rou again. That furry tail wrapped around his waist. Oh no, not again. He Ting struggled, ending up with his mouth full of fur. Help the monster. Upon waking, he spat out a mouthful of purple fur. The fur was soft and smooth, resembling dog hair, with a color akin to eggplant. Even if he were dull-witted, he could sense something was amiss with Bai Rou. As dawn broke, recalling Lin Shi's warning, He Ting hurried to seek help from Fu Jingyao. Thus, the chaos ensued. He felt utterly hopeless. Midnight was approaching, and Bai Rou, no, that monster would come looking for him. He raised his hands dramatically. Master Lin, let me tell you, that tail is incredibly long, and those golden eyes are exceptionally large. Lin Shi pondered. Strange, this fox spirit had not harmed He Ting. It seemed to be playing a game with him. What was the fox spirit's true intention in approaching him? Lin Shi interrupted He Ting's pointless descriptions. Is Bai Rou still at your place? He nodded obediently. Bai Rou is fine during the day, but she transforms at night. All right, I'll check your house. Lin Shi took a few steps, while He Ting sat dazed on the floor. She urged him, Get up, let's go. He Ting scrambled to his feet. Glancing around, Master, do we need to prepare anything like glutinous rice or black dog blood? Lin Shi shot him a glance, her expression conveying disbelief. This is a fox spirit, not a zombie. Oh. He Ting slapped his face a few times. My apologies, I haven't been thinking clearly these past few days. He took out his phone. Master, please, let me call a car. Fu Jingyao strode past him. Lin Shi, I'll take you there.
Okay.
Lin Shi got into the passenger seat. He Ting was momentarily surprised. Fu Jingyao, how touching. You finally consider me a friend. He reached for the back door. But Fu Jingyao casually waved his hand to dismiss him. My car is not for just anyone. The Maybach sped away. He Ting inhaled a mouthful of exhaust fumes, his smile fading as he immediately called for another car. He reassured himself that Fu Jingyao had always acted that way. The fact that he hadn't stopped Lin Shi from helping him was already commendable. They were still friends after all. The two cars arrived, one after the other. He Ting stood at the door. Master Lin, I'm opening the door. Go ahead. Lin Shi's gaze fixated on a certain spot on the second floor, where an overwhelming aura of malice emanated. She calmly twirled her bracelet, releasing 5 small paper figures. The tiny figures floated up to the second floor, stealthily slipping inside. Bai Rou hid in the shadows, licking her lips. She planned to leave after tonight. If she stayed any longer, her aunt would come to catch her. A noise came from downstairs, and Bai Rou took a deep breath, squeezing out a couple of tears as she ran outside. He Ting was shaking uncontrollably. She was indeed Bai Rou. Bai Rou adjusted her expression and looked up in confusion. Why are there so many people here? She quietly observed the other two. The woman was inscrutable, while the man's aura made her uneasy. Bai Rou leaned closer to He Ting, gesturing, Brother, are they your friends? He Ting stepped back a few paces. Don't come any closer. Quickly confess, or the master won't let you off. Bai Rou appeared heartbroken, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do you think I'm a monster too? He Ting understood her sign language, and an inexplicable emotion welled up inside him. Bai Rou looked so pitiful. He slapped himself hard. Wake up, He Ting. Haven't you been played enough by her these past few days? He closed his eyes, unable to meet the gaze of the person in front of him. Bai Rou's eyes reddened, crystalline tears rolling down her nose, making her seem exceptionally vulnerable. Unfortunately, He Ting did not see this. Fu Jingyao remained indifferent, his attention solely on Lin Shi. Lin Shi smiled softly, leisurely pulling out a yellow talisman. Little beauty, don't cry. It makes me reluctant to hit you. Bai Rou's heart raced. A yellow talisman. She is a filthy Taoist. Bai Rou warily fixed her gaze on the woman before her, leaning back slightly. Her aunt had warned her never to engage in a fight with Taoists. If she encountered a legitimate Taoist, she might just get beaten up. But if she encountered a rogue Taoist, her life would be in peril. The inner elixir of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an excellent alchemical material, and her aunt had cautioned her that underage foxes should not leave the sacred grounds of their clan. Yet here she was, having ventured out alone and encountered a Taoist. Bai Rou's fingertips turned pale as she grabbed a cup from the table and threw it away, turning to flee. Lin Shi caught the cup, standing calmly in place. He Ting was anxious. Master, hurry. We can't let her escape. Lin Shi replied coolly. She can't escape. Bai Rou reached the window, punched through the glass, and braced herself to jump outside.
Bang!
She collided with something solid. Covering her head, she cried out in pain. What the heck is this? A paper figure with a pot-lid hairstyle? This is bad. She was surrounded. 5 small paper figures tightly encircled her. Bai Rou extended her claw to swipe at one of the figures. Whoosh! The tiny figure spat out a ball of fire, singeing her long nails. Bai Rou was stunned. She had spent 5 hours on her manicure. Ruined, completely ruined. Bai Rou's fury ignited, her gaze fixed on the explosive-haired paper figure. Suddenly, a jet of water poured down from above, soaking her completely. The fire in Bai Rou's heart extinguished instantly. She couldn't possibly win. It was absolutely impossible. The indestructible body and the ability to breathe fire and spray water. This was the legendary Calabash Boy. Bai Rou sat on the ground, contemplating her next move. Lin Shi looked down at her. Little fox spirit. Honestly explain why you came to the human realm to toy with Yi Ting? Bai Rou snorted coldly, her demeanor shifting dramatically. Her pupils turned golden, the corners of her eyes slightly lifted, adding a touch of allure to her innocence. Since her identity had been exposed, there was no need to pretend. She inhaled deeply, exhaled, and then took another deep breath before speaking in human language. Oh dear. I can't hold it in any longer. Chapter 56. Wanna run? Bai Rou exhaled. What do you want from me? Lin Shi paused for a moment. Northeast Fox? Indeed, I'm from the Northeast. Bai Rou shot her a glare. Filthy Taoist. How did you know? Lin Shi was speechless. Your accent gives it away. As I pondered, I realized I might not have an accent at all. Bai Rou pouted, sitting on the ground in a huff. Her aunt was right once again, the moment she spoke. Others discerned her true nature. Bai Rou firmly denied having an accent, asserting that her Mandarin had passed the 2nd level with distinction, thus she absolutely had no accent. Lin Shi and Fu Jingyao fell silent in response. He Ting was taken aback. Goodness. To his astonishment, Bai Rou not only spoke, but was also a northeastern fox spirit, which explained her pretense of being mute. If Bai Rou were to tug at his clothing, speaking with a thick northeastern accent while playfully whining, Brother, I adore you. You're simply the best. Oh, I beg you, please. It would be an utterly unimaginable scene. He Ting felt goosebumps all over. He exclaimed, Bai Ro. You've deceived me. You've been misleading me from head to toe. Bai Ro rolled her eyes, asserting her identity. I, Bai Ro, shall not change my name or my surname. I am the authentic self, not a product of cosmetic surgery. How have I deceived you? Bai Ro chuckled. You're being ridiculous. I never claimed to be mute, nor did you ever inquire. He Ting was left speechless. The first time he encountered Bai Ro, she was being bullied, crouched in a corner, crying, so fragile and pitiable. Her features bore a resemblance to Ji Zheng, and He Ting, feeling soft-hearted, helped her chase away her tormentors. Little sister, are you all right? He inquired. Bai Ro appeared anxious, her lips moving, yet no sound emerged. He Ting instinctively believed she was mute, and he had been terribly misled. The soft-spoken mute, the pitiable orphan, they were all merely facades, for Bai Ro was, in truth, a feisty little fox spirit. Furious, He Ting confronted her. Bai Ro, stop your excuses. I helped you out of kindness, and you've turned it against me. Bai Ro looked up at the ceiling. I did not. He Ting pointed an accusatory finger at her. Master, look at her. Not a single truth escapes her lips. She glanced at the frail girl on the ground and pressed for honesty. Why did you approach him? Seeing the yellow talisman, Bai Ro felt a shiver of fear. She raised her hands in surrender. I swear, I truly did not. That day, I fled from the sacred ground of the Fox clan, with not a penny to my name and my stomach ravenous. I stealthily took a roasted chicken, but the owner discovered me and chased me down the street. I was about to escape when I turned and ran into you, so I had no choice but to feign vulnerability. He Ting widened his eyes. So, you blame me? No, I am grateful to you, Bai Ro replied, exhaling and twirling a strand of hair around her finger. She assessed him earnestly. Although you're a bit foolish. Akin to a pig's brain. You're not entirely bad. He Ting retorted, I am not foolish. All right, you're not foolish, just rather simple-minded, Bai Ro shrugged. Had I not intervened that day, you would have been done for. On the day they went to the private room, He Ting had been drinking, while she surveyed the people inside out of boredom. The unpleasant men, reeking of grease, were utterly irritating. Just then, Zhou Feng approached with a drink in hand, an insidious smile on his face. Little beauty, you're quite unfortunate. He Ting has left you unattended, showing no regard for your feelings. You know, you bear a striking resemblance to someone. He Ting doesn't like you. He sees you as a substitute. Why not come with me instead? Bai Ro toyed with her hair while sizing him up. He was just like the other men here, merely clad in a layer of sheep-esque clothing, yet just as filthy inside. However, she seemed to have found new amusement. Bai Ro began to act, her eyes slightly reddening, her shoulders trembling as if she could hardly believe his words. Zhou Feng, witnessing this, grinned wider, enjoying the sight of He Ting's pet rabbit appearing so entertaining. He reached out to wrap his arm around her shoulders. Bai Ro, overwhelmed with fright, hurriedly pushed the door open and fled outside. Zhou Feng licked his lips, thinking it was better for her to leave, avoiding He Ting's notice. He chased after her, excitement flickering in his eyes. Bai Ro leaned against the restroom wall, her head bowed, as if she were crying. Zhou Feng, hands in his pockets, scrutinized her from head to toe. Little beauty, don't cry. He Ting doesn't care for you. Brother cares for you. The revolting voice pierced her ears, and Bai Ro clenched her fists, filled with the urge to slap him. Damn it, I really want to hit him. My aunt said that in the human world, one cannot strike others indiscriminately, lest they find themselves confined in a dark room. She held back. In Zhou Feng's eyes, the woman's body swayed slightly, appearing pitiful, as if she wished to cry, but dared not. He reached out to embrace her shoulders. Go on, cry. Brother's shoulder is yours for a moment. Bai Ro could no longer contain herself. She slapped him across the face, exclaiming, You're disgusting. Don't touch me. Zhou Feng was momentarily stunned. Who is speaking? Bai Ro, hands on her hips, furiously retorted. Are you blind? Zhou Feng's eyes widened. You insisting on being foolish, forcing me to slap you, she declared. Bai Ro slapped her forehead, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto her lips. How did I end up hitting a human? Oh, dear, if he were to tell He Ting, it would ruin the fun. Since I've already hit him, I might as well hit a few more times. A flash of purple light danced in Bai Ro's eyes as she temporarily subdued Zhou Feng, yanking his hair and delivering blows, while also kicking him a couple of times. Amidst the commotion, He Ting's voice echoed, causing Bai Rou to snap back to reality. In a moment of panic, she pinched her thigh hard and ran out crying. He Ting remained oblivious to her distress, collapsing to the ground. Bai Rou felt utterly speechless. What a fool. However, she was still irked and planned to tease He Ting for a few days before departing, only to inadvertently attract the attention of a loathsome Taoist priest. Bai Rou yawned. You saved me once, and I saved you once. We are even now, and neither of us owes the other. He Ting nodded but felt something was amiss. Why did you transform into a fox to scare me, and why did you take on Xie as appearance? Mentioning this, Bai Rou grew immensely angry. She jumped up and forcefully slapped He Ting. I'm so beautiful. How could you mistake me for a substitute? He Ting's gaze faltered. I did not. Ha! You men and your thoughts. Do you think I'm unaware? Bai Rou raised her chin defiantly. Who is it that held me and called out Xie's name?
Who was it?
He Ting hastily covered her mouth. Bai Rou, be quiet. Bai Rou swatted his hand away. I don't understand you humans. You clearly like someone yet pretend not to care. She realized He Ting had feelings for Xie and felt an urge to tease him. Bai Rou wanted to see how well her charms worked, whether He Ting could distinguish between her and Xie. As it turned out, he could indeed tell them apart. Her aunt was correct. Her seduction skills were inadequate, merely scratching the surface. He Ting glared at her. After you've played with me, you intend to leave just like that? Bai Rou placed her hands on her hips and glared back. What do you want me to do? You've taken a tuft of my fur. I haven't even settled the score with you. In any case, we are even now. She continued to grumble as she stealthily backed away. Bai Rou turned and fled. She grasped her shoulder. Trying to escape? Chapter 57. You all should stay up late. Bai Rou lowered her head. This Taoist priest was remarkably swift. Her plan to escape had failed before it even began. Bai Rou struggled. You loathsome Taoist. What are you doing? I have harmed no one. Let me go. She tightened his grip on her shoulder. Loathsome Taoist? Ouch! Ouch! Bai Rou cried out in pain. Immediately surrendering, Master, Beauty, Sister, Big Shot, I was wrong. Her aunt had said that those who know when to yield are wise. If you can't win, run. And if you can't run, cry. Bai Rou blinked her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wah, I was wrong, I deserve to die. Enough. Enough, be quiet. She replied coolly, cry again, and I'll seal your mouth shut. Bai Rou stopped her tears and nodded obediently. Wah, what a fierce woman. If she were a man, she could have used her charms to seduce her. A female Taoist priest left her utterly helpless. The idea of using seduction to entice the female Taoist crossed her mind for a second, but she abandoned it. If she truly did so, the young Taoist would undoubtedly beat her severely, perhaps even strip her of her fox fur. She picked up his phone. Your aunt is looking for you. The person in the photo looked remarkably familiar, and Bai Rou was startled. How do you have a picture of me and my aunt together? Who on earth are you? She blurted out, a caring citizen searching for missing children. Bai Rou, the nine-tailed fox clan reaches maturity only after 300 years. At present, she is merely 290 years old, still a child in her kind. As an underage fox, she is forbidden from leaving the sacred grounds of her clan, lest she face punishment according to clan rules. She put away her phone, smiling at her, saying no need, I shall escort you personally. Earlier, while Bai Rou was chatting with He Ting, she had taken a photo and sent it to Yunyan. This type of fox spirit, unburdened by human lives, cannot be killed, yet she cannot be allowed to roam freely in the human world, carelessly using her abilities to play pranks on people. After much contemplation, She recalled Yunyan, who had been dormant on her friend list. Upon adding her, Yunyan had sent a smiley and greeted her with, hello, little master ancestor. They had not conversed further. Seeing the words Zhong Xie, She felt joy. Little fox spirit, you must not run away. We are going to the Special Management Bureau.
Bai Rou sighed, all right.
She turned to He Ting. The matter is resolved. 100,000. Oh. He Ting was momentarily stunned and quickly transferred the money. So cheap. Why say 100,000 when it's $1 million? Bai Rou teased, as a master, you actually charge fees. Even masters need to eat. Charging is to offset karma. She said, pulling her along. She absent-mindedly stroked the little fox's fur. It felt quite pleasant. The purple fox stuck out its tongue, remaining silent. As the trio departed, He Ting sat dazed, his mind a whirlwind. At 2 a.m, they arrived at the Special Management Bureau. She entered, carrying the purple fox. Yunyan was waiting at the door. Little master ancestor, you are here. She surveyed the surroundings. Are you all working at night? Yunyan frowned slightly. There have been quite a few matters recently. Dark circles shadowed his eyes. Linshi advised, take care to rest. Let me know if you need assistance. Yunyan paused briefly. Thank you for your concern, little master ancestor. Big shot, you've arrived. Jiang Yuanyuan suddenly appeared, her face alight with excitement. Oh, whose fox has gone astray? Bai Rou bared her teeth, extending her claws. Jiang Yuanyuan laughed heartily. Did the little fox get into trouble? Bai Rou drooped her head, disinterested in responding. Linshi released her grip on the fox. Where's Aunt Bai Rou? I am here. Bai Mei, dressed in professional attire and high heels, approached. Though she resembled Bai Rou, her figure was taller and more alluring, exuding an air of sophistication. Bai Mei smiled. I appreciate everyone's help. Bai Rou feigned death, closing her eyes. Oh, dear. Aunt has arrived. Bai Mei grasped the purple fox by the nape. Bai Rou, you truly are remarkable to have traveled all the way here from the northeast. Bai Rou extended her tiny paw, looking pitiful. Aunt, I was wrong. The purple fox, sapped of all strength, lay limp like a deceased creature. No need for formality. I am Linshi. Linshi gently shook her hand. Despite being a fox, Bai Mei bore no trace of fox-like qualities, instead emanating a subtle scent of lilac. Bai Mei smiled sweetly. This is my newly purchased perfume. If you like it, I shall gift you a box. Linshi waved her hand. No. Thank you. Bai Mei then produced a piece of jade. I hope you will not find this distasteful. Upon closer inspection, Linshi recognized it as a spirit stone. Indeed. Bai Mei smiled broadly. This is a spirit stone from beneath Tianqi in Changbai Mountain. Its color is particularly exquisite. Bai Rou's jaw dropped. Aunt is actually gifting a spirit stone to the little priest, and from beneath Tianqi, no less. Bai Rou had never realized her worth. Even if she were to be sold piece by piece, she wouldn't fetch a tenth of the spirit stone's value. Only 30 spirit stones form in a millennium at Tianqi in Changbai Mountain. Aunt must be out of her mind. Linshi too found the gift rather extravagant. I haven't done anything. I merely happened upon the little fox. After years of mingling, she found herself completely unable to read the person before her. There were only two possibilities. Either she possessed a unique constitution, or she was an extraordinarily powerful figure, far surpassing Linshi in cultivation. Regardless of which, forging a friendship could never be a misstep. In this world, having more friends means more pathways. Bai Mei, carrying the purple fox, departed. Linshi, come visit the northeast when you have the chance.
Sure.
Linshi touched the spirit stone. Its texture was smooth, and the azure stone radiated spiritual energy, sparkling under the light. The spirit stone contained ample spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for both the body and cultivation. Linshi already had 5 little spirits and did not lack for spiritual energy. This stone could be fashioned into a protective talisman as a gift. Only one person came to mind, Fu Jingyao. Linshi tucked away the spirit stone. I must take my leave now. You all continue your late-night work. Jiang Yuanyuan groaned at the thought of overtime, unable to suppress a complaint. Where has that wretched sorcerer gone? Linshi was taken aback. An evil sorcerer has appeared in Dijing? Jiang Yuanyuan nodded. Several recent cases of sorcery-related murders have emerged. We are currently investigating vigorously. Big shot, you are so formidable. Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled. If you join us, we would be a powerful team. Yun Yan's expression darkened. Jiang Yuanyuan, you talk too much. Captain, you keep saying that. Next time, use a different phrase. Jiang Yuanyuan retorted. I am inviting the big shot to join us. Why is that a problem? Linshi declined. I truly cannot. Once she joined, she would have to submit to another's leadership. She had no desire for overtime. More crucially, her master had warned her that her fortune was too poor and could not affect the national luck. Yun Yan observed her expression. Little master ancestor. Jiang Yuanyuan is unaware. It's fine. Linshi waved her hand. Though I do not join, we are friends. Feel free to seek my help whenever needed. Goodbye, and good luck with your late night. Chapter 58. Wu Ma, it turns out you are not ill. Jiang Yuanyuan lamented over a case file. Why is there no corpse? If only a severed finger remained. My worms could track the scent. 7 days prior, the police station below received multiple reports of disappearances. Officers reviewed surveillance footage and found that the missing individuals had vanished into thin air, entering a room and never emerging. These cases were suspected of being supernatural occurrences, and thus reported to the Special Management Bureau. Jiang Yuanyuan and her team went to investigate, detecting an unusual aura of yin energy in a certain room. This energy was significantly heavier than that of ordinary spirits, suffused with a strong scent of blood. Only spirits with deep blood debts and demons carry such a blood aura. These spirits, driven mad by rage, are easy to locate. Yet, this particular entity concealed itself almost flawlessly, indicating manipulation by someone behind the scenes. The three major sorcery practices of Southeast Asia include raising little spirits, casting down heads, and crafting een talismans. Which type of sorcerer could this be? Bai Shiyuan pondered for a long time. Sorcerers would not brazenly commit murder in Dijing. They typically operate in Southeast Asia, where chaos reigns and the disappearance of dozens would go unnoticed. Jiang Yuanyuan nodded, but why would a sorcerer come to Dijing to cause trouble? Isn't that digging their own grave? Jiang Yuanyuan bit the tip of her pen. Of course, I remember. This fellow's corpse was in pieces, a gruesome sight. It took me a long time to piece it together. Duan Lianyun had killed Wu Ting, hidden her body in a hotel, and was killed while trying to flee the country. Jiang Yuanyuan continued, our first encounter with a big shot was during this case. Who knows? These people are often insane. It would be quite normal for them to kill someone to liven things up. Jiang Yuanyuan rested her chin on her hand, dazed. Thinking is so painful. Bai Shiyuan focused on the compass. Sorcerers who have committed murder carry a unique blood aura. I can locate this aura using the Tianqing secret method. Yet no trace of it was detected at the crime scene. Yunyan analyzed. There are two possibilities. Either the opponent has a unique technique that does not carry blood aura, or they use something to mask it, which relates to their repeated killings. Suddenly, Linxi's words flashed through his mind. He tapped the table. Rest for 5 hours. We will continue the investigation tomorrow. All right, good night. Jiang Yuanyuan sighed. Her eyes heavy with dark circles, heading to the lounge for some rest. If she didn't sleep soon, she would develop corpse spots. In the Dijing garden, the entire villa was empty except for her. Fu Jingyao was likely at the company. It had been a while since she last saw Wu Ma. She wondered if her back had healed. Linxi wandered aimlessly through the villa, releasing 5 little paper figures. As the little wooden figure emerged, it dashed straight to the vegetable garden. Oh, master, come quickly. My cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, eggplants, and corn have all grown. She strolled over to take a look, and the field was a vibrant green. Beneath the cucumber vines hung numerous verdant cucumbers, and the pepper plants were laden with long, luscious peppers. The tomatoes, initially pale yellow, were gradually turning red. The corn had blossomed, with bees industriously collecting nectar and spreading pollen. She counted. The cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, cabbages, and scallions were all ready for harvest. Xiao Mu, you're impressive. Xiao Mu beamed with joy, replying, Thank you for your praise, master. I will go pick them now so we can eat them tonight. Very well, Linxi said, reclining in a chair to watch him busy himself. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu gazed at the wilted seedlings in his own plot, feeling somewhat disheartened. Xiao Shui mercilessly mocked him. Who is it that claimed they could succeed in farming? You've wasted the master's land. Xiao Hu scoffed. How dare you speak? Your plot is nothing but water, and only a single corn stalk remains alive. Xiao Shui raised his chin defiantly. At least I have one seedling. You have none. Frustrated, Xiao Hu sulked on the ground. Observing his two companions, Xiao Tu shifted a corn stalk from his own plot and placed it in front of Xiao Hua. Surprised, Xiao Hua exclaimed, Xiao Tu, why did you do this? Xiao Tu squatted beside him, wearing a sweet smile. Jinge said that a family should care for one another. Feeling a pang of guilt, Xiao Hua admitted, I should not have taken your chicken leg before. Next time, I will save my chicken leg for you.
Xiao Tu nodded.
All right, thank you, Xiao Hua. Xiao Shui hurried over. Xiao Tu, I want a corn stalk too. Very well, Xiao Tu replied, moving another corn stalk. Xiao Shui clung to his arm, cooing, Xiao Tu, you are so nice. Xiao Hua pushed him away, let go of him. Xiao Tu is mine. No, he is mine.
Mine.
And thus, they began to argue once more, with Xiao Tu caught in the middle, unsure of how to react. Xiao Jin stepped in, grabbing one of each, tossing Xiao Shui and Xiao Hua aside. You two can argue all you want, but do not involve Xiao Tuesday. Xiao Shui and Xiao Hua exchanged glances and squatted in a corner to continue their quarrel. Xiao Tu blinked, whispering, Thank you, Jin Ge. Xiao Jin, hands behind his back, advised, stay away from those two in the future. Xiao Tu, puzzled, wondered why they always fought. Because water and fire do not mix, Xiao Jin explained. I know that. Water extinguishes fire, Xiao Tu pondered. Earth nurtures gold, and then I forget. While Xiao Shui and Xiao Hu bickered, Xiao Jin and Xiao Tu remained together. What a scene. I'm the only one working, Xiao Mu proclaimed, hands on his hips. Each of you must pick 5 eggplants, 10 peppers, and 10 scallions. Or else there will be no dinner tonight. The 4 little paper figures dashed into the field, beginning their tasks. Xiao Mu was in charge of meals. During mealtime, he was the boss. As Fu Jingyao entered, he heard the distant commotion and walked over. 5 little paper figures were working in the field, while Lin Shi lay in the lounge chair, utterly relaxed. Fu Jingyao paused, asking, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Quite well," Lin Shi replied, glancing at his phone. "You finished work early again." Xiao Mu, "Tidy up," he instructed. "All right, master," Xiao Mu replied, directing the other 4 to work. Once the bags were packed, he brought them to Lin Shi. Fu Jingyao accepted them and said, "Let us go." The 2 climbed into the car, with the Maybach driving into the scenic retreat. Upon exiting the vehicle, familiar voices greeted them. 3 cheers, with full enthusiasm. He quickly added, "And for the young master too."
Fu Jingyao stood quietly baying,
aware that he was merely an afterthought. Before marriage, his grandparents rarely sought him out. The 2 were either traveling or on their way to a trip. Housekeeper Liu, noticing the bag in Fu Jingyao's hand, quickly reached out. "Ah, young master, let me take that." "No need," Fu Jingyao replied, walking straight inside. Liu felt a bit awkward, having focused solely on the young mistress and neglecting the young master. However, tonight, he would likely be losing more hair. Seeing the 2 enter, Liu stealthily approached Wu Ma, inquiring, "How is the relationship between the young master and mistress progressing?" Wu Ma confidently patted her chest, assuring him, "Leave it to me. I will ensure success." She wore a knowing smile, tinged with mischief. "Let me tell you, last time I cleverly pretended to have a backache, and the young master personally helped the young mistress change clothes. Those 2 young people are like kindling and fire." "Haha, I understand," Liu chuckled. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted their banter. "Wu Ma, so you weren't sick after all." Lin Shi had appeared behind them, staring pointedly at their necks. Wu Ma and Liu were taken aback. "Oh no, the young mistress overheard our gossip. Why does she walk so quietly?" Chapter 59. Big Boss, Save Me. Wu Ma stiffly turned. "Why, young mistress? Good evening." Liu cleared his throat. "Young mistress, it's time to brew tea for the old master. I'll take my leave now. You 2 can chat." Liu, adhering to his professional ethics, decided that if he had to betray someone, it would be in service of the young mistress. He slipped away quickly, leaving Wu Ma alone. "Don't be anxious. Let us have a good talk," Lin Shi said, gently pressing Wu Ma's shoulder.
"Wu Ma,
"I have some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Shall I take a look at your back?" Wu Ma shook her head vigorously. "Young mistress, I am not ill." "That's good," Lin Shi responded, embracing her neck. "Now tell me about that night." Wu Ma, feeling cornered, admitted, "Young mistress, I only wanted what was best for you. Couples should spend more time together." She winked. "What happened next?"
Did you too?"
Lin Shi was at a loss for words, replying, "Wu Ma, you really should read less of those ridiculous novels." That night, it turned out, Fu Jingyao had helped her change clothes.
"Oh my,
I can't even imagine. My forced wake-up mode failed me." Lin Shi inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushing. Zhang Wenxiu peered out, calling Lin Shi, "Don't stand at the door. Come in so Grandma can have a good look at you." Wu Ma seized the opportunity to slip away.
Lin Shi smiled, "Grandma."
Zhang Wenxiu beamed at the sound of her address, her smile wide. "You've gained a bit of weight, which looks good on you." Fu Jianhua stood up to fetch snacks, Lin Shi said. Lin Shi accepted a bag of treats.
"Thank you, Grandpa."
Good. You must come visit us more often," Fu Jianhua encouraged, delightedly feeding her. Meanwhile, Fu Jingyao was left to peel an orange in silence. Another sour one. The family enjoyed their meal, and Zhang Wenxiu insisted that the 2 stay the night. Lin Shi and Fu Jingyao found themselves once again confined to the same room. This time, Fu Jingyao did not wish to resist. Lin Shi was too tired to protest. Liu was likely stationed downstairs, diligently watching over them. She patted the bed, "One side for each of us. Let us sleep."
Fu Jingyao frose, l'11. "What did you say?"
"I said, let us sleep together," Lin Shi clarified kindly. "You stayed up with me all night and worked at the company all day. You can't stay up again tonight." However, all Fu Jingyao heard was, "Let us sleep together." The thought of sharing a bed with Lin Shi consumed him. He hesitated for a long time, unsure how to approach her. Lin Shi fixed her gaze on him. "You've looked, so what are you afraid of?" His mind raced, a surge of astonishment washing over him.
"You knew?"
"Yes," Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. I accidentally overheard Wu Ma and Lu's whispers. Thank you for helping me change out of my wet clothes that night. Fu Jingyao assumed she would be upset with him. After all, he had taken it upon himself to assist her without her consent. He began to explain, I turned off the lights.
Huh.
The abrupt shift in topic took Lin Shi by surprise. It took her a moment to comprehend his meaning. Turning off the lights was even scarier. Hadn't she been thoroughly touched? No wonder she felt a strange aura lingering on her. Oh no, I can't think about this. She dove under the covers, hiding her flushed face. Sleep now. Tomorrow we rise early. The man stood still, hesitating to move. Lin Shi revealed a pair of eyes. Having gazed and touched, fearing I might consume you? Fu Jingyao's ears turned crimson, memories of that night's soft caress flooding his mind, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbing. Lin Shi, are you aware of what you are saying? With a yawn, Lin Shi replied, does that mean you would devour me? Fu Jingyao fell silent, his gaze deepening. This conversation was growing perilous, if it continued. He inhaled deeply, his voice low and resonant.
Sleep now.
On the spacious 2-meter bed, they lay on opposite sides, with room for another. If Butler Liu were to find out, he would surely chastise himself for his recklessness, promptly replacing it with a smaller one. Lin Shi lay on her side, her nose filled with a faint scent of rosewood. It was her first time sleeping beside someone. How long would it take to fall asleep tonight? She closed her eyes and drifted off immediately. Fu Jingyao, lying on the same bed for the first time, found himself wide awake. After a while, as her breathing steadied, he turned to face her. The figure on the bed slept soundly, half her face buried in the covers. Inexplicably adorable. A smile danced in Fu Jingyao's eyes. In the morning, Lin Shi turned over. It seemed there was someone in bed. She jolted upright, stealing a glance, only to discover the person had already left. She exhaled in relief, terrified she might have kicked someone out of bed last night. Zhang Wenxiu and Fu Jianhua waved their farewells reluctantly. Lin Shi, do you visit your grandparents more often?
Certainly.
The car halted at the Imperial Garden, and Fu Jingyao organized his belongings. Lin Shi, I'm off to the company now. All right, goodbye.
Ding.
Her phone chimed. She picked it up to see a flurry of messages from Ji Hung. This young man's misfortunes paralleled hers. After his spirit had departed, he encountered a pen spirit. Last time, Lin Shi vanquished the spirit, earning considerable merit. What surprises would Ji Hung bring her this time? Have you encountered a ghost again? Not me, but a friend. He claims there's a ghost in the film crew. Is it dangerous? Very. Absolutely terrifying. Several crew members witnessed it. The leading lady was severely frightened and even injured. If it's dangerous, send me the address. Boss, I'll come pick you up. Lin Shi sent her location. Ji Hung found the address somewhat familiar. Without further thought, he hurried to his car. The chubby fellow awaited his rescue. Chapter 60. Props disappeared from the film crew. Ji Hung drove to pick him up. The silver car stopped at the entrance of the community. He looked up and saw the Imperial Garden. The boss resides in such a luxurious place, yet still sells goods daily. His aspirations are beyond ordinary comparison. The Imperial Garden, he muttered, a familiar place. It seemed his brother lived here as well. Would he run into him? He did not wish to meet this cousin, for Fu Jingyao was too extraordinary. Since kindergarten, he had heard tales of his cousin's remarkable achievements. He had leaped 3 grades, always ranking first in every aspect, earning $1 billion by age 13, and by 20, dominating the business world with a fortune in the hundreds of billions. Ji Hung merely desired to relax and be a content academic underachiever. Naturally, an underachiever feels intimidated by a genius. Though they were only 6 years apart, the gap between them felt like a galaxy. Ji Hung was particularly afraid of this cousin. In front of their parents, he could joke around, but before Fu Jingyao, he dared not utter a word. The aura of superiority from Fu Jingyao weighed heavily upon him. He hoped to avoid encountering his illustrious cousin. How could the boss and Fu Jingyao reside in the same place? Surely, there was no connection between them. Ji Hung shook his head vigorously. It must be coincidence. These two were worlds apart. How could they possibly be related? Lin Shi knocked on the car window. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Ji Hung opened the car door. Boss, hurry up and get in.
All right.
Ji Hung swallowed nervously, driving towards the film base. Upon exiting the car, he spoke as they walked. Boss, my friend is the director. He is currently filming a suspense drama. A few days ago, he discovered that the props kept disappearing. Then, Xie Shiyu. Ji Hung turned towards the voice. Xiao Peng, long time no see.
Diretor, lei va ver esse tedly.
You finally made it. Ji Hing sized him up. Xiao Peng, you've lost weight again. He had a good relationship with Xiao Peng. They often played games together as children. Xiao Peng, a few years older, was not keen on finance, nor did he wish to inherit the family business, ultimately enrolling in a directing department and entering the entertainment industry as a director. This was his third film, Eerie Winds. The first two had received excellent responses, earning Xiao Peng the Best New Director award. Xiao Peng was no longer chubby. Ji Hung habitually called him Xiao Peng. How have you been these days? Director Lei's expression stiffened. Young master, please refrain from calling me Xiao Peng in front of others. It tarnishes my image.
Je Henk Smirket.
You're also not allowed to call me young master. Fine. My young master. Director Lei patted his shoulder, his gaze landing on the person beside him. At first glance, her features were exquisite, her complexion fair, and her demeanor ethereal. She could be packaged directly as the leading lady. Director Lei was somewhat astonished. Xiao Hung, who is she? Ji Hung tilted his chin slightly. Making a grand introduction, this esteemed individual is an incredibly powerful master of metaphysics who has saved my life twice. Xiao Peng, oh no, I mean Xiao Lei. You've cultivated 3 lifetimes of fortune to have the honor of meeting this master. Shouldn't you quickly bow to express your sincerity? Lin Shi awkwardly covered her face. This kid was far too eloquent. Director Lei, entirely believing Ji Hung's words, thought it was a necessary ritual. He immediately bowed 90 degrees and then again and again. Lin Shi raised her hand to stop him. No need for bowing. Let us get down to business. Director Lei stood up straight.
Boss.
I hope you can save my film. Just call me master. Lin Shi cast him a glance, walking as she spoke. I will assess the feng shui here. Master, please. Director Lei inched closer to Ji Hung, whispering, is the master so powerful and knowledgeable about feng shui? Ji Hung proudly raised his chin. Of course. The boss is unmatched. No one can surpass her. Director Lei scrutinized him skeptically. This foolish lad possesses foolish fortune. Where did you meet her? That's none of your concern. Ji Hung lowered his voice. I helped you out. The figurine from last time is mine now.
Fine.
Director Lei felt a bit pained. That was a limited edition figurine, only 10 in the world. He suspected there was no innocent friendship between Xiao Peng and the young master. Thank you, master. Director Lei sighed with relief. Master, here is the situation. About half a month ago, the crew started filming. His third film, Eerie Winds, had given Director Lei immense confidence. He was certain it would be a hit. Everything went smoothly at first, but the props kept mysteriously disappearing. Director Lei was furious, ordering the props team to manage all items carefully and keep daily records of their whereabouts. 7 days ago, a prop master rushed out in a panic. Director, the props are flying. I saw them lifting off on their own. Director Lei could not believe his words. How could inanimate objects fly? If the physics teacher heard, he would surely make him relearn everything. Believe in science, don't spout nonsense. Director Lei continued filming, yet the props continued to vanish, especially the plush items. This suspense drama required numerous dolls to enhance the frightening atmosphere. As dolls disappeared one after another, Director Lei sensed something was off. Who would steal dolls for no reason? Could it be a ghost? No. Believe in science, believe in physics. Director Lei sent someone to purchase props, continuing to film. The venue fees were exorbitant, and delays were intolerable. Unexpectedly, a significant incident occurred. The actress playing the lead, Su Lingyi, pointed to the makeup room, trembling. There's blood in my room. So much blood. Director Lei entered with a few young men to investigate. The ceiling and walls were splattered with blood. He immediately called the police. The officers declared it was not human blood but fake blood, and after a lengthy investigation, they found nothing. Director Lei had no choice but to hasten the filming. A day prior, Su Lingyi had run out in tears, exclaiming, blood, so much blood. Someone pushed me from behind. Director, I can't act anymore, I can't. Director Lei took her to the hospital, where the makeup room was a gruesome sight. The ceiling, walls, and even the mirror were splattered with blood, accompanied by eerie handprints. He inadvertently mentioned this incident to Ji Hung, who immediately exclaimed, there must be ghosts. Director Lei scratched the back of his head. Master, maybe so. I haven't let anyone near that makeup room. Should we go take a look? Lin Shi had no objections. The three walked side by side, and the crew curiously eyed the unfamiliar faces. Who are those two beside the director? Wow, that girl is stunning, rivaling Su Lingyi. Is she the new female lead? Shang Qing scoffed disdainfully, feeling that the lead should have been hers. Another newcomer after Su Lingyi left. The assistant awkwardly chuckled, Qing Jie, it's just a new girl. Su Lingyi is timid and doesn't want to act anymore. The lead is definitely yours. Shang Qing's eyes flickered, you're right. With Su Lingyi out, the lead must be mine. She gestured, follow them and report back to me if anything arises. Lu Xiang nodded, don't worry, Qing Jie, I'll handle it. Shang Qing said meaningfully, do well, and I won't treat you poorly. Chapter 61. You have a calico cat. In the makeup room, Lin Shi surveyed the surroundings. This isn't human blood, is it? Is it fake blood? Director Lei slapped his forehead. Who would play such pranks? If it were a ghost, they would use real blood. Lin Shi inquired. Where are the props for the crew? This way, master, please. Director Lei opened the door and was startled to see Lu Xiang standing there. What are you doing at the door? Lu Xiang awkwardly smiled, holding up a paper bag. Director, Qing Jie sent me to bring you milk tea. Director Lei took the bag. Thanks Shang Qing for me. A perfect smile graced Lu Xiang's face as she discreetly stole a glance at the newcomers, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Without makeup, this woman had such flawless skin. Shang Qing could not compare. Lu Xiang feigned nonchalance. Director, who are these two? They're new to the crew. Lu Xiang nodded. All right. Director, I'll grab 2 more cups of milk tea. She hurried away. Director Lei handed the milk tea to Lin Shi. Master, here, you drink it. I'm not fond of overly sweet things. Thanks. Lin Shi took a sip of the taro milk tea, finding it quite delightful. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Director Lei introduced. Shang Qing is the second female lead, and Lu Xiang is her assistant. Shang Qing is quite nice. She often treats us to drinks. Lin Shi suddenly interjected. There's no such thing as a free lunch.
Huh?
What do you mean? Director Lei's mind raced with possibilities. Could Shang Qing be a hidden master, a millennia-old spirit, wounded by love and mingling among humans to ensnare scoundrels and absorb their essence to maintain her beauty? Xiao Lei. Ji Heng patted his head. Stop daydreaming. The boss is waiting for you to open the door. Oh, coming. Director Lei dismissed the chaotic thoughts as he retrieved his keys to open the door. For his next film, he decided not to shoot a suspense story but rather a supernatural tale. He had already drafted an outline. The room was a chaotic mess, with props scattered everywhere and plush toys carelessly strewn across the floor. Lin Shi spun around, sensing a lingering aura.
Huh?
Director Lei was puzzled.
Ye Hank explained.
The boss says there are ghosts here. Xiao Lei, you're in trouble. No way. Director Lei's legs wobbled. I've never harmed anyone. I offered incense before starting. Why would a ghost target me? Lin Shi reassured him. The aura is faint. It's not a vengeful spirit. This presence is peculiar. She carefully examined the toys and picked up a leaf. She understood. Director Lei continued to mumble. Dear spirits, please don't hold it against me. I'll offer more incense. Enough of that. Lin Shi pushed the door open, whereas the injured female lead. Director Lei hurried after her. Su Lingyi is in the hospital. Shall we go find her? Yes. Lin Shi glanced around the room. Let us go find Su Lingyi. Director Lei envisioned yet another drama unfolding. Su Lingyi was the true mastermind, while Shang Qing was merely a scapegoat. An accident had caused their fates to intertwine, leading to a tale of tragic love.
Xiao Lei.
Ji Heng knocked him out of his reverie. Stop imagining things and drive. All right. Director Lei tried to clear his mind. Ever since becoming a director, bizarre scripts had been popping up in his mind. It was quite normal. They arrived quickly and left in haste, provoking a flurry of speculation among the crew. Why did Director Lei leave with them? Are we still filming today? What can we film? The lead actress has run off. Shang Qing stared at the departing car, asking the person next to her, what did Director Lei say to them? Lu Xiang shook her head. I didn't catch it all, but it seemed like Director Lei was very respectful towards her. She didn't express her thought that he appeared somewhat intimidated by the newcomer.
Ha!
Shang Qing scoffed. I bet she has connected to some big shot. I've seen plenty of women like her. Lu Xiang's expression turned anxious. Qing Jie, do you think Director Lei discovered something? What are you worried about? Shang Qing shot her a look. Even if he did, what of it? Lu Xiang opened her mouth to speak but ultimately remained silent. At the hospital, a crowd gathered at the entrance, holding up signs and screaming loudly.
Ah.
Ji Heng was perplexed. Is the lead actress this popular? It's not Su Lingyi. Director Lei saw the name on the sign and was taken aback. What the heck? It's Jiang Ji.
Jiang.
Ji Heng was equally astonished. Lin Shi glanced at the two. What has got you so shocked? Director Lei, brimming with excitement, declared, Jiang Ji, the hottest star of the moment, no contest. Since debuting, he has been racking up awards. Every film he is in is a hit, and every song he sings is a masterpiece. If my male lead is him, I won't have to worry about funding. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes. You too, rich second-generation heirs, are envious of a star? Ji Hung ruffled his hair. Jiang Ji is also a rich second-generation heir. The Jiang family is a top-tier aristocratic family in the capital, just like the Ji family, but he grew quieter. My dad isn't capable, and I've no skills. The Ji family lags behind the Jiang family. Director Lei sighed. My family has been in real estate. We've fallen behind. Lin Shi understood. It was crucial for aristocratic families to nurture competent heirs. Otherwise, each generation would falter, and the family business would eventually crumble. The two unremarkable rich heirs left. Oh my, so many people. Ji Hung complained. Jiang Ji comes to the hospital now of all times. It's suffocating. What does Jiang Ji need to come to the hospital for? Director Lei squeezed through the crowd. I heard Jiang Ji entered the entertainment industry for someone. Otherwise, with his background and talent, he wouldn't need to struggle in showbiz. Ji Hung's eyes sparkled. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Jiang Ji is actually a hopeless romantic. Who is that person? I'm not sure. Director Lei paused for a moment. If I get the chance, I'll ask his manager. Ji Hung excitedly shouted, You better. Let me know the moment you find out. Enough of your chatter. Lin Shi pushed them forward. After much effort, the three finally entered Su Lingyi's hospital room. Su Lingyi lay pale and still on the bed. Upon seeing the three outside, she immediately sat up. Director Lei, why are you here? No need to get up. I came to see you. Director Lei asked, How is your health? Su Lingyi shook her head. Her voice weak. The doctor said I'm fine, but I'm afraid I can't continue filming. Director Lei sighed. The crew owes you an apology. No, it's my personal issue. Su Lingyi forced a smile. After 2 inexplicable incidents of bleeding, she was so frightened that she had become mentally exhausted and could no longer act. Su Lingyi tried to muster her spirits, glancing at the 2 newcomers beside Director Lei, both of whom were strikingly beautiful. Are they the new actors you brought in to replace me? No. Lei Dao introduced Lin Shi, a master whom I invited. Unparalleled and formidable. Master? Su Lingyi appeared utterly bewildered, greeting, hello, master. Lei Dao was equally dumbfounded, abandoning his belief in science in favor of superstition. Su Lingyi stammered, Master, hello. Lin Shi directly inquired, Have you ever owned a calico cat? Yes. Su Lingyi inhaled deeply. Tuan passed away about a month ago. Why do you ask? Lin Shi articulated slowly. The calico cat followed you into the filming crew and stole props.
Su Lingyi. Lei Dao.
Ji Hung remained unfazed, accustomed to encountering water ghosts and spirits, feeling no surprise. A mere cat ghost, nothing significant. Chapter 62. No black clothes, no white clothes. Only the master. Su Lingyi took a moment to process. Are you suggesting that Tuan stole the props from the crew? Lin Shi elaborated. After the calico cat's death, its spirit stayed by your side, accompanying you to the crew. It might have been bored and decided to play with the props. She produced a leaf taken from a toy, noting its heavy energy. Su Lingyi widened her eyes, recalling that after Tuan's passing, she had placed a pot of catnip in the makeup room. Tuan was a stray she had found by the roadside, especially small when they first met, barely a month old, weakly calling for her mother. The cat mewed. Su Lingyi had fed it some milk, waiting for the mother cat. After 5 hours without sight of the mother, it was uncertain whether the mother had met with an accident or simply rejected the kitten. The tiny calico cat circled around Su Lingyi mewing. It brushed against her palm, meowing. Su Lingyi smiled, finding the cat remarkably clever, naming it Tuan. At that time, she had just entered the entertainment industry, a mere 18-line star, running around for minor roles. Last month, Tuan suddenly developed a fever, vomiting and experiencing diarrhea. Unable to eat cat food, Su Lingyi took it to the veterinary hospital for examination. The doctor diagnosed Tuan with feline parvovirus, a severe viral infectious disease. Su Lingyi was exceedingly anxious, staying by Tuan's side throughout its treatment. Initially compliant, Tuan vanished on the 7th day. When Su Lingyi found it, it had already departed for the cat realm, having chosen a peaceful resting place. She buried Tuan and returned to filming. Lin Shi placed a hand on her shoulder. Tuan misses you dearly. It does not realize it has passed away, following you around and trying to capture your attention by stealing props. So that was the case. Su Lingyi felt somewhat dazed. Tuan particularly loved fluffy things. Lei Dao was astonished. for the chaos caused by a cat had left the crew in disarray, halting production. Su Lingyi, brimming with excitement, declared Lei Dao, Tuan is a good cat. I will compensate for any losses it has caused the crew. Lei Dao waved his hand dismissively. A few days' delay is of no consequence. As long as we understand the reason. I'm not bothered about the money. He earnestly invited. Su Lingyi, would you like to continue filming strange winds and clouds? Su Lingyi met his gaze, replying, I would be delighted. Lei Dao extended his left hand. A pleasant collaboration. Su Lingyi grasped his hand. A pleasant collaboration. Lei Dao responded, thank you for your understanding. While I may not be a major star, I do have some renown. Should you need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Oh, you're too kind, Lei Dao jested. Su Lingyi, I have great faith in you. You will undoubtedly become a star, so do keep me in mind, this humble director. Su Lingyi couldn't help but smile through her tears. Thank you for your kind words. I will strive for success. Lei Dao beamed brightly. You certainly will. Ji Heng sensed an unusual atmosphere, glancing at the plump fellow and then at Su Lingyi. The plump fellow laughed, as if there were no cares in the world, never having seen him so delighted. The plump fellow was strutting like a peacock. Ji Heng stood quietly aside, remaining unnoticed. Su Lingyi composed herself and turned to Lin Shi. Master, please do not take Tuan. The cat, having transformed into a spirit, still needed to report to the underworld. Lin Shi explained, the yang energy in the human realm is strong. If spirits linger too long, their essence weakens. It is best to go to the underworld and await reincarnation. Master, I understand. Su Lingyi grasped her hand, her voice trembling. Can I see Tuan again? Of course. Lin Shi clarified, we came to the hospital to draw Tuan out to the crew.
All right.
Su Lingyi rose from the bed. The four of them boarded Lei Dao's vehicle to the filming site. As night quietly descended, Su Lingyi found herself alone in the makeup room, clutching catnip. Knowing Tuan was the mischief maker, she felt no fear. Ding ding dong. Soft sounds echoed, a chill creeping around her feet, causing Su Lingyi to shiver. Tuan, she whispered. Lin Shi jumped through the window, seizing the calico cat by the scruff. Tuan. The calico cat opened its mouth, revealing sharp claws, growling at her.
Mew.
Human, release me, or face my wrath. Lin Shi gently tapped its forehead. How dare you threaten me? Tuan sensed an air of authority and immediately tucked its claws away, adopting a coy tone. Mew. Boss, I was wrong. Lin Shi ceased to tease it, deftly drawing a summoning talisman on the calico's forehead. The scene before Su Lingyi shifted instantaneously, revealing a calico cat surrounded by dark energy, sitting obediently on the ground. Su Lingyi bent down, extending her hand. Tuan. Calling out once more, Tuan. In a swift leap, Tuan jumped into her arms, mewing. Master. You have ignored me for a month. I have gathered many beautiful fluffy things to gift you. All for you. I didn't mean to run away. Please don't be mad at me. The calico cat continued to meow incessantly, and Su Lingyi could no longer hold back her tears. Tuan. Tuan extended its tiny paw to touch her face. Master, don't cry. I promise I will never upset you again. Su Lingyi held back her tears, earnestly advising. Tuan, remember my words. You must go to the underworld to find those in white and black clothing. Tuan blinked. No black clothes, no white clothes, only the master. Su Lingyi gently rubbed its head, turning to Lin Shi. Master, Tuan. Lin Shi understood her unspoken question. You and Tuan are fated.
You will meet again.
Su Lingyi was overjoyed. The implication of the master was that she and Tuan could reunite in their next life. Su Lingyi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. Please help send Tuan to the underworld. Tuan's attachment has dissipated. It will naturally go to the underworld at dawn. Lin Shi approached the door. I have matters to attend to. Cherish these last few hours. Su Lingyi embraced Tuan. Thank you so much, master. Tuan waved its paw. Thank you, boss. Lin Shi pushed the door open and exited. Lei Dao peeked in. Master, has everything been resolved? The issue of Tuan stealing props was settled. Lin Shi paused for a moment. However, there is still one matter unresolved. Lei Dao looked bewildered. What else could there be? Lin Shi replied, fake blood. Chapter 63. The demeanor of a big shot is truly commendable. Oh, right. Lei Dao understood. Recognizing that Tuan was merely a cat and could not distinguish between real and fake blood, thus could not have bled in Su Lingyi's makeup room. Ji Heng also realized, exactly, Su Lingyi is Tuan's owner. Tuan would never harm its own master. So who did it? Lei Dao's voice trembled. There must be a big ghost behind this, using Tuan Tuan to conceal its true intentions. A grand conspiracy is surely at play. Stop overthinking. Lin Shi shot him a glance. Your crew is poor, shabby, and small. What could a ghost possibly want? Lay Dao. That stings. He chuckled awkwardly, haha. If it wasn't a ghost, then who else could it be? It must be either a ghost or a person. Lin Shi remarked nonchalantly, is everyone from the crew present? Master, as per your request, everyone is waiting at the crew tonight. Not a single person has left. Lei Dao raked his fingers through his hair. Who has the time to harm Su Lingyi? Ji Heng blurted out, leaving Su Lingyi in a state of emotional turmoil. The greatest beneficiary is indeed the one who stands to gain the most. A figure suddenly materialized in Lei Dao's mind, yet he found it hard to believe. Never mind. He thought, I shall wait for the master to elucidate. Lin Shi led the two individuals directly towards Shangqing. Lei Dao's pupils constricted sharply. His guess was indeed correct. It was Shangqing. Since joining the troupe, she had been amiable, often treating them to milk tea, conversing gently with everyone. How could it be her? Unable to suppress his imagination, Lei Dao envisioned a grand drama unfolding. Shangqing offered a polite smile. Lei Dao, gather everyone tonight. Which scene will you be filming? Lei Dao lowered his head, remaining silent. Lin Shi, with a hint of amusement, remarked that with the female lead injured and no longer filming, what was there left to shoot? Shangqing, puzzled by her intent, maintained her smile. Lei Dao, it seems to me you are ready to film at any moment. Lei Dao continued in his silence. Shangqing frowned, sensing an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Lei Dao was typically assertive. Why was he now so reticent? She scrutinized the woman beside him, who indeed was exceptionally beautiful, aligning perfectly with the essence of the female lead. This was infuriating. Where had this person come from? After preparing for so long to secure the leading role, she now faced both Su Lingyi and this unknown woman. Why was her luck so wretched? Shangqing clenched her fingers, yet her face remained composed. Lei Dao, if you have something to say, please do. Lei Dao gazed up at the sky, feigning ignorance. Lin Shi interjected, you spilled fake blood in Su Lingyi's room, leading her to believe the set was haunted, thus causing her to withdraw from the production. Shangqing's expression froze. How could she know this, having only just met the woman? Shangqing's gaze turned icy as she looked at the person beside her. Lu Xiang had betrayed her. Lu Xiang lowered her head, trying to diminish her presence, fearing the inevitable consequences. Realizing her lapse in composure, Shangqing quickly adjusted her demeanor. Lei Dao, I swear I did not. You did not, but you did incite others to act. Lin Shi approached Lu Xiang step by step. Will you continue to protect Shangqing? Lu Xiang met her gaze, instinctively stepping back. Her eyes were as clear as water, seemingly capable of seeing through everything. Lin Shi's tone was flat. Shangqing has never considered you. When trouble arises, you'll take the blame, as it was you who initiated this. Shangqing can easily disavow knowledge, claiming ignorance. There is another point. Shangqing's demeanor is threatening. Aligning with her will only ruin your fortune. Your grandmother is ill and requires money for treatment. If you are imprisoned, what will happen to her? Lu Xiang was drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing. Everything she said was true. Shangqing had promised her 100,000 yuan, which motivated Lu Xiang to act. With that money, her grandmother's illness could be treated. Lu Xiang swallowed hard. Everything I did was at Shangqing's behest. She instructed me to frighten Su Lingyi. With Su Lingyi out of the troupe, Shangqing would take the lead. Shangqing's heart brimmed with hatred, yet her face retained its gentle smile. Lu Xiang, what are you saying? I don't understand. Lu Xiang pulled out her phone. I have evidence. I recorded it. I am clearly more attractive than Su Lingyi, with superior acting skills. Why can't I be the lead? Lu Xiang exclaimed. That wretched Su Lingyi appears to be an innocent beauty, but who knows whose bed she crawled into. She is truly disgusting. You should have dumped the fake blood on Su Lingyi. That would have terrified her. Shangqing glared at Lu Xiang, gritting her teeth. You are quite something. Lu Xiang, frightened, retreated. Lei Dao, I admit my fault. Shangqing is the mastermind. Lei Dao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that behind Shangqing's gentle facade lay such treachery. Terminate the contract. The troupe cannot afford someone like you. Shangqing scoffed coldly. Terminate it then. Do you think I care for this pathetic production? If not for... She bit her lip, her gaze filled with resentment, sweeping across the faces of those present. One day, she would make them all regret this and come to her on their knees. With a furious departure, Shangqing left a menacing remark. You all wait for me. Lin Shi positioned herself in her path. Hand over what you have around your neck. Shang Qing startled. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Shi, uninterested in banter, yanked off a talisman from around her neck. Shang Qing gasped in shock. What are you doing? Give it back. The Yin talisman, who gave it to you? Lin Shi fixed her gaze on her. This is not a good object. The Yin talisman, made from corpse oil, bones of the deceased, and other sordid materials, harbored restless spirits. Ordinary people, unaware of the malevolent essence within, believed the Yin talisman attracted love and brought fortune. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Such wicked artifacts continually siphon one's vitality, including that of those nearby. Lin Shi glanced at the talisman in her hand. It contained no spirits, but emitted a chilling, sinister energy that could not be allowed to remain. With a firm grasp, she crushed the talisman to dust. Shang Qing lunged at her. That is mine. Give it back. The cycle of cause and effect is predetermined, Lin Shi stated, word by word. Shang Qing clenched her fists, shouting in fury. What cycle? Return my talisman, or I will not spare you. Lin Shi walked away, without a glance back. A diviner charges for fortune-telling, collecting fees to counterbalance karma. Larger matters require larger fees. But payment is necessary. The payment serves as the cause, while the resolution is the effect. One payment resolves one issue. If no payment is made, she would not intervene. Those who seek their own demise are beyond her concern. Everyone has their fate. One must respect the destinies of others. Ji Hung hurriedly caught up with Lei Dao. Master, the money has yet to be paid. He exchanged a glance, and Lei Dao cautiously inquired, Master, pardon my curiosity, how much? Lin Shi opened her QR code, 10,000. Lei Dao was taken aback. That's quite cheap. He transferred the money. Master, please visit us again when you have time. Lin Shi cautioned, stay away from Shang Qing in the future. Lei Dao nodded vigorously. Master, I understand. I'll terminate the contract tomorrow. In the car, Ji Hung quietly asked, Boss, are you angry? Lin Shi yawned. Why should I be upset over inconsequential matters? We encounter so many people daily. If we let every little thing irritate us, we would soon become as prickly as a pufferfish. Ji Hung chuckled. Haha, boss, you are absolutely correct. Lin Shi rubbed her stomach. Speaking of pufferfish, I am feeling a bit hungry. Ji Hung, the boss has quite the demeanor. Chapter 64, My Little Treasure. After terminating her contract with the enigmatic Feng Yun production team, Shang Qing grew increasingly furious. Lei Dao, Su Lingyi, Lu Xiang, and that arrogant woman would soon find themselves begging on their knees. If Xiao Bao were here, they would be doomed. Shang Qing instinctively touched her neck, recalling the destruction of the sacred talisman, which caused her stomach to churn with rage as she kicked over a nearby table. Damn it! That wretched woman. May she die. Xiao Bao, yes. I still have Xiao Bao. Dressed meticulously with a mask and sunglasses, Shang Qing drove to a high-end neighborhood. She knocked forcefully on the door. Yu Dongliang, get out here. When Yu Dongliang opened the door, he wore an impatient expression. Shang Qing, we agreed on 1 a month. It's not time yet. What if the paparazzi catch you here? Shang Qing scoffed. You are not Jiang Ji. You are an 18-line actor. There's no value in capturing you on camera. Yu Dongliang's face darkened instantly. Jiang Ji. One day, I will trample him underfoot. Dream on. That's the quickest route, Shang Qing taunted mercilessly. You are even less than an 18-line actor. What qualifications do you have to mock me? Get lost. Shang Qing kicked him, forcing her way inside.
Hey, stop.
This is my house. Yu Dongliang quickly blocked her, but Shang Qing marched directly to the altar. Where is Xiao Bao? Let me see him. The bright red altar held 3 incense sticks, and in the center was a statue of a boy, devoid of eyes, nose, or ears, with a pale face and a bright red mouth. Shang Qing extended her hands, her voice softening. Xiao Bao, Mama is here. Mama wants to hold you. Before she could finish, Yu Dongliang yanked her back, his expression shifting. Shang Qing, you are violating the rules. Shang Qing exclaimed. I need Xiao Bao to do something for me, so you can leave. Yu Dongliang narrowed his eyes. You should be at the film crew. Why have you come here? He raised his voice. Shang Qing, where is your holy token? A flicker of panic crossed Shang Qing's eyes. It's none of your business. You lost the holy token and have no right to command Xiao Bao, Yu Dongliang stated, his words deliberate. Shang Qing's eyes turned crimson. Xiao Bao is my child. I am his mother. Get away from me. Yu Dongliang sneered. You dare say that? You killed Xiao Bao with your own hands. Have you forgotten, Shang Qing? In a fit of hysteria, Shang Qing clutched her head and screamed, "Shut up." She had met Yu Dongliang at a party, where they drunkenly ended up in the same bed. That single encounter resulted in her pregnancy, which she had no intention of keeping, initially planning to terminate it. Yu Dongliang suggested a mystical practice from Southeast Asia that could bring them fortune and propel them to greatness. Eager for fame, Shang Qing, with a spirit of experimentation, accompanied him to a certain country in Southeast Asia to find the so-called master. The master advised her to return when the child was 7 months old, stating that inscribing the child's soul onto the holy token would bring her good fortune and ensure her enduring success. Shang Qing agreed, believing that the child, being useless, could at least bring her luck. In the 7th month of her pregnancy, she returned to Southeast Asia to see the master. The master cut open her abdomen and extracted the child, whose body was drenched in blood, wailing loudly. Without hesitation, Shang Qing reached out and choked the life out of him. The master laughed heartily. "Very well. From now on, you shall be my disciple." Shang Qing watched as the master fashioned a holy token from the child's flesh, a dark infant lying upon it. "Thank you, master." The 2 films she participated in gained moderate success, and she gradually established herself in the entertainment industry. However, Yu Dongliang persisted like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to let her go. "Shang Qing, the master was introduced by me, and Xiao Bao is also my child. If you don't let me see him, we might as well perish together." "You lunatic." Ultimately, Shang Qing relented, agreeing to take care of Xiao Bao for a month. Yet her luck had waned. Xiao Bao grew increasingly defiant, and now, having lost the holy token, she blamed Yu Dongliang entirely. In a fit of rage, she slapped Yu Dongliang across the face. "This is all your fault. Otherwise, I would have been a superstar by now. You dare hit me." Yu Dongliang was infuriated. "Shang Qing, without me, you'd still be a nobody. No one would even want you." Slap. He retaliated with a slap of his own. Shang Qing clenched her fists. "Yu Dongliang." Slap. Slap. The 2 stood before the altar, exchanging blows, oblivious to the shadow hovering above them. The shadow licked its lips, salivating hungrily. "So fragrant, so delicious. I want to devour them." The shadow opened its crimson mouth and sank its teeth into Shang Qing's head. "Ah! Help, help!" Shang Qing shrieked. Yu Dongliang, terrified, retreated. Xiao Bao began to consume Shang Qing piece by piece. Within 5 minutes, Shang Qing vanished from the room as if she had never existed. The shadow turned, revealing a pale face with blood-red eyes. It licked its lips in excitement. "Your turn now, Daddy." "Ah!" Yu Dongliang's legs turned to jelly as he scrambled backward. "No, no. Don't come near me." At that moment, 2 figures jumped through the window. Yu Dongliang, desperate, clutched one of their legs tightly. "Help me, save me." The man cast a cold glance at him, grabbing his hair and flinging him towards the ghostly infant. "Eat up, darling." His voice was laced with temptation, as the ghostly infant lunged at Yu Dongliang. "Ah!" A minute later, the screams ceased. The ghostly infant burped, sprouting a pair of eyes. 4 blood-red orbs fixated on the 2 men before it. "Hungry, hungry, I want to eat you." The man scoffed, producing a metal chain and piercing it through the ghostly infant's crown. "Mew mew." Sounds akin to a cat's meow echoed as the man impatiently shouted, "Silence, behave." The ghostly infant complied, no longer daring to make a sound. The man clicked his tongue. "This thing needs discipline." Another man spoke up. "You went too far. Killing 2 in one go. This isn't Southeast Asia." Kai Wu scoffed. "The Special Management Bureau is full of fools. What is there to fear?" Kai Wen lowered his eyelids. "If it weren't for my unique technique, we would have been discovered by the Special Management Bureau long ago." "So, what if we were discovered?" Kai Wu was entirely unconcerned. "Who's next on the list to kill?" "Kai Wu." Kai Wen warned him. "Don't forget why we came to Dijing." "All right, let us hurry," Kai Wen urged. "I need the fortune of the living to mask our bloody aura. Don't act recklessly. Just find someone with abundant luck." Kai Wu gazed at the advertisement on the electronic billboard outside. "This man has a good face. He will be next." Chapter 65. Get her down. In the antique street, Lin Shi took a few days off and returned to set up her stall. When Qian Fuqi and Ji Heng saw her, they rushed over. "Master, you're here. Big shot. You've come." Lin Shi glanced at the 2. "Aren't you 2 just idling around?" Ji Heng replied, "I have no classes today, specifically came to observe the master's fortune-telling." Qian Fuqi added, "I just finished collecting rent this month and have nothing else to do, so I'm here to help maintain order." "All right, as long as you're happy." Lin Shi walked towards her small stool, but Qian Fuqi stopped her. "Master, about what I mentioned last time, Have you considered it? We can change locations. Lin Shi stood on the steps, gazing out. I'm not picky. Any room will do. Master, follow me. Qian Fuqi pulled out a large bunch of keys, searching for 3 minutes before finding the right one. He opened the door next to them, revealing a spacious interior adorned with landscape paintings, and a plaque overhead read, Divine Calculation Hall. Qian Fuqi grinned foolishly. Master, it's not bad, is it? Lin Shi nodded. Quite good, very good. Let the elderly folks come in. Qian Fuqi waved. Master Lin is starting to tell fortunes. Everyone hurry in. A crowd squeezed in, and Ji Hung suggested, big shot. There are so many people. Why don't we create a group to notify about how many fortunes to tell and who will be telling them? That works. Lin Shi observed the familiar faces. The elderly folks from the antique street had all consulted her before. They, like the two of them, were just idling around to hear gossip. However, the growing number of people presented a genuine issue. Qian Fuqi raised his hand. I grew up in this area. I know everyone has family. Ji Hung continued. I could create a small program, leave 3 fortunes daily for a lottery. Wouldn't that be thrilling? Lin Shi replied. You can do whatever you want. If someone who encounters a ghost comes to find me, inform me immediately. For ordinary fortunes regarding studies, marriage, or career, let them queue up one by one. Qian Fuqi and Ji Hung nodded. We understand. They exchanged glances, immediately averting their eyes, secretly competing. Qian Fuqi thought, just a college student. He will definitely become the master's right-hand man. Ji Hung thought, just a fake master. He will undoubtedly become the big shot's right-hand man. Lin Shi leaned back in her chair, beginning today as fortune-telling. The first client was a young woman who appeared somewhat shy. Lin Shi raised her hand. Please sit. What would you like to inquire about? Oh, thank you, master. Qian Jingyi smiled and provided her birth date. I want to inquire about my work. I graduated with a master's degree this year and got a position at a high school in Dijing, but my boyfriend hopes I will move south to do business with him. She added, my boyfriend's parents are both in business. Lin Shi glanced at her. Is it in the jade business? Yes. Qian Jingyi's eyes lit up. Master, you're quite accurate. My boyfriend's family seems to deal with jade raw materials, though I'm not very knowledgeable about it. Lin Shi stated plainly, you lack unexpected wealth in your fate. I advise you to stay in Dijing as a high school teacher. Unexpected wealth refers to income from unexpected sources, such as winning the lottery or becoming rich overnight through gambling. Your bazi indicates a strong affinity for proper wealth, suggesting that you are well-suited for a structured environment rather than pursuing business ventures, particularly in the realm of jade and stone. Your academic journey has been smooth and prosperous, reflecting a rather innocent disposition that thrives within the confines of an educational institution. Qian Jingyi, nodding in a semblance of understanding, replied, Master, I shall heed your advice. She found herself torn. Having successfully gained admission to a prestigious high school in the capital, her boyfriend urged her to relocate south. Reluctant to leave. Having spent her life in the north and pursuing both undergraduate and graduate studies in the capital, she wished to remain close to her parents. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Jingyi withdrew her phone to transfer 1,000 yuan, saying, Master, could you please shed light on my marriage? It is but a trivial matter, and I need not pay excessively. Lin Shi examined her bazi, calculating with precision. The day pillar's earthly branch aligns with the 7 killing star, indicating that she may encounter her destined partner later in life, resulting in a delayed marriage. However, the presence of the right official signifies that her true partner will be a benefactor, aiding her in both career and family matters. Qian Jingyi pinched her fingers together, responding, Master, I understand now. The boyfriend she is currently dating is not her true match. Her reluctance to move south suggests a probable separation. Let it be, she mused. While I am young, I shall focus on my career, teaching diligently in high school and striving for recognition as an excellent educator. Qian Jingyi bowed respectfully, thanking the master for his guidance before departing.
Goodbye.
Lin Shi waved her hand, signaling for the next individual. Qian Fuguei and Ji Hung stood nearby, occasionally offering water and seeds, intrigued by the many fascinating stories they overheard. Yet, the terminology of fortune-telling eluded their understanding. 7 killings, right official, and other terms left them bewildered, realizing they would never grasp the intricacies of metaphysics. Lin Shi stifled a yawn. Today's readings had been rather mundane, devoid of ominous spirits, rendering the session somewhat tedious. She slapped her cheeks lightly, beckoning for the final visitor. A man, wearing a mask, squeezed through the crowd, speaking in hushed tones. Master, the situation is somewhat special. Could you accompany me? The fee is negotiable. She glanced up, her eyes widening in surprise. The aura surrounding him was heavy with a dark energy, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of blood. This promised to be a significant matter. Xie's interest peaked. I can oblige. But I must insist on an initial payment of 1,000 yuan for the reading. Any additional costs will depend on the circumstances. No problem, the man Su Zikuan quickly nodded. Master, please. She stood, with Qian Fugue and Ji Heng following closely. However, Su Zikuan interjected, Pardon me, but this matter must remain confidential. It is not appropriate for others to be present. Both Qian Fugue and Ji Heng sighed in unison. Alas, every time a significant issue arises, we are left out of the gossip. Despite their disappointment, they respected the wishes of both the customer and Shi. Stopping in front of a black minivan, Su Zikuan gestured, Master, please enter. My artist is inside. An artist? A celebrity? Shi inquired curiously as she climbed into the vehicle. Inside, the figure was heavily bundled, with a hat, mask, and sunglasses concealing all but their hands. Su Zikuan, who is she? The man inside snapped impatiently. Su Zikuan leaned closer, whispering something to him. The man grew increasingly agitated, declaring, I don't want her. Tell her to get out. Chapter 66, The Second Brother. Su Zikuan inhaled deeply, assuring, Master, please don't mind him. This fellow is unwell and has some mental issues. Do not take his rudeness to heart.
Su-zikun.
The man fumed, his chest heaving as he coughed heavily. Cough, cough, cough. Oh dear, my little ancestor. Su Zikuan patted his back vigorously, admonishing him to speak less or risk worsening his condition. However, the man, upon being patted, began to cough even more violently, trembling as he struggled to speak. Shi, exasperated, interjected, If you keep that up, there will be no need for rescue. He'll drop dead. Su Zikuan chuckled awkwardly, My apologies. I may have been a bit too forceful. How do you feel now? The man kept his head down, silent. Su Zikuan glanced around, and then said, Master, could you take a look at him? Shi remained composed, observing the bundled figure. How can I assess him when he is wrapped like a dumpling? Su Zikuan attempted to pull down the man's mask, insisting, Stop hiding, let the master see your face. I refuse. He protested, gripping the mask tightly. Su Zikuan, unable to overpower him, exclaimed, Let go. Even if you've become less attractive, with greasy skin and unwashed hair for 3 days. I believe the master will not be deterred by your appearance. Why are you pinching me? The two began grappling, with Su Zikuan suffering more blows. New bruises appearing on his arms. Shi asked, You hesitate to remove your mask because you suspect I am a fraud?
No.
That's not what I meant at all. Silence. They resumed their tussle. Shi, with an impassive demeanor, concluded, The only remaining possibility is that you are afraid of uncovering a certain truth that ties back to your annual donations, or perhaps it relates to my presence. The man paused, his hand faltering. Shi scrutinized him, noting, Your ring finger is notably long, and the wisdom line on your palm is deeply etched with forks, indicating intelligence, stubbornness, and talent. Your career line originates at the Moon Hill. You released your first song at 14, achieving national fame by 16, and at 20, you became a top star through a film. Your lifeline diverges into multiple primary lines. You moved to the capital in your childhood and have a mediocre relationship with your parents. Based on your palmistry, you have an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister. Su Zikuan raised his thumb in admiration. Wow. Master, you are incredible. To deduce so much from merely looking at a hand. However, he scratched his head, filled with questions. Is your relationship with your parents strained? You only have 3 siblings. Where does the sister come from? Did your mother just give birth to a 4th child without my knowledge? Be quiet. The man removed his sunglasses and unfastened his mask. He was tall and slender, with striking peach blossom eyes, a beauty mark under his left eye enhancing his cold and noble aura. His complexion was pallid, lips devoid of color, suggesting a hint of illness. He lifted his gaze. I am Jiangji. My apologies for earlier. She studied his face intently, her fingertips trembling slightly. Not due to his looks, but because this man, Jiangji, was her blood relative. Memories of her father's words echoed in her mind. That calamity should be forgotten. Do not speak of her. Over a decade had passed, and she had long since forgotten her parents' faces, only to unexpectedly encounter a family member here. Biologically, Jiangji was her second brother. She shut her eyes, inhaling deeply. She had been abandoned at birth, and Jiang Ji likely had never seen her. During her secret visit to her parents, she had not encountered him either. They were merely strangers bound by blood. Do not overthink it. Treat Jiang Ji as a stranger. She reassured herself. Master, Master, Su Zikuan urged, vigorously shaking her arm. Master, awaken. Do not be entranced by Jiang Ji's beauty. A relationship between you is impossible. Though Jiang Ji is handsome, he has gone 3 days without washing his hair, 2 days without bathing, neglects meals, and stays up late playing games. His health is in decline. Jiang Ji, suppressing his anger, bellowed, Su Zikuan. My apologies. It's all right. Jiang Ji scrutinized her intently. Due to his profession, he had grown accustomed to being scrutinized from all angles. However, the way this master regarded her felt particularly peculiar. Su Zikuan glanced between the two, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Could they be developing feelings for each other? Love can strike unexpectedly. I might just become the third wheel here. Clearing his throat, he said, You two converse. I shall take my leave. Oh. Su Zikuan replied obediently. The master's expression shifted dramatically. What had just transpired? He weakly inquired, Master, what happens next? Lin Shi responded calmly. The heavy aura surrounding him suggests he has encountered a vengeful spirit. Su Zikuan shrieked, A vengeful spirit. Is it the kind of ghost I am thinking of? The malevolent spirit, one of the 4 formidable ghosts, ensures that those it fixates upon are doomed to perish. Lin Shi elucidated that, judging by the level of energy emanating from you, this malevolent entity has been entwined with you for 3 days. You must possess a talisman for protection. Otherwise, you would have succumbed to the ghost's grasp long ago. You are indeed correct. Jiang Ji took off the necklace around his neck. It was a string of prayer beads bestowed upon him by the abbot of Qingxin Temple, which he had consistently carried with him. Now, the beads were on the verge of cracking. Numerous fissures marred the once smooth surface of the beads, and the surrounding golden aura was rapidly dissipating. Lin Shi leaned in for a closer inspection, noting that the beads were of considerable quality. Having withstood 3 assaults from the malevolent spirit, Su Zikuan interjected, exclaiming that the beads, acquired for 50 million in incense offerings, must be of exceptional worth. 50 million. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the wealth of the affluent is easily amassed. These beads were quite ordinary, commonplace in the antique markets, available for merely 98 for an entire string. The inscriptions in Sanskrit were somewhat intriguing, yet they paled in comparison to the safety talismans she had crafted. Clearing her throat, Lin Shi declared that these beads had outlived their usefulness, as they could not withstand the spirit's impending attack. Before Jiang Ji could respond, Su Zikuan, in a state of panic, exclaimed that Master Lei had recommended Lin Shi, claiming she was invincible and the most formidable force. He implored her to save him. Rest assured, I am quite experienced in capturing malevolent spirits. Lin Shi turned to the two, requesting to hear the details of their encounter with this ghost. Why was it relentlessly pursuing them? Jiang Ji furrowed his brows, confessing his ignorance. Su Zikuan nodded, acknowledging that although Jiang Ji had a somewhat spoiled demeanor, he never harbored enmity towards others. They were genuinely perplexed as to why the ghost was fixated on him. 3 days prior, Jiang Ji was engaged in filming an advertisement that required nighttime shots, extending into the early hours. He was accustomed to working late and was unfazed by it. The director shouted through the intercom, calling for Jiang Ji for the final series of shots. Suddenly, a chandelier fell from above, startling everyone present. Had it struck someone, that individual would undoubtedly have met their demise. The director screamed, Jiang Ji. Jiang Ji endeavored to move but found himself immobilized by an inexplicable force. Just as peril loomed, warmth enveloped his neck, and the constraining energy abruptly vanished. Instinctively, he stumbled backward, narrowly avoiding the chandelier, which shattered upon impact. Glass shards embedded themselves in his skin, causing blood to flow profusely. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted.
Teacher Jiang.
Jiang Ji. A group hurriedly transported him to the hospital. Paparazzi, having caught wind of the incident, camped outside the hospital, speculating wildly about what had transpired. Rumors circulated like wildfire. Breaking. Jiang Ji has been diagnosed with liver cancer and has little time left.
Shock.
Jiang Ji was rushed to the hospital in the dead of night. Is this a moral collapse or a distortion of humanity? Jiang Ji's gender dysphoria has flared up, leading to a late-night hospital visit. Su Zikuan, upon seeing the chaotic trending topics, was infuriated. This must be the handiwork of his adversaries. Jiang Ji's complexion was ashen, his grip on the prayer beads tightening. Su Zikuan, do not involve yourself in this matter. Why not? Su Zikuan patted his shoulder, assuring him to rest while he handled public relations, as he excelled at muddying waters and spreading rumors. Su Zikuan, I command you not to interfere. Jiang Ji raised his voice, his lips devoid of color. Upon closer inspection, he was trembling. Su Zikuan sensed something was amiss. Jiang Ji, what is wrong? Should I call a doctor for another examination?
No, leave.
Jiang Ji clutched the beads tightly, feeling the warmth radiating from them, which provided him solace. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened his hand to reveal a long crack on the beads. This Jiang Ji recalled the abbot's warning and rubbed his temples vigorously. His life-threatening calamity had arrived, and the answers he sought were soon to surface. As he closed his eyes, he inadvertently drifted into slumber. Chilled to the bone, he awoke in a cold sweat, the hospital room enveloped in silence and darkness. Glancing beside him, he found Su Zikuan snoring soundly, mumbling about large chicken legs and their enticing aroma. Jiang Ji averted his gaze. He had the prayer beads for protection, while Su Zikuan had only his fragile life. Rising from his bed,
Yang intende torose Su Zikuan.
However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a prickling sensation coursed through his scalp, an unseen gaze was fixated upon him. A bone-chilling chill enveloped him, as if a presence were perched upon his left shoulder. Paralyzed with fear, Jiang Ji stood still. Just then, Su Zikuan awakened, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming, "What are you standing there for? You scared the life out of me." Before he could finish his sentence, he screamed, "Ah, Jiang Ji, there's a ghost behind you." Trembling under the covers, Su Zikuan urged Jiang Ji to act quickly. Suddenly, the dark shadow lunged at Jiang Ji but was halted by an unseen force, swiftly vanishing. Su Zikuan, feeling weak all over, collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Jiang Ji switched on the light, discovering the prayer beads now riddled with cracks, as if they were on the verge of shattering. The following morning, Su Zikuan's scream pierced the air. "Ghost! There's a ghost!" Naturally, he could not abandon Jiang Ji in his time of need. "You want to accompany me to my demise?" Jiang Ji's voice was icy. "Leave. Do not concern yourself with me." Su Zikuan hesitantly asked, "Are you really letting me go?" Jiang Ji's expression was impassive. "Hurry and get out." "All right, I'm going." Su Zikuan stormed off in a huff, seeking out a master. Upon hearing about the eerie events surrounding the production crew, he immediately contacted Director Lei and ultimately found Lin Shi. "Master Lin, it happened somewhat like this. The ghost ambushed us last night, but was deterred by the prayer beads." Lin Shi glanced at them, stating that she had a general understanding of the situation and would await the ghost's return that night. "Oh, we will capture it tonight." Su Zikuan scrutinized her from head to toe. "Master, should we prepare anything?" "No need, I can handle it with my bare hands." Lin Shi stretched lazily, assuring them of her expertise in dealing with malevolent spirits, encouraging them not to fear.
Su Zikuan's lips twitched.
If it weren't for Director Lei's strong recommendation, he would have dismissed this seemingly eccentric girl as a fraud. Catching malevolent spirits with bare hands, how audacious. Jiang Ji furrowed his brow, cautioning that the ghost was peculiar, and if she lacked confidence, it would be unwise to risk her life. "Let's find a place to wait until nightfall." "Oh, right." Su Zikuan made his way to the driver's seat. "Master, let's go to Jiang Ji's apartment for the night." Lin Shi had no objections. The destination mattered little. The malevolent spirit had failed to capture Jiang Ji 3 times. It was bound to return. The black van glided along the road, with Jiang Ji and Lin Shi seated in the back, enveloped in silence. Lin Shi closed her eyes to rest, while Jiang Ji observed her discreetly. The abbot's words echoed in his mind. Would he survive this impending calamity? Would he uncover the answers he sought? Jiang Ji was torn between curiosity and trepidation. Lin Shi suddenly inquired, "Why don't you seek help from the abbot at Qingxin Temple?" Jiang Ji closed his eyes momentarily. "There have been issues at Qingxin Temple. It is temporarily closed, and the abbot is not in the capital."
"Oh."
Lin Shi stroked her chin. Intrigued by the abbot who could command such a price for a single prayer bead, undoubtedly a master of his craft. Su Zikuan parked at the Shichon apartment. "Master, please don't mind. Jiang Ji is not fond of cleaning, so his place is a tad messy." Jiang Ji swiftly covered Su Zikuan's mouth, forcibly dragging him into the elevator. "Be quiet." Su Zikuan rolled his eyes. "Oh dear, Jiang Ji is so concerned about his image. Could he be smitten with the master?" Su Zikuan fell silent, surveying the surroundings. He could not help but acknowledge that Jiang Ji and Master Lin bore a striking resemblance, fitting the description of a couple's look. If Jiang Ji were to enter a romantic relationship, the entertainment industry would certainly erupt in chaos. In an instant, Su Zikuan concocted dozens of public relations strategies. Alas, the burden of being a manager weighed heavily on his heart. The elevator opened directly into the residence, revealing a spacious yet sparsely furnished room. On the coffee table lay remnants of broccoli and chicken breast. Jiang Ji cast a glance, prompting Su Zikuan to obediently tidy up. I apologize. The house is indeed a bit messy, Jiang Ji said, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Shi waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. I've seen much worse dormitories. This is manageable. Su Zikuan emerged with some snacks. Master, would you like some? Yes, Lin Shi replied, lifting a bag of potato chips in her left hand and a can of cola in her right. She added for clarity, one must be well-fed to have the strength to fight. Oh, I understand, Su Zikuan said, sitting idly by, finding the master rather adorable, which stirred something in him. No, he chastised himself. What nonsense was he thinking? The three sat in silence, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Jiang Ji switched on the television, and the lively sounds filled the room, alleviating some of the tension. The Pineapple Channel happened to be airing a drama in which Jiang Ji had starred the previous year. Su Zikuan excitedly introduced, Master, isn't Jiang Ji incredibly handsome in this ancient romance? On screen, two characters were enacting a poignant farewell. Don't concern yourself with me. You should leave. No, I won't go. If you leave, I will go with you. You leave first. Pfft. Don't abandon me, please. Lin Shi covered her face. What a ridiculous scene. Had she the time, she would have already dealt with the antagonist. The bizarre thoughts in Wu Ma's mind were surely learned from television. This was awkward. Let us watch something else, she suggested, changing the channel to a children's program while checking her phone for messages. Su Zikuan gasped. Shang Qing and Yu Dongliang have both gone missing. The public is speculating on whether they are dead or alive. Let me see. Lin Shi leaned in. They're both dead. What? Su Zikuan's skin crawled. He didn't even know them. What was happening? A vendetta? Lin Shi frowned. Having destroyed the life-absorbing Yin talisman, Shang Qing should not have perished so swiftly. A scratching sound against the glass interrupted her thoughts. Lin Shi looked up to see the overhead lights suddenly extinguish. Darkness enveloped the room, rendering it impossible to see a hand in front of one's face. Su Zikuan trembled involuntarily, whispering, Master, Master. Lin Shi produced a talisman for safety, handing it to him. Hold this. Stay to the side while I deal with the situation. All right, Su Zikuan nodded obediently. Clutching the talisman and huddling into the couch, Lin Shi approached Jiang Ji, saying, The malevolent spirit is targeting you. Do not stray from my side. Understood. Jiang Ji glanced at her. In the darkness, her features were obscured, yet her formidable presence was unmistakable. Jiang Ji asked, What must I do, Master Lin? Stand quietly behind me. Lin Shi squinted at the ominous entity crawling in, exuding a nauseating black mist. The darkness concealed its features, but Lin Shi recognized it instantly. A ghostly infant. Souls of infants who die tragically or fail to find peace manifest as ghostly infants. These spirits are pure and profoundly sinister, possessing undeveloped intelligence, making them more powerful and easier to manipulate than typical ghosts. In Southeast Asia, there exists a dark sorcery called Kumanthong, where a 7 or 8-month fetus is surgically extracted from its mother's womb and brutally slain. Such acts intensify the ghostly infant's resentment, augmenting its power. The ghostly infant before Lin Shi was saturated with blood energy and thick within, its strength comparable to that of a fierce ghost. This entity had likely claimed numerous lives. The ghostly infant was detestable, but those controlling it were even more vile. Without hesitation, Lin Shi charged forward to engage. Su Zikuan's eyes widened. He could barely discern her movements. Oh my! She's truly tearing apart a fierce ghost. Master, you're amazing. A flash of golden light illuminated the room, gradually revealing the infant's form. Its skin was dark, devoid of a nose or ears, yet it sported 4 eyes and a massive mouth. Su Zikuan trembled in fear. Mama, how terrifying. I'm going to have nightmares tonight. Jiang Ji stood frozen. He was aware that ghosts existed, but this was his first encounter with one in person. It was impossible not to feel fear. Jiang Ji's heart raced with concern. He wished to protect everyone. Lin Shi grasped the ghostly infant, slapping a talisman onto its forehead. Ah! The ghostly infant let out a chilling wail, thrashing desperately. It opened its gaping mouth to bite at those behind it.
D.
Lin Shi swiftly struck the infant, causing its form to waver.
D.
The ghostly infant incessantly repeated these words, its rage blinding it to reason. Consumed by a singular thought, to annihilate all and devour them. Lin Shi produced a binding talisman to seal its mouth, striking it a few more times until it finally quieted. The ghostly infant's mouth opened and closed, its 4 blood-red eyes fixated on her with malevolent intensity. Ignoring its gaze, Lin Shi scrutinized the creature. The ghostly infant's murderous nature hinted at a hidden mastermind. Otherwise, it would have been discovered by the authorities long ago. She decided to keep the ghostly infant alive for now, to uncover the puppet master behind it. Lin Shi extracted a wisp of energy, swiftly forming a hand gesture. Visions flashing before her mind.
Found you,
she exclaimed. Lin Shi flung open the window and leapt out with the ghostly infant. Jiang Ji's pupils constricted as he rushed to the window, peering down to find that she had vanished into the night. Everything transpired too swiftly. Su Zikuan swallowed hard, finally processing the situation. No way. Did the master just jump down like that? We're on the 5th floor. Su Zikuan craned his neck to look down, anxious for her safety. In an abandoned building in the capital, Kaiwen paced back and forth. Kai Wu, why do you still wish to target Jiang Ji? We've failed 3 times. 3 times. Do you understand? Kai Wu sneered. Just an ordinary person. Tonight, I will surely succeed. You are out of your mind. Kaiwen was infuriated. We haven't even found the fragments of a sacred artifact, and you're stirring up so much trouble. What if the authorities come? Kai Wu's eyes were filled with disdain. When did you become so timid? This is not Southeast Asia. This is the capital. The capital. Kaiwen felt the urge to knock some sense into him. One day without causing a ruckus, and you can't be at peace. Unfortunately, his abilities leaned toward assistance, and he couldn't contend with this fool. Kaiwen took a deep breath. The higher-ups instructed us to remain hidden in the capital and locate the fragments of the sacred artifact. Stop recklessly acting out. Fine. Kai Wu agreed readily. Once I eliminate Jiang Ji, I'll immediately search for the fragments. Kai Wu brimmed with confidence. Kaiwen, trust in your abilities. The authorities will never find us. No sooner had he spoken than a loud knocking echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Kaiwen and Kai Wu exchanged glances, warily eyeing the door. Who is it? A cold voice called out, open the door. Delivery. After taking just a few steps, a shadow darted past swiftly. Jiang Yuan squinted, wondering what just flew by. Yuan halted, realizing it was the little master, and lamented that they were once again a step too late. He promptly issued orders for them to head to the back to intercept. Bai Xiuyuan led 2 others around to the rear of the building. Jiang Yuan released a goo worm to investigate the situation inside, eager to catch a glimpse of the grand battle unfolding. The captain had keen eyes, discerning that it was indeed the master who had passed by. Inside the building, Kai Wen and Kai Wu stood at the entrance, exchanging glances. Kai Wu's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Takeout? Did you order takeout? He asked, marveling at how much better takeout was in Huagua compared to Southeast Asia, where it was incredibly convenient. He had ordered takeout numerous days in a row, relishing the delicious yet inexpensive meals. Upon hearing this, Kai Wen was infuriated. You fool! At 3 a.m, with the moon obscured and the winds howling, which delivery person would dare venture out here? He was tempted to knock some sense into Kai Wu, but lamented that his abilities were primarily supportive, rendering him incapable of dealing with such a fool. Taking a deep breath, Kai Wen tried to maintain his composure. Kai Wu, the mission is not yet complete. Do not engage in direct conflict with the Special Administration Bureau. Suddenly, the front door crashed down. Kai Wen instinctively recoiled, focusing his spiritual energy into his eyes to scrutinize the woman before him. A sense of inexplicable fear surged within him as he found her strength utterly inscrutable. No, something is off about this woman. Kai Wen shouted, Kai Wu, retreat. However, Kai Wu paid no heed, curiously observing the newcomer. TSK, just a little girl, you're far too timid. Perfect timing. My ghostly servant is hungry, and he relishes tender little girls. Before he could finish a sentence, a dark object hurtled towards him. Kai Wu leaped back. What is that? An ambush? Lin Shi's expression was indifferent. I'm merely here to teach you a lesson. No need for ambush. Little girl, you have quite the audacity. Kai Wu scoffed. Let me show you the spells of Southeast Asia. He raised an iron chain and began to chant. Ghost infant, come forth swiftly. A gust of wind blew. But nothing happened. Kai Wu was momentarily stunned and repeated the incantation. Ghost infant, I command you to return at once. Still, nothing occurred, and Kai Wu stood bewildered. Where is my ghost infant? What have you done to it? Kai Wu was utterly speechless. The ghost infant is at your feet. Are you blind? Kai Wu finally noticed that the dark mass that had just flown over was indeed his meticulously nurtured ghost infant, now curled up and considerably weakened, lacking its previous ferocity. He kicked the mass. Get up and deal with this little girl. The ghost infant clutched its head, retreating further away, sniffing. No way am I going to take a beating. You dare defy me. Kai Wu was livid, hastily forming a gesture and chanting a spell. Get up. The iron chain shook violently, but the ghost infant merely stared at him in confusion, retreating even further. If you don't move, you'll get hit again. That woman's fists hurt terribly. She one hold back. Kai Wu grasped one end of the chain anxiously, realizing the ghost infant was not under his control. Just then, Xie stepped forward and snatched the ugly chain from him. Kai Wu smirked darkly. You're finished. The negative energy on this chain is so heavy that even I, its master, wouldn't dare touch it barehanded. You're doomed. You will soon perish from the overwhelming negative energy. Xie squeezed gently, and the chain broke instantly. This meager negative energy thinks it can harm me? The negative energy dissipated rapidly, and Kai Wu was struck by a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Why does the negative energy have no effect on you?
Kai wen hu di den de daget Kai u bak.
Shut up. This little girl is exceptionally formidable. We clearly cannot defeat her.
Run.
Xie chased after the ghost infant. Kai Wen bit his fingertip. Gusu poison, Moya poison, 5 poisons come forth swiftly.
Countless centipedes,
each over a meter long and massive, emerged from the corners of the walls. Xie drew a yellow talisman, preparing to act. But the centipedes suddenly retreated to a corner, beginning to dance.
Kai Wen was taken aback. Stop. Stop.
With a horrified expression, he realized, oh no, we are surrounded. Jiang Yuanyuan leapt in, cradling a green caterpillar in her palm. Kai Wen's eyes widened in shock.
Miao Jiang Gu technique.
The disparity between his Gu technique and that of Miao Jiang was akin to comparing a kindergarten student to a university graduate. The centipede, one of the 5 poisons, was entirely suppressed by the caterpillar. Currently, the situation was dire. If it comes to it, I can only Kai Wen's gaze darkened. Is that a Miao Jiang Gu king in your hand? Jiang Yuanyu and lifted her chin, acknowledging his insight. She turned to Xie. Big shot, leave the little centipede to me. Xie nodded and charged towards the 2 men. Kai Wu was finally flustered. What should we do? What do we do? Kai Wen's face darkened with black markings as he gripped Kai Wu's throat tightly. You fool. This is all you're doing. A powerful surge of negative energy flooded into his body as Kai Wu realized his intent and cried out in alarm. You can't. You mustn't. The master had taught that in dire situations, sacrificing a teammate could provide a chance to escape. Kai Wen scoffed coldly, don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself.
Ah.
Kai Wu's negative energy surged, his form expanding, and his eyes turned crimson, transforming into a grotesque being. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Die. All of you die. Hundreds of black iron chains erupted from his body, indiscriminately attacking those nearby, including Kai Wen. Jiang Yuanyuan hesitated as a chain hurtled towards her. Xie seized the chain with one hand while tossing Jiang Yuanyuan aside. Stay hidden. All right, thank you, big shot. Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled. Big shot, so cool. Yun Yan and Bai Shu Yuan were similarly besieged by the chains. Yun Yan wielded his sword to sever the chains, rescuing his surrounded comrades. You go to Jiang Yuanyuan. I'll assist. Bai Shu Yuan nodded and fled with the compass, for he was a feng shui master and not adept in combat. Standing amidst the chains, Yun Yan's money sword crackled with lightning as he swung down, severing 5 chains at once. These chains are rather tough to cut. The little master was growing increasingly formidable, managing to break the chains with his bare hands. As he cut through the chains, Yun Yan scrutinized the creature enveloped in dark energy. He had never witnessed a living being endure such immense negative energy. Kai Wu's power likely surpassed that of a malevolent spirit. Yun Yan called out, Little Master, be careful. Don't worry, this creature is my responsibility. Xie leapt onto Kai Wu, pinning his head down and forcefully striking the ghost infant downwards. With each blow, Kai Wu emitted a wail of agony.
Ah.
The ghost infant wanted to cry, but dared not. Wah. Bad woman using me as a hammer. This hurts terribly. No, it's killing me. Kai Wen's expression grew increasingly grave. What on earth was this woman? Unfazed by negative energy entering her body, she was tearing apart a malevolent spirit with her bare hands. Clenching his fists, he realized Kai Wu was beyond saving. He must seek an opportunity to flee. Yunyan grasped his intent and abandoned the chains, charging directly at him. The money sword crackled with lightning, forcing Kai Wen into a corner, prompting him to curse under his breath. Damn it. It's all Kai Wu's fault for wanting to target Jiangji. Not only did he attract the Special Administration Bureau, but he also summoned a powerful little girl. A loud crash resonated nearby as Kai Wen turned to see Kai Wu being pinned down by the little girl, the negative energy dissipating while his vitality waned. He's dying. The creature's hide was tough, causing her hands to ache. Kai Wu's soul had long been consumed by the negative energy. He was dead and could not transform into a ghost. Once the negative energy was entirely dispersed, Kai Wu would vanish from existence. Lin Shi disregarded everything and let him meet his own end. She dragged the ghost infant towards Kai Wen, who covered his face, attempting to minimize his presence. Bad woman. Please don't use me as a hammer anymore. On the other side, Zhang Yuanyuan's caterpillar had vanquished a multitude of centipedes. Kai Wen, suffering from backlash, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed intently on the two approaching figures. Kai Wu was already dead. He was gravely injured and could not escape. How infuriating. That fool Kai Wu not only doomed himself, but also threatened his life. Kai Wen warily observed the two, forcing a semblance of a smile. I am a sorcerer from Southeast Asia, skilled in the arts of poison and concealment. My abilities are indeed quite useful. I apologize for any past grievances. In this era of decline for the Xian men, we, as fellow practitioners, should extend mutual assistance. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Are you considering turning over a new leaf? Upon hearing this, Kai Wen eagerly assured, I was deceived by Kai Wu into committing those acts. I have now come to a profound realization of my mistakes. I have made my decision. Lin Shi approached with a ghostly infant, pressing down on his head and striking him repeatedly. I trust you not.
Ouch.
Kai Wen shielded his head, utterly defenseless against the barrage. The ghostly infant, seemingly numb, discreetly kicked the person beneath him 3 times. Worthless. 2 worthless fools. Bai Shu Yuan observed the scene, hesitating momentarily before whispering, Captain, the Bureau's regulations prohibit the private beating of surrendering criminals. Yunyan calmly turned around. I didn't see anything. Zhang Yuanyuan covered her eyes. I didn't see anything either. Bai Shu Yuan. Fine, he didn't see anything either. Lin Shi clapped her hands. Confess honestly. Why did you attempt to kill Jiangji? Kai Wen lay flat on the ground, his face marred with bruises, as if he were seeing his grandmother come to fetch him. He moved his lips. Kai Wu, that madman, insisted on killing Jiangji. How could I know his thoughts? Lin Shi lifted the ghostly infant, still not cooperating. The infant stuck out its tongue to wrap around Kai Wen, striking him a few more times. Behave yourself. Kai Wen cursed inwardly, fickle as a reed. He reluctantly explained, I require a substantial amount of fortune to conceal my presence, and Jiangji possesses an abundance of it. Yun Yen frowned. Kai Wen quickly lowered his head. The secret of the sacred artifact must not be exposed. The ghostly infant struck him a few more times. Speak. Kai Wen rolled his eyes, continuing in silence. Once I escape alive, the first thing I will do is eliminate this ghastly creature. Kai Wen felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that the fragment of the sacred artifact is in her possession? Lin Shi produced the black iron shard, its malevolence palpable, rendering its nature indiscernible. As she spoke, she scrutinized Kai Wen's expression. Kai Wen's pupils trembled. Where did you find this? You recognize it. Lin Shi raised the iron shard. Take a guess. Kai Wen clenched his fists. Worthless. A whole bunch of worthless fools. After searching for so long, the shard of the sacred artifact ended up in the hands of a woman. Kai Wen's expression shifted dramatically. Yun Yan glanced at him. Little master ancestor. May I have a look? Lin Shi held the shard before him. Be careful not to touch it, for it is imbued with potent malevolence. Yun Yan's brows furrowed deeper. The shadowy aura on the shard was as thick as ink. He took a glance and was reminded of the most disgraceful memories buried deep within his mind. Yun Yan averted his gaze, breaking into a cold sweat. Little master ancestor, do you not feel anything while holding it? No, what did you see? Yun Yan remained silent. The events of his childhood were too embarrassing. Zhang Yuanyuan exclaimed, Big boss, I just saw myself surrounded by corpses. My father forcing me to learn the art of corpse manipulation, insisting I cannot sleep until I handle 300 bodies. She trembled uncontrollably. It was truly horrifying. I do not wish to be in the same room as 300 corpses. She understood. The malevolent energy of the shard amplifies one's inner fears. This object is indeed enigmatic. It is the perfect opportunity to test the shard's utility on Kaiwan. She approached the person on the ground with the iron piece in hand. Since you recognize this object, why not experience its aura? Kaiwan constantly recoiled. No. Do not come any closer. The nearer the shard drew to him, the more terrified he became, as if an adult loomed right before him. In that moment, fear reached its zenith. Kaiwan began to ramble incoherently. The shard, the fragment of a sacred artifact. Ha ha ha, I have finally found the sacred artifact fragment. Ha ha ha, the master must. His laughter abruptly ceased, and he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Yun Yan was momentarily stunned, stepping forward to check his breath, his expression turning grave. Little master ancestor, he is dead. Chapter 71. I wish to divine a fortune. To silently kill a person before the eyes of 4 witnesses is a display of terrifying power. She crouched down, scrutinizing the lifeless Kaiwan. His complexion appeared ordinary, a smile still lingering on his lips. One would hardly discern he was deceased without a closer inspection. A red thread emerged from the top of Kaiwan's head, and she reached out to grasp it, but caught only air, the thread vanishing swiftly into the atmosphere. This aura feels somewhat familiar. A classic villainous tactic: utter a keyword, and the subordinate must perish. She secured the iron shard. I will hold on to this for now. You all should clarify matters before proceeding. Yun Yan cast a glance her way, his eyes betraying unease. Little master ancestor, this object is highly dangerous. I am aware. She analyzed. This item possesses a particular malignancy. It tempts others, yet I remain unaffected. Furthermore, there is a mysterious individual or possibly an organization behind these two. Can you guarantee there are no moles among you? Jiang Yuan rubbed her arms. Big boss, please cease. I have goosebumps all over. Their encounter with the sorcerers has complicated matters. The enigmatic deaths of Kai Wen and Kai Wu have entangled them in a web of intrigue. Who is the person behind this? What is the sacred artifact fragment? How many fragments exist? Why are they pursuing these fragments? Jiang Yuan massaged her temples. It's exhausting to think. Big boss, please be cautious. Contact me whenever necessary. Understood. She turned to Yun Yan. Ultimately, it is safer in my possession. Do you not trust me? No, I do not. Yun Yan hurriedly clarified. Little master ancestor, I absolutely believe in you.
Just a jest.
She chuckled softly. Yun Yan, you remain so easily amused. Yun Yan smiled helplessly. She lifted the ghostly infant in her hands. I leave this to you. She patted the infant's head. No mischief. Or else, haha. The ghostly infant nodded obediently. I will behave. I shall not fight. Yun Yan watched her retreating figure. Little master ancestor, farewell. Jiang Yuan waved. Big boss, see you next time. Bai Xiu Yuan similarly waved goodbye. Jiang Yuan sighed, skillfully retrieving the soul-capturing bell after a night of idling. It is time for me to get to work. Xiqing apartment. You've acted in several films of this nature. You should have experience. Come quickly. Hiding under the blanket is the safest. Quiet down. Jiang Ji stared down at the street, feeling increasingly uneasy. The abbot of Qingxin Temple had stated he would overcome this tribulation and find the answers he sought. Jiang Ji instinctively tightened his fingers. Su Zikuan glanced at him oddly. Jiang Ji, do you not have your white moonlight? Have you quickly developed feelings for someone else? Jiang Ji's tone was frigid. There is no white moonlight.
Shuzikun,
be silent. Su Zikuan muttered to himself. It would be strange if there wasn't he. Jiang Ji had been in the entertainment industry for years. Yet his profile picture on Weibo remained a childhood photo. To be honest, that photo was quite unflattering. The edges of the picture were blurred, as if it had been hastily cut from elsewhere. Jiang Ji was very particular about his image in front of others. He had so many handsome pictures, yet had never replaced that one. Su Zikuan, using his clever mind, speculated that Jiang Ji must have had a childhood sweetheart. His white moonlight. Unfortunately, he had separated from that white moonlight. Hence, Jiang Ji continued to display their shared photo, hoping his white moonlight would recognize him. Jiang Ji was completely oblivious to his thoughts, lost in contemplation by the window. A familiar figure flashed by. As she leapt through the window. She gestured with her hand. Everything is settled. Jiang Ji exhaled in relief. It is good to see you unharmed. Su Zikuan's eyes darted around. Jiang Ji felt something was off, very off. This expression, this tone, this attitude. When did he become so concerned about another person? Was he about to stay up late writing a public relations plan again? Jiang Ji glanced at the person beside him and immediately understood that he was once again concocting some mischievous scheme.
Golly, spoke, Shuthikun.
There is nothing of value to discuss. Lin Shi briefly explained the situation, stating that those two individuals were not targeting him. Rather, they had merely noticed his abundant fortune and had chosen to fixate on him. Both of those individuals were deceased, so there was no need for him to worry. Jiang Ji sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. No need for thanks, Lin Shi replied as she took out her phone. Who will cover the expense? I will. Jiang Ji responded, just as Su Zikuan rushed over. Master, could I possibly add you to my contacts? In case anything happens, I would need your assistance. Jiang Ji had a modest fortune, so he needn't fret over the cost. Lin Shi declined, stating that ordinary people seldom encounter ghosts and should trust their luck not to be so unfortunate as to see one again. She added, if you do happen to encounter a ghost, seek me out at the antique street. Jiang Ji was her nominal brother. Upon seeing his face, she often recalled her father's words. Now, she was married, had her own home, and was surrounded by Fu Jingyao, her grandparents, and 5 little spirits. Lin Shi was currently disinclined to reconnect with the Jiang family. She had never met Jiang Ji before and was uncertain of his feelings regarding his lost sister. After all, their parents had callously abandoned her, and she assumed the Jiang family shared similar sentiments. Lin Shi continued, a ghost infant is considered a formidable spirit, 20,000.
All right.
Jiang Ji responded, transferring the funds, remarking that the price was exceedingly reasonable. Su Zikuan echoed this sentiment, pulling out a photograph from his pocket. Master? This is a collectible signed photo of Jiang Ji. Lin Shi outright rejected it, no. She was not a fan of Jiang Ji and saw no reason to have a signed photo. Su Zikuan leaned closer, lowering his voice. Master? Let me tell you a secret. Jiang Ji has many wealthy admirers, and this signed photo starts at 100,000, with no upper limit. Lin Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Su Zikuan chuckled. Master, you might as well keep it. It would be a shame to refuse. She accepted the photograph. Sunlight illuminated half of Jiang Ji's face, highlighting his exquisite features. His lips curled slightly as he gazed ahead, his eyes seemingly holding countless stars. His face was indeed captivating, which explained the fondness of so many wealthy women for him. However, the signature on the photo was rather charming, ending with a heart, which felt somewhat out of character for Jiang Ji. She felt as though she had seen that handwriting somewhere before. Master, wait. Jiang Ji pondered for a long moment before deciding to inquire about the matter. I wish to consult you for a divination. Chapter 72, Living. Jiang Ji hesitated for quite some time before finally uttering those words. Years ago, he had visited Qingxin Temple to light a peace lamp and had also donated 50 million in incense money. The temple's abbot, Master Huiming, smiled broadly amid Ba. Benefactor. The monk expresses gratitude on behalf of Qingxin Temple for your generous intentions. Your wishes shall surely be fulfilled. Jiang Ji contemplated. Master, I wish to ask. Master Huiming smiled mysteriously. Fate has a way of revealing itself. You need not worry. This bead was left by the previous abbot, having absorbed incense for 49 days before the Buddha's statue. There is only this one in the world. I shall part with it for you. The bead was perfectly round, engraved with intricate Sanskrit. Jiang Ji took it, asking, Master, could you clarify? Master, Huiming shook his head. Remember to keep this bead close to you. You will encounter a great calamity, and by overcoming this challenge, you shall find the answers you seek. The one who ties the knot must also be the one to untie it. With that, Master Huiming departed. Jiang Ji had always struggled to comprehend the meaning of that statement. If the calamity referred to encountering a malevolent spirit, then what was the answer?
Now.
He seemed to grasp it. Master Lin had the ability to subdue malevolent spirits and could surely divine the answers he sought. This was likely what Master Huiming meant. Jiang Ji repeated, Master Lin, I wish to consult you for a divination. Lin Shi yawned. For what? Academic pursuits, career, or marriage? Jiang Ji lowered his gaze, his fingertips trembling slightly. I wish to divine the fate of my sister. Yes, I wish to know if my sister is still alive. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi froze in place. She had never met Jiang Ji, yet he cared about whether she was still living. The word alive carried profound implications. Jiang Ji's eyes suddenly widened, a glimmer of excitement flashing within. He stepped forward, exhilarated. Master, is my sister truly still alive? Yes, Lin Shi replied in a flat tone. This divination is my gift to you. I shall not collect a fee. Farewell. She pushed open the glass window and leaped down. Su Ziquan could not help but comment. Master's preferences are indeed peculiar. Instead of using the door, she prefers to jump out the window. Hey, where are you looking? The person has already left. Su Ziquan waved his hand. Jiangji, I've noticed you've been acting strangely since meeting Master Lin. Often lost in thought. Could it be? In an instant, Su Ziquan's imagination ran wild, conjuring up countless melodramatic scenarios. Jiangji, could Master Lin be your long-lost white moonlight? Oh my, how klitsch. Go after her. Jump down and chase her. Jiangji rubbed his temples. There is no white moonlight. I don't believe it, Su Ziquan scoffed. Quickly tell me about your love-hate relationship with your white moonlight. I can help you with ghostly schemes. Jiangji could no longer endure it. He grabbed Su Ziquan by the collar, opened the door, and tossed him outside. Get lost.
Whoa.
Su Ziquan nearly had his nose caught in the door, angrily shouting. Jiangji, are we not brothers? You use me, and then discard me, without a second thought. What a lack of conscience. Jiangji sat on the sofa, lost in thought. He had been too excited earlier and had only inquired about whether his sister was alive. He had not asked where she was. Master Lin had already left. Next time, he would have another opportunity to inquire. The waters of the Jiang family ran deep. Knowing that his sister was alive was enough for him. As dawn broke, Lin Shi awakened. She had slept uneasily the previous night, dreaming of her parents abandoning her and Jiangji's words about being alive. It seemed someone had whispered something to her, and she no longer had nightmares. Lin Shi stretched and got out of bed to wash up. Downstairs, Aunt Wu had prepared breakfast, having surprisingly not left today. Upon seeing Lin Shi, she cheerfully waved. Young mistress, good morning. Good morning. Lin Shi caught the scent of red dates. Aunt Wu, what delicious food have you made? Aunt Wu beamed, revealing 8 teeth. The young master mentioned you did not sleep well last night, so he specifically instructed me to prepare a nourishing dish of red dates, goji berries, and bird's nest to replenish your health. I started cooking early this morning. Lin Shi thought. Upon hearing the words old servant, I realize Aunt Wu has begun to indulge in fantasies again. These bossy stories can be quite misleading. Lin Shi sighed. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Aunt Wu smiled even wider. No need for thanks. This is what I ought to do. Aunt Wu, please refrain from referring to yourself as old servant. It sounds quite odd. Lin Shi sighed again. Would you like to join me for a meal? No. Aunt Wu retreated. Young mistress, you and the young master enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. She hurried off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Shi shook her head. Aunt Wu had her own ideas, and as long as she was happy, that was sufficient. The dining table was adorned with 10 dishes, a fruit and yogurt platter, banana toast, shredded potato and egg pancakes, ham and cheese sandwiches, millet porridge, soup dumplings, fried dough sticks, shrimp fried noodles, red date and goji berry bird's nest, and 2 cups of milk. One had to admit, Aunt Wu's culinary skills were exceptional. Fu Jingyao pushed the bird's nest toward her. Aunt Wu's kind intentions, you should eat. Lin Shi looked up at him. Aunt Wu told me you knew I hadn't slept well last night. How did you know? Just a guess, Fu Jingyao replied, his expression calm, though his heart raced. The door to the room was ajar. As he passed by to close it, he had seen Lin Shi tossing and turning, seemingly trapped in a nightmare. Fu Jingyao had entered to touch her forehead, standing guard for half an hour, and upon confirming she was well, he quietly stepped out. She seemed troubled. Something must have happened last night. Fu Jingyao set aside that thought, spoon in hand. Eat. Lin Shi held her bowl and focused on her meal. After finishing breakfast, she scrutinized the man across from her. Aren't you going to work? Not today. I'm not busy, he replied casually.
Oh.
Fu Jingyao slowly parted his lips. Are you going to set up your stall today? No, I'm taking a day off. Lin Shi set down her chopsticks, staring blankly at the dining table. Fu Jingyao casually suggested, why not come and visit my company? Sure, Lin Shi replied, resting her chin on her hand. I could take a look at the feng shui for you. Fu Jingyao smiled slightly. Let's go. Lin Shi stepped up to follow him but glanced at her attire and quickly exclaimed, wait, I need to change. She chuckled awkwardly. At that moment, she was wearing a loose shirt adorned with a cute lazy sheep pattern, paired with black casual pants and pink slippers. It was quite an unremarkable outfit. I need to present myself well outside. No, I must change, she insisted. All right, I'll wait for you, he replied. Lin Shi dashed upstairs and opened her wardrobe to choose an outfit. There were clothes in white, pink, blue, green, purple, black, yellow, and orange. When had Fu Jingyao stuffed her closet with so many clothes? She casually picked a cream-colored dress to change into. The dress was long enough to reach her ankles, lined underneath, making it perfect for movement without fear of exposure. But wait, it was just a visit to a company, no need for formal appearance. Her long hair was loosely tied up, and the white dress accentuated her graceful figure, with excitement sparkling in her bright, clear eyes. Fu Jingyao's smile grew warmer as he remarked, "You look beautiful in anything. No one in the company would dare to mock you." Chapter 73. This is my wife. At the Fu Corporation headquarters, 3 individuals stood outside the president's office, whispering. Chen Zhao expressed his confusion. Why is President Fu late again today? Something seems off. He glanced at the messages on his phone, growing even more puzzled. He mentioned bringing someone to the company who could be significant enough for him to personally greet. Qi Wenye was astonished. You don't know? Huang Wenchang chimed in. You really have no idea? Chen Zhao was bewildered. Am I supposed to know? Huang Wenchang and Qi Wenye exchanged glances. Do you know? You know too? Oh, only he is in the dark. After confirming their shared understanding, they smiled at one another. Chen Zhao looked from one to the other, feeling increasingly frustrated. What do you both know? Speak plainly, stop with the riddles. Qi Wenye fell silent, while Huang Wenchang wore a mysterious smile. Assistant Chen, when President Fu arrives with his guest, you will be the first to greet them. There will be a surprise. Really? Chen Zhao sensed something was amiss with the two of them. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Forget it. I'll head downstairs. President Fu is typically calm and wouldn't engage in anything shocking. Relax, take it easy. These two were overly dramatic. The familiar Maybach pulled up outside, and Chen Zhao hurried down, with Huang Wenchang and Qi Wenye lagging behind. Huang Wenchang signaled with his eyes. President Fu must have brought his wife. Qi Wenye nodded vigorously. Definitely, President Fu only speaks so gently in front of his wife. President Fu sent a message in the company group chat. Please spare a moment. I will be bringing a very important person to the company today. When you see her, treat her as you would treat me. Who else could it be but his wife? Chen Zhao, being single, would never suspect that President Fu had secretly married. This will definitely surprise him, Huang Wenchang added, knowing that Chen Zhao had often been a source of mischief for President Fu. Outside the Fu Corporation, Lin Shi gazed at the towering building, marveling. Your company is truly grand. Fu Jingyao stood before her, slowly extending his hand. Shall we go, Mrs. Fu? Lin Shi paused momentarily. The title felt perfectly fitting. She placed her hand in his, a rush of warmth coursing through her, causing her heart to race. Fu Jingyao smiled, naturally taking her hand and leading her forward. Just then, Chen Zhao rushed down and was startled by the scene, jumping in shock. President Fu. What on earth? He could hardly believe his eyes. President Fu was holding a woman's hand. Ah. Something must be wrong with my descent. Fu Jingyao cast a casual glance at him. Chen Zhao. My assistant. Oh, Lin Shi waved. Hello, Assistant Chen. Fu Jingyao emphasized. Chen Zhao, this is my wife, Lin Shi. What? Chen Zhao's jaw dropped as he slapped himself, doubting his own consciousness. As far as he knew, President Fu didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Huang Wenchang and Qi Wenye struggled to contain their laughter behind him, their faces flushed. Assistant Chen, your day has finally come. Huang Wenchang stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Good morning. Mrs. Fu, we have met before. Lin Shi recognized him. Hello, Lawyer Huang. Qi Wenye also stepped closer. Good morning, Mrs. Fu. We've met as well. Hello, Assistant Qi. Lin Shi greeted, remembering the tattooed gentleman fondly. Upon hearing their exchange, Chen Zhao suddenly comprehended the situation. So, they conspired to trick me. Just wait. He suppressed his astonishment and hurriedly approached. Mrs. Fu, my apologies for my rudeness during our first meeting. It's quite all right, Lin Shi replied, studying him closely. Assistant Chen's face bore a faint shadow of misfortune. He seemed to be having a particularly tough time lately. Assistant Chen, you seem to have some dark energy surrounding you. Be cautious of potential misfortune. Chen Zhao pondered. Who am I? Where am I? Had he really heard that correctly? Dark energy and misfortune were classic phrases of deception. He definitely hadn't woken up properly today. Stealing a glance at Fu Jingyao's expression, he noted the lack of surprise. It was evident President Fu's love for his wife ran deep. Fu Jingyao replied calmly, my wife speaks the truth. Heed her warning. Chen Zhao was left in a daze. President, I will heed the wife's warning to avoid misfortune. Lin Shi produced a peace talisman. Would you like one? Shan Jiu hesitated. He had never believed in such things. However, it was a gesture from the wife, and he couldn't disrespect it in front of President Fu. He forced a stiff smile. Sure, thank you, Mrs. Fu. Lin Shi handed him the talisman and casually pulled out her phone. It's 1,000 for each. Thank you.
Shen Zaustamarat?
He awkwardly chuckled, and under Fu Jingyao's watchful gaze, he transferred 1,000 yuan. All set, Mrs. Fu. Lin Shi tucked away her phone. Assistant Chen, if you encounter any spirits, remember to seek me out. On account of President Fu, I'll give you a 9 discount. Chen Zhao's mouth twitched, completely abandoning any semblance of composure, his face contorting in disbelief. He managed to squeeze out, I understand, Mrs. Fu. Lin Shi nodded. Fu Jingyao took her hand. Come. Let me show you the company. As they walked away, Chen Zhao leaned weakly against the wall, questioning his life choices. What sort of partner had President Fu chosen? Huang Wenchang patted his shoulder, a beautiful young lady who loves traditional culture. Chen Zhao was utterly speechless. Is superstition a part of traditional culture now? Lawyer Huang, you have a story to tell. Huang Wenchang chuckled knowingly. You will understand in time. Chen Zhao, taking a moment to gather himself, remarked. You too knew the wife would come, and didn't he tell me? Huang Wenchang shrugged. Even if we did tell you, you wouldn't believe it. After all, you are a single dog. Chen Zhao felt a profound sense of defeat. Huang Wenchang was already married with twin sons. Qi Wenye didn't he count. He was simple-minded, focused solely on improving his physical prowess. Now, even President Fu was married. In the entire executive office, he was the last remaining single man. The pain. It was unbearable. Chen Zhao slumped to the ground in despair. Ding dong. Ding dong. His phone buzzed incessantly.
He pulled it out to check.
The company group chat was exploding. The smaller group chat, where President Fu was absent, was also buzzing with activity. Chapter 74. They've gone mad. The company group chat was livelier than during the New Year. The screen was filled with congratulations for President Fu's new marriage, wishes for a long-lasting union, and hopes for a prosperous family. In the smaller group chat, everyone was in a frenzy. Oh my goodness. I just saw President Fu holding his wife's hand. Oh dear, President Fu actually held hands. Fu Jing is so gentle, and his wife is so beautiful. I am utterly captivated. I feel warm all over. Even the bruises seem to fade. I have become completely infatuated. Please do not contact me. I am crazed with admiration. Do not indulge any longer. Quickly return to work.
Lest President Fu grows angry.
That will not happen. He would never lose his temper in front of his wife. Everyone, seize the moment to slack off. If we miss today, there may not be another chance. Indeed, I bet a pack of spicy snacks.
You wager 10 bucks. Who do you look down on?
I bet 50 packs. Chen Zhao, having read the messages on his phone, joined the conversation. I bet 100 packs. Assistant Chen has arrived. Do you tell us how President Fu and his wife met? Confidential. Being President Fu's assistant, he was the last to know, and it pained him. Chen Zhao put down his phone and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, in the president's office, Lin Shi sat on the sofa, pondering whether their ostentatious display would affect the company. This man, holding her hand, toured various departments, introducing her to everyone as my wife. Lin Shi lost count of how many times he had said wife. Given Fu Jingyao's previous demeanor, he would never behave or speak this way. When had he transformed so? Had Wu Ma imparted some secret wisdom? Fu Jingyao glanced at her and chuckled softly, stating that the company was not so fragile. Lin Shi rested her chin on her hand, recalling that in dramas, even minor incidents could significantly impact a company's stock. That was indicative of their inept president. Fu Jingyao chuckled lightly, asserting that as a legally married couple, there would be no repercussions. Madam Fu, you must have faith in my abilities. Their eyes locked, and Lin Shi felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. This man calling her madam was becoming increasingly natural. Lin Shi cleared her throat, inquiring about their next activity.
Lunch, Fu Jingyao replied,
putting down his documents and once again taking her hand. Lin Shi felt a bit dazed, asking where they would dine. The cafeteria, he responded, tilting his head to look at her, noting that the dishes at Fu Corporation's cafeteria were quite good. Oh, was all Lin Shi could manage, following him outside. Upon opening the door, they encountered 3 individuals, Huang Wenchang, Qi Wenye, and Chen Zhao, who offered polite smiles while discreetly sizing them up. In unison, they exclaimed, President Fu, Madam, good afternoon. She covered her face in embarrassment. Fu Jingyao spoke calmly, instructing them to attend to their own business and not to linger around. Understood. President, may you and your wife enjoy every day together, Huang Wenchang quickly responded, pulling one of his companions along as they hurried into the adjacent office. Qi Wenye attempted to leave as well, declaring, I am a bodyguard. I must stay by President Fu's side. Hey, don't be a third wheel. Huang Wenchang interjected, blocking the burly figure. President Fu and Madam will not be in any danger at the company. Qi Wenye frowned, but there are no buts. Huang Wenchang firmly insisted, retrieving a deck of playing cards from beneath the sofa. Let us three play some landlord. Qi Wenye remained silent, his gaze fixated on the lower level. Shan Jiu adjusted his glasses, stating, no, I must continue my work. Huang Wenchang's lips twitched. One was a martial artist, the other a workaholic. No wonder both were single. Shan Jiu, feeling defensive, retorted, what of being single? I enjoy my work. It brings me joy. Humph. Be cautious these days. Madam truly possesses remarkable abilities. The line of people seeking her fortune-telling stretches down the street. You are benefiting from President Fu's light. Chun Zhao's smile vanished. How unfortunate his fate was. He felt like crying. In the car, Fu Jingyao inquired, are you happy today? Of course, Shi replied, her eyes sparkling. Your employees are particularly kind, and the feng shui seems fine. This day was both awkward and exhilarating. She had completely forgotten her original purpose for visiting the company and had not even scrutinized the feng shui layout. However, with Fu Jingyao's protective aura, even poor feng shui would turn auspicious. The corners of his lips curled upward, as long as you are happy. Shi's heart skipped a beat. Fu Jingyao presumed she had been unhappy the previous night, thus taking her to the company today for a respite. He was truly thoughtful. After returning home, Shi rested for a few days before resuming her stall at the antique market. She aimed to accumulate merit to bestow upon Fu Jingyao, ensuring he would be reborn into a fortunate life. As per usual, Fu Jingyao escorted her to the corner. I will pick you up this afternoon. All right, she replied, entering the alley. Good morning, big shot. Ji Hung waved energetically. Long time no see. Shi raised an eyebrow. Aren't you supposed to have class? Shi mused. Your university life seems quite relaxed. Not too bad, Ji Hung replied, scratching the back of his head before spotting a familiar Maybach, his heart racing. That car seemed to belong to his cousin, Fu Jingyao. No, it must be a coincidence. Fu Jingyao could not possibly be here. Shi urged, let us go.
Oh.
Right. Ji Hung complied, following her into the fortune-telling hall. Qian Fugue was managing the crowd, greeting Shi. Master, you have arrived. Shi nodded. Let us begin. 10 hexagrams in the morning and 10 in the afternoon. Understood, Qian Fugue acknowledged, picking up his phone. First, Huang Hongmei. I'm here, Master, Huang Hongmei called, ushering a young woman inside. Dear, quickly tell the master. He surely has a solution. Xie Lianxin's eyes were red and swollen, reluctant to speak. Mom, please don't discuss our family matters in public. Huang Hongmei gently patted her back. That family has wronged you so much. Why should you care about their reputation?
Speak.
Clear your name in front of the neighbors. We have done nothing shameful. We have nothing to fear. Xie Lianxin bit her lip tightly, hesitating for a long while before finally speaking. Master, my father-in-law conducted a paternity test, and my son is not biologically related to him. He suspects I have cheated. Xie Lianxin could no longer hold back her tears. I have in tea. I truly have in tea. She glanced at her face. I believe you have not. Xie Lianxin suddenly looked up, but the paternity test. She smirked. Just because your father-in-law and your son are not biologically related does not imply that your husband is not. Xie Lianxin's eyes widened. Master, what does this mean? Chapter 75. Tian Ci is not your son. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. I see. The master implies that your mother-in-law has been unfaithful. Yes, yes. I've seen this on television. If a mother-in-law is unfaithful, the husband is not the biological son of the father-in-law. To avoid being discovered, the mother-in-law shifts the blame onto her daughter-in-law, spreading rumors about her fidelity. What a scandal. The father-in-law and mother-in-law certainly seem to have something amiss. Her son, Yang, is already 5 years old. No one ever suspected his lineage before. A week prior, her father-in-law barged in, his face dark with fury. He threw down a paternity test report, angrily accusing Xie Lianxin. You have cheated. Xie Lianxin quickly denied it. Dad, I have in tea. Her father-in-law slapped her. Look carefully at the hospital's report. I personally went to a top-tier hospital. It cannot be wrong. Xie Lianxin picked up the report from the floor, trembling. This cannot be. It is absolutely impossible. Yang must be Tianxi's bloodline. Her father-in-law scoffed, huh? What is impossible? You dress up so flamboyantly every day. Who are you trying to entice? Xie Lianxin worked in cosmetic sales, and looking presentable was a requirement of her job. How could her father-in-law slander her so? She cried out for her husband, Tianxi. Tianxi, please say something. You believe me, don't you? Ma Tianxi, with a solemn expression, replied, Dad, perhaps you are mistaken. Let us conduct another paternity test. Xie Lianxin's light faded from her eyes. Tianxi, you doubt me too? After all these years of marriage, don't you understand my character? Ma Tianxi lit a cigarette, irritably shouting, let us do it again. It's better for everyone. Better for everyone, except her. Xie Lianxin has been married for 7 years, juggling her work responsibilities while also managing household duties. Before Yang was born, her mother-in-law subtly pressured her to conceive quickly. At that time, Xie Lianxin was at the peak of her career and was reluctant to become pregnant so soon. However, fate intervened, and she unexpectedly found herself expecting, forcing her to forego a promotion and focus on her pregnancy. Her mother-in-law promised to assist with childcare until the child turned 3, but after the baby was born, she reneged on her promise, stating, This is your child, not mine. If you don't care for him, who will? After a long day at work, Ma Tianxi would collapse onto the sofa, indifferent to everything around him, engrossed in playing games on his phone. Despite Xie Lianxin's repeated requests for him to prepare milk for Yang or change his diapers, he merely responded affirmatively without taking any action. Xie Lianxin endured this neglect for the sake of her child. However, with the recent turn of events, it became evident that no one in the household believed her. She had not been unfaithful, and she was confident that the hospital would vindicate her. Determined to confront the truth, the trio took Yang to the hospital,
where the doctor conducted tests.
As Xie Lianxin anxiously awaited the results, they revealed that Yang had no biological connection with her father-in-law. The revelation struck her like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly stunned. Impossible, she thought, as she was certain of her fidelity. Her father-in-law, enraged, slapped her, demanding, What else do you have to say, Xie Lianxin? Ma Tianxi, with a dark expression, took a deep breath and suggested, Xie Lianxin, let us get a divorce. Her mother-in-law stood by silently, her head bowed. Caught off guard by the slap, Xie Lianxin had not considered that a paternity test for her husband and Yang might have been prudent. If this was indeed the case, tears welled in her eyes as she implored, Master, is this truly the situation? It must be. Huang Hongmei exclaimed angrily. This family is up to no good. Once we uncover the truth, we'll confront them with a dozen people. Lin, she inquired, do you have a family photograph? Yes, and also their birth dates. Huang Hongmei replied, producing a photo. Master, please examine this family and identify who is behind this scheme. Upon reviewing the photograph, Lin Shi noted that there was indeed no familial resemblance between her husband and father-in-law. He observed the mother-in-law's small earlobes, elongated philtrum, and prominent cheekbones, concluding that she had been unfaithful. It finally dawned on Xie Lianxin that her mother-in-law had been unfaithful and that her husband was not her father-in-law's biological child. Thus, it was no wonder that Yang had no blood ties to his grandfather. This was not her fault. Huang Hongmei, infuriated, declared, Thieves cry thief. This family is rotten to the core. Xie Lianxin covered her mouth and wept. I am innocent. I have not been unfaithful. Don't cry, my daughter. Huang Hongmei comforted her. We are in the right. Thank you for always standing by me, Mom, Xie Lianxin replied, wiping her tears. Only her mother believed her, accompanying her to seek the truth from the master. She turned to Lin Shi, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. We will take our leave now. Lin Shi nodded, wishing them good fortune in overcoming this hurdle and that everything would improve. Thank you for your auspicious words, Master. Huang Hongmei and Xie Lianxin departed. The day progressed with minor fortunes being read, none as explosive as the earlier revelations. As the day drew to a close, Lin Shi stretched, having completed all the readings, and announced, We shall meet again tomorrow. The elderly patrons tidied up. See you tomorrow, Master, they chorused. As Lin Shi stood up, he noticed Qi Heng and Qian Fugue lingering. I'll close the door and clean up, Qian Fugue offered. Qi Heng, with a silly grin, suggested, Master, let us go out together. Very well, Lin Shi agreed, tossing the sunflower seed shells into the trash before stepping outside. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the entrance. Qi Heng, spotting him, turned anxious. Oh no! Fu Jingyao is here. Having recently been diligent in his studies, Qi Heng wondered why his cousin had come to find him. He stood frozen, anxious about the encounter. The man bypassed him, heading straight for Lin Shi. Qi Heng quickly realized, cousin, you're here to see Master Lin for a fortune reading, but you're too late. Today's readings are finished. Come early tomorrow to line up. Fu Jingyao finally noticed his younger cousin and frowned, asking, why aren't you at school? What are you doing here? Qi Heng, puffing out his chest with pride, replied, I am now Master Lin's assistant. If you want a reading, you must make an appointment through me first. Fu Jingyao shot him a meaningful glance, then turned to Lin Shi, stating, let us go. Lin Shi followed him, leaving Qi Heng bewildered. Master, why are you leaving with my cousin? Did you two arrange something? Is my cousin possessed? Of course I'm not going with you. Qi Heng exclaimed. Chapter 76, Astonished. Master? Qi Heng's eyes widened in shock, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Big shot, you and my cousin? He glanced between Lin Shi and his cousin, realizing they were an unlikely pair, one cold and domineering, the other a master of metaphysics. They were married. At that moment, a single word encapsulated his feelings. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Fu Jingyao glared at him. Qi Heng, where has your decorum gone? Address her as sister-in-law. Still in disbelief, Qi Heng struggled to comprehend the situation. When did this happen? Was he dreaming? He slapped himself, demanding, Big shot, tell me this isn't real. It is real, Lin Shi coldly dispelled his illusions. Fu Jingyao and I are already married. Qi Heng's face contorted in shock, his mind racing. Qian Fugue scrutinized him. What's with that expression? Is it strange that the master is married? The folks around here have known for ages. Do you have feelings for Master Lin? Fu Jingyao interjected icily. Is that the case? Confronted by Fu Jingyao's piercing gaze, Qi Heng jumped, exclaiming no, absolutely not. He clamped a hand over Qian Fugue's mouth, warning, don't say such things. It could be deadly. In that moment, Qi Heng resolved to either mine in Africa or dig potatoes in Siberia, fearing the wrath of his cousin. Lin Shi chuckled. Fu Jingyao, don't scare him. Let us go. All right, Fu Jingyao replied, his demeanor softening. Standing rigidly, Qi Heng felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Cousin, thank you for your concern. I passed my makeup exams and will never fail again. Remember your words, Fu Jingyao instructed, taking Lin Shi's hand as they departed, a smile creeping onto his lips. Once they left, Qi Heng slumped onto the sofa, wearing a smile that was more painful than tears. I'm doomed. I can't fail anymore. Qian Fugue patted his shoulder. Take care, brother. It's all your fault. Qi Heng snarled, grabbing his hair. You wait. Qian Fugue, beaming with excitement, waved goodbye. Qi Heng pulled out his phone to post on social media, but quickly reconsidered. He realized he couldn't be the only one shocked. He needed to give others a taste of Fu Jingyao's surprise. At the end of the month, their grandfather would celebrate his 70th birthday. Fu Jingyao would surely bring Lin Shi, and it would be quite the revelation. With anticipation, Qi Heng tucked away his phone, eagerly awaiting the upcoming birthday celebration. At the Ma family home, Huang Hongmei arrived with a group of relatives and friends. Ma family, come out here. The knocking on the door was loud and insistent. Ma Tianxi, irritated, shouted back. What do you want? Xie Lianxin was the one who cheated. My family hasn't come to confront her, so why have you come here? I spit on you all. Fuming, Huang Hongmei retorted, my daughter did not cheat. The real culprit is someone else. If you have the guts to steal, then have the guts to face us. Ma Tianxi was exasperated. Dad, Mom, what do the Xie family mean? Do they suspect me of cheating? Ma Xiang rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Yang Yang is your child. How could you have cheated? Ma Tianxi tugged at his hair, bewildered by the Xie family's aggressive stance. What do they really want? Ho Tsuefeng felt a twinge of guilt as the Xie family was unreasonable, urging them to leave. Their presence was bothersome.
Ma Tianxi nodded. Mom.
I'll go right now. Ma Xiang stood up, saying, Tianxi, I'll accompany you. Xie Lianxin's infidelity is shameless, and our Ma family values its dignity. As they approached the door, it suddenly collapsed, striking Ma Tianxi on the head.
Ouch.
He cried, feeling blood on his hand. Ma Xiang, filled with concern, asked, Are you all right? I'm fine for now, Ma Tianxi replied, gritting his teeth. Xie Lianxin, you truly are something. Ma Xiang retorted sarcastically. Xie Lianxin, your true nature has been revealed. No more pretense. Xie Lianxin clenched her fists, trembling with anger. All the years of her youth had been squandered.
No.
The Ma family was even worse than dogs. At least a dog knows how to wag its tail, while the Ma family members were utterly revolting. Huang Hongmei tried to comfort her. It's okay, let me handle this. No, I'll do it myself. Xie Lianxin stepped forward, determined not to let her mother bear the brunt of the conflict. She had grown up and was now a mother herself. It was her turn to protect her mother. Xie Lianxin charged in, seized Ma Tianxi by the collar, and slapped him hard. This slap is for myself. Ma Tianxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Xie Lianxin, you've gone mad. She had always been gentle, never raising her voice or resorting to violence. She had hidden her anger, crying silently in the corners, never uttering a harsh word. How had she transformed into this? Ma Tianxi was momentarily stunned by her slap. Xie Lianxin, with a stoic expression, struck him again. This slap is for Yangyang. You are unworthy of being a father. Rage boiled within Ma Tianxi. He pushed her away, exclaiming, You are truly insane. Yes. You all drove me to madness. In that moment, Xie Lianxin felt exhilarated. Rather than internalizing her frustrations, she chose to unleash her madness upon others. Her satisfaction was all that mattered. The fate of others was of no concern to her. She had suffered too long. Now she had found a path to liberation. A touch of madness was beneficial for her well-being. She slapped Ma Tianxi once more. This slap has no reason. I'll strike if I wish. Ma Tianxi's face was swollen, his gaze fixed ominously on the woman before him. Xie
Lianxin.
Huang Hongmei, flanked by a dozen people, declared, If you want to fight, we'll be ready. The group brandished brooms, their eyes ablaze. Ma Tianxi cowered. In a lawful society, don't act recklessly, or I will call the police. Ma Xiang timidly added, Yes, we will call the police. Good idea. Huang Hongmei yelled, Let the police witness your family's disgrace. She revealed a sly smile. Your family is quite amusing. Your mother-in-law's infidelity and the blame cast on the daughter-in-law.
Ma Xiang's eyelids twitched.
What do you mean? Huang Hongmei shouted. Your wife has cheated, and your head is filled with green grass. She pointed. Ma Tianxi is not your biological son. Ma Xiang's pupils constricted. You're talking nonsense. Huang Hongmei, with a mocking scoff, produced 2 paternity test results and tossed them at her. Look closely. Ma Xiang's head exploded with disbelief. The report stated, the results do not support Ma Xiang as the biological father of Ma Tianxi. In other words, Ma Tianxi was not his son. The legacy of the Ma family was severed with him. A century later, how could he face the ancestors of the Ma lineage? Ma Xiang repeated, Tianxi must be my son. Huang Hongmei scoffed. The name Tianxi is quite fitting, a pity for it. No. Ma Xiang turned to his wife. Tell me this isn't true. Ho Tsuefang averted her gaze. Tianxi is your son. Don't believe the Xie family's lies. Huang Hongmei smiled. The paternity test was conducted at a top-tier hospital. It cannot be wrong. If you doubt it, we can do it again. Xie Lianxin chimed in. Doing it again would be good for everyone. Oh dear, if it's wrong, you've raised someone else's child for decades. Ma Xiang's expression darkened. Let us do it. We're going right now. Involving the bloodline of the Ma family could not be taken lightly. He pulled people along. Let us go. Tianxi will come with us. No. Ho Tsuefang trembled. I want to go. Her fearful demeanor made everyone understand instantly. Ma Tianxi exclaimed, Mom, how could you do this? Ho Tsuefang lowered her head, unable to speak. Ma Xiang stared at her in disbelief. Ho Tsuefang, how could you betray me? A month prior, a neighbor had joked, Old Ma, your Tianxi doesn't resemble you, nor does Yangyang. Upon closer inspection, he realized Yangyang looked nothing like him. The Ma family was known for single eyelids, long faces and flat noses, while Yangyang had double eyelids, an oval face and a prominent nose. Ma Xiang had mentioned this to his wife, expressing concern over Yangyang's striking looks. It's not like anyone in the Ma family, he had said. Ho Tsuefang had laughed awkwardly. You're overthinking. Xie Lianxin is very honest and would never cheat. Ma Xiang's unease persisted, as this concerned the legacy of the Ma family. Ho Tsuefang suggested, If you're so worried, just take Yangyang's hair for a paternity test. Ma Xiang secretly took some of Yangyang's hair and went to the hospital for testing. He had always suspected Xie Lianxin of infidelity, but had never considered that Ho Tsuefang might betray him. The legacy of the Ma family was entirely severed. Ma Xiang gripped Ho Tsuefang's neck tightly. How could you?
Speak.
Who is the man? Whose son is Tianxi? Ho Tsuefeng pushed him away. Your shortcomings are none of my concern. Back then, your mother forced me to take various herbal medicines, insisting I was an incapable hen who truly cannot bear children. You know in your heart. You've made me live as a widow for decades, and in bed, the latter part of her sentence required censorship, as it was utterly vulgar. The Xie family was enjoying a significant revelation. In summary, Ho Tsuefeng had been pressured by her in-laws to bear children. But Ma Xiang was incapable. Thus, she had an affair with the neighbor, old Wang. That night, she became pregnant. Tianxi was not a gift from heaven, but rather a green hat bestowed by old Wang. Ma Xiang was infuriated. Ho Tsuefeng, you are truly ruthless. He rolled his eyes and fainted, taking advantage of the moment. Ho Tsuefeng kicked him twice. You dare choke me? Die of anger. Xie Lianxin stood dumbfounded. This scene was beyond her imagination. Ma Tianxi sat on the floor, hesitant to approach. Xie Lianxin threw down the divorce agreement. Divorce, Yang stays with me. Ma Tianxi stammered, wait, Lianxin, I was wrong. Let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. With that, Xie Lianxin left gracefully. At the Fu Corporation, Chen Jiu was typing away at his desk. Hello? Huang Wenchang tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Assistant Chen, I'm off to pick up my wife. Are you working late again? Chen Jiu stared at him expressionlessly. Get lost. Huang Wenchang chuckled. Assistant Chen, take care of yourself. Don't be a statistic. Bye, I'm off. Get out of here. Chen Jiu continued typing. All right.
President Fu.
Chen Jiu sighed deeply. What had he done to deserve this? One after another, they came to provoke him, channeling his anger into productivity. He swiftly completed the final page, organizing the documents meticulously. Then he clocked out. He had been working at the Fu Corporation for 6 years and had already purchased a house and a car. Today, Chen Jiu finished work a bit earlier than usual and found himself caught in the evening rush hour, surrounded by a multitude of cars and erratically weaving electric scooters. Regret washed over him. He should not have left work so soon. He opened the notorious navigation app and recalibrated his route, which indicated a path free from traffic. Following the map, he felt increasingly uneasy. After passing through a structure resembling a grand archway, he pressed on, convincing himself that trusting the navigation would yield no errors. As dusk descended, pedestrian traffic dwindled, and the walls on either side became cloaked in moss. The deeper he drove, the darker it became. The headlights seemed obstructed, failing to illuminate the road ahead. In an instant, as he turned a corner, the scenery transformed dramatically. The dilapidated buildings morphed into an antiquated Western-style mansion, with white walls and black tiles, complemented by flagstone paths. A gentle drizzle began to fall, the raindrops tapping rhythmically against the car windows. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, a young woman appeared, holding an oiled paper umbrella. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of noble elegance. Clad in a light apricot cheongsam adorned with silver flowers, her wrist was graced by a blue floral jade bracelet, and her ears were adorned with sheep-fat jade earrings, reminiscent of a refined lady from the Republic era. However, Chen Jiu could not spare a moment to appreciate her beauty. He was trembling uncontrollably. The timing and location were far too peculiar for such a stunning woman to appear. He recalled Lin Shi's ominous words. Chen, your fate line is dark. You may be in for a calamity. Oh no! He was encountering a ghost. The girl with the umbrella approached him slowly, her expression appearing distressed. Terrified, Chen Jiu swore he would not acknowledge this ethereal beauty. A sudden heat surged in his abdomen, prompting him to ignite the engine and accelerate away. The girl chased after him for a few steps before bowing her head and weeping. Chen Jiu faintly heard her whisper, Brother Chen, please do not leave me. In a panic, he swerved the steering wheel, speeding away. This must be a plot, a ghostly scheme. His protective talisman crumbled to ashes, dissipating into the air. Once again, he consulted the navigation app, only to find that the road he had just traversed was nowhere to be found. A cold sweat enveloped him. Madam, save me. Chapter 78. You share a profound connection with this young woman. In the serene confines of the garden, Lin Shi reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the sun's warmth. Recently, she had not encountered any pressing matters, and her divination for the day had been completed that morning. With a smile, Mama Wu approached, greeting her. Madam, good afternoon. Lin Shi opened her eyes. Mama Wu, you've arrived. Mama Wu glanced around, noting that the young master was absent. Lin Shi checked her phone. At this hour, he was likely at the office.
Ah.
Mama Wu mused, Madam, you and the young master should spend more time together. The elders are eagerly anticipating grandchildren. She continued, let me offer you some advice for your relationship. If you struggle to remember, I shall toil through the night to create a love manual for you. With a knowing smile, Lin Shi inquired, Mama Wu, are you quite knowledgeable? Mama Wu nodded earnestly. When it comes to matters of the heart, I consider myself an expert. Lin Shi beamed. Have you ever thought of transforming theory into practice and trying your hand at love? Mama Wu gasped in shock. Madam, I find no joy outside of my duties. I revel in observing the young master and you. Lin Shi laughed heartily. I foresee a match made in heaven between you and Steward Liu. You must seize the opportunity. Mama Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Madam, please do not jest. Steward Liu and I are merely colleagues, nothing more. I shall prepare dinner now, she declared, retreating to the kitchen relieved. Lin Shi, having dozed off, was awakened by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. On the table lay an array of exquisite pastries, each a feast for the senses. Mama Wu, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed. Oh, it's nothing much, Mama Wu replied with a smile. From left to right, we have rose macarons, burrata cheese balls, durian oatberry tarts, mung bean ice cakes, and osmanthus dumplings. And a bowl of rose lychee bird's nest for beauty and vitality, Mama Wu added. Madam, please sample them and let me know if any improvements are needed. Lin Shi savored a piece of mung bean ice cake, exclaiming, delicious. It's sweet and tender with a delicate texture. She continued to indulge in the other treats. My goodness, this burrata is delightful too. Mama Wu beamed. I am pleased you enjoy them. My culinary skills may not be exceptional, but I have a modicum of talent. Lin Shi smiled. You are being modest, Mama Wu. You possess many gifts, such as your quick wit and nimble feet. Mama Wu chuckled. Madam, please do not tease the old servant. I am sincerely complimenting you. Lin Shi replied casually. How many years have you worked in the Fu household? Mama Wu's voice grew nostalgic. I cannot recall. It has been over a decade. I started working at 15, having lost all my money to a scam, but I was fortunate to meet the old lady. After a brief pause, she continued, Madam, I know everything the young master likes. Feel free to inquire. Understanding Mama Wu's reluctance to discuss the past, Lin Shi gently followed up. What does Fu Jingyao enjoy eating? Mama Wu became animated at this question, counting on her fingers. The young master does not eat cilantro, scallions, ginger, Sichuan pepper, eggplant, carrots, celery, fish mint, or any organ meats. Lin Shi couldn't help but smirk. He truly was a picky eater.
Mama Wu nodded vigorously. Madam.
Your palate is far more accommodating than the young masteress. She continued to complain. He avoids anything too spicy, sweet, salty, or sour. And he doesn't eat fruits with seeds. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Shi shot her a look, coughing emphatically. Mama Wu instantly understood, and though the young master was particular, she struggled to find the words to express her admiration before hastily exiting. Madam, I shall prepare dinner now. Lin Shi noted Mama Wu's quick wit and agility as she vanished. Across the table, Fu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. Mama Wu is being overly dramatic. I am not a picky eater. Lin Shi chuckled softly, not convinced. Those who are finicky rarely acknowledge their pickiness. She pushed a plate of pastries toward him. Try this fruit tart that Mama Wu just made. It's exceptionally good. Fu Jingyao detected a peculiar scent and frowned slightly, disliking strong-smelling fruits. Nevertheless, it was a gift from Lin Shi. He took a spoonful, sampling a small bite. The outer crust was crisp, the interior smooth, and the flavor pleasant, though overly sweet, accompanied by an odd aroma. Is it good? Lin Shi asked. Fu Jingyao replied with a smile. Quite good. Then have some more, she encouraged, pushing the entire plate toward him. Fu Jingyao's brow furrowed. No, you should eat. Lin Shi, sensing an opportunity, scooped a spoonful and held it to his lips. Come now. Don't be shy.
Fu Jingyao hesitated. All right.
Just as he opened his mouth, Lin Shi unexpectedly redirected the spoon, swallowing the morsel herself. Fu Jingyao was taken aback. Lin Shi gazed at him. If you don't like it, just say so. I won't force you to eat. Everyone has their preferences, and that is perfectly normal. Fu Jingyao responded with a nonchalant a hint of color rising to his ears. Mama Wu watched from the sidelines, thoroughly entertained. Oh dear, another moment of romance unfolding. Madam truly requires no love manual. With a mere gesture, the young master is utterly captivated. It was clear that he was an unsuspecting romantic at heart. Next time, I must create an advanced love manual for the young master. Ding dong. The doorbell rang abruptly, leaving Mama Wu exasperated. Why must they come now of all times? She grumbled, rushing to answer the door. Who is it? Chen Jiu sheepishly smiled. Mama Wu, it's me, the assistant to Mr. Fu. Wu Ma furrowed her brow. The young master had already finished work. I knew it was not a matter concerning the company. Chen Jiu maintained a polite smile, inquiring, I am looking for madam. Is she available? Hearing the commotion outside, Lin Shi said, Wu Ma, please let him in. Wu Ma opened the door, and Chen Jiu expressed his gratitude. Rushing directly to Lin Shi. Madam, please help me. Lin Shi scrutinized him. What on earth happened? Madam, you have an uncanny ability to foresee events. Chen Jiu explained the bizarre occurrence he had encountered the previous day, a girl holding an oil paper umbrella on a rainy day. Lin Shi stroked her chin. It reminds me of a piece of literature, Rainy Alley. Chen Jiu's expression turned complex. He could tell she too was reminded of Rainy Alley, yet reality was not a novel. Encountering a beautiful female ghost in the dark was utterly terrifying. Lin Shi produced 3 copper coins. Let me read your fortune. All right, thank you, madam, Chen Jiu said. His eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Shi skillfully opened her phone. A fortune reading costs 1,000. Thank you. Chen Jiu quickly transferred 1,000 yuan. Madam. What does it say? Lin Shi tossed the copper coins from her palm. You have a profound connection with this girl. Chapter 79. You are truly a scoundrel. Chen Jiu was momentarily stunned. Madam, I swear, I do not know her at all. Everyone knows I have been single for 30 years and have never had a girlfriend. Not even to this day. He paused. I'm still a virgin. Lin Shi added, a particularly deep connection. Chen Jiu was bewildered. Could it be that the clichés of novels were coming true in his life? Had he wronged this female ghost in a past life? And she had lingered on Earth, waiting for him to love her, only to subsequently reject him? I want you to experience the pain of losing a beloved. The more Chen Jiu pondered, the more frightened he became. Madam, please save me. I have no recollection of her at all. If this is a karmic bond from a past life, I should have forgotten everything after drinking mangpa soup during reincarnation and should focus on living this life well. If I truly wronged that girl in a past life, I wish to help her reincarnate. Lin Shi's expression was calm. First, we need to find her. Stop overthinking. Chen Jiu nodded. Madam, I can't find that path anymore. I can. Lin Shi paused for a second. However, you must pay more. Chen Jiu nodded vigorously. No problem. Lin Shi extracted a trace of his negative energy and placed it into a tracking talisman. She closed her eyes to sense the images transmitted by the talisman. Rain, oil paper umbrella, apricot yellow qipao, and a Western-style building. Found it. Chen Jiu was astonished. Madam, shall we go now?
Yes.
Lin Shi glanced at the sky. By the time we get there, it will be nearly dark, just in time for the female ghost to appear. Chen Jiu respectfully said, Madam, after you. Lin Shi stood up, and Fu Jingyao followed her, saying, I'll escort you.
All right. The two walked side by side.
Chen Jiu was in a frenzy, deeply sighing. If this journey ruined Fu's beloved car, he would be indebted for 10 years of labor. The luxurious Maybach flashed its headlights twice. A cold voice echoed, Chen Jiu. Hurry up. Yes, Mr. Fu. Chen Jiu hurriedly went to start his Bentley, resigned to the fact he might be working for Fu for the rest of his life. The two cars drove one after the other into a narrow alley. The further they went, the darker it became.
Dingling.
His phone rang. Chen Jiu pressed the answer button. Madam, what is it? Wait, no matter what you see, do not stop. Just drive straight in. Understood. Chen Jiu gripped the steering wheel, his fingers trembling slightly. Suddenly, a wall appeared ahead. If he crashed into it, the car would surely be wrecked. Chen Jiu watched helplessly as the Maybach vanished into the wall, pressing the accelerator and closing his eyes to charge forward. Trust in Mr. Fu. Trust in Madam. The car came to a sudden halt, and he opened his eyes to see the two figures had exited the vehicle. Chen Jiu quickly followed suit. Madam, I encountered the female ghost here last time. Before he could finish, the sky began to drizzle, identical to the previous encounter. Chen Jiu's legs turned to jelly. She's coming. She's coming. Lin Shi threw out a talisman. To Chen Jiu's astonishment, it seemed as if a barrier enveloped him, shielding him from the rain.
Wow.
Madam, you are amazing.
Tianyi.
Chen Ge. A girl approached under an oil paper umbrella, stunningly beautiful, with a hint of sorrow in her brow. Upon seeing Chen Jiu, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Chen Ge, you finally came. Chen Jiu's voice trembled. Madam, it's her. Lin Shi examined the girl before her. You are a bound spirit. A bound spirit is a ghost who, due to unfulfilled wishes in life, refuses to go to the underworld after death. insisting on remaining in the mortal realm. Bound spirits can only linger in one place, unable to leave until their souls dissipate. Just like this girl, trapped in this alley, unable to be reborn or find peace. Judging by her attire, it could be inferred she belonged to the Republican era. What kind of wish could be so significant that it warranted her waiting for so many years? The female ghost approached Shan Jiu step by step, her eyes filled with pain, longing, and confusion. She paid no attention to the other two, her gaze fixated solely on Shan Jiu, repeatedly calling, "Chengo, Chengo." The more she cried, the heavier the rain fell. "Lin," she spoke gently, "stop crying. Let us converse properly." The female ghost seemed not to hear her words, gazing tearfully at Shan Jiu's face. "Chengo." Shan Jiu rubbed his head. He felt as if he had seen her somewhere before, but where? The female ghost continued to call for Chengo, completely lost in her own consciousness. Lin, she approached her, but she remained motionless. The female ghost had been trapped here for far too long, her only sustaining force being the obsession within her heart. Alas, another pitiful soul. Lin, she gathered spiritual energy at her fingertips and gently poked her forehead. The female ghost froze in place, her oil paper umbrella dropping to the ground, and the rain ceased. "I am dead. I can no longer see Chengo and the child." Shan Jiu was shocked. "What child?" "Lin," she asked, "do you remember now?" The female ghost slightly bowed. "My name is Lan Yan, a resident of the capital." Lan Yan, such a beautiful name. One can tell she is a tragic figure. Love in that era often ended in tragedy. Lan Yan bowed her head. "Thank you for your assistance. I am without possessions and cannot repay your kindness." Lin, she waved her hand. "It's nothing. Do not mention it." Lan Yan bowed again, her gaze slowly shifting to the person beside her. "Chengo, is it you?" Shan Jiu's expression changed dramatically. This was it. He truly had wronged this girl in a past life. He awkwardly chuckled, perhaps, maybe kind of. Lan Yan scrutinized his face inch by inch. "Chengo, have you also died?" "No, I am not dead." Shan Jiu swallowed hard. This matter is rather complicated. Let us forget the past and cherish the present. Tears brimmed in Lan Yan's eyes, her voice sorrowful. "Chengo, you have fallen in love with someone else." "No, no, no." Shan Jiu was terrified. "I haven't." Lan Yan stared at his face, lost in thought once more, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. Shan Jiu was at a loss for what to do, and cast a pleading glance at Lin Shi. "Madam, save me." Lin Shi carefully observed their faces. "You two have somewhat similar eyes." Shan Jiu was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Lin Shi made an astonishing remark. "You and Lan Yan share a blood relation." Shan Jiu was stunned. What? The drama had reached new heights. Could it be that his past life and Lan Yan were? "Shan Jiu, oh Shan Jiu, you truly are a scoundrel." Chapter 80. Quickly call her grandmother. Shan Jiu slapped himself twice. "Miss Lan Yan, I am truly sorry." Lin Shi's expression was peculiar. "I haven't finished speaking. Do not jump to conclusions." She enunciated carefully. "From a bloodline perspective, Lan Yan is your grandmother." Shan Jiu. How utterly embarrassing. What nonsensical things had he just said in front of his grandmother? If his grandfather found out, he would surely give him a severe scolding. Shan Jiu clutched his head, silently screaming. "Madam, please try to complete your sentences in one breath next time." Lin Shi shrugged. "I warned you not to jump to conclusions, and you interrupted me." "Well, it is all my fault." Shan Jiu silently wept, his toes digging into the ground. Lin Shi explained that Lan Yan had been waiting for your grandfather, sensing a familiar aura about you, and mistaking you for her beloved. Shan Jiu understood. So it was his grandfather who shared the same surname, Chen Jun. Upon hearing this name, Lan Yan became immensely excited. "Chen Jun, my Chengo. He is indeed my Chengo." As the misunderstanding was cleared, Shan Jiu's anxious heart finally found solace. Lan Yan gazed intently at him, realizing that he was the grandson of her beloved. No wonder he resembled him so closely. "When I first saw you, I found it strange. You look so much like Chengo, yet you are not him." Shan Jiu's expression stiffened, but it was good to have clarity. Lin Shi, standing nearby, urged him, "Why are you dawdling? Call her grandmother." Shan Jiu forced out 2 words from his throat. "Nai." "Nai." Lan Yan smiled joyfully. "Ah, good grandson. What is your name?" Shan Jiu, feeling reckless, boldly introduced himself. "Grandmother, my name is Shan Jiu, which signifies brilliance and radiance." "A wonderful name indeed," Lan Yan replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. "How is your grandfather?" After a moment of silence, Shan Jiu replied, "He is well. Still alive." Lan Yan was overwhelmed with excitement. Really? May I see him once more? It has been ages since I last saw Chen Ge. Born during the Republic era, Lan Yan was the daughter of a prominent local businessman, her family exceedingly affluent. Her father had taken 5 concubines and her mother, the first wife, was now elderly and unappealing, losing her husband's favor. Lan Yan was exceptionally beautiful, her features delicate and petite, her skin as pale as jade. And even clad in the simplest attire, her beauty shone through, her demeanor pure and unpretentious. At that time, modern schools emerged, allowing women to pursue education. Her father, eager to associate with the powerful, sent her to school, knowing the military governor preferred well-educated women. There, Lan Yan encountered Chen Jiu, an erudite gentleman, and they quickly fell in love. Lan Yan eagerly anticipated her classes, for they allowed her to see Chen Jiu daily. However, she understood her father would never permit her to marry him. He intended to marry her off to the military governor as a concubine. Receiving a new ideology at school, Lan Yan cherished freedom within her heart and despised her father's intentions, unwilling to become a concubine. Thus, she made a bold decision and eloped with Chen Jiu. The young couple shared a room daily, and it was inevitable that something would transpire between them. Not long after, Lan Yan found herself with child. While Chen Jiu taught at the school, she remained at home, nurturing their unborn child. Day by day passed, and Lan Yan's belly grew. Yet their tranquil life did not last long. Outside, chaos ensued, war raged, and countless compatriots fell to enemy gunfire. Schools were shuttered. She did not wish for Chen Jiu to leave her, but the world outside needed him more. When the nation is in turmoil, where is home? Lan Yan resolutely closed the door. Chen Ge, go in peace. You save the world, and I shall protect our little home. We will be all right. Reluctantly, Chen Jiu departed. While Lan Yan prepared for the birth of their child, their neighbors were kind, assisting her with heavy chores. Soon came the day of her delivery, and the child was born smoothly, a chubby, fair boy. She named her son Yan, wishing for a world of peace and prosperity. Looking at her child, Chen Yan, Lan Yan hoped he would grow up not fleeing in a chaotic world, but living a safe life in a flourishing era. The child smiled at her, opening his mouth. Lan Yan looked out the window, hoping for her husband's safe return. Just then, footsteps approached the door, followed by her father's furious voice. Lan Yan, get out here. Startled, Lan Yan quickly hid the child. In the next moment, her father stormed in with a group of men. Lan Yan, you are indeed a good daughter. Not only eloping but also bearing an illegitimate child. Lan Yan immediately knelt. Father, I am with Chen Ge, and I carry his child. Please bless our union. Fearing her father might discover the child hidden in the wardrobe, she had no choice but to comply. In the carriage, she pleaded again. Father, we love each other. Please grant us this wish. Her father scolded her. You are shameless. I will inform the clan elders to punish you severely, so all may see your fate. Lan Yan knelt. Father, I am your daughter. Please spare us. Her father pulled her from the carriage, declaring, from the moment you eloped, you are no longer my daughter. Lan Yan's fingertips turned white. You only care for your own interests, never treating me as your daughter.
Should I not elope?
Am I to marry that military governor as a concubine? With all her might, she shouted in despair. This outburst caught the attention of the passing military governor. How dare someone disdain me? Her father, panicked, apologized. Governor, my daughter is ignorant. Please do not hold it against her.
Lan Zan Nenlet?
Feeling a disgusting gaze sweep over her. Pregnant, you say? I am not picky. Bring her to me. Lan Yan was stunned. Her father was equally astonished. Governor, I will send my daughter to your residence at once. Lan Yan was bound hand and foot, struggling in vain against her restraints. That night, clad in a qipao, she hanged herself, ending her life. She remained trapped in the backyard for over a decade, helplessly watching her father take a concubine while her mother succumbed to depression. Originally, her life could have unfolded differently had it not been for the brief warmth granted by Chen Jiu, a flicker of light in her dark existence. Lan Yan had no regrets about her choices, though she lamented never having seen her child again. Her fixation lingered deeply, her spirit confined to that narrow alley, yearning to reunite with Chen Jiu and her child. 80 years passed in waiting. Lan Yan gazed at the familiar yet strange face before her. Chen Zhao. You bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather. He too wore spectacles and was remarkably intelligent and brave. Chen Zhao's eyes moistened, finally recalling where he had seen Lan Yan. His grandfather kept a black and white photograph close, featuring a man who was him and a woman who was Lan Yan. Over the years, the photo had blurred, and at first, Chen Jiu did not recognize his grandmother. His voice trembled with emotion. "Grandmother, my grandfather has been searching for you all these years." Lan Yan could not hold back her tears. "He remembers me?" "Indeed," Chen Jiu slowly replied. "Grandfather has always remembered you." Lan Yan's spirit lingered on earth out of devotion, and so did his. He lay on his bed, clinging to life by a thread of hope. Love stories during the Republic era were often tragic, with most ending in despair. Perhaps this was heaven's gift, allowing the reunion of grandparents. In Chapter 81, they departed together. Chen Jiu aspired to fulfill their wish. Turning to Lin Shi, "Madam, may my grandmother leave this place?" "Of course," Lin Shi explained. "Once a spirit sheds its attachments, it will automatically report to the underworld. Take Lan Yan to see your grandfather one last time." Lan Yan lifted her gaze. "What has happened to Chen Ge? I wish to see him." Lin Shi retrieved a soul-nurturing talisman. "You've been here for decades, and your spirit is weak. This talisman will temporarily protect your essence." Lan Yan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, dear girl." "No need for thanks," Lin Shi replied, pulling out her phone. "Your grandson has paid 1,000. Chen Jiu swiftly transferred the funds. "Madam possesses remarkable abilities. Had it not been for Mr. Fu's influence, she would have charged much more." Chen Jiu resolved to work diligently moving forward, repaying her kindness. Lin Shi performed a spell, assuring her remain safely within the talisman. Lan Yan transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from sight. Lin Shi handed the talisman to Chen Jiu. "Hurry, you must go." Chen Jiu expressed his thanks once more. "Madam, Mr. Fu, I am deeply grateful." Fu Jingyao quietly observed as a backdrop, surprised to witness Lin Shi's magical prowess. His wife was truly remarkable. "Indeed she is." Fu Jingyao smiled naturally, taking Lin Shi's hand. "Very well." The Maybach sped away, leaving Chen Jiu stunned as he unwittingly consumed a mouthful of dog food. Alas, President Fu displayed no signs of restraint in his romance, constantly flaunting affection, much to the dismay of this solitary soul. Zhao Zhao. His hometown was not far from the capital, and after a 3-hour drive, he finally arrived. Chen Jiu rushed in. "How is Grandpa?" Chen Yan sighed. "Your grandfather's condition remains unchanged. The doctor said it's only a matter of this month. Your grandfather has been clutching a photograph, repeatedly calling out for Yan Yan. He misses your grandmother, but unfortunately, after so many years, she remains unfound. She likely passed away long ago." "Zhao Zhao, please refrain from mentioning your grandmother." "Huh." Chen Yan widened his eyes. "Zhao Zhao, what nonsense are you speaking? Who is with you?" Chen Jiu briefly explained that after her death, his grandmother became a spirit bound to the earth, unwilling to reincarnate, yearning only for one last meeting with him and Grandpa. Chen Yan gently touched his forehead, subtly suggesting, "Zhao Zhao, perhaps you should visit a hospital?" Chen Jiu understood his disbelief and took out a soul-nurturing talisman from his pocket, summoning his grandmother. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the empty room. Chen Yan felt a surge of fear. "Zhao Zhao, she." The woman before them appeared remarkably youthful, stunningly beautiful, and exuding an air of nobility. Could she be a ghost? Chen Yan slapped his face, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Chen Jiu pronounced with clarity, "Dad, she is Grandma, call her Mom." "Chen Yan, this boy is seriously unwell. I truly wish to call the authorities and have him committed." Lan Yan, still somewhat bewildered, glanced at Chen Jiu, then at the unfamiliar man. "You're my son?" Chen Yan stepped back. "No, I am not." Chen Jiu pushed him insistently. "Dad, she truly is Grandma. You must call her Mom." Chen Yan regarded him as if he were deranged. "Zhao Zhao, you've lost your mind." Chen Jiu was at a loss for words. His father's mental fortitude was lacking. He would soon be proven wrong. Lan Yan smiled softly. "Zhao Zhao, it's quite normal for your father not to believe. I passed away when he was very young. Take me to see Chen Ge." Chen Jiu moved forward. "Grandma, Grandpa will surely recognize you. My father is rather thick-headed." Lan Yan chuckled. "Your grandfather is clever, and so are you." Chen Yan, "These two are mocking my intelligence. I raised a fine son." He acknowledged that both his father and son surpassed him in capability. His father had fought valiantly in wars, leading 30 men to vanquish local warlords. His son was exceptionally bright, entering an elite program at 15, completing his master's and doctorate by 24. Securing a position in the largest listed company with a starting salary of $1 million. Chen Yan had little to boast of. merely a high school teacher in the county, marrying and fathering a child late in life. As he watched the two enter the adjacent room together, he felt a wave of panic. Hey, Chen Jiu. You stop right there. Your grandfather cannot handle a fright. Chen Jiu raised a hand to halt him. Grandma, you go ahead. Chen Yan shouted in anger. Chen Jiu. You are truly ill. If anything happens to your grandfather, I will not forgive you. The elderly man on the bed, hearing the commotion, slowly opened his eyes, instantly captivated by the familiar figure. Yan Yan. Yan Yan. Chen Jun's expression turned ecstatic. Yan Yan, I've been searching for you. I finally found you. After 80 years apart, their memories had faded, their appearances transformed, yet they recognized each other at first glance. He was her Chenge, and she was his Yan Yan. Lan Yan stepped closer to the man of her memories. Chenge, it has been so long. I searched everywhere for your whereabouts, even stormed the governor's mansion. Yet I could not find you. I refused to believe you had died. He reached out to embrace the woman he had longed for 80 years. But his hands passed through Lan Yan's body, touching only coldness. Chen Jun suddenly understood. Lan Yan remained as beautiful as ever, as if time had stood still for her. Yet he had aged, soon to meet the king of the underworld. Chen Jun could not hold back his tears. Yan Yan, come take me with you. Lan Yan, equally tearful, replied, Chenge, I have long been dead. She recounted the experiences of the years, and Chen Jun sobbed, Yan Yan, it was all my fault. I failed to protect you. Yan Yan had perished in that war-torn era, never having the chance to witness the world as prosperity. It was his failure for not safeguarding his wife. Lan Yan shook her head. That was the fault of the times. Do not blame yourself. Chen Jiu quickly interjected, Grandma, the current era is much better. Such tragedies will never occur again. You and Grandpa will surely be together for eternity. Lan Yan smiled. Chenge, you have raised our descendants well. Zhao Zhao is indeed exceptional. Only then did Chen Jiu notice his son at the door. Chen Yan, why are you standing there? Come, call your mother. Chen Yan, goodness. She truly is my mother. Chen Jiu added cheekily, Dad, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Chen Yan was mortified, awkwardly forcing out 2 words, Mom. Lan Yan's gaze softened. Child, seeing you well brings me peace. Chen Jun remarked, this child is rather slow-witted, not sharp as Zhao Zhao.
Lan Zan zip lip.
There are advantages to being simple. As long as he grows up safe and healthy, my wish is fulfilled. Their eyes met in a shared understanding.
Tian Yi.
Yan Yan. Chen Jiu was once again inundated with dog food, hastily pulling his father away. The sun set in the west and rose in the east. And as the first rays of morning light streamed in, Chen Jiu opened the door. Grandpa's expression was serene, a smile gracing his lips, while Grandma had vanished. They had departed together. Chapter 82. He is my husband. She stepped out with her small bag, while Fu Jingyao walked alongside her. Opening the door to the passenger seat, she got in, fastening her seatbelt, holding a small cake made by Aunt Wu. It had been a while since she last rode the subway. She felt indifferent. Aunt Wu was all smiles, constantly preparing delicious dishes to nourish her health. In just half a month, she had gained 5 pounds. Please stop in front, I'll walk in. She swallowed the last bite of the cake and opened the door to exit. Now brimming with energy, she could tackle 10 fierce ghosts without issue. As she took a few steps, she noticed Fu Jingyao trailing behind her. Aren't you going to work? Fu Jingyao raised his wrist. It's still early. I'll accompany you inside.
Oh.
She was indifferent to his insistence. Recently, this man had become increasingly clingy. Was he afraid she might sneak away? She entered the divination hall. The elderly patrons had already set up their small stools, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Qian Fugui and Ji Heng were naturally present, with one standing on the left and the other on the right, resembling 2 guardian deities. Ji Heng was the first to react. Boss, you're here. Shi inquired. Do you have no classes today?
Uh-huh.
Ji Heng beamed. Haha, it's Saturday. A tall figure appeared at the door, and his smile vanished instantly. The man exuded a powerful aura, leaving Ji Heng unsure of how to position his limbs, weakly calling out, Bro. Fu Jingyao cast a casual glance at him. Do you remember what I said last time? Ji Heng forced a stiff smile. Haha, of course, bro. I'll never forget. Qian Fugui struggled to suppress laughter, relieved that he didn't have such a brother. His grandparents were gone, his parents had passed, and even his aunts and uncles were no more. Nearly all of his relatives had perished. Qian Fugui was utterly pitiable, left with only a street to collect rent from. Ji Heng shot him a glare, fearful of speaking further. Fu Jingyao bypassed him and followed Lin Shi inside. The elderly patrons donned their reading glasses, curiously observing the newcomers. Oh, a new face. They exchanged knowing glances, smiling meaningfully. This man, the master's husband? Undoubtedly. The master has a good eye. Aunt He and Aunt Zhang played along. Master. Who is he? I guess he asked the master's brother. No, he looks much older than the master. He must be the master's uncle. Master. Is he your uncle? Lin Shi buried her face in embarrassment. The elderly women possess an uncanny ability to discern the true nature of individuals, yet at crucial moments, their keen vision falters. Fu Jingyao appears quite youthful, hardly seeming to belong to a different generation compared to her. Lin Shi swiftly realizes that the older ladies are merely teasing her, though the man beside her remains oblivious. At this moment, Fu Jingyao stands expressionless, exuding an air of chill. Is he truly that old? Ji Heng spins around, dashing to a corner, his laughter uncontrollable. Haha, this is too funny. Brother, look at you now. The elderly gentlemen and ladies exchange glances, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Master, are we correct in our assumptions? Is he your uncle? I wager 5 bags of sunflower seeds on it. Lin Shi's lips twitch. He is not my uncle, and your seeds are forfeit. Fu Jingyao gently tugs at her hand, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Aren't you going to introduce me? Their eyes lock, the man's gaze brimming with anticipation. Lin Shi averts her eyes, her cheeks tinged with pink. He is my husband. Upon hearing this term of endearment, a smile involuntarily spreads across Fu Jingyao's face, his eyes radiating joy. She calls him husband. With deliberate clarity, Fu Jingyao declares, I am neither her brother nor her uncle. I am the husband of Master Lin. He emphasizes the last 2 words with conviction. The elderly faces are momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock and delight. Master, you are actually married. Congratulations, they exclaim. Your husband is tall and handsome, a perfect match for you. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Lin Shi responds, what superb acting. Devoid of any trace of performance. Fu Jingyao grips her hand. Thank you all for your blessings. We shall strive for it. Wow, best of luck. Remember to invite us for the celebration. I have my contribution ready. The elderly ladies beam with delight, relishing the romance. The sight of such a handsome couple together rejuvenates them, as if they have been transported back 2 decades. Lin Shi raises her hand. All right, it's time for divination. The crowd finally quiets down. Reluctantly, Fu Jingyao releases her hand. I must take my leave now. I will return to fetch you this afternoon. Lin Shi nods in agreement. Once he departs, the atmosphere returns to its previous state, with the elderly awaiting in silence. Lin Shi takes a bag of sunflower seeds from Aunt He. You were the loudest earlier, so these seeds belong to me. Aunt He seems unconcerned about the seeds, leaning closer to whisper, Master, your husband is an excellent choice. I can tell you will find great happiness ahead. Lin Shi chuckles awkwardly. Thank you for your kind words. Aunt He winks. Master, you didn't quite grasp my meaning. Happiness has 2 connotations. Not only will you enjoy a blissful life, but there's also, you know. Lin Shi's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Please, don't say such things. Aunt He confidently pats her chest. I have an impeccable eye for character. Am I right, Master? Lin Shi shoves a handful of seeds into her mouth. Eat more seeds and talk less. How could she know if it's true? She has never experienced it herself. Ridiculous. What was she thinking? Led astray by Aunt He. Lin Shi shakes her head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts and calming her emotions as she prepares for divination. Who's first? Qian Fugui and Ji Heng call out simultaneously, brandishing their phones. First, Deng Ren. A young man with black-framed glasses trudges in. Master, it's me. His voice is weak, as though he might collapse at any moment. Lin Shi glances up, taking in his appearance. He is clad in a thick coat, his complexion sallow, dark circles under his eyes, and an aura of misfortune radiates from him. Lin Shi inquires, have you been experiencing a streak of bad luck lately? Deng Ren nods. Master, this past week has been exceptionally unlucky. Even drinking water leads to choking. He manages a sheepish smile. Though I have been unfortunate before, it's never been this severe. Usually, I just trip while walking or never win the lottery. He reminisces about buying iced tea with classmates as a child, lamenting, I never won a single prize. Just thank you for your patronage. Qian Fugui finds a kindred spirit. Brother, I can't win either when I buy iced tea. We clearly lack fortune. Deng Ren sighs, perhaps. The elderly lady's imaginations run wild. Is it possible your home has poor feng shui? The last time the master helped someone adjust their feng shui, they immediately stopped being unlucky. Another possibility is that you originally had good luck, but jealous relatives altered your fate. I bet it was some cousin or distant relative of yours. The elderly ladies look puzzled. Master. Why is that? Lin Shi responds slowly. There's no particular reason. He is simply born unlucky. Just like her. Devoid of protective, auspicious energy, pursued relentlessly by misfortune. The crowd murmurs in disbelief. Deng Run is taken aback. Is it true that some people are just born unlucky? Lin Shi blurts out, you seem rather unfortunate yourself. In a short month, he has experienced a soul departure and a brush with a haunting. Ji Heng finds himself at a loss for words. I really am unlucky. Brother, I understand your plight. Deng Ren scratches his head. Master, I've been unfortunate before. But never to this extent. It never affected my daily life. He rolls up his pant leg. Master, look. His thigh is bruised in patches. And pressing down leaves a noticeable dent. Deng Ren lifts his shirt to reveal purplish-red blotches near his navel. The doctor said I have post-mortem lividity and generalized edema. He suggested I check my kidney function. Deng Ren yawns, but nothing showed up. All my indicators are normal. My uncle consulted you before, so he recommended I come. Qian Fugue raises his hand. Master, I think this young man's situation is quite serious. I insisted he be seen first. You did well. Matters of life and death cannot be delayed. Lin Shi steps closer to examine him. It is impossible for an ordinary person to be so chronically unlucky. Yet Deng Ren seems to be enveloped in misfortune, his own luck nearly extinguished. She reaches out and pinches a thread of bad luck. Your fortune has been stolen. Deng Ren looks confused. I've always been unlucky. Who would steal my luck? Lin Shi explains, it was not a deliberate theft. It was merely a random selection that happened to land on you. The thief was very cautious, only taking a small portion of your fortune. If it were someone with normal luck, they wouldn't even notice. Deng Ren's luck was already scarce. Now, with a fraction of it stolen, his misfortune has worsened, leading to the appearance of lividity. The thief likely never anticipated that they would inadvertently rob the luck of someone already unfortunate, resulting in their discovery. Lin Shi asks, stealing luck requires the aid of something. Think back to when your misfortune began. Has anything unusual appeared in your home recently? About half a month ago. I'm not sure. Nothing new has come in or gone out. Deng Ren suddenly recalls. Oh, I remember. One day, while strolling in the park, I found 10 yuan. It was the luckiest moment for me. Lin Shi replies, where's the money now? Deng Ren pulls out a crisp 10 yuan bill from behind his phone case, grinning idiotically. Master, I've kept it with me as a memento of my good fortune. Lin Shi is utterly speechless. Do not pick up money from the roadside indiscriminately. The onlookers chatter among themselves. I've heard that money found on the street falls into 3 categories. Money from the deceased, money bought with luck, or money bought with a life. My mother always taught me that if you find money, you should either hand it to the police or spend it immediately. Young man, you're quite fortunate to have kept that found money with you. Deng Ren looks disheartened. This symbolizes my good luck. I can't bear to part with it. Master, is the money problematic? Lin Shi bluntly bursts his bubble. The money has been enchanted. The finder will experience increasing misfortune, while the luck will flow to the one who cast the spell. Deng Ren is devastated. What I thought was good fortune is, in fact, worse luck. Lin Shi extends her hand. Give me the money. Deng Ren obediently handed over the 10 yuan, his face etched with sorrow. Master, you may tear it up. Lin Shi shot him a peculiar glance, reminding him that tampering with currency is illegal. On the bill, a very fine black thread caught her attention. She grasped it and enveloped it with a yellow talisman. Instantly, Deng Ren felt a wave of relief wash over him, his spirit rejuvenated. As he lifted his shirt, he noticed the marks of death fading away and the bruises on his legs were disappearing. Master, I'm healed. Truly healed, he exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Shi nodded, stating that the formation was quite simple and advised him to refrain from picking up items from the ground in the future. She returned the 10 yuan to Deng Ren, instructing him that he could leave. Deng Ren hesitated, saying, Master, there's no need to return the money. No, Lin Shi insisted, firmly placing the 10 yuan in his hand. Our teachers taught us that found money should be turned in to the police. Deng Ren nodded obediently, expressing gratitude for the master's guidance. I will no longer indiscriminately pick up things. Cradling the 10 yuan in both hands, he cautiously made his way to the door, fearful of damaging the bill. Lin Shi produced the yellow talisman she had just used to wrap the black thread. She intended to dismantle the formation that had siphoned away fortune, preventing further harm to others. In another part of the capital, a complex pattern sprawled across the ground, where two figures clad in black sat, eyes closed in silent incantation. Suddenly, one of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. The other black-clad figure abruptly opened his eyes. Shilong, what has happened? My formation has been destroyed. Shilong replied, clutching his chest. Who did this? Shihui, equally bewildered, remarked, we merely tossed a few coins to test the luck exchange formation. Our plan had yet to commence, and the formation was already dismantled. In this world, who possesses the ability to destroy a formation from afar? Shihui lamented. In this age of decline, although the Xianmen is waning, there are still many talents emerging from Huaxia. Without the assistance of the Divine Lord, their strength remains formidable, even establishing a special management bureau. Shilong scoffed. This time, we were careless. Shihui frowned. Do not forget how Kai Wen and Kai Wu met their demise. The Divine Lord sent us to seek fragments, not to engage in conflict. Kai Wen was adept at concealing his presence, while Kai Wu excelled in manipulating spirits. Their combination was both offensive and defensive, yet they were annihilated. Neither Shihui nor Shilong were skilled in combat. They were more suited for searching. If a fight broke out, they would certainly be outmatched. Shihui recalled something. The foremost feng shui sect is undoubtedly the Jin Sua Yuguan. We are highly likely to encounter its disciples, which would pose a problem. Shilong wiped the blood from his mouth. The Jin Sua Yuguan has long since lost its lineage. Currently, the Buzong sect is the strongest feng shui sect. Shihui was taken aback. Do you know them? Shilong laughed heartily. Tianjin, that old man, perished at my grandfather's hands. If you wish to see Jin Sua Yuguan, I can help you find the secret texts left by Tianjin. If I seize the secrets of Jin Sua Yuguan, I shall become the most powerful feng shui master in the world.
Ha ha ha.
His laughter was maniacal. Yet Shihui remained deeply concerned, reminding him that they were instructed not to stir trouble and to diligently search for the sacred artifact fragments. Shilong's brow furrowed. With the luck formation shattered, he lacked the ability to conceal his presence like Kai Wen. Sooner or later, they would be discovered by the Special Management Bureau. Tianjin had once been hailed as Qianbanzian. Jin Sua Yuguan possessed something valuable, likely a method for locating items. Shihui agreed, as a feng shui master himself. He was eager to obtain the secrets of Jin Sua Yuguan. The two resolved to seek the texts left by Tianjin before searching for the sacred artifact fragments. Chapter 84. I suspect there is a monster hidden in my home. In the fortune-telling hall, Lin Shi took a brief rest before her final divination. Master. It's me. Li Changyu rubbed his hands together, standing awkwardly. Lin Shi raised her hand. Sit. There is no need to be so tense. Oh, all right. Li Changyu responded like a well-behaved child, sitting up straight with his legs together. A unique aroma of wine permeated the air, rich and robust like an aged vintage. Qian Fu-gui sniffed gently and couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, you smell wonderful. Li Changyu, bewildered, thought, what does this fat man mean? He instinctively shrank back. My family has been brewing wine for generations, so I carry a bit of that scent. So that's it, Qian Fu-gui said, leaning closer to inhale deeply. It truly smells exquisite. I've never encountered such a fragrant wine aroma. Li Changyu grew more anxious, feeling as if he were being eyed like a freak. Please keep your distance. I am already married. Qian Fu-gui was puzzled. I didn't ask if you were married. Ji Heng seized his ear and pulled him aside. You idiot. The man thinks you are a pervert. Why are you getting so close? Your mouth is nearly pressed against his clothes. Qian Fu-gui blurted out. He smells too good. Li Changyu's face flushed crimson, wishing to escape the scene immediately. Ji Heng sighed. Fatty, you have frightened him. Only then did Qian Fu-gui realize the absurdity of his words and smiled sheepishly. I apologize, brother. I am a straight man. My bad. Li Changyu mumbled a few incoherent responses. Gathering his composure, he quickly apologized. Master, I am sorry. I am naturally introverted and tend to blush easily when nervous. Lin Shi waved her hand. It's fine. What would you like to inquire about? Li Changyu slowly began. I suspect there is a monster hidden in my home. A monster? Lin Shi glanced at him. You carry a strong scent of wine. I cannot detect any demonic energy. Even if there is, it is faint. Such a creature lacks the power to cause harm. Li Changyu frowned. I saw the monster. It is exceptionally long, soft-bodied, and somewhat cool. Qian Fu-gui and Ji Heng exchanged glances. A snake spirit? Not quite. Li Changyu bit his finger. It is very peculiar. I cannot quite describe it. Lin Shi asked, It hasn't harmed you, has it? No, I was very frightened. I accidentally touched the monster's tail, yet it did not harm me. The Leaf family had been brewing wine for generations, with his grandfather and father being renowned masters in the craft. Naturally, he inherited this legacy. His father passed away too suddenly due to a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving him without fully mastering the art of winemaking. The wine he produced paled in comparison to his father's, and customers lamented the loss of the former flavor, causing business to dwindle day by day. Li Changyu spent sleepless nights in the wine cellar, diligently studying the craft, determined not to let his father's skills fade away. One early morning at 5, exhaustion overtook him. He could barely keep his eyes open. A long, shadowy figure darted toward the wine vat, and instinctively, Li Changyu opened his arms to shield it. This was the last vat of wine left by his father,
And he could not bear to sell it.
The long white figure brushed against him and vanished. Li Changyu blinked hard, doubting whether he had hallucinated from fatigue. Later, he encountered the long white figure several more times, but each time it disappeared swiftly. He suspected an unknown creature was hidden within the wine cellar.
Li Shanyu pundarat.
Why would a monster linger in my home? Lin Shi replied nonchalantly, it sounds like a benevolent spirit. It may either be here to repay a debt of gratitude or to seek something. Has there been any recent change in your household? Li Changyu's eyes brightened. Ever since the monster came, my wine has become increasingly fragrant, just like the ones my father used to brew. Ji Hung speculated. The monster must enjoy the wine from your family. Your wine must have been distasteful to it, prompting the spirit to come personally to teach you the craft. Li Changyu anxiously clutched his clothing. While my wine may not measure up to my father's, it isn't that bad. Ji Hung contemplated. What kind of being could enjoy drinking? What could it have transformed into? None could guess, having never heard of a creature with such unique tastes. Li Changyu sighed. Master, my daughter has also seen this monster, and keeps spouting nonsense every day. I wish to invite you to check on my daughter, to capture this monster and send it on its way, so it won't continue to bother our family. Lin Shi nodded. Let us go. The onlookers dispersed, tidying up the area. Master, we shall return tomorrow. Lin Shi waved, bidding farewell to the gathered crowd. Qian Fuguei secured the door, standing quietly to the side. Li Changyu smiled awkwardly. Master, due to the scent of alcohol on me, I hesitate to drive. Qian Fuguei raised his hand. I shall drive you. I have been a seasoned driver for a decade. Lin Shi agreed. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all. Qian Fuguei's face radiated excitement. He was finally going to the scene, no longer having to feast on gossip only for it to be abruptly cut short. He hurried to the car. Master Lin, please get in. Lin Shi and Li Changyu entered the vehicle, while Ji Hung stubbornly squeezed into the passenger seat. Qian Fuguei shot him a glance. What are you doing here?
He he.
Ji Hung grinned foolishly. Fuguei brother, I want to go too. Qian Fuguei rolled his eyes. Calling me brother only when you need something, but when you don't, it's just fatty. Ji Hung pretended not to hear. Hurry and drive. We shouldn't keep the big boss waiting. Qian Fuguei started the engine, driving towards Li Changyu's distillery. The distillery, nestled in the suburbs, emanated a gentle aroma of liquor. After parking, Qian Fuguei inhaled deeply. Your family's liquor is truly fragrant. Please sell me a few bottles later.
Li Hangu nodded. No problem.
A little girl in a pink dress rushed into Li Changyu's arms, sweetly calling out, Daddy. Li Changyu affectionately ruffled her hair. This is my daughter, Mumu. Li Mumu curiously surveyed the people beside them. Daddy, who are they? Li Changyu smiled. Friends of Daddy. We have some matters to attend to. So please find your mother first, alright? Li Mumu clung to his leg. I don't want to. I want to play with you all.
Li Shanyu bleshli raplia, Mumu.
Listen to Daddy.
I don't want to.
Li Mumu pouted. Little bye-bye isn't playing with me. And Daddy, you're ignoring me. Mumu is very sad, truly heartbroken. Li Changyu turned to Lin Shi. Master, I apologize. My daughter can be a bit willful. I will take her away. No need. Lin Shi extended her hand. Mumu, come here. Li Mumu ran into her embrace, exclaiming, Wow, sister, you are so beautiful. Your face is just like Little Bye-bye's, incredibly stunning.
Ye Henk inquired.
Is Little Bye-bye your pet? No, she is not. Li Changyu's expression stiffened. The Little Bye-bye his daughter mentioned was indeed that creature. Li Mumu glared at him. Daddy, you mustn't call Little Bye-bye a monster. She is my friend. Li Changyu was deeply concerned for his daughter's mental state. Master, please take a look at my daughter. She is perfectly fine. Lin Shi articulated slowly. Little Bye-bye is indeed her friend, and also a friend of the Li family. Chapter 85. The Wine Bug, Little Bye-bye. Li Changyu was utterly bewildered. Master, I don't comprehend. Qian Fugui and Ji Heng were equally perplexed. Li Mumu sighed, a hint of disdain in her tone. Daddy, you are really silly. No wonder little Bai Bai doesn't he like you, and doesn't he want to play with you? She spoke seriously. Little Bai Bai was a good friend of Grandpa, and now she is my good friend. Li Changyu remained confused. Did my father also meet this creature? Li Mumu retorted. Daddy, you are so foolish. Li Changyu scratched his head. Master, please clarify. Lin Shi replied calmly, your ancestors entered into a contract with this creature, and Mumu possesses the power of that contract, while you do not. Li Changyu's mouth fell open. Why? Lin Shi beckoned to the little girl beside him. Mumu. You tell him. Li Mumu shouted. Little Bai Bai thinks you are silly. She called out to you many times, but you ignored her. Little Bai Bai dislikes you. She likes me. Lin Shi translated her words. After your father's passing, this creature sensed the contract's power dissipating and sought out the heir of the Li family. But you cannot understand her words, so she chose Mumu instead. Implicitly, it suggested he was less astute than a 5-year-old. Li Changyu awkwardly touched his face. Master. My father passed away unexpectedly, leaving no instructions. I truly did not expect this. That creature appears quite peculiar. Any normal person would be frightened upon seeing it. Lin Shi glanced at him. First, locate this creature and ascertain its abilities.
All right.
Li Changyu led the way. Li Mumu, slightly annoyed, grabbed Lin Shi's hand. Sister, you are just like little Bai Bai. Being with you feels exceptionally comfortable. I really like you. Lin Shi smiled. I like you too, dear. Li Mumu instantly brightened. Sister, little Bai Bai looks different from us. Don't be afraid of her. She is very kind. I am not afraid. Lin Shi held her hand as they walked forward. Adults harbor many thoughts and suspicions, while children possess pure hearts and vivid imaginations, conceiving no notion of monsters, only friends to play with. Li Changyu opened the door, and a robust aroma of liquor wafted towards them. Qian Fugui inhaled deeply, utterly entranced. It smells wonderful. I have purchased many liquors, but I have never encountered such fragrance. He patted Li Changyu on the shoulder, reiterating, Brother, please sell me a few bottles later. Yes, yes. Li Changyu strode ahead, distancing himself from the rotund man. The floor was littered with jars of liquor, with a massive jar at the center. Li Changyu introduced, This jar contains the liquor brewed by my father during his lifetime. I have always been reluctant to open it. Lin Shi nodded. I understand. Go ahead and open it.
Huh?
Li Changyu was taken aback. Master, you truly want me to open it? Lin Shi observed him with a smile. The creature is inside. How can we capture it without opening the jar?
Oh.
Li Changyu grasped the lid, preparing to open it. Li Mumu stretched out her arms to block the jar. Daddy, sister, little Bai Bai is a good being. Please don't capture her. Lin Shi gently patted her head. We want to capture little Bai Bai. We will call her out to play games. Play games. Li Mumu exclaimed with delight. Great. 6 of us can play red light, green light. Lin Shi took her hand and stood aside. Mumu, stay here. Sister will go call little Bai Bai. Okay.
Li Mumu nuddou badianli.
Lin Shi exchanged a glance with Li Changyu, who grasped the edge of the lid and forcefully lifted it. The aroma of liquor instantly filled the room, rich and intense, causing a blush to rise on everyone's faces. Lin Shi's cheeks turned slightly pink, while Li Changyu, accustomed to the scent of liquor, was unaffected, and Li Mumu remained entirely unperturbed. Qian Fugui and Ji Heng's faces flushed crimson, as if they had consumed a large cup of liquor, heedlessly lunging toward the jar. Ah, it smells so good. Lin Shi grasped one of each, infusing a bit of spiritual energy into them. Qian Fugui and Ji Heng awakened slightly, collapsing to the ground in slumber. Their faces still flushed. Li Changyu was alarmed. Master, are they all right? They are merely drunk and sleeping. Lin Shi struck the jar with her palm. Little Bai Bai, why aren't you coming out? Do I need to go in and invite you? Chirp, chirp. A tiny voice emanated from the jar. And Li Mumu excitedly raised both hands. Little Bai Bai is coming. No sooner had she spoken than a long white creature flew out, plump and soft, with 2 tiny antennae on its forehead. Li Changyu was astonished. A giant caterpillar. Daddy, little Bai Bai is not a bug.
Li Mumu retorted in a babyish tone.
Li Changyu appeared bewildered. Master, the Li family meticulously oversees every step of the brewing process. There should be no bugs in the liquor left by my father. If such a large bug existed, the liquor would have spoiled long ago. Little Bai Bai flew around in the air, chirping. Li Changyu asked, What does it mean? Without needing Lin Shi to translate, Li Mumu rolled her eyes. Little Bai Bai says you are truly foolish. Li Changyu. In a single day, he had been deemed foolish twice. Was he truly that dim-witted? Li Changyu resolved to remain silent, becoming a transparent entity. Li Mumu gently touched the caterpillar's head. Little Bai. This is sister. The people on the ground are her friends. They are not bad people. Little Bai nodded, chirping in agreement. Li Mumu translated. Little Bai welcomes everyone. Lin Xie waved her hand in greeting. Hello, wine bug. The wine bug, a spirit formed from a millennium-old liquor, resembles a caterpillar, yet they are entirely distinct. The essence of liquor permeates its entire being, capable of transforming into fine wine even when placed in a basin of clear water. No wonder Qian Fuguei and Ji Heng became intoxicated upon catching a whiff. The wine bug is more potent than the strongest liquor in the world. Little Bai curiously scrutinized the person before her, her two tiny antennae whirling with excitement. This human, imbued with spirit, purple energy, and the golden light of virtue, captivated her greatly. Little Bai circled around Lin Xie, chirping adorably. Li Mumu beamed with joy, saying, Sister, Little Bai says she likes you too. A potent aroma of wine wafted into Lin Xie's nostrils, making her head spin slightly. She held her breath and replied, Thank you for your affection. Little Bai, elated, continued to exude the scent of wine. The two individuals on the floor were utterly intoxicated, babbling nonsensically. Lin Xie gently tapped the caterpillar's head, instructing, Little Bai, calm down and cease releasing the aroma. Li Changyu, witnessing the scene, gasped in astonishment. Master, why is Little Bai in my home? Lin Xie succinctly explained the identity of the wine insect. The Leaf family had revered Little Bai for generations, and in return, she utilized her abilities to assist them in brewing wine. This was their mutual transaction. Li Changyu's father had passed away before he could inform him, and sensing the absence of the Leaf family, Little Bai had personally come to find them. Little Bai was exhilarated, chirping, Indeed, it is as you say. This generation of the Li family is rather dim-witted. I called several times, yet Li Changyu ignored me. Thankfully, this little human is clever. This time Li Changyu understood, realizing that Little Bai, like his daughter, found him lacking in intelligence. He confessed to his own foolishness. Chapter 86. The Absence of Words. Little Bai chirped. Chirp chirp. Li Mumu translated. Daddy, before Grandpa brewed wine, he would seek out Little Bai and bring her many delicious treats. And then Little Bai would give Grandpa a drop of wine. Li Changyu finally comprehended. Little Bai was the wine insect, emanating the delightful fragrance of wine from head to toe. It was imperative to add the drops of wine she provided into the wine vat to create the most aromatic wine in the world. He had been entirely mistaken. The key to Li's brewing was not in the steps, but in Little Bai. No wonder he could not replicate his father's flavor. Li Changyu lowered his gaze. Little Bai, I am sorry. Little Bai extended her antennae and patted his head, chirping, chirp. Li Changyu, unable to comprehend the insect's language, asked Mumu. What did Little Bai say? Li Mumu replied, Daddy, Little Bai says you are no longer allowed to call her Little Bai. You must refer to her as the wine immortal. Little Bai raised her chin, proudly nodding. She was the only wine immortal in existence, not merely Little Bai. Chirp. Li Mumu eagerly translated, Daddy, from now on, you must bring delicious food for Little Bai. Large chicken legs, big pig trotters, roast chicken, roast duck, roast goose, scallion pancakes, and juicy peaches. Li Changyu responded, The wine insect has quite the appetite, reassuring himself. At least she is not picky. She is easy to care for. Li Changyu adopted a respectful demeanor, addressing her. Wine immortal, I understand. Little Bai was overjoyed, and the aroma of wine in the room intensified. She waved her two antennae and fluttered into the wine vat. Li Changyu sighed in relief. Master, thank you for making the trip. No need for thanks, Lin Xie said as she approached the door. You should drag the two individuals on the floor out. They are inebriated beyond measure. Li Changyu chuckled sheepishly, surprised by the potency of the wine insect's influence. He glanced around and grabbed Ji Heng's arm, leading him outside. That chubby one can just lie there. Ji Heng suddenly opened his eyes and slapped him across the face, exclaiming, You dare steal my limited edition figurine? You're finished. Li Changyu lost control of him, and Ji Heng fell heavily to the ground. Ji Heng staggered to his feet, laughing uproariously. Ha! I am the unrivaled champion of the world. You shall meet your end, chubby one. Ji Heng swung his fists at the air, accidentally stepping on Qian Fuguei's foot and crashing down onto him. Qian Fuguei opened his eyes, groaning. Who dares to ambush this king? He tore off a bunch of keys from his belt, brandishing them as weapons. Oh heavens, grant me power. The two inexplicably began to fight, and Lin Shi, exasperated, struck each of them on the back of the neck with a swift motion. Ji Hung and Qian Fugui collapsed, their necks marked by deep red impressions. Lin Shi sighed. Realizing she should not have allowed these two into the wine room, now she had to tend to two drunken fools. Li Changyu awkwardly chuckled. Master, I will prepare some sobering soup. Daddy, wait. Li Mu rushed to the side of the two inebriates, placing her left hand on Ji Heng's forehead and her right hand on Qian Fugui's. Little Bai taught me this. Chirp chirp, awaken now. After a minute, Ji Hung regained consciousness, rubbing the back of his head. Ouch. Who hit me? It hurts. Qian Fugui also awakened. Which demon struck my neck? The two exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, Ji Hung, it was you. Chubby one, it was you. Both snorted in unison, turning their heads away from each other, refusing to look at one another. Li Changyu blurted out, these two certainly have a remarkable rapport. Seeing they were fine, Lin Shi took her leave. I shall depart first. Li Changyu hurried after her. Master, where do you reside? Once I brew new wine, I shall bring some for you to taste. Lin Shi did not decline. I reside at Dijing Yuan. You need not return the remaining coin.
Goodbye.
Li Changyu waved. Farewell, master. Li Mumu mimicked his gesture. Sister, farewell. Do come to play when you have the time. Ji Hung rubbed his temples. Chubby one, get up and drive. Qian Fugui, feeling dazed, protested. No way. Driving in this state will undoubtedly attract the police. He extended his hand. Help me up.
Hey.
Qian Fugui rolled his eyes. Li Changyu, pull me up. My legs feel weak. Li Changyu pretended not to hear and dashed out. Qian Fugui muttered. Neither of you help me. That night, Qian Fugui dreamt of his grandfather. His grandfather brandished a ruler, throwing a pile of books onto the table, compelling him to memorize them. In the dead of night, Shi Hu and Shi Long stealthily infiltrated De Dao Hall. You go that way, I will go this way. Shi Long held a compass in his hands, silently reciting incantations. Left resides in the southern dipper, right in the 7 stars. Those who oppose me shall perish, those who comply shall live. The needle spun rapidly, ultimately pointing southeast. Shi Long's eyes lit up. I found it. He walked inward, spotting a large box atop a cabinet. Shi Long laughed heartily. The golden lock and jade pass is nothing compared to this. Hearing his laughter, Shi Hu glanced over in surprise. You found it so quickly? Shi Long was brimming with excitement. Qian Jin is dead. His grandson is utterly useless, leaving the golden lock and jade pass in such an obvious location. Shi Hu rushed over to inspect. That box?
Exactly.
Shi Long lifted the box with a triumphant laugh. From this day forth, the world shall no longer have the golden lock and jade pass. My Bu Zong sect shall be the strongest feng shui sect. Just as he was about to open the box, Shi Hu took a step back. Be careful. Qian Jin may have set up a formation. I can tell if there's a formation or not. Shi Long scoffed. Ha. You're just as timid as Kaiwan. Why did the adults pair us together? Shi Hu rolled his eyes inwardly, wishing to avoid working with this arrogant fool. Qian Jin was a renowned feng shui master. Just because his grandson was inept did not mean Qian Jin had not left some tricks behind. This was the legendary golden lock and jade pass. Shi Hu stepped aside, ready to escape should danger arise. Shi Long rummaged through a pile of chaotic items, successfully locating the golden lock and jade pass. I found it! Ha ha ha! He laughed boisterously. And Shi Hu could hardly believe it. The golden lock and jade pass is truly hidden within a broken box. Let me see. Shi Long swatted his hand away. I'll look first. He switched on a flashlight, revealing 4 grand characters inscribed. Shi Long scratched his head. What nonsense is written here? Shi Hu, exasperated, replied. This is clerical script.
Oh.
Shi Long flipped to the first page. Why are there no words? He turned to the second, third, and finally the last page. Shi Long stared blankly. The entire book has no words. How is this possible? Chapter 87. I am here to capture you. Shi Hu snatched the golden lock and jade pass from him. Let me see. Aside from the cover featuring the 4 grand characters, every page was blank, devoid of any writing. Shi Hu questioned skeptically. Did you search incorrectly?
Impossible.
Shi Long insisted confidently. It's just a matter of finding an object. My Bu Zong Sect's dragon-seeking technique is unparalleled in the world. There's no way I could be mistaken. The cover bore the inscription Golden Lock, Jade Barrier. A secret left behind by Qian Jin. Shi Hu furrowed his brow, certain he had not made a mistake. The script above required a special method to reveal itself. It was possible. The two attempted numerous techniques, yet the text remained invisible. At this moment, Shi, who was convinced that this book indeed contained the secrets left by Qian Jin, the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, could not be so easily deciphered. They possessed the scripture, yet its contents eluded them. A sudden inspiration struck Shi, who, Qian Jin's grandson, would surely know the way. Shi Long's eyes brightened. You are right. Perhaps the blood of Qian Jin's grandson is the key to unlocking the scripture. He promptly decided, we must capture Qian Jin's grandson now. Not a good idea. Shi, who interjected, neither of us are skilled in combat. If we are discovered, it would be disastrous. Both were geomancers, one adept in formations, the other in locating objects. Shi Long, feeling disheartened, asked, are we just going to let this go? Shi, who pondered briefly, the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, has been lost. Qian Jin's grandson must be in a state of panic. We should lay a trap and wait for him to seek us out. Excellent plan, Shi Long laughed heartily. Once we extract the method to unlock the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, we can eliminate Qian Jin's grandson. No one will rival the burial divination sect thereafter. Ha ha ha. Shi, who considered him deranged. Without the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, there were still the Celestial Star sect, the Three Harmonies sect, and others, each possessing their own secret techniques. He grasped Shi Long's arm. Stop laughing. We must leave at once. Wait, Shi Long said, clutching his compass, a glint of malice in his eyes. I will present Qian Jin's grandson with a grand gift. Qian Fu Gui awoke at dawn, the incessant ringing of the alarm clock by his bedside. He grabbed his phone to check the time. 9 o'clock. After washing his face, he hurried to the antique street. As usual, he opened the door to the Dao Tang, only to be taken aback. What the hell? The entire room was in disarray. Tables and chairs lay strewn about, and the landscape painting on the wall was destroyed. Panic surged through Qian Fu Gui. Had he been robbed last night? He quickly inspected the area, finding the safe untouched. But the only missing item was the box containing broken copper and iron. Why would a thief steal a box instead of money? Oh no! The scripture left by my grandfather. Qian Fu Gui squatted down, searching 3 times. Indeed, his grandfather's scripture was nowhere to be found. This thief must have targeted the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier. Though he could not decipher it, the scripture was the only remnant of his grandfather. Anger boiled within him. Who could it be? He muttered, Grandfather, I failed to protect your legacy, as tears streamed down his face. When Lin Shi arrived, she glanced at Dao Tang and noticed Fu Gui squatting in the corner, wiping his tears. She entered and inquired, What troubles you? Qian Fu Gui wiped his eyes. His tone filled with grievance. Master, the scripture my grandfather left me is missing. The Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, is gone. Lin Shi surveyed the room. An array had been set up on the ceiling. She picked up a stone and tossed it upward, revealing 2 large red characters that appeared on the ceiling. Trash. Qian Fu Gui was infuriated. He stole my belongings and insulted me as trash. I have disappointed my grandfather. Lin Shi offered a few casual words of comfort. Enough, enough. You're a grown man. Don't cry over this. The aura emanating from the array felt oddly familiar. It reminded her of a previous encounter. Lin Shi recalled that the array used for stealing fortune was crafted by the same individual. This person was brazen. She took out a tracking talisman, capturing a wisp of energy from the array, and closed her eyes to perform the incantation. This thief was audacious and self-assured, completely failing to conceal their presence, making it easy to trace them. Lin Shi opened her eyes. Fu Gui, follow me. Qian Fu Gui nodded and immediately went to fetch the car. They drove towards the outskirts of Dijing, where pedestrians grew sparse and trees thicker, ultimately halting by an old temple. Lin Shi stepped out and surveyed the area. The location chosen by the array master resembled the work of Kai Wen and Kai Wu. These individuals were part of the same faction, and they would capture them all. She strode forward confidently, while Qian Fu Gui, timidly following, asked, Master, are we just going in? Won't we be discovered? Lin Shi smiled cunningly. This thief lured you here. If he realizes we are here, so what?
He won't escape.
Master, how formidable you are. With Lin Shi by his side, Qian Fu Gui felt emboldened. He lifted his chin, stepped forward with confidence, and declared, Dare to steal my grandfather's scripture? You are doomed. Inside, the 2 men exchanged glances. This chubby fellow was quite arrogant. Shi Long clicked his tongue. Today, I shall witness whether the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, is superior or if the burial divination sect reigns supreme. Shi Hu frowned, a sense of unease washing over him. Lowering his voice, he remarked, That chubby boy is Qian Jin's grandson. Who is that woman beside him? Just a little girl, Shi Long dismissed. We have set up the 5 elements annihilation array. Not even a mosquito can escape. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, Shi Hu conceded. Since entering Dijing, he had been anxious about encountering the Special Management Bureau. Just a little girl. What was there to fear? In Southeast Asia, he and Shi Long were top-tier geomancers, having studied under the esteemed deity, and to this day, no one had unraveled their formations. Once they mastered the Golden Lock, Jade Barrier, they would become the world's most powerful geomancers, trampling the Celestial Star Sect, the 3 Harmonies Sect, and others beneath their feet. Confidence surged within Shi Hu. He reached for the door, eager to see what Qianjin's grandson was capable of. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the door suddenly collapsed. Shi Hu had no time to evade, resulting in a gash on his forehead, blood streaming down. Shi Long erupted in laughter. What kind of clumsiness is this? You couldn't even dodge that. You are utterly useless, ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly ceased as a stone hurtled toward him. Shi Long attempted to dodge, but was unable, taking the blow directly. Shi Hu rolled his eyes. Aren't you the same? Lin Shi sauntered in leisurely, noting, it appears there are 2 thieves, each with a matching injury on their heads. Shi Long and Shi Hu stared at her in unison, demanding, who are you? Lin Shi, holding a yellow talisman between her fingers, smiled sweetly. I am here to capture you. Chapter 88. Who is the genius? Shi Long scoffed derisively, a brazen little girl. Today you shall witness the power of the Burial Divination Sect. The Burial Divination Sect? Lin Shi mused, stroking her chin, a minor sect from Southeast Asia. Shi Long's temper flared. Who do you look down upon? The Burial Divination Sect is the largest geomantic faction. Lin Shi countered. The largest geomantic faction stealing other scriptures? Don't you have any shame? You! Shi Long clenched his fists, issuing a threat. Dare to intrude upon my array alone? Today, you will meet your end. Lin Shi ignored him. These 2, like Kai Wen and Kai Wu, were sorcerers from Southeast Asia. There was no need to hold back against sorcerers. They simply needed to be dealt with harshly. However, this time, she had to leave one alive for questioning. Lin Shi sprang into action, dashing toward the 2 with incredible speed. Shi Long and Shi Hu were astonished. In the 5 elements annihilation array, speed and strength were suppressed. This little girl moved with such swiftness, completely unaffected by the formation. How could this be? There was no time to ponder. Shi Hu positioned himself in front of Shi Long. Quickly activate the 5 elements annihilation array, capture that chubby boy first, then deal with the girl. Absolutely. Shi Long's expression turned serious as he grasped his compass and recited the incantation. Lin Shi glanced at them, unfazed. Fu Gui, stay safe.
Qian Fugui nodded.
Crouching in the corner, silently cheering. Master, you can do it. Shi Long's face twisted in rage. Ha. Little girl, you will never break my array. He bit his fingertip, smearing his blood on the compass. The energy shifted suddenly, all murderous intent coalescing into a single point. Lin Shi paid no mind to the malevolence. Compared to the aura of malevolent spirits, this was trivial and had no effect on her. She bypassed Shi Hu, charging straight toward Shi Long. Shi Hu mentally cursed. Geomancers were most vulnerable to interruption during the activation of their formations. The young girl vanished the moment she opened her eyes. Such speed was beyond Shi Long's ability to intercept. Stone Tiger abandoned the pursuit and shouted, Shi Long, be careful. Damn it. Shi Long cursed inwardly. A geomancer cannot move while casting spells. Should his incantation be interrupted, he would face severe backlash. A powerful current of energy surged from Shi Long, radiating an aura of unyielding malice. Almost there, just a little more. The girl could not possibly destroy the core of the formation in such a short span. Shi Long hastened his pace, positioning himself. With the Southern Dipper on his left and the 7 stars on his right, those who oppose me shall perish, while those who comply shall thrive. There was no need to seek the core. Capturing the leader is tantamount to capturing the thieves. Against 2 fragile spellcasters, a direct physical assault would suffice to disrupt their incantations. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged towards Shi Long's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Unbelievable. You actually destroyed my compass. The compass was akin to a geomancer's hands, much like a mage's staff. Without it, he could not perceive the flow of energy, rendering him utterly powerless. The only exception was the Golden Lock and Jade Pass, which did not require a compass, showcasing its formidable strength. Only then did Shi Long notice that the young girl held no compass in her hand. How did she find this place? How did she evade the murderous intent within the formation? There was only one explanation. Sherlong was astounded. You are the true heir of the Golden Lock and Jade Pass. Not that overweight fellow. Lin Shi smiled innocently and denied it, saying, I know nothing of the Golden Lock and Jade Pass. I am merely a concerned citizen.
Impossible.
Sherlong fixed his gaze upon her. Aside from the Golden Lock and Jade Pass, which sect could locate positions without a compass? Lin Shi looked down at him, calmly uttering two words, innate talent. She possessed the natural ability to perceive various energy fields, rendering all energy visible to her. This was the mark of a genius. Sherlong refused to believe it.
No.
I am the genius. I am the prodigy. My compass. Heartbroken, Sherlong attempted to reassemble the compass, but it was futile. This compass was a treasure of the burial divination sect, passed down to him by his grandfather, impervious to blades and fire. Sherlong could not fathom that the young girl had effortlessly broken it.
Broken.
He was immensely sorrowful, his heart shattered. After all his years of training, he found himself outmatched by a mere child. He had considered himself a genius, unaware that his limits were merely the starting point for others. The girl's talent was terrifying. Not only could she see the energy fields, but she also remained unafraid of murderous intent. Sherlong fell into despair, completely relinquishing any thought of resistance, sitting motionless on the ground, questioning his existence. Stone Tiger sighed. What a foolish teammate. He stole a glance. The girl's attention was wholly fixated on Sherlong, presenting him with an opportunity to escape. Just as he took a step, Qian Fugue shouted, Master. He's trying to run. A threat. This must be a threat. Stone Tiger instinctively tightened his grip on the compass, contemplating for a moment before raising a hand. I surrender. Lin Shi coldly replied, Hand over the Golden Lock and Jade Pass. Stone Tiger forced a smile, glancing at Sherlong. Lin Shi remained unmoved. Come here. Stone Tiger was taken aback. A dignified geomancer was being ordered to crawl like a dog. He could not comply. The girl was brazen, humiliating him in such a manner. Stone Tiger took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. There is an old saying in Huaxia, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. As long as they were alive, the Lord God would surely come to their rescue. Stone Tiger cradled his head, slowly crawling over, fearful of inciting the girl's wrath. Lin Shi found herself at a loss for words. These two were not particularly bright. When told to crawl over, he truly crawled like a ball. Stone Tiger smiled obsequiously, and seeing she remained silent, he patted Sherlong, quickly hand over the Golden Lock and Jade Pass. Sherlong continued to sit dazed, the light in his eyes extinguished. Stone Tiger sighed in exasperation. How had he not noticed this teammate's inner fragility before? He tore open Sherlong's clothing and retrieved a book. Master, it's here. Lin Shi did not accept it, instead looking at Qian Fugue. You come and take it.
Oh.
Qian Fugue took the book, tears of joy in his eyes. The 4 characters I cannot comprehend. Yes, this is it. Upon opening it, he was instantly bewildered.
Wait.
Why are there no words inside? Stone Tiger hurriedly explained. It was like this when we obtained it. We have concealed nothing. Qian Fugue flipped through it again. Master. There isn't a single word. What use is a blank book my grandfather left me? Lin Shi, too, was unsure. She had only glanced at the cover last time and had not opened the Golden Lock and Jade Pass. You research it yourself. I'll ask these two what brought them from Southeast Asia to Dijing.
All right.
Qian Fugue obediently stepped aside. Chapter 89. The Secret Manual Left by Qianjin. Lin Shi stared at them. Are you also here for the fragments? Stone Tiger was astonished. Do you know about the fragments? Lin Shi smiled mysteriously. Do you know Kai Wen and Kai Wu? You killed them. Stone Tiger was even more shocked, picturing a dramatic scene. Kai Wen and Kai Wu had not perished at the hands of the Special Administration Bureau. They had fallen to this young girl's hand. Lin Shi smirked. Be honest. You know very well what fate befell Kai Wen and Kai Wu. It was truly you who killed him. Stone Tiger's voice trembled. His expression stiffened as he struggled to maintain composure. We are here for the fragments. You already know that. Lin Shi inquired. Why seek the fragments? Stone Tiger shook his head. I don't know. The Lord commanded us to search. This was the truth. He and Sherlong were merely peripheral figures, utterly unaware of the organization's secrets. The core members of the organization each had their own code names. Stone Tiger had heard of a figure known as the Mage, who arrived with background music and beauty filters. No one had ever seen the true face of the Mage. All he knew was that he was extraordinarily formidable. Lin Shi frowned. Sending two fragile spellcasters to search for fragments was akin to walking into a trap. These two appeared to be mere cannon fodder. Just like Kai Wen and Kai Wu last time, that lord had directly slain them.
Bang!
A loud noise erupted behind them, and Qian Fugui shrieked, "Damn." The book moved. He recalled a method from a novel and attempted to bite his fingertip, letting his blood drip onto the manual. Unexpectedly, the book exploded, emitting a blinding white light. Qian Fugui was stunned. "Master, something is happening. There's really something." The white light grew increasingly intense, obstructing everyone's vision, and Stone Tiger's eyes lit up. This was a perfect opportunity to escape. A normal person, suddenly confronted with blinding light, would see nothing but a blur, but Stone Tiger was different. Whether in the dark of night or the brightness of day, he saw everything clearly. Ecstatic, Stone Tiger dashed towards the window. With one leap, he could escape. "You're not being honest." A terrifying voice resonated behind him, and Stone Tiger felt as if destiny had seized him by the throat, freezing in place. Lin Shi coldly scoffed, lifting him by the collar. "To attempt escape in my presence, you possess quite the audacity." Her tone was calm. Yet Stone Tiger broke out in a cold sweat. He retreated fearfully to the corner. "Do what you wish to do?" Lin Shi swung a fist towards him. Stone Tiger let out a cry of pain. "That hurts." Lin Shi produced a binding talisman and slapped it onto his forehead, commanding, "Be quiet." Stone Tiger, overwhelmed with fear, rolled his eyes and fainted. Lin Shi clapped her hands. "Now you can't escape." Sherlong stared blankly at everything unfolding, showing no reaction. Lin Shi followed suit, applying a binding talisman to him as well. She then took out her phone, snapping a photo of the two, sending it to Yin Yan, leaving the intellectual matters to him. Qian Fugui stood frozen, shouting, "Master! Master!
Come see."
What is it? What did your grandfather leave you?" Lin Shi approached to take a look, her eyes widening slightly, fragments of a sacred artifact. A white halo enveloped a piece of black iron, larger and darker than the one extracted from Wu Ting's body last time. The iron radiated an eerie aura, yet the gentle white light prevented Qian Fugui from being affected by it. Holding the dark object, Qian Fugui was at a loss. "Master, what did my grandfather leave this for? Is it a protective talisman?"
No.
Lin Shi succinctly explained that this object could cost you your life. Goodness. Qian Fugui's hand trembled, causing the iron plate to fall to the ground, and he swiftly distanced himself from it. The white halo, accompanied by the iron plate, ascended into the sky, where countless beams of white light gradually formed a shadow. The figure had gray hair and donned a dark blue Taoist robe, a faint smile gracing his lips. He moved slightly, addressing Fugui. "Qian Fugui?" Qian Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is that you, Grandpa Qian Jin? After 10 years without seeing you." I was momentarily taken aback. He quickly corrected himself. "Grandpa, sob, Grandpa." Qian Jin chuckled. "Fugui, when you were a child, I would call you to school, and you would cling to my legs, crying and refusing to get up. Teaching you your homework nearly sent me into the hospital with high blood pressure. I lay there for 3 days. At 8 years old, you couldn't even recite the multiplication table or recite a single ancient poem. It was then that I realized. My grandson is rather slow-witted." Qian Fugui awkwardly covered his face. "Grandpa, please spare me some dignity." Qian Jin listed a plethora of Fugui's bad habits. "You are lazy, slow-witted, and can barely breathe after running a few steps. I never intended for you to learn the Golden Lock Jade Barrier. It's better if you simply lead a carefree life." Thus, he left no secret teachings of the Golden Lock Jade Barrier behind, knowing full well that Fugui would never master them. Qian Fugui's lips twitched. "Grandpa, I am indeed trying my best at being carefree." Suddenly, Qian Jin sighed. "The moment you were born, I foresaw that you would encounter a formidable young lady in your life." Qian Fugui gave a thumbs up. "Grandpa, your predictions are truly accurate. Years ago, while in Southeast Asia, I stumbled upon this iron plate, which exuded heavy malevolent energy, bloodlust, and evil aura. A certain organization has been persistently searching for such a plate, so I sealed it within this book, ensuring it never falls into their hands." The white light gradually drifted towards Lin Shi, who reached out and grasped the iron plate. The plate emanated a potent aura of darkness, igniting an inexplicable fury within her. The previous plate had stirred fear, while this one incited wrath. In either case, neither was benign. How many such artifacts exist? Why does this organization seek them? She enveloped the plate in a yellow talisman and temporarily set it aside. As Qian Jin's figure grew fainter, he uttered his final words. "Fugui." The golden lock jade barrier no longer exists in this world. Just focus on living a carefree life and enjoy each day. Grandpa, I understand, Qian Fugui replied, both heartbroken and moved. The golden lock jade barrier, so powerful, had been lost. Surely, his grandfather was deeply saddened. He understood his grandson's intellect was limited and had never pressured him to study, even purchasing an entire street for him to collect rent. His grandfather desired nothing more than his safety and happiness throughout his life. He was fortunate to have such a grandfather. Oh, Grandpa, may you rest in peace. Qian Fugui curled up and sobbed uncontrollably. With his grandfather gone, along with his father and all his relatives, he was left utterly alone, leading a monotonous life of collecting rent. How pitiful indeed. Lin Shi sighed. Fugui, no crying aloud. Qian Fugui covered his mouth and nodded obediently. He wasn't bored. He could follow Master Lin every day and enjoy the gossip. It wasn't long before the personnel from the Special Management Bureau arrived, led by Yun Yan, accompanied by 2 team members. Little Master.
Boss.
Lin Shi briefly explained the events that had transpired, instructing them to take these 2 individuals away for thorough investigation regarding the organization in Southeast Asia. Yun Yan nodded. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Little Master. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. In the Xiangxi corpse driving technique, do you drive both the living and the dead together? Jiang Yuanyuan chuckled awkwardly. Haha, they are all humans. It's all the same. Realizing her misunderstanding, she had thought the 2 individuals on the ground were corpses and was ready to provide a full-service burial, having already decided where to place them. Chapter 90. She misunderstood. After Yun Yan and his team left, Lin Shi and Qian Fugui headed to the divination hall to cast today as hexagram. After casting 5 minor hexagrams, Lin Shi waited for Fu Jingyao by the roadside. A familiar Maybach came to a halt, and she opened the door to sit in the passenger seat. As the car slowly started, Fu Jingyao glanced at her. How is business today? Very good, Lin Shi replied, patting her empty stomach. I had a bit of a scuffle this morning, and I'm feeling somewhat hungry. Fu Jingyao smiled. There's a small box next to you. Have a snack to tide you over while I drive faster. At her feet was a black box filled with her favorite treats. He was thoughtful. As the Maybach entered the Imperial Garden, Lin Shi had already filled her stomach. She scanned the surroundings and noticed that the vegetables in the front yard had grown taller. In Xiaomu's field, the crops thrived remarkably well. Large tomatoes, plump cucumbers, and vibrant green bok choy. In Xiaojin and Xiaotu's fields, there was a vast expanse of green and red chili peppers, with bees diligently pollinating the yellow flowers. In Xiaohua and Xiaoshui's field, there was only a solitary seedling, and the corn leaves had turned yellow. Fu Jingyao followed her gaze. The vegetables are growing quite well. We shall eat what we've grown today. Lin Shi looked around. Where is Aunt Wu? Is she not coming? Aunt Wu has something to attend to. She will come tomorrow. Fu Jingyao paused for a moment. Do you have time tomorrow? Lin Shi inquired. If I do, what's up? Fu Jingyao replied. Ji Heng's grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday tomorrow. We should pay a visit to the Ji family. All right, Lin Shi agreed readily. No wonder she hadn't seen Ji Heng today. He must be preparing for his grandfather's grand celebration. Raising her head, she asked, Is there anything I need to prepare? Fu Jingyao chuckled lightly. No need. I'll take care of everything. Oh, good. Lin Shi twisted her wrist and released 5 little paper figures. Let us start by harvesting the vegetables. As soon as the paper figures landed, they began to spin wildly. Master, Master. Master, Xiaomu loves you the most.
Master.
Xiaoshui likes you too. Master and Xiaohua as well. Xiaoshui and Xiaohua, who were inherently at odds, began to bicker over who loved the master the most. Master. Xiaoshui loves you more than Xiaohua. Master, Xiaoshui doesn't he love you? He ruined seeds. And you didn't he, huh? Xiaojin raised a fist, and with a stern face, educated them. You two quarrel every day, no arguing in front of the master. Shimu added, yes, Xiaoshui and Xiaohua's chicken legs are gone. Share with Xiaotu and me. Xiaotu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Shimu. Though the 5 little paper figures occasionally had friction, they were all in good spirits. Lin Shi gently patted their heads. The little paper figures grew even happier, bouncing around her. Lin Shi waved her hand. Go play freely. Xiaojin raised a hand. Come here and line up. Under Xiaojin's lead, the paper figures arranged themselves in order. With a synchronized salute, they greeted Fu Jingyao, Master's treasure, hello. The 5 distinct little paper figures stood there, all wearing the same smile, creating a rather peculiar sight.
Fu Jingyao feigned calmness. Xiaojin, Xiaomu, Xiaoshui, Xiaowu, Xiaotu, greetings.
Xiaomu had the intent to tease him. Master's treasure. Who am I? Fu Jingyao did not hesitate. You're Xiaomu.
Wow, you got it right.
Xiaomu joyfully dashed off to the field to harvest vegetables. Master's treasure is as clever as the master. The other little paper figures, intrigued, approached Fu Jingyao, pointing at themselves. Master's treasure. Who am I? Fu Jingyao lowered his gaze. Xiaohua. Correct, correct. You're so clever. Xiaohua happily scampered about. The remaining three needed no introduction. As Fu Jingyao named them one by one, the aloof Xiaojin, the gentle Xiaoshui, and the adorable Xiaotu. Oh wow! Xiaojin, Xiaoshui, and Xiaotu were equally delighted. Apart from the master, someone else remembered their names. Lin Shi laughed. You've only seen them once. How can you tell them apart? The 5 little paper figures had identical eyes, noses, and mouths, differing only in hairstyle. Fu Jingyao raised an eyebrow. It's quite simple. He had already memorized their looks. Xiaojin with a pot-shaped haircut, Xiaomu with wavy curls, Xiaoshui with a single ponytail, Xiaohua with an afro, and Xiaotu with double buns. Lin Shi gestured to the chair beside her. Sit down. They will play for a while. Fu Jingyao sat next to her, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breath. Lin Shi found herself enveloped in a thick veil of violet mist. She inhaled deeply and let out a soft hum of contentment. The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Fu Jingyao to freeze. His ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Lin Shi edged a little closer to the man beside her, coveting his ethereal aura. Fu Jingyao must have performed some good deeds in his past life to be born into such a fortunate existence. Unlike her, who was plagued by misfortune and burdened with various shortcomings. If it weren't for the protective violet mist, she would have perished long ago. Given her unfortunate constitution, she would not be reborn into a good life after death, which is why she diligently amassed virtue. Lin Shi looked up at him, her eyes filled with envy. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of compassion crossed Fu Jingyao's gaze. Having grown up in a Taoist temple without parents and with only an unreliable master, she must have felt exceedingly lonely. Unsure of how to offer comfort, Fu Jingyao declared, "We are family. I will spend more time with you in the future. Everything I have is yours. Feel free to ask for anything. I want the violet mist. Will you give it to me?" Lin Shi inquired. Fu Jingyao's impression of the violet mist was limited to the memory of her biting him twice. In his eyes, violet mist equated to biting. After a brief pause, he loosened his sleeve, revealing a section of his arm. "Bite if you wish." Lin Shi was taken aback. He truly allowed her to bite him. Most people would despise such an act, and it would be a wonder if she wasn't sent to a mental institution for it. What if she contracted rabies? Yet, he unconditionally permitted her, stirring a small wave of emotion within her. Noticing her astonishment, Fu Jingyao added, "You can bite my neck as well." Everyone in the company knew he was married. Showing up to work with bite marks would not be an issue. Strangely, at that moment, he felt a hint of anticipation. The man, lost in his own thoughts, undid the buttons at the chest area, revealing his alluring collarbone. "Wait," Lin Shi quickly interjected.
"I do not need to bite you right now."
She averted her gaze, unconsciously swallowing hard. My goodness, that scene was unbearably enticing. She had to admit that Fu Jingyao's face and physique were incredibly captivating. With his chiseled features, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, he would undoubtedly be an impeccable model. Lin Shi recalled Aunt He's words, "Your man looks quite capable."
Ah.
She felt a wave of embarrassment. Calm down. One must not be seduced by beauty. She wrapped her arms around her head, curling up like a hamster seeking a hole to hide in. Fu Jingyao chuckled softly. His wife was even more prone to shyness. Wu Ma's love manual finally proved useful. "Are you alright?" he asked.
Infine, Lin XI replied,
taking a couple of deep breaths to suppress her chaotic thoughts. She quickly clarified, "I won't need to bite you anymore. Just being close to you will suffice." Close? Is any form of contact acceptable? Fu Jingyao's expression remained nonchalant, yet his thoughts drifted far away. "Alright, I understand." He gently ruffled her hair. "Just like this." Lin Shi's face flushed slightly, roughly like this. With that matter clarified, her heart felt at ease. However, Fu Jingyao's technique still resembled that of petting a dog, revealing that he had indeed never been in a romantic relationship before. Chapter 91. Ensuring the young mistress shines brightly. Little Two held 2 ears of corn, curiously glancing over. "Jean Go, what are the master and the treasure doing?" Little Jean looked over and replied, "They're playing a game." "Playing a game?" Little Two exclaimed excitedly, Jean Ge. Let us play a game too. Before he could finish, Little Mu clamped his hand over his mouth. Be quiet. The master is not playing a game. Little Two blinked in confusion. Little Jean was equally perplexed. If the master isn't playing a game, then why is she holding her head and her face is red? TSK, Little Mu revealed a mysterious smile. The master is shy. Little Jean questioned, what is so embarrassing about sitting together? We often stay with the master and even sleep together. It's different. Little Mu flicked his long hair. The master and the treasure are not like us. Little Jean stared intently. What is different? You wouldn't understand, Little Mu chuckled. In the storybooks, this is called the awakening of romantic feelings. Once, he had a vast forest where, after dark, he could always hear the laughter of men and women. Little Mu was curious and squatted aside, watching as men and women embraced, their voices filled with joy, even a few rolling on the ground in excitement. As dawn broke, some were happy, some were sad, while others cursed and shouted. In short, that little forest was always lively. Initially, Little Mu could not comprehend the behaviors of those people. By chance, he stumbled upon a storybook and understood the matters between men and women. Oh, dear. Those people are truly shameless. They sullied my little forest. Little Mu was too lazy to concern himself with them and became engrossed in reading storybooks. However, when he awoke, the forest had been set ablaze. He felt sorrow for a long time, but luckily, he encountered the master. Little Two tugged at his hand. Little Mu, clarify it for me. I still don't understand. The innocent little spirit had never read a storybook and could not grasp the master's actions. Little Mu replied, I can't explain it well. Next time I'll secretly find a storybook for you to look at. He pondered, according to human behaviors and thoughts, the treasure's room must surely contain storybooks.
All right.
Little Two earnestly said, Thank you, Little Mu. Little Jean cleared his throat. I want to see it too. The three of them were like peas in a pod. Little Mu promised, no problem, I'll show you the world. Little Two hesitantly asked, what about Little Xue and Little Huo? Little Mu rolled his eyes. Forget those two. They can't control their mouths. We can't let the master find out we secretly read storybooks. Little Jean and Little Two nodded repeatedly, assuring they would not let it slip. Not far away, Little Xue and Little Huo were bickering while playfully chasing each other, completely oblivious to the plans of their three companions. Little Mu gathered the vegetables and organized all the little paper figures. Come on, we're going to cook. Little Xue and Little Huo ceased their quarrel and obediently carried the vegetables into the villa. Fu Jingyao chuckled. The little paper figures are quite sensible. Lin Shi glanced over. Little Jean was the leader during battles. Little Mu was the leader during meals. Little Xue and Little Huo were the troublemakers, and Little Two was the beloved pet. The first little spirit she encountered was Little Jean, and the second was Little Mu. She smiled. With Little Jean and Little Mu around, I need not worry. How wonderful. Fu Jingyao stood up. I'll go lend a hand. No need, Lin Shi replied. Little Mu's cooking skills are quite good. They can handle it. It was a shame Wuma couldn't see this. She would surely want to capture it on camera. In the mountain and water residence, Butler Lu held a notepad, calling out names. Hairstylist, stylist, makeup artist, costume designer, jewelry designer, etiquette coach, assistants, drivers, are we all gathered? Wuma counted and confirmed. Everyone is here. We can now find the young mistress. Butler Lu glanced at his Rolex. It was only 8 o'clock, and suggested they go a bit later. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Let the young mistress rest well. Wuma slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to prepare breakfast. The eldest young master's culinary skills were hard to evaluate. Butler Lu, you continue preparing. I'll head out first. Leaving that remark, she hurried off to Dijing Garden. After a short wait, Butler Lu instructed everyone. The young mistress is attending her first formal occasion. You must exert your utmost effort to ensure she is happy and that the eldest young master is satisfied. The entire group shouted in unison, Butler Lu, we understand. We guarantee the young mistress will shine brightly. Excellent. Maintain this spirit. Butler Lu raised a hand. Pack up. We're off. The 2 cars were filled to the brim as the group drove to Dijing Garden.
Meanwhile,
Wuma prepared a few simple breakfast items and knocked on the door. Young mistress, it's time to rise. Lin Shi opened the door. Wuma, you're here. Wuma greeted her with a beaming smile. Young mistress, how did you sleep last night? Quite well, Lin Shi replied, glancing around. You're the only one here. Where's Butler Lu? Last night, Fu Jingyao had mentioned that Butler Lu and Wuma would come to style her. Wuma smiled. Butler Lu will be here shortly. Young mistress, please have some breakfast first. It will be very busy later. How busy can it be to try on a gown and do light makeup? After finishing her meal, Lin Shi quietly awaited Butler Lu's arrival. Madam, I have arrived. Though she had not yet seen him, she recognized his voice as Butler Lu rushed in, drenched in sweat and carrying 2 large boxes. He set down the boxes, took a moment to catch his breath, and exchanged knowing glances with the others nearby. 9 individuals quickly formed a line and shouted in unison, "Good morning, madam."
Good morning, madam. Good morning, madam.
The chant echoed with great enthusiasm. Lin Shi maintained her composure, smiling gently, "Hello, everyone." Butler Lu's unique style remained as ever, and she had grown accustomed to it. A touch of ritual in life was indeed preferable. The group displayed their bright smiles, collectively exclaiming, "Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam." Lin Shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was still not accustomed to such displays, and being the center of attention felt awkward. Clearing her throat, she suggested, "No need to say it 3 times. Once will suffice." "Understood," Butler Lu replied with his signature smile. "Shall we begin, madam?" "Yes," she affirmed. With her consent, Butler Lu gestured grandly, and the 9 individuals methodically opened the boxes, extracting various items. Lin Shi glanced at the plethora of cosmetics laid out before her, feeling overwhelmed by the prospect of applying so much to her face. A woman clad in a professional suit approached, pushing a cart. "Madam, allow me to assist you with your bath." Lin Shi's eyes widened in alarm. "No, no. I can manage on my own." She seized the cart and hurried into the bathroom, quickly washing up. When she emerged, the entire living room was filled with dresses, jewelry, cosmetics, and shoes. Yet everything was neatly organized. Wu Ma presented her with a thick album. "Madam, which makeup look do you prefer?" Lin Shi flipped through a couple of pages, unable to discern any notable differences. All the looks featured bright eyes, rosy lips, and fair skin. Closing the album, she replied nonchalantly, "Whatever works." Anticipating her reaction, Butler Lu clapped his hands, and the team set to work, those applying makeup, those coordinating outfits, and those styling hair. After 5 hours of meticulous effort, Lin Shi found herself utterly bored and dozed off in a chair. "Madam, it's time to change." Wu Ma gently tapped her shoulder, rousing her from her slumber. Lin Shi blinked. Oh. The reflection in the mirror revealed a significantly more polished version of herself. Her chestnut curls cascaded down her back, exuding both elegance and playfulness. In just a few hours, they had styled her hair beautifully. Wu Ma inquired, "Which dress do you like best, madam?" A dazzling array of colorful gowns was laid out before her, intensifying her headache. She randomly selected a light purple dress and put it on, the long gown accentuating her fair complexion and graceful figure. As Lin Shi twirled before the mirror, she remarked, "I seem to have gained weight." "Not at all. You look just right," Wu Ma insisted, showering her with compliments about her figure, claiming that the eldest master would surely be captivated by her appearance. Lin Shi remained silent. The jeweler presented a violet necklace, while the stylist chose a matching pair of high heels. "Madam, please try them on. If they don't fit, we can change them." "They'll do," Lin Shi said without a second glance, slipping them on. However, as she took a step, she stumbled forward and landed directly into Fu Jingyao's arms.
Whoa.
"The stylist has set me up." His deep voice resonated above her. "Are you all right?" "Haha, I'm fine. Lin Shi quickly regained her balance, offering an awkward smile. "These shoes are a bit high. I'm just not used to them yet. If they're uncomfortable, change them. You don't need to adjust for anyone." Fu Jingyao helped her to sit down, pausing briefly before retrieving a pair of flats from the rack, kneeling to personally swap her shoes. His warm hands brushed against her ankle, causing her to blush deeply. She hesitated. I see others wearing high heels to events. Is it disrespectful if I don't wear them?" "Not at all," Fu Jingyao replied, enunciating each word. "My wife does not need to accommodate anyone." Nearby, Wu Ma and Butler Lu were internally ecstatic over his words, declaring the stylist deserving of a bonus. Fu Jingyao's commanding presence was undeniable. His assertion was both impressive and domineering, surely moving Lin Shi. In her lifetime, she finally witnessed a real-life portrayal of the classic dominant CEO falls in love with me. The two exchanged excited glances, their faces beaming with delight. Lin Shi regarded them with a blank expression. Wu Ma, Butler Lu, please compose yourselves. In unison, they turned, exclaiming, "Master, Madam, we take our leave." Lin Shi. Their synchrony amused her, and she found herself slightly admiring their camaraderie. Fu Jingyao chuckled softly, slightly bowing as he extended his hand. "Madam, shall we?" "Yes." Lin Shi took his hand, and together they set off for the Ji family to celebrate the patriarch's 70th birthday. At the Ji family entrance, Ji Heng waited eagerly for Lin Shi and Fu Jingyao's arrival, anticipating the surprise they would bring. I can't be the only one to be startled. Ji Heng shot him an annoyed glance. What are you grinning about? Ji Heng's smile widened. Sister. There's a big surprise coming. Ji Heng took a couple of steps away from her silly brother, wary of his mischievous demeanor. She warned firmly, it's Grandpa's birthday. Don't cause any trouble. I wouldn't dream of it. Ji Heng huffed. Stop treating me like a child. I'm taller than you. Chu Ling stood behind her, dutifully reminding Miss, we should proceed to the main hall. Ji Heng reiterated, please attend to the guests properly, and don't wander off. Yes. Ji Heng nodded obediently. Young master. Director Lei was entwined with Su Lingyi, their closeness evident. Ji Heng gasped, whoa, you two are moving fast. Director Lei flushed, don't say such things. We merely came together because it was convenient. Ji Heng's disbelief was written all over his face. Director Lei and Su Lingyi hurried away. We need to drop off the gifts first. Su Lingyi waved, young Master Ji, see you later. Ji Heng stood in place, pondering his life choices. The little chubby one is dating now. He has a girlfriend. Why the days? He heard a voice. He turned to see He Ting in a flashy red suit, adorned with glimmering diamonds. Ji Heng was put off by this person who had caused his sister distress in the past. He Ting casually asked, silly brother, where's your sister? Ji Heng rolled his eyes. What business is it of yours? And who the hell is your brother? I only have one sister. He Ting clicked his tongue. You're still as rude as ever. Ji Heng retorted, I'm polite when necessary, but you? Are you even human? Offended by the insult, He Ting lost interest and walked away. Ji Heng made a face at his retreating figure. What a nuisance. Why is he here? Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted nearby. Ji Heng dashed forward. Did the brother and big boss arrive? Fu Jingyao, being discreet, would not typically incite such excitement. Who could it be? As he focused his gaze, he was taken aback. Whoa. Jiang Ji. The Jiang family and the Ji family had a moderate relationship. In past celebrations, the Ji family had only received gifts from the Jiang family. Jiang Ji was known for his pride and typically avoided such gatherings. Why was he here? Ji Heng stood frozen in shock. Young Master Ji, are you not welcoming me? Jiang Ji raised an eyebrow, glancing at him before striding inside. Su Zikuan hurried to catch up. Young Master, slow down. You didn't have to cancel 2 business engagements just to come here. The old man's birthday party is quite dull. Be quiet. Jiang Ji snapped, pulling him into a corner, because she'll be here. You mean Master Lin? Su Zikuan slapped his forehead. Had I known, I wouldn't have mentioned it. You're so reckless. Do you realize how much breach of contract fees you'll incur? Just a few million. I can afford it. Jiang Ji was utterly unconcerned. Shut up. Su Zikuan clasped his mouth, internally lamenting. Jiang Ji, a veritable prodigal. Although the Jiang family is affluent and influential, such reckless behavior cannot be tolerated. If your elder brother finds out, he may very well disown you. Chapter 93. She is married. Su Zikuan couldn't restrain his curiosity. Have you truly developed feelings for Master Lin? I've heard from the elders at the antique street that Master Lin is already married. Jiang Ji was taken aback. She is married. Indeed. Su Zikuan slapped his thigh, urging, do not become a mistress out of love and disrupt their marriage. That is utterly immoral, despicable, indecent. Jiang Ji narrowed her eyes, pondering who she had married. Master Lin appears quite youthful. How could he have wed so early? A man who seduces young girls is certainly not a good person. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within Jiang Ji. Master Lin is nearly the same age as her younger sister. If her sister were to marry so young, he would be furious. Su Zikuan discreetly observed her expression, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Ji was exceedingly angry, wishing to confront Master Lin immediately and break them apart. Su Zikuan, in a frenzy, attempted to reason with her, insisting that she abandon any hopes. You have no chance with Master Lin. He is like the moon in the sky, while you are merely a grasshopper on the ground. You are unworthy of her. Jiang Ji felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Su Zikuan continued his relentless tirade, lamenting his burdens as her agent, his hair nearly falling out from worry. Please, little ancestor, have mercy on me. Do not stir up trouble. Su Zikuan's voice rose in a mock wail, loud yet devoid of tears. Jiang Ji rubbed her temples and stated clearly, I harbor no inappropriate thoughts about Master Lin. Cease your wild imaginings.
Oh,
Su Zikuan was bewildered. If you do not like her, then why pursue her? Jiang Ji replied coldly. My affairs are none of your concern. Su Zikuan blurted out. Have you lost your mind? Should we call Master Lin to examine you? Jiang Ji ignored him and turned to leave. Su Zikuan hurriedly followed, asking, What are you up to now? To congratulate old Master Ji on his birthday. Wait for me. I shall accompany you. Su Zikuan feared she might cause a scene at the old man's birthday celebration and hurried to keep pace with her. At the entrance, Ji Hung excitedly waved, Brother? Big shot, you have arrived. Fu Jingyao cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, Your manners are lacking. You need to refine them. The man exuded a commanding presence, causing Ji Hung to recall unpleasant memories, and he quickly amended, Brother, sister-in-law. Fu Jingyao was pleased, advising him to remember this next time. Ji Hung chuckled awkwardly, promising to improve. She stifled a laugh, urging, Stop teasing him. Let us go inside. Very well. Fu Jingyao grasped her hand tightly as they stepped onto the red carpet together. A perfect match, much to Ji Heng's dismay as he feasted on their affectionate display. Xiao Peng and Su Lingyi observed, Brother and Big Shot, sobbing, He has had his fill of dog food tonight. Soon, there will be a splendid show. Old Master Ji, clad in a Zhongshan suit, sat at the center, flanked by Fu Xinya and Ji Mingshan on his right, and Ji Zheng and Chu Ling on his left. Old Master Ji scanned the room, inquiring, Where is Xiao Heng? Where has he wandered off to? He chuckled heartily, marveling at Xiao Heng's restraint. He would have typically left by now. Ji Zheng smiled helplessly, explaining that Xiao Heng had promised a surprise.
oh,
Old Master Ji perked up, knowing Xiao Heng's cleverness, certain that the surprise would be extraordinary. Just as he spoke, Ji Heng burst in, exuberantly announcing, Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Sister, I'm here with a grand surprise. He jumped aside to reveal two people behind him. Old Master Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. Jingyao. Who is this? Fu Jingyao, holding Lin Shi's hand, smiled gently, Grandfather Ji. This is my wife, Lin Shi. Old Master Ji gasped, Jingyao, you are married. Ji Heng patted his chest, urging, Grandpa, calm down. My brother just had a flash wedding. Don't be too excited, for you will be even more surprised shortly. Old Master Ji, with a look of disdain, swatted his hand away. Questioning what could possibly be more astonishing than this, Ji Heng grinned, stating, Sister-in-law's identity is incredibly formidable. She has saved my life twice, making my brother truly fortunate. Old Master Ji, slightly bewildered, urged, Enough with the suspense. Just tell me. Ji Heng rolled his eyes, asking Mom, Dad, do you remember? Ji Mingshan and Fu Xinya exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, You are Master Lin. When Ji Heng lay comatose, a mysterious master saved his life. And they had always remembered that kindness. Master Lin married Fu Jingyao.
Fu Xinya beamed, congratulating, Jingyao, Master Lin, congratulations.
This nephew has been so focused on his career that I thought he would never marry, yet here he is, and so quickly. Ji Mingshan stepped forward, inquiring, Congratulations, Jingyao. When shall we celebrate with a wedding feast? Fu Jingyao smiled, saying, Soon. She shot a glare at Ji Heng for not mentioning such a significant event beforehand. Ji Heng pretended not to notice, seriously introducing Lin Shi. This is my sister-in-law, the unparalleled master of metaphysics, capable of determining fate and life with a single word, an invincible force against any supernatural being that dares to cross her path. Lin Shi blushed, covering her face, lamenting, This guy is exaggerating again. She cleared her throat, adding, My skills are rather ordinary, not comparable to those of more seasoned masters. Ji Heng shook his head, insisting, No exaggeration whatsoever. Old Master Ji interjected, Xiao Heng, I am aware of Master Lin's prowess. Please step aside and do not obstruct her and Jingyao. Ji Heng pouted, retreating to the side, feeling the sting of his grandfather's disapproval. Old Master Ji laughed heartily, remarking, Jingyao, you've surprised me greatly by not informing me of such momentous news beforehand. You, my boy, have done well. This is the best gift I have received this year. Grandfather wishes you both a happy marriage, and may you soon welcome children. Fu Jingyao glanced at Lin Shi, her eyes sparkling with joy, wishing, Grandfather Ji, happy birthday. Lin Shi smiled, extending her own wishes. Grandfather Ji, may you have blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain, with peace and prosperity. Excellent. Old Master Ji nodded vigorously, accepting their blessings while reminding them to remember his own. Fu Jingyao tightened her grip on Lin Xi's hand, assuring, Grandfather Ji, we will strive to do our best. Very well. Old Master Ji chuckled heartily, casting a glance at his unambitious grandchildren. He sighed, urging, Ji Zheng, Ji Heng, learn from Jingyao, and hurry to find partners. I do not have many years left. I am waiting to hold my grandchildren. Ji Heng retorted, do not count on me, otherwise, you may have to go to the underworld to hold your grandchildren. Old Master Ji shot him a glare, scolding him for his nonsense. He then turned to Ji Zheng, inquiring, Xiao Zheng, how have you been lately? Ji Zheng's expression stiffened as she replied, Grandpa, there are too many matters at the company. I haven't thought about that yet. Old Master Ji suddenly recalled, what about that young man from the He family? We have already broken up. Ji Zheng interrupted quickly. Grandpa, I do not wish to leave you all. Ji Heng's eyes lit up, suggesting, Sister, you could recruit a son-in-law. That way, your children will carry the Ji surname. This way, you need not leave the Ji family, and Grandpa will not pressure you to find a boyfriend. It's simply perfect. Chapter 94. Far away, yet near. Ji Zheng stared at him, expressionless. Little brother, you are in deep trouble. Ji Heng was undeterred, his mouth running faster than his brain, exclaiming, I think Chu Ling is quite impressive, handsome, and loyal to the Ji family. Why not consider him? Ji Zheng's gaze turned icy, wishing to silence her brother. Chu Ling, overhearing, was terrified. No, young master, I am merely a bodyguard. I hold no inappropriate feelings for the young lady. Please do not jest with me.
Is Henk warnend.
Ji Heng, shut your mouth. Ji Heng, sensing his sister's fury, quickly apologized. Sister, Chu Ling, I am sorry. An awkward silence ensued. Old Master Ji spoke up. Xiao Zheng, please go ahead and check.
Very well, Grandpa.
Ji Zheng shot Ji Heng a disapproving glare and exited through the door. Chu Ling closely followed her. Once they left, Old Master Ji rapped his knuckles on the table, admonishing, Ji Heng, you went too far just now. Ji Heng sincerely apologized. Grandpa, I realize my mistake. The venerable Mr. Ji grasped his ear firmly, stating, It is time for you to be more considerate. Your sister is exceedingly busy at the company every day, and you must focus on your studies and assist her. Fu Jingyao interjected coolly. Last semester, he failed his English class. Mr. Ji twisted his grip, declaring, Ji Heng, your pocket money for this month is gone. Ji Heng covered his ears, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. His brother was truly ruthless. I am going to have to eat dirt this month, he lamented. Mr. Ji waved his hand dismissively. Go help your sister up front. Looking at you annoys me. Okay. Ji Heng pouted before darting out the door. Mr. Ji chuckled awkwardly. I apologize for making you witness this. Lin, she shook her head. It's quite all right, Mr. Ji. Haha, it's wonderful that you both are so understanding. Mr. Ji produced a red envelope, saying, I didn't prepare a gift for our meeting. But please accept this red envelope, and do not disdain this old man. Lin, she glanced at those beside her, and Fu Jingyao took the envelope, placing it into her hands. Thank you, Mr. Ji. Mr. Ji gazed at the pair with delight, feeling happier than on his own wedding day. Jingyao, let me tell you, once married. Mr. Ji, in high spirits, held Fu Jingyao's hand and chattered incessantly. Fu Xingya tugged at Lin Shi's sleeve. Master Lin, my father hasn't been this happy in ages. Let me show you around the front hall. Lin, she quickly slipped away. The Ji family villa boasted 5 stories, with the front yard adorned with exquisite flowers and a vast swimming pool in the back. The front hall was laden with delicious treats, instantly invigorating Lin Shi. She grabbed a plate, sampling a bit of everything, and found a corner to indulge. Fu Xingya returned with another plate of food. Master Lin, please let me know if you need anything. Lin Shi looked up at her. There's no need to call me Master Lin, just my name will do. Fu Xingya, being Fu Jingyao's aunt, always referred to her as Master Lin, which felt odd. She gently called out, Aunt. Fu Xingya beamed with joy. I'll go fetch you a drink. All right, you go ahead. Lin Shi preferred to be alone in her corner, enjoying her meal. She took a bite of a small cake when a figure halted before her. Master Lin, long time no see. Lin Shi looked up to see He Ting. With a smile, He Ting asked, Master Lin, where is Fu Jingyao? Lin Shi detested being interrupted while eating, and she replied curtly, Please step back. You're blocking the light. He Ting's smile faltered, sensing her disdain. Feeling disheartened, he turned to leave. Yet another person has distaste for me. Lin Shi quietly took a couple more bites when 2 more individuals stood before her. Su Zikuan, with a playful grin, waved, Master Lin, long time no see. Lin Shi cast him a disinterested glance. Do you need something? I have nothing, but he does, Su Ziquan indicated with his eyes towards Jiang Ji. Speak quickly. If you're done, please leave. This little ancestor had been searching everywhere, nearly exhausting himself. Jiang Ji hung his head in silence, his fingers trembling slightly. Su Ziquan slapped him on the back. Speak up. Why are you trembling like you have Parkinson's? Jiang Ji shot him a glare. Shut up. Su Ziquan, hands on his hips, retorted. All you ever say is for me to shut up. When it matters, you don't utter a word. I'll ask for you. Master Lin, Jiang Ji wishes to know why you married so early.
Who is that man?
Is he good to you? If not, would you consider divorce?
Ouch.
Why are you pinching me? Su Ziquan exclaimed, noticing a bruise forming on his arm. Jiang Ji, you're truly ruthless. I was just trying to help you. And you treat me like this. I'm so heartbroken. Lin Shi observed the scene with amusement, taking another few bites of cake. This manager's acting skills could surely lead him to stardom. It was remarkable that Jiang Ji had not lost his temper yet. Wait a moment. What had Su Ziquan just said? Jiang Ji was concerned about her marital status and even contemplated divorce. They were siblings. Lin Shi set down her spoon, her expression filled with alarm. Jiang Ji, this is my private matter. Do you truly wish to inquire about this? Jiang Ji's eyelids twitched. No, that's not it. At that moment, he felt utterly embarrassed, realizing that Su Ziquan had put him in a precarious situation. Suppressing his rising anger, Jiang Ji said, Master Lin, I apologize on behalf of Su Ziquan. I had no intention of prying into your private affairs. Lin Shi felt relieved. What do you wish to ask? Jiang Ji took a deep breath. Master Lin, last time you mentioned that my sister is still alive. Can you determine her current whereabouts? Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. You and your sister were separated at a young age. Why do you wish to find her? Jiang Ji spoke each word deliberately. She is my sister, my kin. As long as she is alive, I must find her. Did Jiang Ji know about their parents abandoning her back then? Alas, his expression suggested ignorance. The Jiang family's affairs were indeed complicated. Seeing her in a daze, Jiang Ji repeated, Master Lin, please ascertain where my sister is. This left Jiang Ji momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Is my sister nearby? Su Ziquan, anxious for Jiang Ji's intellect, interjected, Master Lin implies that your sister is present at this gathering. We should quickly find her before she leaves. Let us go, let us go. One by one, we shall find her. Jiang Ji felt a sense of unease as he was dragged along, sensing that something was amiss. A flicker of insight flashed in his mind, yet he could not grasp it. Su Ziquan urged, if you wanted to find your sister, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were trying to break someone apart. Jiang Ji frowned. Shut up. May we meet again by fate. Lin Shi waved goodbye. Su Ziquan was somewhat clever, but not overly so, having guessed half of the situation correctly. Lin Shi chose to let things unfold naturally, unwilling to meddle or dwell on it. She savored the sweetness of the cake, finding joy in indulging in delectable treats. Fu Jingao approached with a plate filled with various beverages. Lin Shi took a glass of orange juice. Where's your aunt? She had something to attend to. Fu Jingao replied, sitting beside her and casually asking, do you know Jiang Ji? Lin Shi maintained a neutral expression. He sought my fortune before. Fu Jingao breathed a sigh of relief. The Jiang family can be rather peculiar. It's best to limit your interactions. Lin Shi discerned the subtle implications in his words. Was the Fu family in opposition to the Jiang family? Fu Jingao furrowed his brow. Not exactly. In business, there are no permanent adversaries or allies. However, the Jiang family often covertly competes with the Fu family, especially Jiang Ting, a rather inscrutable individual. Jiang Ting, her elder brother? He did not sound like a good person. Lin Shi patted the man's shoulder. With you here, the Fu family is sure to prevail. If the Jiang family dares to oppose you, they are bound to meet their match. Fu Jingyao chuckled lightly. Thank you for your confidence. Lin Shi confidently proclaimed, if a conflict arises, I will be the first to charge in and assist, ensuring Jiang Ting is left searching for his teeth, never to show his face before you again. Lin Shi would naturally side with her husband over the Jiang family. Fu Jingyao found her reaction amusing. No need for you to fight. Your man isn't so weak. All right. Lin Shi interpreted this as a cue to continue enjoying her meal. Chapter 95. This news is bound to be explosive. Ji Zheng, long time no see. He Ting cast a sidelong glance at the man behind her, his tone dripping with envy. You take him everywhere. You two are truly inseparable. Ji Zheng shot him a glare. What business is it of yours? Today is grandfather's birthday. I do not wish to create a scene at his banquet. This is none of my concern. Ji Zheng grew increasingly irritated with this person. He had not cherished their time together, yet now that they were apart, he buzzed around her like a persistent fly, impossible to swat away. She coldly remarked, "I did not send you an invitation. How did you get in?" He Ting tossed his hair casually. "It's just a small invitation. It cannot deter my desire to see you." The oily response made her feel nauseous. Ji Zheng did not wish to engage in conversation and turned to walk away. "Wait, Ji Zheng, don't go. I still have something to say." He Ting reached for her hand, but Chu Ling, expressionless, stepped in between them. "Miss Ji does not wish to see you. Please refrain from bothering her." He Ting shoved him aside. "I'm speaking to Ji Zheng. Who are you to interfere?" Chu Ling instinctively wanted to retaliate, but realized they were at Mr. G's banquet, and he was merely a bodyguard. He forcibly suppressed his instincts, standing between the two. He Ting scoffed. "What do you see in that wooden block?" Ji Zheng could no longer tolerate it. "Chu Ling, throw him out. I'll handle things with Grandpa." Following her command, Chu Ling seized He Ting by the collar and strode towards the door. He Ting was taken aback by the turn of events. Ji Zheng was unexpectedly ruthless, denying him any chance to explain before ordering him out. He struggled desperately but found himself immobilized. This scene felt eerily familiar. He had been tossed out by Qi Wenye once before. Chu Ling, though slender, possessed strength comparable to Qi Wenye. What did these two consume to grow so strong? He fell to the ground, his face meeting the grass. In a fit of anger, he warned, "Just you wait." Rubbing his backside, he sat in the grass, lost in thought. It seemed his relationship with Ji Zheng had come to an end. They had once shared such beautiful moments. How had it come to this? "Young master, he long time no see." A woman in a pink gown, adorned with exquisite makeup, extended her hand. "The ground is chilly at night. You should get up." He Ting looked up. "You are that. What was her name again?" Her face twisted for a moment. "Young master, you truly have a forgetful mind." "I am Han Mixue." Her tone was overly familiar, leading an unsuspecting observer to believe they shared a close relationship. He Ting suddenly recalled, she was Ji Zheng's roommate, the classmate Xiao Mei. Han Mixue bit her lip in frustration, cursing inwardly. "You are the one who should be called Xiao Mei. Your entire family should be named Xiao Mei." She chuckled. "Haha, young master, you haven't changed at all. Still so witty and humorous." He Ting rose, brushing off the grass from his clothes. "You've changed. Not only older, but also less attractive." He added, "I speak only the truth, so do not take offense. Though it matters little, as I simply cannot utter the word beautiful in regard to such an unattractive face." Han Mixue was infuriated. "Ah, I wish I could eliminate both you and Ji Zheng." However, she reminded herself to stay calm. There were matters to attend to. She forced a smile. "Oh dear. My makeup isn't quite right today. Please excuse me, young master." Taking a step closer, she said, "Young master, you have grass in your hair. Let me help you remove it." Before she finished her sentence, He Ting recoiled, distancing himself from her. Holding his nose, he exclaimed, "What is that smell? It resembles socks that haven't been washed in 300 years. Stay away from me."
Han Mixue clenched her fists.
"Stay calm, stay calm."
Ah.
She could no longer contain herself. Finding an excuse to leave, she said, "Young master, I have something to attend to. Until next time."
How infuriating.
She had managed to reach He Ting. How could she execute her plan? Never mind, she would find He Ting another day.
For now,
she needed to deal with Ji Zheng. Missing this opportunity would be detrimental. After several minutes of searching, Han Mixue located her target, holding 2 glasses of red wine. "Old classmate, long time no see." Ji Zheng glanced at her. "Han Mixue, it has been a while." They had once been roommates and best friends, but too much had transpired, causing them to drift apart. Han Mixue did not press, lightly clinking her glass against Ji Zheng's, her fingertips brushing against Ji Zheng's. Step 1, accomplished. Han Mixue lowered her eyelids to conceal her excitement. "Ji Zheng, congratulations on becoming part of the Ji family." Ji Zheng took a sip of juice.
"Thank you."
Han Mixue sought her next target, glancing at the man beside Ji Zheng. "And who might this be?" Ji Zheng replied coolly, "Chu Ling, my assistant and bodyguard." Han Mixue smiled sweetly. "Mr. Chu, nice to meet you." Chu Ling remained unperturbed, replying, "Hello." Han Mixue rolled her eyes, deciding to target him next. Ji Zheng began to walk away. "I have matters to attend to, excuse me." Ji Zheng, wait. Han Mixue feigned to stumble, colliding with Chu Ling. Oh no. Chu Ling did not extend a hand to assist, allowing her to fall to the ground. Red wine spilled everywhere, splattering Han Mixue's skirt and staining Chu Ling's shoes. Her dress soaked, she felt utterly humiliated. The men around Jijing all exhibited this same lack of concern, their gazes fixated solely on her. Jealousy consumed Han Meiyue. Initially, she had confessed her feelings first, yet He-ting ended up with Jijing, and the bitterness gnawed at her. However, soon enough, Jijing's smile would fade. Having just interacted with Chu Ling, step 2 was already in motion. The news of the Ji family's eldest daughter and her bodyguard entangled in a scandal during her grandfather's birthday banquet would undoubtedly create a stir. Chapter 96. So much blood. She sat on the floor, an apologetic expression on her face, her pink gown stained and damp. Today marked her grandfather's 70th birthday, and Jijing wished to avoid any disturbances. She helped Han Meiyue, who was on the ground, to her feet. Get up. Han Meiyue's eyes glistened with tears as she repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, truly not intentional. The doctor mentioned I have low blood sugar. Han Meiyue managed to smile. Please wish Grandpa a happy birthday for me, and I apologize for not being able to convey my blessings in person. Jijing shot her glance. I'll call a doctor for you. No need. Han Meiyue grasped her hand. Jijing, could you take me upstairs to rest? My dress is dirty, and I prefer not to be seen by too many people. After the banquet, I'll have my family's driver come to collect me. You don't need to trouble yourself. All right then, Han Meiyue pouted, clinging to her arm. Jijing relented. I will take you to the lounge on the second floor. The first floor was the main hall, while the second floor housed several rooms for guests to rest. The two ascended the stairs slowly, with Chu Ling following behind. Han Meiyue limped, leaning against Jijing. Jijing casually asked, How have you been abroad? Han Meiyue's expression froze momentarily. Pretty well. My father can't control me there. I have a lot of freedom, but not many friends. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Jijing, I miss you. Are we still good friends? Jijing's gaze remained fixed ahead. We've arrived. Currently, Jijing was the face of the Ji group, prioritizing the family's interests above all. Love and friendship would only hinder her pursuit of success. Han Meiyue clenched her fingers in frustration. She was performing so well, yet Jijing ignored her. With a forced smile, she said, Thank you for your kindness. Jijing opened a door, guiding her inside while Chu Ling stood guard at the entrance. Han Meiyue hesitated to speak. Are there any clean clothes? I feel uncomfortable in these wet ones. Jijing gently replied, Please sit for a moment. I'll fetch you something to change into. Just as she was about to leave, Han Meiyue's tone shifted. Jijing, don't go. The show is about to begin. Jijing frowned. What do you mean? Han Meiyue smirked, snapping her fingers.
Gamai.
A series of incantations echoed in the air, causing Jijing to feel weak and collapse onto the sofa, while Chu Ling similarly succumbed to the floor. Both were rendered immobile, and Jijing's pupils dilated in horror. Han Meiyue, what are you doing? Han Meiyue quickly snatched away their phones, dramatically covering her mouth. Jijing, what happened to you? Jijing's head spun. Her cheeks flushed abnormally. She attempted to rise but found herself unable to muster the strength. This reaction was akin to being drugged. She had not even consumed that glass of red wine, so how could she be feeling this way? Han Meiyue looked down at her, declaring, Jijing, I have endured you for long enough. I was the one who confessed to He-ting first. I was the one who loved him first. What gives you the right to be with him? Jijing exhaled sharply. He-ting doesn't like you. If you have the ability, go find him. Han Meiyue's anger flared at the thought of He-ting. That man only has eyes for you. I sacrificed so much for him and lost my innocence, yet he doesn't even glance my way. My father sent me abroad like a discarded pawn. Do you know how miserable I was there? All of this is your fault. It's all your fault.
Han Meiyue ata, gripping his nesa shintigli.
Scrutinizing her face inch by inch. Jijing, I envy you. Jealously to the point of madness. You are the sole heiress of the Ji family, while I am merely a pawn, unloved by my father. You are surrounded by countless men, while the man I love only has eyes for you. I loathe you. I utterly despise you. Jijing felt increasingly dizzy, her vision blurring. She managed to utter, Han Meiyue, you are insane. Do not seek vengeance against your father. Instead, you harbor hatred towards me. I deeply regret becoming your friend. Indeed, I am unwell, driven to this state by you. Han Meiyue patted her face and said, Jijing, soon you will no longer be able to smile. Jijing asked, what exactly do you intend to do? Han Meiyue laughed heartily. Soon everyone will know that the young lady of the Ji family engaged in such acts with her bodyguard during her grandfather's birthday celebration. Jijing's heart tightened. No wonder she and Chu Ling felt weak and feverish simultaneously. Han Meiwei had devised such a scheme. Jijing forced herself to remain calm. Are you not afraid of the Ji family's retribution? Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the police? It is not too late to stop now. Han Meiwei scoffed.
Oh.
Do not try to intimidate me. The police will never discover this. This is not a drug, but a sacred object. What are the police compared to Master Jiang, the strongest person in the world? With a cold sneer, Han Meiwei declared, Jijing, after tonight, you will no longer be the lofty young lady you once were. Jijing retorted, no matter what happens, I am still the young lady of the Ji family, while you will forever remain an inconsequential illegitimate daughter. Upon hearing the term illegitimate daughter, Han Meiwei's face contorted with rage. She swung a slap towards Jijing, only to be knocked down, landing heavily on the ground. You shall not bully the young lady. Chu Ling's face flushed crimson, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He found himself unable to move, having bitten his tongue, and summoned all his strength to crash towards her. Han Meiwei clenched her fists. You all wait for me. I cannot waste time. This plan is just one step away from fruition. She intended for everyone to witness Jijing in a compromising situation with a man. Han Meiwei recited the incantation taught by her master, Gamiya, Gamiya. She closed the door and stepped out, her eyes gleaming with excitement as the spectacle was about to unfold. Jijing, the young lady of the Ji family, prepare for your disgrace. Inside the room, Jijing was engulfed in heat, waves of warmth surging through her. So hot, so hot. Unable to resist, she drew closer to Chu Ling, her hands encircling his neck. The man's presence soothed her inner turmoil, alleviating the heat. Chu Ling fought to suppress himself, pushing her away with all his might. No, he could not harm the young lady. When they separated, it felt as though countless ants were crawling within him, unbearable agony. As reason slipped away, a string in his mind snapped, prompting Jijing to let out a soft sound. The world around her blurred, and in a moment of panic, Chu Ling grasped a sharp object. Without a second thought, he plunged it into his own abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and the restlessness within him diminished. Jijing's vision filled with a hazy image. Blood. So much blood. Chu Ling collapsed in a pool of blood. Chapter 97. Blocking everyone, Jijing felt her hands drenched in blood. Frantically calling out, Chu Ling, Chu Ling. She exerted every ounce of strength to shout, but her voice was barely a whisper, unsure if he could hear her. The intense pain momentarily roused Chu Ling. He heard it. He heard the young lady calling his name and saw the tears on her face. The young lady is crying for me, he thought, filled with urgency. Young lady, I am fine. Please do not cry. Following the sound, Jijing slowly approached, noticing the fruit knife in his hand. The knife, blood, so much blood. She instantly understood. To suppress his instincts, Chu Ling had unhesitatingly harmed himself. The heavy scent of blood filled the room, and Jijing felt the heat within her lessen significantly. The taste of blood seemed to quell the desires. Understood by both her and Chu Ling. However, the brief calm did not last long as waves of heat surged once more. Jijing's head throbbed violently. So uncomfortable, so painful. Chu Ling felt equally distressed. It seemed he understood. Only fresh blood could suppress the turmoil within him. Young lady, do not come near me. Jijing lifted her head, sensing his intentions. No, please do not. Do not harm yourself, she implored, but before she could finish, the metallic scent of blood intensified. Chu Ling stabbed himself again, the sticky blood saturating the floor. Having lost his parents at a young age, his uncles and aunts seized his family's fortune and sent him to an orphanage. The orphanage was a microcosm of society. Little Chu Ling, small and frail, was constantly bullied, often going hungry. At 7, he stood less than a meter tall, far shorter than his peers. At that time, the Ji family came to the orphanage, seeking strong, tall children. Naturally, little Chu Ling did not stand a chance. The matron spoke of this, and all the children gathered in the front yard, hoping to be chosen by the Ji family. Only little Chu Ling hid in a corner, clutching a cold bun, feeling an inexplicable joy. With those who had bullied him absent, he could finally enjoy a complete bun, the greatest happiness for little Chu Ling. Why are you not in line? A beautifully dressed girl with an aristocratic demeanor stood before him, causing little Chu Ling to shrink back in fear, his voice trembling. I want to go. Please do not take my bun. The girl glanced at him and walked away. After finishing the bun, little Chu Ling was unexpectedly chosen by the Ji family. From that day forward, he no longer had to eat hard, stale buns. He enjoyed warm blankets and delicious meals. He was grateful to the Ji family, especially to the young lady. The young lady had been kidnapped before, and the Ji family sought to select a bodyguard for her. Chu Ling worked tirelessly, defeating over 50 opponents to ultimately become the young lady's bodyguard, dedicated to her safety. At this moment, Chu Ling felt immense guilt. He felt utterly useless for allowing the young lady to fall into such a predicament. He suppressed the desires within him, stabbing himself once more. Jijing was engulfed in blood, her tears flowing uncontrollably. With all her might, she cried out, "Chu Ling, I command you to stop." Chu Ling could not bear to look at her. This was his first, and perhaps last, act of defiance against the young lady's command. He would not allow anyone to harm her. Nor would he permit himself to do so. Han Meiyue's scheme would never succeed. Even at the cost of his own life, he would protect the young lady. In the first-floor venue, Ji Heng suddenly felt an unsettling anxiety, involuntarily halting his steps. What was happening? A thought struck him. He had not seen his sister in quite some time. Ji Heng searched the crowd. "Where's my sister? Have you seen her?" Most shook their heads. But a server replied, "I saw the young lady supporting Miss Han to the second floor." "Thank you." Ji Heng rushed towards the second floor. But as he took a few steps, he encountered a group of men and women holding wine glasses. Han Meiyue was among them, beaming with delight. "The young lady has prepared a surprise on the second floor. She asked me to invite everyone to take a look." She playfully winked. "I promise you won't be disappointed." Ji Heng felt something was off. His sister had never mentioned a surprise. His sister's personality was the complete opposite of his. He acted on impulse, while she meticulously planned. Especially for such a significant birthday banquet, she would not suddenly orchestrate a surprise. Ji Heng squeezed through the crowd, confronting Han Meiyue. "Why didn't I hear about my sister preparing a surprise?" Han Meiyue remained unfazed. This foolish young Master Ji is simple-minded and easy to deceive. Han Meiyue produced prepared chat records, saying, "Look, young Master Ji. Jijing personally instructed this. I did not overstep my bounds. Young Master Ji, you are busy with your studies. You need not concern yourself with these trivial matters. I will handle it." Young Master Ji examined the record closely. Indeed, it bore his sister's profile picture. But for some reason, he still felt something was amiss. Han Meiyue teased, "I am Jijing's closest friend. Does young Master Ji not trust me?" The crowd echoed in agreement. Miss Han and the young lady were roommates in university. They were inseparable, sharing a bond like no other. Yes, my child knows about this. But I heard they fell out over the issue, with Master He." Han Meiyue's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred, but she quickly adjusted her expression, laughing heartily. "Oh. Everyone don't take it seriously. I was abroad for a while, which has reduced my contact with Jijing, but our friendship remains unchanged." She emphasized the last two words deliberately, as a grand surprise awaited everyone, especially the Ji family. With a mischievous intent, she called out to Ji Heng, "Come along too." Young Master Ji. Ji Heng, somewhat bewildered, stepped forward to join the group. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Fu Jingyao nearby and whispered, Big sister-in-law." The crowd halted, turning to the newcomers as Han Meiyue squinted, scrutinizing the two unexpected figures. The man seemed familiar. "Oh my, Fu Jingyao." The head of the Fu group. Recognizing him, everyone forced smiles. "Mr. Fu, what a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Fu, long time no see."
Mr. Fu,
Han Meiyue devised a plan. "Oh, it's Mr. Fu. Jijing has prepared a surprise on the second floor. Would you like to join us?" The more people who witnessed Jijing's disgrace, the better. She aimed to expose Jijing as a shameless harlot. Fu Jingyao remained silent, while Lin Shi frowned. "You carry the scent of a cursed insect." Han Meiyue was taken aback. This woman knew about cursed insects. She quickly denied it. "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Lin Shi seized her hands, discerning carefully. This is a love curse. She wasn't well versed in the Miao curse techniques, but understood that those afflicted would unconditionally love one another. Lin Shi furrowed her brow. This woman had been incessantly mentioning Jijing. Oh no! Lin Shi dashed up to the second floor, leaving behind a command. "Fu Jingyao, stop everyone." Chapter 98, My wife is speaking to me. Do you have an objection? Han Meiyue was thrown back heavily, stumbling once more, fury boiling within her. Who was this woman to command them? What right did she have to dismiss her? Now, her foremost hatred was directed at Jijing, followed closely by that wretched woman. Once Jijing was ruined, she would take care of her. Han Meiyue clenched her fingers, sarcastically remarking, "Who is this person? How dare she command Mr. Fu? Such arrogance, right everyone?" First, she would tarnish her reputation in the elite circles of Dijing, then find a way to ruin her purity. Han Meiwei frequently employed this tactic, never having failed, especially with her sacred object in hand. Competing with her? That vile woman would soon find herself without a grave. The crowd exchanged glances, echoing her sentiments. Miss Han is right. That young lady is indeed discourteous. I've never seen her before. She must be from a minor family. Such a naive girl. How dare she command Mr. Fu? Unbeknownst to them, Fu Jingyao's expression darkened. Naturally, it is I who granted her the audacity. Gasps echoed through the crowd, falling silent immediately. What does Mr. Fu mean? It sounds like he knows that woman quite well. Have they just encountered a formidable opponent? Han Meiyue's anger surged. How infuriating. That wretched woman had linked herself to Mr. Fu, the head of the Fu group. Han Meiwei felt a deep resentment. Why did those she despised have such good fortune, while she was cursed to be a bastard? They both should perish. Han Meiwei suppressed her rage, forcing a stiff smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Mr. Fu, regardless of your relationship with her, she should not command you. It is quite disrespectful. Fu Jingyao adjusted his cuff, looking at her with a half-smile. Does my wife's words not reach your ears?
Wife.
The crowd stood agape, eyes wide as saucers. Today, it seemed they had indeed stumbled upon a formidable adversary. They had never heard of Mr. Fu having a girlfriend, much less being married. Han Meiwei's defenses crumbled. She had assumed that woman was a clandestine lover, but instead, she was the legitimate wife. Realization dawned upon the crowd. Awkward laughter ensued. Haha, it seems I have been blind. I didn't recognize the esteemed lady. Congratulations to Mr. Fu on your marriage. Mr. Fu, wishing you and your wife a lifetime of happiness. Mr. Fu, please forgive me for my earlier rudeness. One by one they raised their glasses, downing them in one go. Fu Jingyao stood impassively, casting a cool glance over everyone. They grew anxious, continuing to offer auspicious words. Ji Hung inwardly rejoiced, thinking, you've crossed paths with this brother. It's about time someone felt the same as me. Han Meiwei lowered her eyelids. Her plan was just a step away from success, and could not fail now. Such an opportunity would not come again. Mr. Fu, Ji Zheng is waiting for us upstairs. As she took a step forward, Fu Jingyao's cold voice interrupted. Did you not hear my wife's words clearly? Han Meiwei's expression froze. Mr. Fu, I heard clearly, but your wife went upstairs alone, Ji Zheng. Fu Jingyao leisurely lifted his lips. I shall repeat myself. No one is to move. Everyone stay here and wait for my wife to come down. Anyone who goes upstairs is opposing me, Ji Hung weakly added. Anyone who goes up is also opposing the Ji family. With his sister absent, he represented the Ji family. Following his brother, and the big boss was undoubtedly the right choice. Everyone stood rigidly in place. Was it really that serious? They sensed the underlying tension. The Fu, Ji, and Han families were now at odds. How curious. What had Han Meiwei done to offend both the Fu and Ji families? The Han family would struggle to survive in Dijing. Upon returning, they would swiftly sever ties with the Han family to avoid being implicated. Han Meiwei seethed with jealousy. How could the esteemed president of the Fu group heed a woman's words? She loathed that this person was not her. She rushed to the second floor. A faint metallic scent filled her nostrils. She didn't need to calculate Ji Zheng's location. She followed the scent of blood to the room. The odor intensified. A pool of blood seeping from the crack of the door. The amount of blood suggested that the person inside would either die or be severely injured. Under the love curse, why was there so much blood? The two should she kicked the door open, revealing a ghastly scene. Both individuals lay on the ground. The man had 3 gaping wounds in his abdomen, bloodied all over. The woman breathed weakly, moaning incessantly. A loud crash echoed as Ji Zheng slowly lifted her head. Upon recognizing her visitor, hope ignited in her eyes. She exerted every ounce of strength to cry out, Master, please save Chu Ling. She pressed her fingers against Chu Ling's pulse, checking for breath. Thankfully, there was still a faint trace of life. She retrieved silver needles from her small bag, swiftly inserting 3 into Chu Ling's body, safeguarding his heart. She infused some spiritual energy into his wounds, accelerating coagulation to prevent excessive blood loss. After completing her tasks, she helped Ji Zheng to her feet. Ji Zheng had lost her senses, continuously repeating 2 words, no, no. Her body burned with fever, her face flushed. In an instant, Shi understood. Han Meiwa had cursed Ji Zheng and Chu Ling, confining them to the same room, and then brought people upstairs. This love curse was akin to a potion. Those affected would be irresistibly drawn to one another, requiring intimate union to break the spell. As a result, Chu Ling would rather die than harm Ji Zheng, allowing Han Meiyue's scheme to succeed. Ji Zheng took a deep breath, feeling the turmoil within her settle. The fever gradually dissipating. Chu Ling's frown deepened, his breathing becoming steadier. Ji Zheng paused for a moment, sensing she could move, and crawled forward step by step, tears streaming down her face. Chu Ling, you must not die. I command you to wake up. Chu Ling slowly opened his eyes, his voice faint. Young miss, I'm fine. I'm still alive. Chapter 99. The Love Curse. Upon hearing his voice, Ji Zheng's heart finally relaxed. Oh, Chu Ling is not dead. He is still alive. If Chu Ling had died because of her, she would never find peace in this lifetime. Chu Ling wished to sit up, but a sharp pain shot through his abdomen.
Ugh.
He couldn't suppress a cry of pain. Ji Zheng urgently called out, Chu Ling, you're still bleeding, don't move around. Chu Ling, not wanting her to worry, forced a smile and replied, Miss, I'm fine, truly. It's just a little blood, nothing to fret about. I've bled more during training. This pain is trivial. At that moment, Chu Ling's heart ached more than his body. It was all his fault for not protecting the young lady, for causing her to worry and shed so many tears for him. He felt utterly wretched. I'm sorry, miss, he murmured, filled with guilt. Ji Zheng was taken aback. What are you saying? It should be me apologizing for dragging you into this. Han Meiwa forced you to hurt yourself. Chu Ling shut his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Miss, my abilities are insufficient to keep you safe. Please consider changing your bodyguard. Uttering those words made his heart ache even more, as if countless needles were piercing through him. He had exerted every ounce of strength just to stand by her side, and now he felt compelled to step back. He didn't want to leave, but he couldn't forgive his own inadequacy. If he were to leave and be replaced by a stronger bodyguard, the young lady would receive the best protection. I'm sorry, miss, he whispered, his fingers turning pale. But I truly feel so useless. Ji Zheng rubbed her temples and spoke slowly. Chu Ling, you must not speak of yourself in such a manner. I have watched you grow from a small child into the person you are today. In her childhood, she had once inadvertently wandered into the back of an orphanage and spotted a filthy little boy. She felt immense pity for him and asked the butler to take him away. Adding one more child means just another pair of chopsticks. The Ji family isn't lacking in food. Ji Zheng gradually forgot about this incident until Chu Ling appeared by her side as her bodyguard. Only then did she realize that the once small and frail boy had transformed into the person he was now. The butler had informed her that Chu Ling could have gone to university, bypassing the training to become a bodyguard, yet he had resolutely chosen this path. His loyalty to the Ji family and to her was a means to repay that kindness. Ji Zheng sighed. Chu Ling, do not blame yourself. You have done exceptionally well. Chu Ling murmured, if it were someone like Master Mississippi. Enough. Lin Shi interjected sharply. Wait until you're healed to speak. If you keep moving, your wound will bleed again, and I won't be responsible for you. If you die, don't come crying to me. The somber atmosphere was abruptly shattered as Ji Zheng suddenly laughed. Chu Ling, listen to Master. Do not move or speak. If you anger Master, you shall rue the day. Chu Ling opened his mouth, intending to apologize, but upon meeting Lin Shi's cold gaze, he promptly fell silent and lay still, too afraid to move. The Master's expression was somewhat terrifying, as if he were contemplating how to deal with him. Lin Shi rubbed her temples, realizing that these two seemed to disregard her presence, just having enacted a dramatic scene of life and death, filled with lifelong regret. Spiritual energy was exceedingly precious. She had no intention of wasting it to save them again. Increase the fee. It was imperative. Ji Zheng forced a smile. Master Lin, my apologies. Our emotions were too intense just now. Lin Shi replied, enough with the apologies. We are all family here. Ji Zheng felt deeply moved. In her most desperate moment, Master had descended like a deity, unconditionally saving both her and Chu Ling. Just as she was about to revel in that gratitude, the pure-hearted Master changed the subject, stating, as previously agreed, we only discuss money during work hours, not emotions. Given your situation, this counts as overtime. Hence, additional fees apply. Ji Zheng was taken aback, realizing her moment of sentiment was wasted, as the Master remained steadfast in his pursuit of monetary gain. No problem. We will certainly not default, she replied with a smile. Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction. Good. She pondered, recalling the Miaozhong love gu. However, The love goo affecting the two of them differed from what was described in books. It seemed modified. The Miaojiang goo technique reminded her of Jiang Yuanyuan, the Miaojiang saintess. Lin Shi took out her phone, messaging Jiang Yuanyuan to come and apprehend someone, and also called for an ambulance. Downstairs, time passed agonizingly slowly. Han Meiwei was growing increasingly frantic, her heart filled with unease. That woman had been gone for far too long, and she was knowledgeable about goo insects. What if she nullified Master Zhang's sacred object? No, that was impossible. Master Zhang was an invincible being, the most powerful person in the world. No one could rival her. Han Meiwei bit down on her lip, realizing she could not wait any longer. Judging by the time, Ji Zheng and her bodyguard should have completed the final step. And now was the perfect moment to expose their scandal. If worst came to worst, she could ascend alone, capturing photographs that would equally ruin Ji Zheng. Han Meiwei forced a smile. Mr. Fu, it seems inappropriate for us to stand here while the elder Mr. Ji celebrates his 70th birthday. Should we not head to the front hall to rest? Fu Jingyao remained expressionless. Do not make me repeat my wife's words. The crowd exchanged glances, falling into an eerie silence. It was blatantly obvious that the young lady of the Han family was up to no good. Ji Zheng had been missing for far too long, and something must have transpired on the second floor. If anyone witnessed something they shouldn't have, they would be coerced into siding with the Han family. The Han family was not as formidable as it once was, especially compared to the Ji family, and even less so against the Fu family. Did this young lady from the Han family have a screw loose? Not only was she failing to build relationships, but she also dared to offend two major families simultaneously. If old man Han found out, he would be furious. No one came to her aid, and Han Meiwei clenched her fists tightly. Useless. These people were all like reeds in the wind, lacking any backbone. They did whatever Fu Jingyao commanded. Han Meiwei's anger boiled over, pushing her to the brink of madness. Master Zhang had stipulated that the sacred object could only be used once a month, but she could not care less. She intended to cast a goo on Fu Jingyao, making him feel unbearable agony. Han Meiwei's expression shifted as she stepped closer to Fu Jingyao, her nails rapidly turning black. Mr. Fu, I was speaking to you civilly, yet you refused to listen and forced me to take action. Before she could finish her threat, her nails suddenly ignited and searing pain coursed through her body. Ah! Fu Jingyao looked puzzled. Where was Lin Shi? Who was responsible for this? The crowd watched in horror as Han Meiwei suddenly went mad, writhing on the ground and distancing themselves from the lunatic. How could this happen? The sacred object, ah. The closer she got to Fu Jingyao, the more excruciating the pain became. All she wanted was to flee. Han Meiwei struggled to push through the crowd, colliding with a strangely dressed woman. This woman felt both familiar and foreign, strikingly reminiscent of Master Zhang. Han Meiwei instinctively recoiled. Who are you? I made it just in time, Jiang Yuanyuan yawned. What a familiar scent. She grasped Han Meiwei's hands and scrutinized her closely. Love goo. TSK, my senior sister has finally made her appearance.